Star Odyssey Chapter 1619 to Chapter 1669. Pyrolite was a material that had caused the entire Innerverse and Outerverse to fight over it, and even the Neoverse had sent people over. If the Sea King hadn't taken it all away, it would definitely have appeared in the current conflict between the Innerverse and Outerverse. Pyrolite was indeed very useful, but against those old freaks whose power levels were in the hundreds of thousands, it was rather useless. If every astral source pill contained pyrolite, then it would make sense. If anyone had pyrolite, it would be Luin. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, he had taken control of all the teams that mined pyrolite in the astral wilderness. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been connected, the pyrolite had been stored on Xenu Star. Although there wasn't much, it was better than nothing, and no more pyrolite ore had been discovered in the astral wilderness. Luin held the astral source pill in his hand and flicked it out. The pill shot out from his fingertip and tore through the void before erupting with an indescribable power that caused the astral source universe to crack open. Luin stepped in, and the astral source universe cracked open as quickly as it recovered. In the blink of an eye, Luin reappeared far away from his previous position, almost across the entire solar system controlled by the giant financial group. Yumu had been able to escape because of this pill. Luin still couldn't figure out how the astral source pill could break open the astral source universe. He shook his head and decided to stop researching for now. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he would have to work with someone who had figured it out. The astral source pill's greatest use wasn't for escaping, but rather for interfering with astral sources. The Wen family contacted Luin again, and it was still Wen's. This Wen family head was very persistent. "Senior, my conditions will not change," Luin said stiffly. Wen's was helpless. "I've already obtained the panorama. You can come to the Wen family to take a look, but you can't take it away. This is the Wen family's bottom line." Luin replied, "It seems like Senior has no intention of cooperating. I can only sell Wen's to someone else, such as the Sword Sect." Wen's gaze turned cold, and he wanted to say something, but he held himself back. The current Luin wasn't someone he could threaten. Even before the Sovereign Tournament, Luin would be able to topple the Day-Night Flow Zone. The Day-Night clan was much more powerful than the Wen family. "Alliance leader Lu, you should know that the panorama belongs to the Han family, not the Wen family. We're just borrowing it," Wen's helplessly. Luin shrugged. "This has nothing to do with UZTST." He then hung his eyes to end. After ending his conversation with Wen's, Luin took the willow leaves and headed straight to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone. He wanted to use divination to see if he could find any clues. He had never believed in divination, but when he had been divined back then, the results of his divination matched the information he had found in the Astral Tree sect. The results were shockingly similar, and it had changed his opinion of the Starsabelle sect. Perhaps divination really could reveal something. "Master, I want to go too. Take me with you." "I don't want to leave you," Kuwei wailed, wanting to leave with Luin. Luin laughed. "Alright, then come with me." Kuwei was stunned, as he had not expected Luin to agree. He felt awkward, as he did not want to leave. Nowhere was as comfortable as the giant financial group. Here, the giants looked at him as if he was their ancestor. Their gazes were too pleasurable, and it felt too good. Aside from being ordered around by Luin, he was treated like a lackey. Only an idiot would leave. But now, he was embarrassed. "Stay at the giant financial group and keep an eye on those giants. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Chaos God Mountain won't dare to make a move against the giant financial group for the time being, but there's no guarantee that Songzhou won't go crazy. Be careful." Kuwei hurriedly acknowledged the order. Flying Willow Flower Belt Luin headed east. The Minor Thousand Flow Zone was located at the intersection of the Gu Flow Zone and the First Flow Zone. It was closer to the Outerverse than the giant financial group, but it was also closer to the Cosmic Sea. While Luin was heading towards the giant financial group, Songzhou contacted the Sword Sect's sect master, Lu Qianjue. No one knew what they talked about, but when they ended the call, Lu Qianjue ordered the entire Sword Sect to prepare for war. The entire Sword Sect was shaken. Aside from the Sixth Mainland's attack, they had not received any orders from their sect master to prepare for war in a long time. Even the battles with the surrounding flow zones were only minor skirmishes. Everyone in the sword sect was trying to guess who the target of this war was. Li Zimo's sword was held horizontally, and behind him was a giant waterfall. The surrounding forest was filled with the chirping of birds and insects, and even the occasional disciple practicing his sword. None of this affected him, and he was like a stubborn rock that withstood the force of the waterfall. He was cultivating the calm heart sword. After returning from the sovereign tournament, Li Zimo became one of the disciples that received the most attention in the entire sword sect. His importance was second only to Lu Tianmu and Lu Xiaoqiu. Even though no one could understand his battle with Wang Yi during the sovereign tournament, his status had completely changed. When Lu Qianjue gave the order to prepare for war, Elder Xianxia appeared in front of Li Zimo. The sect is preparing for war. You should prepare as well. This war is no small matter, and it won't be much weaker than the war with the Sixth Mainland. Li Zimo opened his eyes, stood up, and bowed to Xianxia. Master, who will our opponent be? Others might not know, but Xianxia was an expert second only to Lu Qianjue in the sword sect, so she had received some information. The Cosmic Sea. She only said 3 words and did not say anything else. After Xianxia left, Li Zimo took out his gadget. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to send a message to Lu Yin since joining the sword sect. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. He was shocked to see that it was Li Zimo. In all honesty, although Lu Yin had arranged for Li Zimo to join the sword sect, it was not yet time to use him, so Lu Yin had never contacted Li Zimo. But now, Li Zimo had taken the initiative to send him a message. The sword sect is preparing for battle. Their target is the Cosmic Sea. These words were short, but they caused Lu Yin's mind to churn. He suddenly thought of something and made a terrifying guess. The sword sect's target for battle was Leon's armada. Chaos God Mountain had been attacked, and the Tong group had been rescued by a mysterious expert. It was definitely not the Liu family that had implicated them, but rather the Big Sis mercenary group that the Liu family had dealt with. It was the Leon's armada behind the Big Sis mercenary group. Lu Yin wanted to find out the truth of what had happened, and Song Zhou was also trying to conceal the truth. If Lu Yin could no longer conceal it, then if he were Song Zhou, he would immediately reveal his cards. His target was Leon's armada. Chaos God Mountain and the Tong group had already joined forces, and there was also that mysterious person. If Lu Yin's guess was not wrong, then it might be related to the Longevity Armada. Now that the sword sect was acting strangely, and their target was the Cosmic Sea, there was a 99% chance that it was Leon's armada. However, this was only a guess, and Lu Yin immediately contacted Sage Leon to ask if he had any connections with the sword sect. The answer he received was disappointing, as he had also hoped that the sword sect had gone to help Leon's armada and not to deal with them. If they were not helping Leon's armada, then they were going to deal with them. Chaos God Mountain, the Tong group, and the sword sect were all very dangerous. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, and he muttered to himself for a moment before opening his gadget to contact Wen Zizai. Wen Zizai was in the middle of a conversation with President Han, and he was having a headache. When Lu Yin called, his eyes lit up, and he accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, have you changed your mind? Lu Yin knew that if he had taken the initiative to contact Wen Zizai, he would be at a disadvantage in the negotiations, but he had no other choice. Time was tight, and Song Zhou was also grasping for time. Senior, I really want the panorama, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai's expression turned ugly. I can't give it to you. You can come to my Wen family. I already told you. You don't want Wen Zizai anymore? Lu Tianmu came back with me, and she knows that Wen Zizai is in my hands. Someone from the sword sect has already contacted me, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai's expression changed, and his tone became much more serious. What did they offer you? It's not convenient for me to say. I contacted you not only to remind you, but also to give Wen Zizai some face. Wen Zizai helped me more or less in that region of space, and he wishes to return to the Wen family. I'm willing to help him. Wen Zizai relaxed. If that's the case, then that's for the best. However, I really can't give the panorama to you. Lu Yin fell silent, and Wen Zizai did the same. He had lived for many years, so how could he not hear the hidden meaning in Lu Yin's words? He could sense that Lu Yin had changed his conditions, or else his tone would not have changed. Wen Zizai decided to wait. He was confident that he was much more patient than Lu Yin, and his years of sweeping had not been in vain. It seems like Senior really can't give the panorama to me. Since that's the case, I'll agree to Senior's conditions and go to the Wen family to take a look, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai had expected this, as Lu Yin had taken the initiative to contact him. He had already guessed that this would be the result, and he was waiting for Lu Yin's other conditions. It's not that I'm giving in, but that I want to change this condition, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai replied, please speak, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin's expression became much more serious. The Sword Sect is preparing for war. I suspect that their target is my Great Eastern Alliance, so I hope that the Wen family can pressure the Sword Sect so that they cannot participate in the war. Wen Zizai was shocked. The Sword Sect is preparing for war? When? Li Zimo had immediately informed Lu Yin not long after news of the Sword Sect's preparations had spread. The Wen family naturally had people in the Sword Sect, and the Wen family had also received news of the Sword Sect's preparations. However, they had not had the time to report this to Wen Zizai, who was not in the Wen family but at Yihuang Academy. Just now, the Sword Sect is preparing for war. I refused to give Wen Shirsi to the Sword Sect, which might have angered them. Thus, I suspect that the Sword Sect's target is my Great Eastern Alliance and Fennel Flow Zone, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai was speechless, and he wanted to curse out loud, as this was too fake. How could the Sword Sect start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance just because of Wen Shirsi? Even the Wen family had not thought of starting a war with the Great Eastern Alliance because of Wen Shirsi, much less the Sword Sect. Even if they did start a war, it would not be for this reason. Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. How could the Sword Sect start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance? That's impossible, Wen Zizai said. He did not want to get involved in this matter, and he was currently looking through the Sword Sect's intelligence reports. He had discovered that Sect Master Lu Qianyue had personally issued the order. This was the entire sect preparing for war, and it was no small matter. The Wen family could not rashly participate. In life, it's always better to be cautious. I'd like to ask the Wen family to help me suppress the Sword Sect as a condition for handing over the panorama to me, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai frowned. Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family can guarantee that the Sword Sect will not start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance. Why? Since when did the Wen family become the leader of the Sword Sect? The Wen family and the Sword Sect both belong to the Innerverse. How could my Wen family not know about the Sword Sect starting a war with the Great Eastern Alliance? Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. This junior hopes that the Wen family will suppress the Sword Sect. Will Senior agree? Lu Yin's tone became much more serious. Alliance Master Lu, whoever the Sword Sect starts a war with has nothing to do with you. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's tone turned sour. Senior, what do you mean by that? You can't give the panorama to me, and now that I'm asking the Wen family for help, you're making all sorts of excuses. It seems like the Wen family really doesn't want the #1 scholar anymore. Anyway, this is my condition. If the Wen family agrees, I can go to the Wen family to look at the panorama, and I won't take it with me. If you don't agree, then I won't agree. Wen Zizai felt aggrieved, as he was being threatened by a junior. I'm not the only one who has the final say in the Wen family. Mobilizing the Wen family to suppress the Sword Sect is a huge matter to the Wen family, and it's the same as starting a war. We might really start a war with the Sword Sect, and this is only the condition that Alliance Master Lu agrees to give us the #1 scholar. Don't you think that's too much? I'm only delaying the Sword Sect so that you won't start a war. How about this? If the Wen family really does start a war with the Sword Sect, then the Great Eastern Alliance will be responsible for the compensation. I can even invite 2 powerhouses with power levels over 700,000 to join the Wen family and fight the Sword Sect together. How about that? Lu Yin had already said this, and Wen Zizai knew that Lu Yin would not back down. Let me think about it. I'll need to discuss this with the rest of the Wen family. If the Sword Sect starts a war with anyone, then the conditions will be nullified. Your Wen family can forget about becoming number one scholar for the rest of your life. I, Lu Yin, am a man of my word. Lu Yin then ended the call. He had no choice but to threaten the Wen family to join him and stop the Sword Sect. The Wen family was definitely not as strong as the Sword Sect, but they could still delay the Sword Sect. Lu Yin wanted to disrupt the Tsang universe's plans. Even if they really did start a war with Leon's armada, they would need to give the Great Eastern Alliance time to prepare. With that in mind, Lu Yin immediately contacted Wang Wen and had the army that was preparing to head to the Cosmic Sea. This might be their first battle since their formation, and that army would be called the Lu Xinjun Army. Wen Zizai put down his gadget and immediately gathered the upper echelons of the Wen family for a discussion. Finally, they mobilized the entire family as quickly as possible and ordered the family to prepare for war. Their target, the Sword Sect. Could it be that the patriarch's illegitimate son was killed by the Sword Sect? It wasn't just the Wen family, even the neighboring beast tamer's flow zone was dumbfounded. They even suspected that Wen Zizai had gone senile and had issued the wrong order. His target had actually been the Divine Great Hall, but after repeated confirmation, they realized that Wen Zizai's orders had been directed at the Sword Sect. This was strange. Soon, the Sword Sect received the news. Lu Qianjue almost misheard it. The Wen clan wants to start a war with the Sword Sect? Where did you get that information? Elder Li's expression turned ugly. According to the people we planted in the Wen clan, Wen Zizai personally gave the order to mobilize the clan to prepare for war. Their target is the Sword Sect. Lu Qianjue was momentarily at a loss for words. The erudite flow zone and the first flow zone were separated by the beast tamer's flow zone, so what kind of battle was this? But Wen Zizai had personally given the order. That was not right. Thinking about it, Lu Qianjue immediately contacted Wen Zizai. Wen Zizai had no intention of talking to Lu Qianjue. He had nothing to say. The Wen family had been forced to put pressure on the Sword Sect. If he said something like that, Lu Qianjue would probably start a fight. Since Wen Zizai did not answer, Lu Qianjue kept trying. The Sword Sect had been preparing for war with the Cosmic Sea for a long time, and they could not stop because of the Wen family's inexplicable declaration of war. Finally, after 2 full days, Wen Zizai managed to contact Lu Qianjue. However, he had no other choice. Lu Qianjue had been trying to contact him for 2 full days, and it would be unreasonable if he did not answer. Wen Zizai, why are you declaring war on the Sword Sect? Lu Qianjue asked sternly as he stared at Wen Zizai. Wen Zizai's eyes went wide. Lu Qianjue, you still have the nerve to say that? How do you explain being the number one scholar? What number one scholar? Lu Qianjue was stunned, as he did not know what Wen Zizai was talking about. Wen Zizai sneered. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know that your Sword Sect wants to take the number one scholar from Lu Yin? Lu Qianjue was truly at a loss, as he had no idea what the number one scholar was. Lu Tianmu had always been focused on cultivation and had never cared about the outside world. Even as one of the 10 arbiters, he had not cared about the matters of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation, let alone the impact that the number one scholar would have on the Wen family and the entire Innerverse. Stop pretending. Lu Yin already told me that my Wen family will definitely take the number one scholar. If your Sword Sect dares to stop us, my Wen family will not hesitate to declare war. Wen Zizai ended the call. Lu Qianjue did not know what Wen Zizai was talking about. Number one scholar? Who? Someone from the Wen family? Why had he never heard of this name before? Immediately find out who the number one scholar is, Lu Qianjue ordered. Lu Qianjue did not understand what Wen Zizai was trying to do, but Wen Zizai's attitude did not seem fake. Was the Wen family really going to declare war on the Sword Sect? Would they be able to bear the consequences? Songzhou was waiting for the Sword Sect. Chaos God Mountain, the Sword Sect, and the United Task Force would enter the Cosmic Sea to attack Leon's armada. They were confident that they could eliminate Leon's armada in one fell swoop, but the Sword Sect still did not move. The agreed-upon time was about to arrive, and Songzhou received a report. The Wen family has declared war on the Sword Sect? Yes, we just received the news as well. The Wen family has declared war on the Sword Sect, Song Song said. Song Zhou felt as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of enmity did the Wen family have with the sword sect? Why had they suddenly declared war? It was as if a group of the Wen family's elites had been wiped out. Song Zhou thought about the severity of this matter. If the Wen family had declared war on the sword sect, how could the sword sect continue fighting in the cosmic sea? They did not dare to leave so easily. Song Zhou immediately contacted Wen Zizai, but Wen Zizai was not answering anyone's calls. It was not just Song Zhou, the Lingling clan, or the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. Even the Divine Venomous Dynasty, which did not care about external affairs, tried to contact the Wen family, but Wen Zizai did not answer anyone's calls. Lu Yin had told him that the sword sect was fighting for the #1 scholar position, which was why Wen Zizai had made the matter clear. Wen Zizai was not stupid, so how could he tell others about the #1 scholar position? There was no guarantee that someone would interfere. Without mentioning the #1 scholar position, Wen Zizai did not know what reason to declare war, so he simply ignored everyone else. Song Zhou was currently the most irritated. He had already been angered by Lu Yin's scheme, and now, something had happened to the sword sect. Wen Zizai was still not answering his calls, so he could only contact Lu Qianjue. Lu Qianjue still had not found out who the #1 scholar position was, so he did not speak kindly to Song Zhou. The Wen family is nearby, and they've already sent experts to surround the first flow zone. If you want me to fight the cosmic sea with you, what will the sword sect do? Song Zhou was puzzled. Why did Wen Zizai declare war on you? Lu Qianjue's tone became even worse at the mention of this. How would I know? He said something about the #1 scholar position. Is there such a person in the Wen family? Check it out. Song Zhou immediately gave the order to investigate, but the sword sect could not find anything. Neither could the rest of the flow zones. The leaders of the 8 great flow zones were all about the same in terms of strength. Aside from the Divine Venomous Dynasty, that place could not be easily infiltrated. There's no such person in the Wen family. What #1 scholar position? How could we not find out who that person is? What else did Wen Zizai say? Song Zhou asked. Lu Qianjue gritted his teeth. He said that Lu Yin told him. Song Zhou's eyes narrowed, as he was now certain that Lu Yin must have guessed that the sword sect was preparing for war in order to deal with Leon's armada. That was why Lu Yin had thought of a way to have the Wen family delay the sword sect. Where had this person gotten such a method from? How had he managed to mobilize the Wen family? Even Song Zhou could not figure out how Lu Yin had done it. Was the #1 scholar position really that important? There's no such person in the Wen family's genealogy records. Talk to Wen Zizai again and tell the Wen family to wait. We'll give them an explanation after the battle in the cosmic sea, Song Zhou said. Lu Qianjue shook his head. That old bastard Wen Zizai isn't seeing anyone right now. We can't contact him. Song Zhou was furious. It's Lu Yin. It's all his doing. He instigated the Wen family and the sword sect. Lu Yin's background is complicated, but the only one that can truly help the Great Eastern Alliance is Leon's armada. The others, whether it's Master Yuan, the head inquisitor, or Elder Chan, can't be his henchmen. We need to destroy Leon's armada in order to break Lu Yin's arm. Lu Qianjue was helpless. I understand, and that's why I joined you. My sword sect has nothing to do with Leon's armada, and we don't want to offend them for no reason. Heizage Leon has Eversky Island behind him, but Lu Yin's ambition is too great. We can't deal with him, so we can only break his arm. But don't forget that there are conditions for my sword sect to take action. Don't worry, we won't touch Heizage Leon. We'll just destroy Leon's armada, Song Zhou said. But then, he felt that something was off. The sword sect could not even participate in the battle, so what kind of conditions were there to talk about? Is your sword sect sure that they won't participate in the battle? Lu Qianjue lowered his voice. I'll personally look for Wen Zizai and find out what's going on with the Wen family. How can Lu Yin make the entire Wen family work for him? And how can Wen Zizai trust him? I'll wait for you for half a month. If the sword sect is still unable to participate in the battle after that, then we'll go ourselves. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we still have to try, Song Zhou said before ending the call. Lu Qianjue frowned, as Leon's armada was not simple. He did not know why Chaos God Mountain had to participate in the battle to destroy Leon's armada, but he knew that it was because of Luin. There was still a group within Cosmic Sea. The various parties' interests were involved, which had led to this battle. This battle was extremely important, and if they could not eliminate Leon's armada, then they would definitely have to bear the brunt of revenge. That was not all, as Lu Qianjue was still most worried about Luin. If they could destroy Leon's armada, then Lu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance would no longer be a threat. Lu Qianjue wanted to participate in this battle as much as possible. Chaos God Mountain and the Zhui group alone were not enough to guarantee his safety. The situation in the Innerverse had become strange. The war between the Blazing Mist Flowzone's Ross Empire and the Demon Dragon clan from the Great Ruins had yet to end, and there were also many other powers involved. Over here, the Sword Sect and the Wen family were both preparing for battle, and a shocking battle had broken out at Chaos God Mountain. Everyone felt that the Innerverse was about to descend into chaos. Half a month was the longest that Songzhou could delay for. Luin had already discovered their plan, and Leon's armada was definitely prepared. Thus, Songzhou could only give the Sword Sect half a month. As they looked at the 108 ring-shaped tributaries in front of them, they finally arrived at the Starsibel sect. As soon as they arrived, Lu Yefei sensed something strange. It's like something's watching us. Big Sister Feihua's expression turned ugly, and she spread out her astral source in an attempt to find the source of the attention. However, she could not find anything. Luin suddenly spoke up. Seniors, what do you think about divination? Upon hearing Lu Yin's question, Feihua mocked him, you believe in such things? Luin ignored her and looked at Mr. Lu Yi, who replied, divination is more like a form of speculation. We haven't really come into contact with such things. This is the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, and the only sect that exists here is the Starsibel sect. The Starsibel sect relies on divination for a living. The moment they entered the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, Lu Yi and Feihua had felt that something was off, but they could not pinpoint what it was. They could not shake off the feeling that they were being watched, and they could not figure out what it was. It was as if the entire Minor Thousand Flow Zone was a pair of eyes. Starsibel arrived to welcome Luin. Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to come. Starsibel smiled when she saw Luin. Luin smiled back. Why? You didn't divine it? Starsibel revealed a beautiful smile. My Starsibel sect has never been able to divine Brother Lu's whereabouts, so it's not strange. She then looked at Lu Yi and Feihua with a much more respectful expression. She slowly bowed. Starsibel greets the two seniors. It's been a tiring journey. It's just a short journey. What's so tiring about it? Feihua casually asked. Starsibel smiled. Most people won't be able to complete this journey in their lifetime. She then led Luin and Lu Yi and Feihua onto Starsibel. After sending Lu Yi and Feihua away, Luin spoke to Starsibel alone. Do you know who I am? Starsibel did not understand. What are you referring to? Luin solemnly replied, the Lu family of the astral tree. Starsibel's expression did not change. Brother Lu, do you remember the last time we met? We talked about conflicting fates. We are worried about conflicting fates for those who come for divination, and the same goes for us. No matter what we know, we will not reveal it, so Brother Lu need not worry. You didn't answer my question directly. Do you know who I am? Luin asked again. Starsibel met Lu Yin's gaze, her resplendent eyes as beautiful as ever. Divination is about karma and relationships. It's not mystical enough to see through everything about a person. Luin nodded. Brother Lu, why have you come? Starsibel asked. Luin asked, what's the price for asking you to perform a divination? That will depend on what Brother Lu wants to divine. The last time I invited Brother Lu here, Master said that we should form good karma. I also want to form good karma with Brother Lu. Starsibel smiled. Luin replied, you've already helped me the last time when you divined the location of the Southern Margins Director. I'm willing to give Brother Lu even more good karma. Brother Lu is worth the Starsibel sect's efforts, Starsibel said. Luin did not want to owe the Starsibel sect anything. He had heard that the more he was involved with people and matters related to divination, the more troublesome it would be. Tell me your conditions, or else I won't be able to ask. Starsabil was helpless. It looks like Brother Lu is still prejudiced against my Starsabil sect. Since that's the case. She then turned serious and continued, I need a promise from Brother Lu. What promise? Luine was curious. Starsabil's eyes were focused. One day in the future, humanity will face the greatest calamity in history. I hope that Brother Lu will do his best to preserve a trace of our Starsabil sect so that the name of the Starsabil sect can be passed down. Luine raised a brow. Humanity will face a calamity in the future? Starsabil had a complicated look in her eyes. I don't know. Divination involves divining the years, seeing the future, and seeing through the past. However, neither Master nor I can see a certain future. It's as if everything related to humanity will be severed during that period of time. This is not a good thing. At the very least, my Starsabil sect will not be able to connect with our future selves. Luine did not understand what she was saying. That day will not come. Even if it does, I will do my best to accomplish it. Then I'll thank Brother Lu in advance. What is it that you wish to know this time? Starsabil asked. Luine solemnly replied, back then, Big Sis had a falling out with Leon's armada, and she led a group of people to form the Big Sis mercenary group. They entered the inner verse, but Swahi accused my surname of being illegal and banished the Big Sis mercenary group. In the end, 72 lives were lost, and the Leo clan was implicated as well. I would like to ask you to divine the truth of this matter. Starsabil was puzzled. Hasn't this matter already been investigated? Leon's armada declared war on the Mastiff Society after Big Sis mercenary group returned. Both sides have yet to stop fighting, and the Mastiff Society has suffered heavy losses. They're constantly recruiting people from the Innerverse and Neoverse. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy. On the surface, it's over, but I recently found out that the Leo clan ambushing Big Sis mercenary group is related to Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain is also related to the Mastiff Society. There must be more to this matter, and I want to know more about it. Starsabil nodded. Understood. Please wait a moment, Brother Lu. This divination was clearly more troublesome than the previous one, and Luine had to wait much longer as well. Even though he had taken the initiative to ask Starsabil for a divination, he still did not believe in divination. However, his previous experience with the Starsabil sect had left him unable to see things clearly, so he was still in a state of disbelief. In fact, he was more willing to believe in divination, as it was information rather than seeing the future and the past. Starsabil had once said that divination involved cutting off the river of time, but Luine did not believe her. If the Starsabil sect could really do something like that, they would not have stayed in the Innerverse for so long. Brother Lu, divination is unable to uncover the entire matter, but I did manage to divine a surname that Brother Lu did not mention earlier, Starsabil said when she saw Luine. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What surname? Starsabil's gaze turned cold. Xia. Luine was shocked. Xia? Starsabil nodded. When I started divination, the surname Xia appeared in my mind and could not be erased. However, if I wanted to delve deeper into the matter, I could not do so. I can confirm that this matter is related to Xia. Luine fell into deep thought, and Starsabil left to give him some time alone to think. Not long after, Luine contacted Sage Leon and asked if Leon's armada had any connections with the Xia family. Xia? How did they get involved? How is my Leon's armada related to the Xia family? How do you know that it's related to the Xia family? I'm in the Starsabil sect. Idiot, you actually believed someone like that. If you have so much free time, why don't you accompany me for a drink? Captain, Leon's armada is backed by Eternal Sky Island. Do you think that this matter is related to the Elysian Heavenly Master and Xiaji? Luine suddenly asked. He was trying to deduce the situation from the bottom up. The Leo family, Chaos God Mountain, the Tyrant Regiment, and the Xia family all corresponded to the Big Sis mercenary group, Leon's armada, and Eternal Sky Island. If it was related to the Xia family, then Luine could only think of Xiaji. Otherwise, why would they oppose Eternal Sky Island? Heizage Leon fell silent. He had started his apprenticeship on Eternal Sky Island and founded Leon's armada. Speaking of which, Leon's armada had nothing to do with Eternal Sky Island, and the Elysian Heavenly Master did not recognize it as a group of pirates. However, if something happened to Leon, the Elysian Heavenly Master would not sit idly by. If the Xiao family was related to this matter, then the only place that could implicate them was Eternal Sky Island. Wait. Leon immediately contacted the Elysian Heavenly Master. Not long after, he replied, Master says that he has no enmity with Xiaji. Lu Yin's head hurt, and he felt like he could not continue investigating. The Xiao family had mysteriously gotten involved, and there was no reason for them to do so. Chaos God Mountain, the Tyrant Regiment, and the Longevity's Armada. How had these powers allied together? Chaos God Mountain had no reason to deal with Leon's armada. He contacted Star Sibyl again, but she shook her head. I've already divined everything that can be divined. Divinations cannot be made out of nothing, and there needs to be clues. Otherwise, the river of time is endless, and finding a needle in a haystack is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Xiaji had no reason to deal with the Elysian Heavenly Master, nor did he have any reason to become enemies with Eternal Sky Island. Could Star Sibyl have made a mistake in her calculations? He looked at Star Sibyl suspiciously. Then, can I have a chat with your master? Star Sibyl smiled gently. Does Brother Lu not trust me? Lu Yin coughed. No, it's just that I was in too much of a hurry to communicate with your master, and I wanted to meet him again. Star Sibyl replied, Brother Lu, my divination and my master's results are the same. Brother Lu, you have no clue about this matter, and you want to use divination to find new clues. However, divination is not omnipotent, and it's already not bad that you were able to find out about the Xia surname. Lu Yin sighed. If the Star Sibyl sex divination was correct, then this matter really was related to the Xia family. Xiaji had no enmity with the Elysian Heavenly Master, so what about the rest of the Xia family? Lu Yin laughed. The rest of the Xia family had no right to scheme against Eternal Sky Island, not even the head of the Xia family. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. Could Xiaji have learned the 9 clones technique? During the contest for the Star Tower and the battle in the mountain and sea realm, Xiaojiu had revealed his 9 clones technique, which had shocked the universe. Star Sibyl had also learned it, and it was then that everyone had confirmed that progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique truly existed. However, besides the two of them, no one else had cultivated it. The rest of the Xia family also did not know the 9 clones technique. At that time, everyone had thought that the 9 clones technique had been created by progenitor Chen, but in reality, how could he have done so when he was young? It had come from the Shenwu plane of the astral tree. Then, could Xiaji have learned the 9 clones technique? Xiaji himself had no enmity with Eternal Sky Island, so could it have been one of his clones that had plotted everything? No one else had the right to scheme against Eternal Sky Island. When he thought of this possibility, Lu Yin immediately sought out Star Sibyl. I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Lu Yin hesitated. Star Sibyl smiled. Please ask, Brother Lu. I'll tell you everything that I can. Lu Yin seriously asked, where did you learn the 9 clones technique? Star Sibyl was stunned, as she had not expected Lu Yin to ask such a question. This was her greatest privacy, second only to a woman's privacy. Lu Yin apologetically replied, I know I shouldn't have asked, but it's fine if you don't want to tell me. Star Sibyl gently replied, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid that you won't believe me. Lu Yin was curious. Star Sibyl earnestly replied, divination can be used to intercept the river of time. When Xia Jiuyo came to the Star Sibyl sect, I was coincidentally performing my divination. Perhaps it was because of him, or perhaps it was just a coincidence, but I saw the 9 clones technique in the river of time. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There was such a thing? What about Xia Jiuyo? Lu Yin asked. Star Sibyl replied, he saw it with me. Lu Yin now understood why Xia Jiuyo had revealed the 9 clones technique to Star Sibyl in the mountain and sea realm. The two of them had learned it at the same time. To outsiders, Xia Jiuyo claims that the 9 clones technique came from progenitor Chen's tomb, but in reality, no one knows if the 9 clones technique actually exists in progenitor Chen's tomb. It was a coincidence that I was able to learn it. It shouldn't be a coincidence. Master said that Xiaojiu's bloodline is too close to mine, which allowed me to see the 9 clones technique in the river of time. That's my guess as well. The path of divination is vast and boundless, and there are many things that we cannot explain. For example, I don't know how Master saw through Brother Lu's past. Lu Yin sighed. If it's the legendary god of destiny, then he should be able to see through everything. Star Sibyl laughed. Brother Lu, you believe in that? Lu Yin frowned. You don't believe me? Star Sibyl shook her head. The god of destiny is illusory. Many people have studied divination since ancient times, but there is no proof of the god of destiny's existence. My Star Sibyl sect does not believe it. Lu Yin grunted, not intending to discuss this with Star Sibyl. Do you think that Xiaoji might know the 9 clones technique? Star Sibyl's eyes lit up. Brother Lu, what do you mean? Help me divine Xiaoji, and focus on his clones, Lu Yin said seriously. Star Sibyl was helpless. Xiaoji is one of the 7 demigods, and he's at the peak of the human race. I can't divine him with my abilities, and even Master can't do it. I'm afraid that Brother Lu will be disappointed. You said that Xiaojiu's bloodline is too close, which is why you can see the 9 clones technique from the river of time. Then, if I have progenitor Chen's bloodline and focus on Xiaoji's clones, will that be of help? Lu Yin asked, taking out a vial of progenitor Chen's blood. After Ku Wei's upgrade, he had a total of 3 vials of blood. He had given Ku Wei 1 so that he could become the source of the giant's bloodline, so he still had 2 vials left. Star Sibyl was shocked. Progenitor Chen's blood? Is there any help? He asked. Star Sibyl accepted the vial. Even though she had seen many grand scenes before, she was still excited at this moment. This was progenitor Chen's blood, which was the blood of a progenitor. It possessed an unfathomable might, and just by looking at it, she felt as if she could hear the roars of battle from ancient times. She had seen far more than Lu Yin had, and she could faintly see a pair of eyes appear from within the vial. They carried a supreme dignity that caused Star Sibyl's face to turn pale. The bottle suddenly fell to the ground, and Lu Yin hurriedly caught it as he looked at Star Sibyl strangely. Star Sibyl panted heavily. I'm sorry, Alliance Leader Lu. I'm used to divining, and I can see the river of time. I just saw progenitor Chen. These words sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. Wasn't this like seeing a ghost? He hurriedly handed progenitor Chen's blood over to Star Sibyl. Can you divine the location of Xiaoji's clone? Star Sibyl nodded. I can give it a try. She then turned and left. Not long after, Lu Yin suddenly looked in the direction that Star Sibyl had left. He saw a boundless, majestic rune line spreading out into the universe, heading in an invisible direction. This was completely different from the previous divination, as this was borrowing the power of progenitor Chen's blood. Suddenly, all of the rune lines headed south. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Had she divined it? Star Sibyl walked out of the void, her face pale and exhausted. She looked up towards the south. It's the cosmic sea and Neoverse. She then looked at Lu Yin. You guessed right. Xiaoji has more than 1 clone, and they're in the cosmic sea and Neoverse. When Lu Yin heard this, he more or less sorted out his thoughts. Perhaps Xiaoji's clone had schemed against Eternal Sky Island and used the Chaotic God Mountain and the Immortal Legion. But why had the Chaotic God Mountain been used? How had the Longevity Legion joined? What about the Sword Sect? What was going on? Lu Yin did not understand, but he did know one thing: Xiaoji was very likely behind all of this. How many clones do you know? Lu Yin asked anxiously. Star Sibyl replied, 3 in total. Lu Yin's face sank. The Xiao family's 9 clones technique was too disgusting, and they could use it however they wanted. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something else. Could Xiao Luo still have clones in this region of space? It was not impossible. Lu Yin immediately informed Heizij Lian of his findings and conjectures. This involved half of the group, so it was no small matter. In the Neoverse, Xiaoji suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the north. He had felt a sudden impulse, as if someone was spying on him. Who could it be? Who could spy on him? The 3 progenitors from the 6th mainland? That shouldn't be the case. Was there someone in this region who could spy on him? After reaching half of the group, Xiaji had experienced many storms and seen through many things. For example, he had allowed Xiao Luo to fuse with Xiao Jiuyo. He had also known about Xia Yi's cruel training of the family's disciples, but he had not stopped it. In fact, he had even personally killed a few direct descendants. Xiao Jiuyo's fate was inseparable from him. Any mishap could lead to irreversible consequences, and Xiaji knew this very well. Now that someone was spying on him, no matter what their goal was, it was not a good thing for him. He raised his hand and activated his gadget. In the Innerverse, in the Chaos Flow Zone, Chaos God Mountain had calmed down after the battle with the emissaries. The lower-level disciples did not know who was in charge of the sect, and they could not do anything about it. Elder Hu's eyes flickered as he walked through Chaos God Mountain. Several disciples greeted him, but he only nodded. Those disciples were puzzled. What's wrong with Elder Hu today? He's ignoring everyone. Elder Hu is usually very introverted, but he might have been frightened by the recent battle. Forget about Elder Hu hasn't been frightened on the mountain. It must have been an emissary-level battle, but I don't know what happened. If Elder Xianxia hadn't appeared, we would have thought that Chaos God Mountain had been taken over by someone else. Elder Xianxia doesn't look well. He must have been heavily injured. This matter has nothing to do with us. The most elite disciples and elders still haven't shown themselves. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. In the distance, Elder Hu returned to his residence. A figure looked up and asked in a hoarse voice, "How was it?" Elder Hu respectfully replied, "Elder Xianxia was clearly heavily injured, but the sect master didn't notice anything wrong." "Humph, how could there be nothing wrong? The old man must have been heavily injured. How could Luin let him off so easily?" Xianxia was the one who had spoken. After Luin had been defeated, he had immediately fled. Xianxia had not been able to catch him in time, and even if Xianxia had wanted to, he would not have been able to do so. Who would have thought that not only had Xianxia not left Chaos God Mountain, but he had even stayed right under Xianxia's nose? For the sake of his own plan, Xianxia had not reported Xianxia as a traitor. "Why did you return so quickly this time?" Xianxia asked as he looked at Elder Hu strangely. Elder Hu hesitated. Elder Xianxia said that there was no need to show him the amount of resources. Xianxia frowned. "How long?" Elder Hu replied, "He said to wait for further notice." Xianxia suddenly stood up and thought for a moment. "Go take a look and see if the explorers have returned." "No, not a single one." Xiangyi's eyes flickered. This wasn't right. Luin had been gone for more than half a month, and those disciples should have been released by now. Why hadn't they come out yet? Unless Xianxia had other plans. After thinking about it for a long time, Xianxia decided to contact Luin. He could not stay on Chaos God Mountain any longer, and he was certain that Luin would not let Chaos God Mountain go. As long as he followed Luin, he would have a chance to control Chaos God Mountain in the future. Just like half a month ago, he would never forget that feeling. A group of elite disciples disappeared? Lu Yin's voice came from Elder Hu's gadget. Xianxia replied, "Yes, and I've already sent people to investigate. Many of the resources for preparation have disappeared, such as medicine, star essence, and offensive items. There's only one reason for this: Chaos God Mountain is preparing for war." "The Cosmic Sea," Lu Yin subconsciously said. "Continue to keep an eye on it. It's best to confirm when Xianxia will leave." "Yes, Alliance Master," Xianxia replied respectfully. Lu Yin continued, "I will remember your contributions. In the future, Chaos God Mountain will need someone to take charge." Xianxia was delighted. "Thank you, Alliance Master." After ending the call with Lu Yin, Xianxia thought for a moment and then contacted someone else. He should not have used a gadget, but because he was in the 5th mainland, he had adapted to using one. It was the 6th mainland's Madame Red. The cultivators of the 6th mainland had not been used to gadgets at first, but now, almost everyone had one. It was too convenient. Xianxia told Madame Red about the same situation. He did not place all of his hopes on Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin was someone who wanted power and wanted to control everything, his bottom line was too obvious. He was a traitor of the 5th mainland, and it was unlikely that Lu Yin would put him in an important position. He was lucky that Luyin had not died, but Songyi still wanted to place his focus on the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland would not willingly remain in the outerverse, he was certain of this. Madame Red was very satisfied with Songyi's information. Ever since the war with the fifth mainland had ceased, she had not used those traders. In the short term, it was impossible for the two mainlands to go to war, but that did not stop her from personally taking a look. Perhaps she could bring about some new changes to the fifth mainland. The Cosmic Sea was a very unique place in the fifth mainland. It had unimaginable phenomena that even surpassed the boundaries of the natural world. Some places had thunderstorms, some had volcanic eruptions all year round, and some had dangerous seawater, such as the Whitefall region. However, these were just a corner of the Cosmic Sea. When the sixth mainland had attacked the fifth mainland, the Cosmic Sea's phenomena had given them a headache. At this moment, there was a region in the Cosmic Sea that was raining rocks. They were not rocks that were commonly seen in nature, but rather objects that were similar to rocks but were not as heavy as rocks. In the Cosmic Sea, these rocks were also known as rocks, and each one of them was as heavy as a mountain range. The rain of rocks crashed into the sea, causing huge waves to rise. Each rock caused the seawater to churn. At the bottom of the sea, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. They were icy cold and carried a bone-chilling aura. The person wielded a trident and leapt out. There was a loud bang as an attack from the void was blocked. You dare to disturb Leon's armada? Die. What arrogance! Heizage Leon is protecting you freaks. Today, my Machi Tuan is going to wipe out all of the merfolk. A voice rang out, and then one figure after another walked out of the void. Off in the distance, an incomparably large warship appeared, with the large Jin character carved into it. It was the Machi Tuan. You're courting death. The merfolk stabbed out with their trident weapons, causing the void to crack and expand. It was as if a black line had been drawn in the void as they attempted to tear the distant ship apart. At the same time, the rain of stones in the sky became heavier and heavier. Many stones smashed towards the Mastiff Regiment's ship, but they were completely useless. One of the stones smashed towards the Mastiff Regiment's ship, and it was clearly larger than the others. Within the Mastiff Regiment's ship, a woman sneered as she looked up. Big Stone, you still haven't changed your habit of sneak attacks. She then used the Universe Evolution True Scripture to weaken it, and with a wave of her hand, an arrow shot towards the stone. The stone and the arrow collided in the air, releasing a dazzling light. There was a loud boom as the seabed was pushed back, and the seawater rose into the sky. Merfolk rushed out one after another, and numerous warships appeared behind the Mastiff Regiment's ship, from which emerged countless cultivators. Today, my Mastiff Regiment will exterminate Leon's armada, someone roared. Arrogant. From today onwards, the Mastiff Regiment will no longer exist in the cosmic ocean. There will no longer be any four tyrants. Another roar came from afar, and the 5-meter-tall Elephant King swung its huge trunk as it glared at the Mastiff Regiment. Leon's armada's enormous warship appeared. All 8 of Leon's armada's battle groups appeared, and so did the Mastiff Regiment. A beautiful woman stood on one of the warships. She was beautiful, but her figure was bloated. It was Big Sister, and her brows were tightly furrowed. After returning to Leon's armada, they had declared war on the Mastiff Regiment. This war had lasted for more than 10 years and had never stopped. Even when the sixth mainland had invaded, there would still be friction between the two sides. From start to finish, Leon's armada had held the initiative. The Mastiff Regiment's experts had died one after another, forcing them to retreat. Less than half of their former territory remained. Under such circumstances, the Mastiff Regiment still dared to fight Leon's armada head-on? They definitely had something to rely on. Lu Feng, the commander of the Thunder Sword Troop, tore through the void with his sword. His sword chi crossed a long distance and tore apart the rain of stones, slashing towards the Thunder Sword Troop's ship. Inside the group, Xianxia opened his eyes. An illusory light screen blocked the front of the ship. When Lu Feng's sword chi passed through the light screen, it was weakened to the point that it could not even hurt a cultivator with a combat power of more than 300,000. Lu Feng had expected this. She stepped into the Star Source universe, and when she reappeared, she was already in the air above the ship. She raised her arm high. Among the For tyrants of Universe Ocean, only Leon's armada had 2 emissaries. This was also the reason why Leon's armada dominated Universe Ocean and became the leader of the 4 tyrants. Lu Feng could only be stopped by the regiment commander. Xianxia walked out and looked up at Lu Feng. It's a pity that such a genius swordsman would have chosen the right person in her next life. He then stepped forward. Suddenly, a long blade slashed out from the Star Source universe. Xianxia was almost hit, but even so, the blade still brushed past the tip of his nose, leaving behind a trail of blood. Xianxia hurriedly retreated, his face pale. Heizage Lian walked out of the void, holding the Overlord blade. He laughed maniacally. Xianxia, you finally have the guts to show yourself. Don't think of leaving today. Leave your head behind. Heizage Lian raised the Overlord blade and spun it. The immense pressure caused the Universe Ocean to boil. The rain of stones stopped in the sky and accumulated to form a piece of land that then rolled towards the sky. Xianxia shook his head. Heizage Lian, you are too arrogant. Today is the day that your Leon's armada will be destroyed. Try it. Heizage Lian slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and a screen of light appeared in front of him to weaken Heizage Lian's attack. At the same time, a weapon appeared in his hand, and he stepped into the Star Source universe. Heizage Lian sneered and stepped into the Star Source universe as well. Without the Dark Annihilation blocking, no one in the group was Lu Feng's opponent. Lu Feng slashed her sword at the group's ship again. Inside the ship, the group's cultivators were fearless. Exploding flames rose in the sky as a skinny old man stood on top of the ship and casually tore apart the sword chi. Lu Feng's expression changed. Song Zhou. Song Zhou raised his head and charged at Lu Feng without a word. Lu Feng's expression turned serious. He only had a power level of 500,000, while Song Zhou had more than 700,000. He was not someone he could fight against. From what Lu Feng knew, he would be defeated within a few breaths of time. The difference was too great, and there was no way he could block Song Zhou. However, the results surprised him, as Song Zhou's attack was not that terrifying. Song Zhou was helpless as well. When he had been trapped by the flying willows, Lu Yin had heavily injured him to prevent him from escaping. The damage to the Astral Source Cyclone was not easy to heal, so he could only display a power level of 600,000 at most, which was about the same as Lu Feng. If not for that, Lu Feng would have been a corpse long ago. Song Song and the other cultivators from Chaos God Mountain stepped forward to meet Leon's armada. There were tens of thousands of cultivators in Leon's armada, and although they were few in number, they were all elites. The regiment was the same, as numbers did not matter in the Cosmic Sea. The 4 pirate lords did not have many people, and Chaos God Mountain did not have many people who could participate in this battle. The number of people involved in this battle was far less than the Outerverse Weave Wars, but the intensity of the battle was enough to shake the 5th mainland. This was a rare battle in the Cosmic Sea. The battle in the Cosmic Sea could not be kept a secret, and the powers of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones quickly learned about it. The Lingling clan, the Divine Great Hall, and the Divine Gu dynasty did not care, as the battle between the 4 pirate lords had nothing to do with them. Only the Wen family understood the situation after learning about the battle between the 4 pirate lords. Wen Zizai looked at the report and then looked in the direction of the first flow zone. It looks like that old thing Lu Qianjue is preparing for battle so that he can go to the Cosmic Sea. He was still in Yihuang Academy, and President Han spoke up beside him. Lu Yin is the Wen school's #1 scholar, and the entire Wen family is keeping the Sword Sect in check. It looks like he already knew that the Sword Sect was going to make a move against Leon's armada. That kid even said that the Sword Sect was going to make a move against Fennel Flow Zone. I never expected that the Sword Sect's opponent would actually be Leon's armada, Wen Zizai said coldly. President Han sighed. A Lu Xiaoqiu in 100 years, a Lu Tianmu in 1,000 years, and a Shangqing in 10,000 years. But how many years does it take for a Lu Yin to appear? His cultivation talent is monstrous, and his shrewdness is unfathomable. He has connections and plots against the universe, but he also has a unique temperament that attracts countless followers. He also has unimaginable opportunities. This kid is truly blessed by the heavens. The Wen family should not make an enemy out of him. Wen Zizai could not bear to hear others praise Lu Yin. What, does your Han family want to join him? President Han laughed. The Han family will always be in the erudite flow zone, and that will never change. Besides, Lu Ying is too controlling, and he won't allow anyone or anything under his control to appear. My Han family can't adapt to him. Wen's eyes flickered. Leon's armada is Lu Yin's sword. If it's destroyed in this battle, then Lu Ying will no longer be a threat. So what if he has a powerful background? Glory! Will the Hall of Sanctuary help him fight? President Han was flabbergasted, as he could hear something different from Wen's words. It was something dangerous. In the sword sect, Lu Qianjua's expression was solemn. He should have participated in this battle, but Lu Ying had ruined it. Now, he could only hope that the Astral Lion Regiment and Chaos God Mountain would be able to destroy Leon's armada so that Lu Ying would lose his sharpest sword. That way, Lu Ying would be able to stay in the Outerverse and Fennel Flow Zone without any other ideas. Even now, Lu Qianjua did not know that Lu Ying had made a move against Chaos God Mountain. Just as Lu Ying had guessed, Song Zhou had not been able to explain how Lu Ying had managed to escape. Against Lu Yi and Fei Hua, who both had power levels of over 700,000, how could there be any powerhouses to help him? The internal conflict between the four tyrannical powers did not affect the blazing mist flow zone at all. The Ross Empire was still at war with the Mega Ruins Demon Dragon clan, and each of them had their own supporters. The Innerverse battle in the Cosmic Sea had not caused much of a stir, but it had caused quite a stir within the Hall of Honor, and the 9 directors immediately began discussing it. It's best to stop this battle. The Cosmic Sea has long been balanced, and a civil war will only destroy that balance. Regardless of whether it's Leon's armada or the Astral Lion Regiment, nothing can happen to them. How can we stop it? We can't interfere with other people's battles. As long as it doesn't affect the ordinary people too badly, the Cosmic Sea's battles won't affect them at all. The Astral Lion Regiment is actually working with Chaos God Mountain. Why would Chaos God Mountain help the Astral Lion Regiment? They definitely can't stand Leon's armada's battle, or maybe they have other motives. The 9 directors looked at each other. None of them were stupid, and they could all tell what Chaos God Mountain's true motives were, but they did not know. Even if the Hall of Honor had all the information in the universe, they would not be able to find out. Director Xian, why don't you express your opinion? Old Man Bu looked at Xian Jiao. Everyone else looked at Xian Jiao. Both Xian Jiao and Mr. Yu were from the Cosmic Sea. Xian Jiao shook her head. I can't say for sure, but the conflict between Leon's armada and the Astral Lion Regiment isn't something that happened overnight. An all-out war is expected. Old Man Bu looked at Mr. Yu. Does Mr. Yu have anything to say? Mr. Yu had never spoken much among the 9 directors. He was a gentle person, and his presence was very low. He would occasionally speak up, but he did not have a strong stance. Only when it came to Lu Ying did he firmly support him. He had received Master Yuan's favor, which was why he had helped Lu Ying vote against Shamrock Enterprises moving their headquarters into the Realm Mountain. Everyone had thought that Mr. Yu would speak up for Leon's armada and stop the war. After all, the situation was not looking good for Leon's armada. Mr. Yu was from the Longevity Corps, which had a good relationship with Leon's armada. However, the results shocked everyone. Mr. Yu stood firm and demanded that Leon's armada be eradicated. Have you all forgotten that Heizage Leon is the pirate king? Leon's armada is made up of the universe's top pirate leaders. Interstellar pirates are sinners that should be completely eradicated, not to mention a pirate king like Heizage Leon. However, due to various misgivings, no one has ever proposed sanctions against Heizage Leon. Now, it's time, Mr. Yu said firmly. Song Ying and the other directors looked at Mr. Yu strangely, not understanding why he would suddenly target Leon's armada. When Old Man Bu heard this, he immediately sent a message to Lu Ying to inform him that the Longevity Corps had been determined to be an enemy. This was also why he had specifically asked Mr. Yu. Lu Ying wanted to know the Longevity Corps' stance through the directors, but he was disappointed. I will request the Interstellar Court to immediately punish Heizage Leon and expose all the crimes he has committed over the years. We will also eradicate the pirates he's been protecting and throw them all into Kuan Swamp, Mr. Yu said coldly. Mr. Yu, you've never said these words before, Si Hong said. Mr. Yu replied seriously, there's no chance. If there's a chance, I'll be the first to support eliminating Leon's armada and these pirates. Mr. Yu's attitude made the other directors realize something. Could it be that the Immortals' armada wanted to participate as well? If that was the case, then Leon's armada was in danger. I support Mr. Yu. Leon's armada has protected too many evil people, and they must be eliminated, Night King Jing said. Lu Ran also spoke up. I support Mr. Yu as well. I support, Song Ying said. He did not care about Leon's armada, but he still cared about the giant financial group. The giant financial group had joined forces with Leon's armada to establish the Continental Shipping Company. If they did not eliminate Leon's armada, then they would never be able to get rid of the giant financial group. Nan Yuan also agreed. As the representative of the 7 courts in the Hall of Honor, he was also a member of the Xia family, so he naturally agreed. With more than half of the directors agreeing, the board of directors would formally request the Interstellar Court to punish Heizage Lian and Leon's armada. Bulao frowned and sent another message to Luin. In the inner verse, Luin was rushing towards the cosmic sea when he saw Bulao's message. He reminded Big Sis and the others to pay attention to the Immortals' armada while also contacting the head judge. He could not interfere with the board of directors' decision, so he could only contact the Interstellar Court. That was his senior brother's territory. However, the head judge could not reach him, so he had no choice but to contact Muen. This time, he managed to contact Muen. Sir, has the board of directors submitted the decision to punish Heizage Lian and Leon's armada to the Interstellar Court? Luin asked. This is confidential, so I can't tell you, Muen replied. Luin immediately asked, is there any way to stop it? Muen shook his head. Luin, you're a smart person, and you should know that the Interstellar Court is the Hall of Honor's blade. The blade is not the blade itself, but the brains. The board of directors is the brains of the Hall of Honor, and I can tell you that they have indeed submitted the decision to punish Heizage Lian, but... But what? Muen said, but the head judge is in seclusion, so he is unable to handle the case. He has handed it over to the 3 of us, but this involves Heizage Lian and the Long Sky Island behind him. We do not have the authority to make a decision, so for the time being, we can only send some people into Cosmic Ocean to observe and wait for the head judge to come out of seclusion before making a decision. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. I understand. Thank you, Chief Judge Muen. Luin, the head inquisitor, is a very fair person. I don't know what relationship you have with the head inquisitor, but the board of governors has already decided to punish Heizage Lian, and the head inquisitor will definitely carry it out. He will not be biased because of you, so you must be mentally prepared, Muen said. Luin ended the call, but Muen's words made his heart sink. It seemed that this senior was a truly fair person, so there was nothing he could do. He touched his cosmic ring. Since you're in seclusion, I'll make this decision for you. Back at World Mountain, after returning from the council meeting, Song Ying contacted Shigu, the commander of the expeditionary force. Using the reason that the Interstellar Court could not immediately make a ruling, he requested that the expeditionary force head to the Innerverse and eliminate the Titans. The reason was that the giant financial group would support Leon's armada. Song Ying was from the expeditionary force, and he had a great influence within the organization. Now that he was requesting the expeditionary force to move out as a director, the expeditionary force could either accept or reject the request, but Shigu chose to accept. Even if he knew that this reason was fake, it did not matter. When did the expeditionary force ever need to explain its actions to others? Besides, this was a request from a director. The war in the Cosmic Sea escalated, and many guessed that the Immortal Squadron had joined the battlefield. Their target was Leon's armada. The rain of stones was still falling, and Heizage Lian forced Annihilation back with a single slash. Although Annihilation was strong, he could not stop Lian, and half of his shoulder was almost cut off. Heizage Lian looked into the distance and saw the Immortal Squadron's giant warship. His face sank. Two-faced. Are you talking about me, Brother Lian? A figure walked out from nearby with a spear on his back and calmly looked at Heizage Lian. Heizage Lian was not surprised by this person's appearance. Ji Chang, your Immortal Squadron has a good relationship with my Leon's armada. Why are you here? Ji Chang raised his head. It's time to change the environment of the cosmic sea. Haizij Lian sneered. Isn't it because of the Xia family? Ji Chang's eyes narrowed. I don't know what Brother Lian is talking about. Haizij Lian wielded his overlord blade. Cut the crap. Since you're here, you should be prepared to die. Today, I'll wipe both of you out. He then raised his blade and slashed at Ji Chang. The astral source was majestic as it swept across the battlefield. All of the cultivators stopped fighting and subconsciously looked over, but they did not see Haizij Lian and the others. They had already entered the astral source universe. Of the 4 pirate squadrons, Haizij Lian was publicly recognized as the strongest. Annihilation alone could not fight against him, so Ji Chang had come to deal with Haizij Lian. The Immortal Squadron was very powerful. Although they could not compare to Lian's armada, they were still slightly stronger than Annihilation's armada. When they joined forces with Annihilation, Lian's armada immediately fell into a disadvantage. However, this was only Lian's armada. Haizij Lian was the pirate king, and when he had dealt with the Day-Night clan, he had called upon countless pirates from the Innerverse to overthrow the Day-Night flow zone, causing the Day-Night clan, one of the most powerful families in the Innerverse, to plummet. Countless pirates rushed over from all directions, and most of them came from the Innerverse. They could not enter the cosmic sea on their own. It was precisely because of Lu Yin's warning that Haizij Lian had made preparations and sent people to bring them into the cosmic sea ahead of time. The Immortal Squadron and countless pirates joined the battle, causing the battle to escalate. Aside from the 6th Mainland's invasion, there had never been such a large-scale battle in the cosmic sea, and there were 5 emissaries involved. 3 of the cosmic sea's 4 pirate squadrons had appeared, and many people looked towards the 4th, the core. They wanted to know if they would act. Battles between cultivators did not happen overnight. Some lasted for days, while others lasted for dozens of days. Some even lasted for years. 2 days later, the stone rain stopped, and a school of strange fish appeared. These strange fish took shape in the air, and they moved through the battlefield as if they were migrating, bringing with them countless deaths. A layer of corpses floated on the surface of the sea, both human and fish corpses. Lu Yin had already arrived at the cosmic sea and was not far from the battlefield when he suddenly received a message from Wen Zizai. Alliance Master Lu, how is Lian's armada? Wen Zizai asked. Lu Yin replied, I'm not sure. That's the universe. The cosmic sea's 4 pirate squadrons have nothing to do with me. Alliance Master Lu, there's no need to pretend. The sword sect's opponent is Lian's armada. Alliance Master Lu must have known this long ago, which is why you asked my family to delay the sword sect. I wonder how Lian's armada is doing and whether they can stop the Pyrolite Squadron. If the Immortal Squadron and Chaos God Mountain can't stop them, my family can help. Wen Zizai smiled, his tone relaxed. Thank you, Senior. It's just 3 clowns, so it won't be difficult to deal with them. What if someone else participates? For example, the sword sect? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, as his greatest worry had come true. The Wen family would not be willing to be controlled, and they would definitely use this to threaten him. What do you mean, Senior? Haha, Lian's armada might be able to temporarily block the enemy's attacks, and if Alliance Master Lu arrives in time, it's not impossible to turn defeat into victory. I believe that Alliance Master Lu has already arrived at the cosmic sea, but if the sword sect or even my Wen family joins in, what will happen? There's no need for anyone else. Lu Qianjue and I, Wen Zizai, are enough to determine the outcome of this battle and break the balance. What do you mean? Lu Yin barked. Wen Zizai exhaled, feeling very comfortable. During this period of time, the entire Wen family had been controlled by Lu Yin because of Wen Shizi, and even he, the family head, was no exception. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but he had never expected that the battle in the cosmic sea would reverse the situation. Now, it was not Lu Yin who was threatening them, but Wen Zizai himself. What if I say that Alliance Master Lu knows? Are you going to force me to meet you in the cosmic sea? Perhaps Lu Qianjue will also be involved. Right, if we show up, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's mountain god might not be able to sit still. There's also the Lingling clan. Alliance Master Lu, you need to think this through. Lu Yin's tone was gloomy. You're threatening me. Isn't this what Alliance Master Lu is good at? When Xianxia is a member of my Wen family. Alliance Master Lu, don't you think that you're going overboard by constantly raising conditions? Alliance Master Lu, you just need to return Wen Xianxia to the Wen family, and my family will guarantee that we'll continue to delay the Sword Sect so that the battle in the Cosmic Sea will not escalate. Otherwise, this battle might affect the Innerverse and Outerverse. Lu Yin took a deep breath as his eyes flickered. Beside him, Mr. Lu Yi frowned. Lu Yin's current situation was not very good. His background could only make it difficult for others to act against him, but it was possible to destroy the power that he controlled. The reason why many unparalleled powerhouses acted alone was because they did not want to have any attachments. Sometimes, taking a step back isn't necessarily a bad thing, Mr. Lu Yi suddenly spoke up. What does this have to do with you? Shut up. Fei Hua glared at Mr. Lu Yi, signaling for him to shut up. Mr. Lu Yi looked at her helplessly and then continued, you secretly dealt with Chaos God Mountain so that others would lower their guard. You took this opportunity to take a step back and preserve your strength as much as possible. To you, it's just taking a step back, but to others, your threat has greatly decreased. This should be the result that you want. Lu Yin raised his head. The result is what I want, but the process isn't. Fei Hua sneered. What, do you still have a plan? If the person behind you makes a move, then it'll affect the balance of the universe. Others will be on high alert, and you'll become the target that many people are most wary of. Lu Yin knew what she meant. Whether it was Master Yuan, the head inquisitor, or even Elder Chan, who had always been friendly to him, they could easily resolve this problem and end the war. However, if they did so, then the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse would definitely unite immediately. The Cosmic Sea Legion, the Longevity Legion, and even the Neoverse 7 courts would all treat him as their primary target. This would have a huge impact on his next plan. Right now, the best course of action was to take a step back and hand over Wen No. 1 to the Wen family so that they could delay the Sword Sect while they rushed to the Cosmic Sea's aid. This was the best decision based on the current situation, but Mr. Lu Yi, Wen Zizai, and even the Sword Sect's Lu Qianjue did not know that the Xia family was behind all of this, and it was very likely that Xia Ji was behind it. This was a war that the Xia family had instigated, and there were many secrets that no one knew about. How could it be settled so easily? Regardless of whether the Wen family or the Sword Sect acted, this war would escalate until Everlasting Island and the 7 courts joined the fray. This was a grand war that had been foreseen long ago. Alliance Master Lu, have you thought this through? Wen Zizai asked confidently. Any normal person would have agreed, as his Wen family was delaying the Sword Sect. In terms of threat, this was equivalent to exchanging No. 1 for 2 powerful envoys, or even 3 or 4 envoys not attacking Leon's armada. It was definitely a good deal. Senior, if the Wen family wants to take first place in the literature competition, then they have to follow my conditions. Stall the Sword Sect, and I won't take the panorama away. I'll just stay in the Wen family and look at it. Otherwise, the Wen family will never be able to take first place in this lifetime. Wen Zizai was stunned. What was going on? He stared blankly at President Han, who was astonished as well. He had not expected Lu Yin to refuse. He actually refused. Wen Zizai was in disbelief. President Han's eyes narrowed. He has a backup plan. Wen Zizai's fingers trembled, and he considered joining forces with the Sword Sect to enter the Cosmic Sea. Be careful. Lu Yin has unified the Outerverse, so there's a high chance that he has a backup plan. But there's also a possibility that he's just bluffing. He's betting that I won't give up No. 1 and that I won't dare to act. President Han looked at Wen Zizai. Then, do you dare? Wen Zizai's face twitched. Dare? This was a question that no one had asked him in many years. Who could make him hesitate? Who would dare to make a bet with him? But today, a youth had done so. This was a bet that he could not afford to lose. If he lost, he would become the Wen family's eternal sinner. Wen Zizai was not afraid of death, but scholars had a unique trait: they were afraid of going down in history and infamy. If he lost this bet, then the Wen family would lose the chance to become the strongest family in the Innerverse, and they would lose the chance to lead the Wen family into the Neoverse. Would he dare to take this gamble? Upon seeing Wen's eyes hesitation, President Han shook his head. Hesitation was equivalent to fear. The dignified Wen family, one of the leading families of the 8 great flow zones, was being toyed around in the palm of a youth's hand. Was the Wen family lamentable? Or was that young man too scary? Luin didn't think too much about it, because he really did have a backup plan. He raised his gadget and contacted Ming Yen. There were some people in this world who were very pitiful. They knew that they were being used, but they still continued to be used. Luin was such a person. The sorcerer spirit god wanted to use his identity as the successor of the Lu family to cause the biggest civil war of the human race and consume the strength of the human race. The sorcerer spirit god had even told him about this, but he couldn't get rid of it. Even if he didn't want to, the 4-side scale wouldn't let the civil war go. However, the sorcerer spirit god had clearly underestimated Lu Yin's methods. Luin was willing to be used, but that was because he had no other choice. Since there was no way to escape, then he had to think of a way to use each other. He contacted Ming Yen and asked the Neo-Human Alliance for help through the Unaging Elder's gadget. The 7 dark towers of the Eternal Kingdom stood tall for eternity. They represented the supreme 7 sky gods of the Neo-Human Alliance, and second only to the 7 sky gods was Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng was the butler of the Eternal Kingdom, and he was also the representative of the 7 sky gods. He was also part of the Eternal List. It was Mr. Feng who gave orders to the Unaging Elder all year round. The Neo-Human Alliance naturally received news of the Great War in the Cosmic Sea immediately, and Mr. Feng was also paying attention to it. Suddenly, his gadget rang. He glanced at it and accepted the call. Mr. Feng, the Unaging Elder's voice answered. Mr. Feng frowned. Have you forgotten the rules? No, I haven't, but there's something I must report to you. Speak. Luin contacted me. He wants me to do everything I can to stop the board from ruling against Leon's armada and allow the brothels to participate in the war in the Cosmic Sea. I can see that he's very anxious, and he's at the end of his rope. Mr. Feng frowned. Is it that serious? The Unaging Elder was helpless. Luin even asked me to send people to participate in the war. Leon's armada is his sharpest sword, and once it's gone, he'll be crippled. It'll be very difficult for him to make a comeback. I received orders to help Luin with all my strength, and I suspect that Luin might be one of us. Thus, I would like to ask Mr. Feng what to do. Mr. Feng replied, I understand. You don't have to worry about it. He then ended the call and headed towards the witchcraft god's dark tower. Not long after, Mr. Feng walked out and gave orders to all the corpse kings in and near the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and the Cosmic Sea. They were to join the war in the Cosmic Sea and attack both Leon's armada and the Pyrolite Regiment. Chaos God Mountain and the other powers naturally did not attack Leon's armada much. Instead, they mainly targeted the Pyrolite Regiment, the Longevity Legion, and Chaos God Mountain. Luin looked into the distance as he could vaguely sense the aura of a great war. This war involved many powers, and it was second only to the clash between the 5th and 6th mainlands. If they were not careful, they would lose everything. The Unaging Elder was right about one thing: if Leon's armada was destroyed, then all of Lu Yin's plans for the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and even the Neoverse would have to be shelved. The 5th mainland was currently bustling with activity. The Ross Empire of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was at war with the Dragon Tribe of the Great Ruins. In the Cosmic Sea, several powers were embroiled in a chaotic battle. The giant financial group had also welcomed an expeditionary army. The expeditionary army was not stationary, they were the Hall of Honor's sort of restraint over the entire 5th mainland. When Songying contacted the expeditionary army, they had just arrived in the Innerverse. When Luin contacted Ming Yen, the expeditionary army had already arrived at the giant financial group. No one had expected the expeditionary army to suddenly appear and launch a surprise attack on the giant financial group. The flames of war engulfed all of the planets under the giant financial group's control. This time, not all of the expeditionary army had participated in the extermination of the giant financial group. Only half of the expeditionary army had participated in the extermination of the giant financial group, but it was still a very powerful force. There were more than 1,500 explorers, 20 hunters, and 2 enlighters among them. The giant's bloodline could easily deal with all of the expeditionary army's cultivators except for Shigu. However, just Shigu alone was enough to make everyone feel helpless. The planet exploded, and Qin Kong gritted his teeth. Fire! As soon as he gave the order, many of the planets around the giant financial group shot out beams of light, forming a net of firepower that covered the heavens and attacked the expeditionary army. At the same time, one giant after another stepped into outer space and began fighting with the expeditionary army's cultivators. The expeditionary army was caught off guard, as they had not expected so many powerful giants to appear. They suffered heavy losses as soon as they clashed, and Xianxia alone was enough to suppress everyone in the expeditionary army except for Shigu. Shigu walked out of the astral source universe and looked at Xianxia. He raised a hand, and a grayish-white speck appeared on his palm. He then struck out, and the speck pierced through the void and landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia was confused, and before he could understand what was going on, the speck suddenly became extremely hot and pierced through his body. Xianxia held in pain as his giant body fell towards the planet. Behind Shigu, Qianling punched out. His power level was over 400,000, and he was second only to Elder Chen Huang. He was qualified to fight against ordinary emissaries, but that was only against ordinary emissaries. Shigu was the commander of the Hall of Honor's expeditionary army, so how could he be an ordinary emissary? He had been like this since he was young, and after becoming a commander, he had gone on expeditions all over the world. Although he was not very famous, that was the Hall of Honor's intention. He had experienced countless battles, and he had plenty of power vessels. An emissary's power level was enough to suppress Qianling, but he did not plan on fighting head-on. He took out a power vessel from his cosmic ring and knocked Qianling out of the sky. Around them, dozens of giants covered the sky and pressed down on Shigu. Shigu looked around. Director Song Ying's worries are correct. With so many giants hiding, it will be a disaster sooner or later. He then took out another power vessel, and one giant after another was slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of giant corpses floated in space. The expeditionary army's losses were even worse, as hundreds of cultivators had died. Many of the giant financial group's planets had collapsed, and Qin Kong's technological giants had also suffered hundreds of casualties. Expeditionary army, fall back, Shigu ordered. He clenched his fists as he looked at the corpses of the expeditionary army cultivators. He had been careless this time, as he had thought that he would be able to easily destroy the giant financial group. Who would have thought that these giants would be so powerful? If he had known this would happen, he would not have attacked like this. The expeditionary army had its own methods. Let me destroy all of these giants by myself, Shigu said with a cold expression. Suddenly, the surrounding void distorted, and a vortex appeared above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. Shigu looked up, and his pupils shrank. Was this origin tribulation? Against an emissary like Shigu, no one in the giant financial group could stop them. Their only hope was Chen Huang. Chen Huang was confident that he could fight an ordinary emissary because he was a giant. However, he was not confident that he could bring the giant bloodline away unscathed, and he was even less confident that he could kill Shigu. Shigu was definitely not an ordinary emissary, so he had no choice but to fuse with Ku Wei's bloodline to increase his strength and break through the limits of his bloodline. Even Shigu could only back down in the face of the origin tribulation, or he would also have to endure it. Chen Huang's origin tribulation was terrifying. After all, he was a giant, so his origin tribulation was much larger than an ordinary person's. It covered the entire giant financial group and gradually covered the expeditionary army. The expeditionary army retreated again and again, staring at the origin tribulation in shock. Chen Huang looked up, his expression grave. As the origin tribulation formed, a mountain gradually appeared above his head. It was a towering mountain that pressed down on him. Chen Huang roared in anger. He raised both of his arms and fiercely pushed against the huge mountain. Then, another mountain appeared, overlapping with the first one. The pressure increased sharply. Chen Huang's arms swelled, blue veins popping out. His skin turned blood red, and his pupils bulged out. Then, a third mountain appeared. Shigu saw this from afar and let out a sigh of relief. It was good that they couldn't pass. These giants did not cultivate any battle skills, so how could they pass the origin tribulation? Kuwei also watched from afar. He stood on Qinji's shoulder and shouted, "Pass it. Pass it for me. At 3 p.m. I'll be updating continuously. Thank you, brothers, for your support." Seeing that Chen Huang was about to be pressed down, all the giants suddenly raised their heads and roared. They let out a sound that only they knew came from their bloodline. This kind of sound was passed down from the ancient times, engraved in their blood, bone marrow, and every giant's cell. Driven by it, Kuwei unconsciously transformed into a giant and let out that kind of sound. His voice instantly overpowered all the other giants. The blood in his body boiled. Vaguely, an even more majestic figure appeared behind him. It was as if a real giant had stood up and surpassed all the other giants in an instant. In front of this giant, Kuwei, who was 8,000 meters tall, was like an ant. The other giants around saw this and were shocked. In the distance, Shigu also saw it. He and Kuwei were in different directions, but even so, he could still see the giant figure. He couldn't see the face clearly, but its size far exceeded Chen Huang's and even the tribulation origin. Shigu couldn't believe it. How could there be such a giant? Was it even human? It was much bigger than a planet. Qing Kong and the others saw it, and so did Ling Yan and the other humans who worked for the giant financial group. However, they only saw the calves. No. They didn't even see the calves. They only saw the ankles. Their line of sight could only see the ankles. Kuwei raised his head and stared blankly at the giant behind him. What was this? An angry roar came from the giant. It was a roar from the soul, causing Chen Huang's entire person to change. He saw the giant and felt the same aura in his body. He felt his blood boil, and he couldn't help but roar at the same time. A faint white battle force appeared on his body, which then turned black and covered his entire body. The black only appeared for a short while before it turned purple. Then, dark golden stripes appeared on the purple, which then turned green and gradually blue. When the blue stripes covered his entire body, the pressure of the three mountains suddenly decreased. However, this wasn't the end. The blue stripes turned into a purplish red and finally stopped at the red stripes. The purplish red lines covered his entire body, and at the same time, there were also red stripes. This was nine-lined battle force. Kuwei was stunned. Everyone who saw this scene was also stunned. Was battle force so easy to cultivate? The incomparably huge giant appeared for only an instant before disappearing. If not for everyone seeing it, they would have thought that it was an illusion. His appearance allowed Chen Huang to possess nine-lined battle force, which gave him the power to break through the three mountains. Chen Huang roared and shattered the three mountains with a single punch. The tribulation origin dissipated with it. In the surroundings, thousands of giants cheered and looked at Chen Huang excitedly. Chen Huang raised his head. He looked much younger than before, and his body had doubled in height. He was now 20,000 meters tall and could look down on all the other giants. Even Kuwei only reached his waist. In the distance, Shigu clenched his fists. He could not wait any longer. Once Chen Huang got used to the power of an emissary, it would be difficult to deal with him. As he thought of this, he immediately made his move. Grayish-white light shone on Chen Huang. Chen Huang raised his hand and slapped out. His nine-lined battle force crushed the grayish-white light, and an enormous force distorted the void as it whizzed out from the astral source universe and slammed into Shigu. Shigu raised both of his arms, but his body was sent flying by the enormous force. At this moment, he only had one thought: cheating. When emissaries fought, they had to face their enemies as well as the stellar source universe. Once they used too much stellar source and accidentally exposed themselves, the stellar source universe would forcefully take them away. Hence, emissaries had to use mystical items to fight without any worries or take it easy. However, the giants were different. They fought with pure strength. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. There was no need to worry about anything, especially since Chen Huang had comprehended nine-lined battle force. With the giant's strength, he was far more terrifying than a human with nine-lined battle force. Shigu suddenly recalled that battle force was originally obtained from the giant bloodline, and that was the giant's domain of expertise. Chen Huang's attack made it clear to Shigu that this mission had failed, and he could not do anything to the giant financial group. Chen Huang was enough to deal with him, but the expeditionary army could not deal with the giant or the entire giant financial group. With no other choice, the expeditionary army retreated. The battle with the giant financial group had been brief, but the shock it brought was not small. Chen Huang's breakthrough to emissary was not the most shocking thing, but rather the giant that had appeared behind Ku Wei. Even with Chen Huang's current height, he could not compare to that giant. Because he had absorbed Ku Wei's bloodline, the way Chen Huang looked at Lu Yin had also changed. This was something that could not be changed. After the expeditionary army retreated, Ku Wei immediately informed Lu Yin of what had happened to the giant financial group. Lu Yin's expression turned gloomy. Song Ying had actually wanted to take advantage of the battle in the Cosmic Sea to destroy the giant financial group. If Chen Huang had not become an emissary, the situation would have been dire. To Lu Yin, this was one disaster after another. Lu Yin immediately sent a message to Unaging Old Man, asking him to impeach Song Ying and the expeditionary army. At the same time, he also asked Ku Wei to bring the giant bloodline to the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin wanted to gather all the strength he could to protect Leon's armada. At this moment, the battle in the Cosmic Sea was extremely tense. Haizage Leon had relied on his own strength to fight against Captain Ji and Ember, causing the Cosmic Sea to crumble. Of the 8 battle groups under Leon's armada, Crux Battalion's leader Stone had died, and Elephant King had died as well. The Nightmare Regiment, Longevity Regiment, and Chaos God Mountain had also suffered significant losses. Song Song had also been injured, and he had participated in the battle in the Cosmic Sea. It was Song Song who had killed Elephant King, and Elephant King's final counterattack had also caused Song Song's death. Song Sure stood on the surface of the sea, but what he was stepping on was no longer seawater, but rather blood. Half of his body was dyed red, and he did not know why Chaos God Mountain had participated in this battle. He only knew that most of the cultivators from Chaos God Mountain had died, and the casualties of the pirates who had supported Leon's armada were uncountable. Song Mu had arrived. He had once been ranked 9th on the top 100 rankings, but he was no longer considered a member of the younger generation. He was a follower of the 10th Arbiter King, and he had once been called the disgrace of Chaos God Mountain. However, when this battle had started, he had rushed over as quickly as he could to help Chaos God Mountain, but he still could not escape death. On the Longevity Regiment's warship, Little Stutterer was panicking. What was going on? Why did they start a war for no reason? He looked at the corpses that covered the surface of the sea, and he did not dare to go down. Not far away, Zijun was panting heavily. Half of her arm was gone, and she looked up. After this battle, her chances of survival were not high. Within Big Sis mercenary group, Big Chong had died, and so had Cripple. Lu Yin's acquaintances were dying one after another. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the corpses floating on the surface of the sea. There were those from Leon's armada, the Ash Regiment, Chaos God Mountain, and the Longevity Regiment. His vision flickered, and the flying willow leaves brought him to the most intense battlefield in the Cosmic Sea. As soon as he arrived, his heart palpitated, and he looked into the distance in the direction where Haizage Leon, Annihilation, and Captain Ji were fighting. There, he saw a 4th wave of rune lines, and they were incomparably terrifying. He had seen those rune lines before. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had seen it before in the Day-Night Flow Zone, on Night King Planet. It was Night King Dijiang. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as he had not expected Night King Dijiang to appear. He had not hesitated to use the Day-Knight's tribute to launch a sneak attack. Not even Haizage Leon had noticed Night King Dijiang's appearance, as he had only been focused on dealing with Captain Ji and Ember. How could he have known that such an expert was lying in ambush? Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be very difficult for Haizage Leon to deal with Night King Dijiang. Otherwise, he would not have invited the Ascendant to help him. Night King Dijiang had originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but Haizage Leon had not been able to detect him. The only ones who could sense him were the people from the Masquerade Society, and the Masquerade Society could not possibly say anything. However, Lu Yin's sneak attack had exposed him. Although Lu Yin's Day Knight's tribute was no different from scratching an itch to Night King Dijiang, it still attracted Haizage Lian's attention, which was Lu Yin's goal. Night King Dijiang was enraged, and he followed Day Knight's tribute with a spiritual force attack. Lu Yin had long since been prepared for this, and he had activated his origin array to protect himself. Even so, Night King Dijiang still spat out a mouthful of blood, and his brain was shaken to the point where he almost fainted. "Dijiang, you're courting death." Haizage Lian roared as he slashed his tyrant blade at Night King Dijiang. Captain Ji swept out with his spear. "Haizage Lian, take care of us first." "Night King." Dijiang glared at Lu Yin with murderous intent. If not for the power behind Lu Yin, he would not have let go of Lu Yin's attack just now. It would have been more than enough to kill this brat. This was a disaster. Lu Yin's body trembled, not because he was afraid, but because of the aftereffects of being attacked. If the difference in spiritual force was too great, then the pain of being attacked would far exceed the pain of being physically injured. "Quick, deal with him." Lu Yi and Fei Hua exchanged glances. "We can't deal with him." When Night King Dijiang had attacked Lu Yin with his spiritual force, they had tried to block the attack for Lu Yin. However, they were not proficient in spiritual force battles, and they could only watch as Lu Yin was heavily injured. Lu Yin growled, "Deal with him, or I'll immediately detonate the source box array in your bodies." Fei Hua was furious, but Mr. Lu Yi stopped her and shook his head. "Attack." He stepped forward and raised his hand, causing a willow leaf to flutter in the air towards Night King Dijiang. Fei Hua snorted and attacked at the same time. She could not let Mr. Lu Yi face such a dangerous person alone. Lu Yin had no other choice, as he could not let Haizage Lian deal with 3 experts alone. Night King Dijiang's spiritual force was very troublesome to deal with. He had not expected the Day-Night clan to get involved. Ever since the Day-Night flow zone had been subverted, the Day-Night clan had closed themselves off and kept a very low profile. They had been nibbled away by the Sword Sect, and they had long since lost their title as the strongest clan in the Innerverse. People had subconsciously ignored them, but now, they had suddenly appeared and caught Lu Yin off guard. Lu Yi and Fei Hua were not Night King Dijiang's match. They were indeed powerful when working together, but Night King Dijiang was no ordinary powerhouse. He was the king of the Day-Night clan and cultivated a strange technique. Even when placed in the Cosmic Tree realm, he was at the peak of his realm. Lu Yi and Fei Hua could only guarantee that they would not be defeated for a short period of time, but it was impossible for them to win. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Lu Yi and Fei Hua had to hold on. Behind him, a Nightmare Regiment cultivator launched a sneak attack, but Lu Yin did not move. The cultivator slashed at Lu Yin's back, but it was useless. The attack could not break through Lu Yin's defenses, and Lu Yin easily dealt with him. Looking at the battlefield, Lu Yin only wanted to participate in envoy-level battles. Chapters have been added, and the consecutive chapters have begun. End of chapter. The envoy's battlefield was either Haizage Lian's, but that battlefield was too high-end and had a power level of around 800,000. It was not a battlefield that Lu Yin could join. The other battlefield was Lu Feng's battle against Song Zhou. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he stepped into the astral source universe to kill Song Zhou. However, along the way, he saw that Sister Fei was in danger. Sister Fei was a subordinate of Leon's armada, and she was the leader of the Flyfall battle group. Her entire body was covered in water, and she had a charming appearance. She wielded a Flyfall blade, and even powerhouses with a power level of 400,000 would not dare to underestimate her. The battlefield in the Cosmic Sea was huge, and Sister Fei's battlefield was only filled with people from the Flyfall battle group. However, no one from the Flyfall battle group could join her battle. Sister Fei's opponent was from the Longevity battle group, and his injuries were not light either. However, he was still in a much better state than Sister Fei. What a pity for a beauty. "Die," that person said eerily as he clenched his fingers and reached for Sister Fei's head. Sister Fei closed her eyes in despair, but after a while, she felt strange and opened them again. That person was already dead. Lu Yin said, "Sister Fei, take care." He then stepped into the astral source universe. Sister Fei looked in the direction that Lu Yin had left and relaxed. He had survived. She had never imagined that this brat would surpass them so quickly. Lu Yin wanted to join the battle against Song Zhou, but Lu Feng refused. She wanted to fight Song Zhou alone, so Luin could only release his domain to attack the Nightmare Group, the Longevity Battle Group, and the Cultivators from Chaos God Mountain. In the distance, Lu Yi and Flying Flower were struggling to resist Night King Dijiang. Night King Dijiang's spiritual force made them suffer unspeakably. Helpless, Sister Flying Flower transmitted to Luin, "Kid, this guy is too hard to deal with. If you can't beat him, find someone else." Luin frowned. "Hold on for a while." "How?" Sister Flying Flower's tone was unpleasant. Luin barked, "Do you want to die?" "We might die if we keep fighting." Sister Flying Flower shouted. Luin clenched his fists and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't just him, everyone felt chills run down their spines. A chilling laughter came from afar, and then figures broke through the void and descended onto the battlefield. They were corpse kings with scarlet vertical eyes. When they saw the Neo-Human Alliance appear, Ember, Captain G, and the others were all dumbfounded. Even Night King Dijiang was stunned. Why would the Neo-Human Alliance appear here? When Haizij Lian saw the Corpse King appear, he roared angrily and forced Captain G back with a single slash. "You're actually working together with these monsters?" Captain G's gaze turned cold. "Haizij Lian, are you trying to slander us? If it weren't for you, how could the Neo-Human Alliance have appeared?" Haizij Lian said furiously. Commander G's sharp gaze swept across the Corpse Kings. He did not know why the Neo-Human Alliance had appeared. Even if they wanted to attack them, couldn't they have waited until the war was over? At that time, both sides had suffered great losses. What was the point of appearing now? Could it be that someone here was working with those monsters? In the next moment, the Corpse Kings of the Neo-Human Alliance attacked. There were dozens of Corpse Kings, and 2 of them had reached the level of emissaries. This was a terrifying force. One of the Corpse Kings could even transform into a red pupil transformation, terrifying everyone. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The Neo-Human Alliance was too powerful. If they could arrive at the battlefield at this time, it meant that they were not far from the Cosmic Sea. In other words, there was already such a powerful force in the vicinity of the Cosmic Sea. Few people in the Fifth Mainland knew that the Neo-Human Alliance was backed by the Eternals, a race that had suppressed the entire human race. The Corpse King with the red pupil transformation directly targeted Night King Dijiang. Night King Dijiang was shocked, and he was about to angrily denounce Leon's armada for joining forces with the Neo-Human Alliance when another emissary Corpse King attacked Willow Leaf Flower. Willow Leaf Flower also attacked with her full strength. They were from the Cosmic Tree realm, and they hated Corpse Kings even more. Dozens of Corpse Kings joined the battle. Although they seemed insignificant, the influence they displayed was enough to tip the scales of the battle. At the very least, Night King Dijiang now had someone to resist. Corpse Kings had an innate ability to suppress spiritual force. Even if that Corpse King only had a power level of around 600,000, once it underwent the red pupil transformation, it would be difficult for it to defeat Night King Dijiang even if it could not defeat him. Luin was also targeted by a Corpse King. He was not weak, and he also had the green pupil transformation ability. His own power level also exceeded 300,000. There was a thump, and the Corpse King was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch. The green pupil transformation coupled with a power level of over 300,000 allowed a Corpse King to display a power level close to an emissary. However, Lu Yin was able to solo a powerhouse with a power level of around 600,000. Haizij Lian firmly believed that the Immortals Battle Squadron had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, while Captain G and the others also firmly believed that Leon's Battle Squadron had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. They had all seen each other being attacked by a Corpse King, but they also wanted to pin the blame on each other. Whoever was pinned with this accusation would become the public enemy of the entire Fifth Mainland. On the surface of the sea, a beautiful but bloated woman was panting miserably. She was facing an expert from the Immortals Battle Squadron. This woman was the Big Sis, and she was in imminent danger. Suddenly, a Corpse King attacked them. Not only did it attack her, but it also attacked the expert from the Immortals Battle Squadron. Not long after, the expert from the Immortals Battle Squadron and the Corpse King perished together. The Big Sis, on the other hand, had survived. She found it strange, but she did not think too much about it. Leon's battle squadron had joined forces with the pirates, but they were at a disadvantage against the Immortals' battle squadron, the Nightmare Squadron, and Chaos God Mountain. The pirates could make up for the difference in numbers, but not quality. There was a boom as the Corpse King exploded. Luwin lowered his arm and looked up. The flying willow leaves had already suppressed the emissary-level Corpse King, and it would be destroyed soon. However, the battle between Night King Dijiang and the Corpse King would not end so easily. Luwin released his domain once more, and with a single sweep, over 1,000 people fell. He then followed up with another sweep. Suddenly, Heizage Lian, Captain Ji, and Annihilation joined forces to attack the Corpse King that was fighting Night King Dijiang. One of the Corpse King's arms was immediately cut off by Heizage Lian. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he wanted to curse out loud. If they attacked the Corpse King now, who would be able to stop Night King Dijiang? Heizage Lian was helpless as well. Captain Ji had reported to the Hall of Honor that at any time and in any war, even if it was a war where death was certain, any Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King that was discovered had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, they would be judged. This was the Hall of Honor's ironclad rule. Captain Ji had directly contacted the Hall of Honor's presiding judge, Mu Tianluan. Heizage Lian had no choice but to act, and Mu Tianluan had been watching. Otherwise, he would not have acted even if he viewed the Neo-Human Alliance as an enemy. The Corpse King was surrounded by 4 experts, and it was reduced to a pitiful state. Luwin was helpless. Mr. Lu Yi, please continue to delay Night King Dijiang. Mr. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. He wanted to refuse, but he was smarter than Sister Flying Willow and knew that this was not the time to refuse. Otherwise, Luwin would definitely settle the score. The Corpse Kings that they were dealing with were quickly killed. There were dozens of them, and even though they had disrupted the battle, they did not have much of an effect. However, they did buy some time, and this was exactly what Luwin needed. An hour later, a white mist appeared in the void, causing the void to crack. However, the mist continued to spread out from the cracks in the void. When he saw this, Luwin was delighted. The Smokescreen Mountain Range had arrived. This was one of the backup plans that he had arranged. He had thought that he would not be able to make it in time, but he had not expected a variable like Night King Dijiang to appear. Fortunately, the Neo-Human Alliance had interfered, which had allowed the Smokescreen Mountain Range to arrive in time. The appearance of the Smokescreen Mountain Range was something that Captain Ji and the others had not expected. Lonely Old Man laughed maniacally as his body was covered in white mist that wrapped around Night King Dijiang. Aren't you from the Day-Night clan? Let's play. Captain Ji looked at Lonely Old Man. Why is the Smokescreen Mountain Range interfering? Lonely Old Man ignored the captain and took Flying Willow's place to face Night King Dijiang. The moment the two collided, a shocking collision occurred in the cosmic sea. The white mist and spiritual force collided, sweeping across the battlefield and spreading into the distance. If one could see the entire cosmic sea clearly, they would realize that the collision of the white mist and spiritual force had covered almost a fifth of the cosmic sea. Night King Dijiang and Lonely Old Man were both extremely powerful. Flying Willow heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. They had not expected such an intense battle to occur in this abandoned land. Lonely Old Man was not the only one who had come to the Smokescreen Mountain Range. Many other disciples had appeared as well. The white mist quickly covered the entire battlefield and wrapped around the cultivators of Leon's armada, causing their power level to soar. This white mist was equivalent to a power vessel. Lonely Little Fool dashed over to Luwin. Bro, I'm a loyal friend. I heard that you were fighting and brought your family along. Look at that auntie, she's my wet nurse. Luwin pursed his lips. Be careful. Don't die. Lonely Little Fool slapped his chest, but perhaps he had used too much force, for he coughed a few times. I won't. Bro's life is tough. Luwin smiled. The situation had changed, but this was not the final battle. Some people would definitely appear, and that was the Xia family. An absolute powerhouse could change the outcome of a battle. When Flying Willow was free, it meant that the scales of victory had tipped in Lu Yin's favor. This was something that the Xia family, who controlled everything behind the scenes, could not accept. Thus, a moment later, a mysterious person arrived on the battlefield and attacked Luin in a sneak attack. Luin had not sensed this person's presence at all. Before this person had attacked, he had not even revealed his rune lines. It had been a complete sneak attack. The mysterious person's sneak attack had succeeded, and his blade had landed on Lu Yin's back. This attack had not been meant to kill Luin, but rather to severely injure him. However, Luin had not been injured, and he had only been sent flying with a tearing pain in his waist. The mysterious person was shocked. How was this possible? Luin looked back, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fortunately, he had worn miniature armor, or he would have been severely injured even if he had not died. Who are you? Luin barked, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. The mysterious person's blade slashed down, and the astral sword sliced through the void. Lu Yin's planned secret art was affected, and he fell from the sky. The mysterious person leaped out and slashed down at Lu Yin's head. Stop! Xianxia roared from afar, stop! He then slashed at the mysterious person with his overlord blade. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good. The mysterious person's blade changed direction and collided with Tyrant Blade's attack. His blade shattered, and blood spurted from his body as he turned and disappeared into the Starsource universe. Xianxia had injured the mysterious person, but he had been stabbed in the abdomen by Commander Ji's spear. The tip of the spear had emerged from his back, and his clothes were stained with blood. Annihilation had also used the Aeon evolution scripture to weaken Xianxia's body, causing Commander Ji's injury to worsen. I'll be updating at 3 p.m. for the second day in a row. Thank you for your support. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he took out the Star Lord token that Elder Jioshen had given him. He activated the Sirius art, and 100,000 stars instantly filled the battlefield like a starry sky. Everything on the battlefield seemed to slow down in Lu Yin's eyes. This was the same feeling he had felt when he had first started cultivating the Sirius art and fought against cultivators at the same level. Speed was useless against the Sirius art. He raised his hand, and 100,000 stars gathered to form the Sirius sword technique. He then slashed at Captain Ji. Captain Ji's expression changed, and he pulled out his spear. Annihilation worked together. Annihilation raised a hand, and a screen appeared in front of him as he pushed the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to its limits. Sirius Sword Technique contained Elder Jioshen's 100,000 stars, and Lu Yin simultaneously released his golden battle force, causing the technique to transform into a sharp golden blade. He slashed out, and it swept past the screen to strike Captain Ji's spear, forcing him back. Unfortunately, the Star-Lord token could only display a power level of around 800,000, and after being weakened by Annihilation's Aeon Evolution True Scripture, its power level was less than 700,000. Fortunately, Lu Yin had successfully forced Captain Ji and Annihilation to retreat, which bought Xianxia some time. Xianxia clutched his abdomen, and the ghost doctor hurriedly appeared. She had disappeared when the battle had begun, and only appeared now that Xianxia was injured. One expert after another appeared on the battlefield, and even with Lu Yin's Star-Lord token, he could not change the situation. This was completely different from his role in the Innerverse and Outerverse wars. It was time to use the head referee's token again. Lu Yin stared at Captain Ji and Annihilation as he pondered. On the other side, the mysterious person walked out of the Astral Source universe, his body stained with blood. A long blade appeared in his hand once more as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Although the mysterious person could not break through the defenses of his miniature armor, he was not any weaker than Annihilation and the others. Lu Yin could not resist, and he knew the mysterious person's goal, to use him to control the entire battlefield. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for them, but fortunately, the flying willow leaves could deal with this mysterious person. In the distance, lonely old fiend, who was battling Night King Dijiang, was stunned. He looked at the mysterious person, and his heart was in turmoil. Isn't that someone from the Xia family? Others might not know, but Yi Futian knew that the man was the head of the Xia family, Xia Yi. Xia Yi had a habit of swinging his blade from a specific angle. Perhaps Xia Yi himself did not notice this habit, but Yi Futian had seen it before. Xia Yi had actually appeared. Did that mean that the Xia family was also involved? The Xiao family, the Immortal Squadron, the Innerverse Chaos God Mountain, and the Day-Night Clan. Luin felt that something was amiss, as this was not just a battle between the four tyrants. There were too many things that were involved behind the scenes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Lonely Old Man couldn't help but look at Luin. This brat had screwed him over. Old Lonesome could tell that the mysterious group was from the Xiao family, but Luin could only guess. He frowned. If the Xiao family was involved, would that woman, Xiao Meng, appear? She was a top-notch expert with a power level of over 900,000, and no one present could stop her. At this time, another group of experts appeared and joined the battle. The appearance of this group of experts changed the situation of the battle once again. It was the home of the gods. The leader wore a long purple robe and had a solemn expression. Annihilation's expression turned ugly when he saw the home of the gods appear. Commander G raised his brows. Why were they appearing one after another? This completely disrupted his plans. Smoke Gulp Mountain and the home of the gods should not have appeared. The home of the gods. Their appearance was naturally Lu Yin's doing. He had clearly told Tai Yi God that the Immortal Squadron would fight against Leon's armada in the Cosmic Sea. The home of the gods had long wanted to destroy the Immortal Squadron, but they had not had the chance. This was a rare opportunity, and they would not let it go. Luin had not been confident when he had contacted Tai Yi God, and he had not held out much hope that the home of the gods would come. The appearance of the home of the gods was a complete surprise. The purple-robed man was known as the Violet God, and he was one of the top experts in the home of the gods. He had just arrived when he faced annihilation. Commander G could only fight Heizage Leon alone. However, the Violet God was not the only one from the home of the gods. There was also an emissary and a group of cultivators from the home of the gods. Their arrival was just enough to deal with the Immortal Squadron. The home of the gods had completely reduced the pressure on Leon's armada. One of the emissaries of the home of the gods and the flying willow leaves could be used. 2 emissaries were enough to sweep the battlefield. Under such circumstances, the identity of the mysterious person who had ambushed Luin was revealed. It was the head of the Xia family, Xia Yi. Xia Yi had revealed his identity and represented the Xia family in this battle. The first to appear was Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng's arrival made her one of the top experts on the battlefield. She had not wanted to participate in this battle, but she had been forced to. Now that Xiao Meng was here, Luin relaxed. This meant that the Xia family no longer had any backup plans, and Everlasting Island could finally appear. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Xianxia arrived in a domineering manner and stared at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng frowned. This battle needs to be decided. Xianxia clenched his fists. The Xia family started this battle. You will bear the consequences of your actions. Xiao Meng's eyes flickered. She did not know much about this battle, and how many people on the battlefield knew the true reason for it. Even someone like her whose power level was close to 1,000,000 could only be a pawn in this battle. She was like that, but so was Xianxia. The true competition was between Xia Ji and Luin. Xia Ji had planned everything, while Luin had dragged in one power after another. The scale of the battle was not what it seemed to be, and if it were not for Lu Yin's many tricks, even the sword sect would have participated. Lu Xianjun had arrived. The appearance of more than 6,000 space-exploring experts had completely changed the situation of the lower levels of the battle. No matter how many cultivators the Nightmare Squadron and the Longevity Squadron had, they could not compare to Lu Xianjun. However, it was impossible for Lu Xianjun to change the situation. They had only come here to train. Everyone had thought that the battle had been decided and that Lu Yin's side had the upper hand, even leaving 2 envoys empty. However, with Heizage Leon's crushing defeat, the battle had begun to develop in an unpredictable direction. Luin had calculated many things, but the one thing he hadn't expected was that Heizage Leon would actually lose to Commander G. As one of the 4 tyrants' commanders, Heizage Leon should have been the strongest. Even if he was injured, he should not have lost to Commander G in a one-on-one duel. Heizage Leon panted heavily, and half of his body was covered in blood. He looked up in disbelief at Commander G, who was standing in the void. You're not Ji Chong. Who are you? Captain G looked down at them from above. His eyes were calm, but he looked much older than before. "I'm Ji Chang," said Captain G. "No, impossible." Haizaj Lian coughed up blood. The ghost doctor appeared again, but she shook her head. It was useless, as she could not heal him. Haizaj Lian's injuries were too severe, and he would need time to recover. Commander Ji held his spear and looked at Xianxia, who was fighting with Xiaomeng. He then looked in the direction of Night King Dijiang and Ember. This battle has gone on for too long. It's time to end it. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he looked at Commander Ji. He thought back to Starsabil's divination and the direction of the rune lines. He stared at Commander Ji in shock. This person was Xia Ji's clone. No wonder the Chaos God Mountain was willing to fight. Song Zhou was from the Longevity Great Battle Group, and the Longevity Great Battle Group's commander, Ji Chang, was the mastermind behind the plot against Leon's Great Battle Group. His true goal was definitely not Leon's Great Battle Group, but Everlasting Sky Island and the Elysian Heavenly Master. The Longevity Squadron had the deepest enmity with Leon's armada, so it would be easy for Xia Ji to pull them in. As for the Sword Sect, Lu Yin did not know why they were participating. Had Night King Dijiang already joined forces, or had they joined at the last minute? However, there was one thing that Lu Yin did not understand: why did Xia Ji want to deal with the Elysian Heavenly Master? The sky above the cosmic sea suddenly darkened. Lonely Old Man, who had been fighting with Night King Dijiang, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked in shock at Commander Ji, who had just defeated Haizaj Lian, and felt that something was wrong. He could clearly sense a terrifying danger from this person. It was not just Lonely Old Man, Haizaj Xianxia, Mr. Lu Yi, and the others also felt the same. Xiaomeng, Xia Yi, Night King Dijiang, and the others all stopped fighting and stared at Commander Ji. "It's time for this war to end," Commander Ji said softly. He then raised his spear and thrust it forward, causing two spear shadows to appear. The first spear shadow pierced towards Haizaj Xianxia, while the second pierced towards Lonely Old Man. Both Haizaj Xianxia and Lonely Old Man felt their scalps go numb. This was clearly an ordinary spear attack, and it was not fast either, but it was impossible for them to dodge. This spear replaced the heavens and the earth as it headed straight for the Astral Source Cyclone. This spear attack did not break through the Astral Source universe, but countless spear shadows could be seen within the Astral Source universe. This spear attack had surpassed Haizaj Xianxia's understanding. He was an absolute powerhouse with a power level of over 900,000, while Lonely Old Man was on the same level as Night King Dijiang with a power level of over 800,000. Even so, he did not even have the ability to dodge the spear shadow. 10,000 rivers returned to the sea. Haizaj Xianxia roared as he used a secret technique from Eternal Sky Island, transforming all attacks into primal energy. Lonely Old Man created a white smoke in front of him to block the spear shadow. Blood rained down from the sky as both Haizaj Xianxia and Lonely Old Man were heavily injured by the spear attack. Lonely Old Man gritted his teeth as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. This was a huge loss. He had thought that this was just a battle between the cosmic ocean's four tyrants, and he had wanted to do Lu Yin a favor so that he could reduce the amount of white smoke he had to provide. However, he had never imagined that such a powerhouse would be involved. This person was definitely not just the commander of the Longevity Corps, he definitely had a power level of over 1,000,000. If he had known that there was such a powerhouse, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Haizaj Xianxia glared at Commander Ji and barked, "Who are you?" Commander Ji raised his spear once more. "It's time to send you all on your way." As he spoke, his spear danced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 spear shadows appeared. He wanted to eliminate all the emissaries in Leon's armada in one go. Ding-ling-ling, the crisp sound of a bell rang out, creating a cool breeze that brushed past everyone's ears. The next moment, everyone felt the world darken as a giant hand pressed down on them, intending to crush them into dust. Lu Yin took out the referee's warrant, as this was the only thing he could do at this point. The sound of the bell was an indiscriminate attack that targeted everyone, causing the entire battlefield to fall silent. Most of the people staggered and fell into the sea. Their eyes were only filled with fear and despair. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was caving in. Captain G's spear stopped moving, and he looked at Luin. The head Inquisitor's order. You're Luin, right? Luin met Captain G's gaze. I know who you are. Captain G was astonished. Tell me. Luin continued, you're the one who caused all of this. I know everything you've done from the time Coquettish brought up the accusation against the Lu surname in the 10 Arbiters' Council. It looks like I'm not the only one who's directing this battle. You're directing it as well, Captain G said indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The Sword Sect's failure to appear in time, the Wen family's interference, the appearance of the Village of the Gods in Smoke Gulp Mountain Range, and even Leon's Armada's recruitment of so many pirates. I have to say that no one has ever done something like this at your age. You dare to face me now because you're certain that I can't kill you, right? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Captain G sneered. Since you know who I am, do you really think I won't kill you? Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his hair stood on end. Captain G's eyes were filled with killing intent, he really wanted to kill Luin. Luin had never thought that no one would dare to touch him. So what if he was a future progenitor? So what if he had a powerful background? If he touched someone's bottom line, they wouldn't care so much. Luin could only hope that the head Inquisitor's order would save him, as well as Mr. Mu. Your backing is no threat to me. Since you've guessed my goal, then you should know that I'm fearless and don't care about anyone. Captain G raised his spear and stabbed at Luin. Heizage Leon and the others were shocked. Stop. Luin shook the bell again, and the die appeared in his hand. His face was deathly pale, Mr. Mu's jade had been crushed in the astral tree, so this was all he could do. Lu Yin's battle techniques were useless against Captain G's spear. He could only hope that his armor and the head Inquisitor's order would be able to save his life. Everyone else could only watch. Captain G was the strongest person on the battlefield. Luin finally experienced what Heizage Shenwei and the others had felt. It was only a single spear, but the tip of the spear had covered the entire sky, covering everything that he could see. That kind of despair and oppression made him want to explode. Just as the spear's shadow was about to stab him, a hand appeared and grabbed the spear's shadow. Then, it was crushed and turned into specks of light. The hand was very young. Luin looked ahead in shock and saw a child. Elder Jioshan? The person who had appeared in front of Luin was the Sirius Sect's Elder Jioshan. He looked young, but his seniority was incomparably ancient, and he was even comparable to a half-ancestor. His power level far exceeded 1,000,000, and he was second only to a half-ancestor. The appearance of Elder Jioshan caused Commander G's expression to change drastically. He was Xia Ji's clone and his battle prowess was very strong. However, he was far from the level of a half-martial ancestor. Although Elder Jioshan wasn't a half-martial ancestor, he was still extremely terrifying. Although there was a qualitative difference between him and a half-martial ancestor, Elder Jioshan was enough to deal with Commander G. Little guy, it seems your information was correct. This person really could be Xia Ji's clone, said Elder Jioshan. His words shocked countless people. Lonely Old Man heard this and looked at Captain G in disbelief. Xia Ji's clone? Who was Xia Ji? He was the protector of the 7 courts, a half-ancestor, and a half-ancestor of the Xia family. That person was actually a half-ancestor clone? No wonder he was so terrifying. He looked at Luin and gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. This bastard had actually lied to him, saying that this was just a battle between the Cosmic Sea's 4 hegemons, but even a half-ancestor was involved. He had even informed the Sirius Sect beforehand. Leon's Armada and Everlasting Sky Island must have known about this, but he had still foolishly rushed in. He had almost died just now. This bastard. Lonely Old Man had never been so angry before. Even when Lonely Little Fool had lost the serious art, he had not been so angry. It was not just Lonely Old Man, even Violet Deity, who was in the home of the gods, was stunned. Songzhou was as well. Although he had participated in the plan to deal with Leon's Armada, he had only been part of the plan. He had not been qualified to know the entire plan. How could he have known that the Longevity Corps commander was actually a half-ancestor clone? Wasn't Xia Jiuyo the only person in the Xia family who knew the 9 clones technique? Elder Jioshan's words ignited the Cosmic Sea, as well as Deqiu and the others who had been watching from the sidelines. They had been ordered to come to the battlefield and await further orders, but they had not expected to hear such news. Lu Yin had not said anything, but Elder Jiu had exposed him. Commander Ji sighed and exchanged glances with Elder Jiu. You guys actually know. He then looked at Lu Yin. Did you tell them? How did you find out? I guessed, Lu Yin said. There's no need to hide it. Elder Gong and Heavenly Master Xianxia have already headed to the 7 courts. You've lost. Commander Ji's face darkened. On the other side, another figure appeared. It was an invincible Heizage. Elder Jiu and invincible Heizage had more than 1 million people, and they were even more powerful than Heavenly Master Xianxia. The moment they appeared, it meant that the battle in the Cosmic Sea had ended. Lu Yin finally relaxed. He had won this round, and he had protected Leon's armada while completely exposing Xia Ji. Even though Commander Ji could not defeat Elder Jiu or any of the other invincible Heizages, they would still have to go through a bitter battle to defeat him. After all, he was Xia Ji's clone, a half-ancestor clone. He would not be easy to defeat. Xia Meng also took the opportunity to leave with Xia Yi, as there was no need to continue fighting. Night King Dijiang also left. Shen Wei and Lonely Old Man were both injured and could not stop them. Annihilation also fled, but he was pursued by the Violet Deity. The home of the gods would not let him off so easily. Song Zhou wanted to escape, but he was stopped by Fei Hua. A war that affected the entire Fifth Mainland gradually came to an end as Xia Meng and the others fled. Chaos God Mountain, the Mastiff Regiment, and the Eternal Legion were all defeated, especially the Mastiff Regiment and the Eternal Legion. Song Zhou coughed up blood and glared at Fei Hua. Sword Chi flashed past him from Lu Feng. The battle had reached its end, and Lu Feng no longer insisted on fighting him alone. Instead, she teamed up with Fei Hua to beat Song Zhou into a miserable state. Song Zhou's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. I can't accept this. I planned this for decades. How can I lose? I can't accept this. He roared and charged at Lu Yin. Even if he had to die, he would take Lu Yin down with him. Lu Feng hurriedly tried to stop him. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he appeared in front of Song Zhou to face him. Song Zhou roared, and his hands ignited with explosive pressure as he charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stopped Lu Feng and Fei Hua from attacking. Song Zhou was currently heavily injured, and he was even worse off than when he had been at Chaos God Mountain. At most, he could unleash a power level of 500,000, which was only slightly stronger than Zhu Hongzhu's. Inside, Lu Yin raised a hand, and golden battle force imprinted on it. Emptiness palm pierced through the explosive energy and sent Song Zhou crashing to the bottom of the sea. Song Zhou spat out blood and pulled out a power vessel from his cosmic ring, but before he could use it, Lu Yin had used the Yu secret art to teleport it away. Lu Yin's footsteps were light, and he quickly arrived in front of Song Zhou. He unleashed a series of emptiness palm strikes that left palm imprints all over Song Zhou's body. Finally, a palm imprint pierced through Song Zhou's body and sent him crashing to the bottom of the sea. Blood gushed out from the surface of the sea. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Song Zhou's head. It's over. He then exerted some force, causing Song Zhou's brain to be shaken. Song Zhou's eyes turned crazed and bloodshot before they dimmed and fell lifelessly to the ground. A platform appeared in front of Lu Yin. With my blood, I appoint a general. Song Zhou's image appeared on the platform. This was the third person to be appointed, and he was also the strongest. With Song Zhou's strength, the amount of star energy Lu Yin had to use to summon a general was unimaginable. No, perhaps star energy wasn't enough to summon a general, and he might need to use an astral source. Lu Yin sighed as he watched Song Zhou's corpse sink into the sea. The leader of one of the 8 great flow zones had died just like that. Song Zhou was a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 700,000, and he had once been an unimaginable figure. Now, even he had died at Lu Yin's hands. One day, Lu Yin would definitely be able to kill a half-ancestor or even a progenitor with his own hands. Lu Yin leaped out of the sea and chased after the Longevity Squadron. Some of the Nightmare Squadron's members had already surrendered, and Lu Yin saw Little Stutterer, whom he had met before, surrender. Through his domain, he also saw Zijuan's corpse floating in the sea. She had participated in the tournament of the strongest, but she had now vanished into thin air. Luyin didn't know whether or not this war had any meaning. Had it started because Luyin had discovered the truth, or had Xiaji started this war all along? Luyin didn't know. Why had Xiaji used Leon's armada to deal with the Elysian Celestial Master? This was Lu Yin's biggest question. Currently, there was also a fierce battle in the Neoverse between Xiaji, the Elysian Celestial Master, and Elder Gong. They would have to wait for the end of this war, and they would know the reason. Could the Elysian Celestial Master be Xiaji's clone? Just like Xiao Luo and Xiao Jiuyo, or could it be that Eternal Sky Island was suppressing Xiaji's clone? Or perhaps... While Luyin was making idle guesses, in the distance, Commander Ji's body sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving behind a trail of blood that tore through the void. Elder Jioshan's stars covered the entire cosmic sea, and he was invincible as a Heizage. When they worked together, Commander Ji couldn't even escape. Xiaji might have been directing this war for a long time, but he had never imagined that his interference would cause the war to become so complicated. So many experts had joined the fray, and even his own clone couldn't escape. Only 3 people were fighting in the cosmic sea, and everyone else could only watch. Luyin supported Heizage Leon, who grinned. Get out of the way. I'm not so miserable that I can't even stand. What are you talking about? We almost died. If Littleine hadn't recruited so many helpers, we wouldn't even know how we died, Big Sis said with lingering fear as she glared at Heizage Leon. Not too far away, Lonely Old Man heard this, and his face twitched. What could he say? Had he been tricked into coming? That was impossible. He might as well pretend that he had come on purpose and return the favor. Gushauer cried out, Dad, you already knew about this? Why didn't I know? Lonely Old Man slapped him. My business is none of your business. Thank you for your support, brothers. The battle between Captain Ji, Elder Jioshan, and Heizage lasted for more than 2 hours before ending. In the end, Captain Ji was unable to escape being suppressed. During this time, he wanted to attack Luyin, but he was stopped by Elder Jioshan. Anything could happen to anyone except Luyin, as this concerned the Sirius sex inheritance. Luyin was grateful to Elder Jioshan, who glanced at his feet. Protect the bottom of your feet. Heizage heard him. Strange, the bottom of my feet? Did I hear wrong? Captain Ji lay on the surface of the sea, his body covered in wounds. Luyin saw that his rune lines did not even reach a power level of 600,000, which was about the same as Song Zhou's. Luyin wondered how he could pick him out. The greatest beneficiary of this battle was Leon's armada. Of the 4 pirate groups, the armada had never competed with anyone. After defeating the Nightmare Squadron and the Longevity Squadron, Leon's armada had essentially become the overlord of the cosmic sea. Unfortunately, several of their 8 squadrons had died. Everyone was cleaning up the battlefield in the cosmic sea when Deqiu found Luyin. Alliance leader Lu, please tell Captain Leon that it's not a good thing for so many pirates to gather. Please disperse them as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll have to take action. Luyin understood Deqiu. Don't worry, they'll disperse soon. The pirates had suffered heavy losses from this battle, and they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. After Leon's armada's victory, everyone was still in a good mood. However, when news of the Neoverse arrived, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Elder Gong and Elder Sirius had been defeated, and Xiaji had defeated both of them. Not only had he won, but he had also broken into the Sirius sect and stolen the Sirius Jade Annulus, causing the Sirius sect to suffer heavy losses. No one could believe this news, and it was simply a joke. How could Xiaji have been able to win against 2 opponents at once? They were not random passers-by, but rather Elder Gong and Supreme Sage Celestial Master, one of the 7 demigods of the human domain. They were invincible powerhouses, and Supreme Sage Celestial Master had a sourcebox array, so he should not have been defeated. Elder Jioshan immediately contacted the Sirius sect while Heizage contacted the Heavenly Master as well. Luyin frowned, as he had never expected this outcome. Song Zhou couldn't figure out how they had lost, and even he himself had been selected. Luyin also couldn't figure out how Elder Gong had been defeated. Even if they hadn't destroyed the Xia family, they should have at least severely injured Xiaji. Right, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that Xiaji still had a clone. According to Starsabil's divination, there were 3 strands of rune lines heading towards the Neoverse. In other words, including Xiaji, there were 3 of them. Could the other person also be a half-progenitor? He had to join forces with Xiaji to defeat Elder Gong and Saint Heavenly Master? Soon, Lu Yin found out the reason. Xiaji hadn't defeated the Sage Heavenly Master and Elder Gong with his own strength. Instead, he had used the Sage Heavenly Master's secret technique. Everlasting Sky Island's secret technique, all rivers return to the sea, could transform an enemy's attack into its most primitive form of energy and erase it. The Elysian Celestial Master had been willing to teach Lu Yin this secret technique, but Lu Yin had already possessed the Yu and Plan secret arts, so he hadn't learned it. In the previous battle, Xianxia Wei had also used all rivers return to the sea in an attempt to block Captain Ji's spear. The sea had indeed erased most of the spear's power, but the remaining power had still managed to injure Xianxia Wei. Logically speaking, since most of the spear's power had been erased, Xianxia Wei should not have been injured. However, he had still been severely injured. There was only one reason for this: all rivers returned to the sea's greatest flaw. It was an indiscriminate attack. Once all rivers returned to the sea was used, not only would the enemy's attack be reduced to its most primitive form, but also origin energy. Even Lu Yin's astral source was the same. He could either completely transform the spear into its most primitive form of energy, but if he couldn't, then the remaining power of the spear was not something he could block with his physical body. This was similar to how Lu Yin had relied on his physical strength to fight an emissary. The emissary had suppressed his star energy, making it so that he could not use battle techniques or even secret techniques normally. He could only rely on his physical strength to activate the Empyrean Palm. Xiaji, on the other hand, had used the Sage Celestial Master's myriad rivers to the sea to heavily injure both the Sage Celestial Master and Elder Gong while they were both affected by the secret technique. He had also been affected by the secret technique, but he had made ample preparations. Elder Jiao Shen and the others didn't know how he had managed to injure the Sage Heavenly Master and Elder Gong, but they knew that the Sea of Rivers' return had been the reason for their defeat. Fortunately, they had only been defeated and had not suffered any serious injuries. Xiaji could only use this method once. However, once was enough for Xiaji. All he wanted was the Sirius Jade Annulus. Has his goal been the Sirius Jade Annulus from the very beginning? Lu Yin blurted out. Elder Jioshen's expression turned ugly. Xiaji has always had designs on our Sirius sect. He wanted to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus, but he never had the chance. He targeted Everlasting Island in order to find a way to fight the Elysian Celestial Master. He knew that Elder Gong would not be a bystander when he fought the Sage Heavenly Master, so it would definitely be a 2-on-1 situation. From then on, he had already calculated every step, especially the all rivers return to the sea. Even with the all rivers return to the sea's influence, it would not be easy to defeat a half-ancestor. He had been preparing for this for a very long time. Lu Yin finally understood. Xiaji's first step had been to lure out the Elysian Celestial Master and Elder Gong, allowing him to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus. To be honest, it was not a brilliant plan, but it was very practical. Xiaji had calculated every step, but he had not considered that Lu Yin's appearance would cause the Cosmic Sea to lose the battle. Otherwise, the battlefield would have been in the Cosmic Sea. Capturing Heizage Lian, forcing the Elysian Celestial Master to appear, and then luring out Elder Gong had been his original plan. However, this accident had still allowed him to succeed. The heavens were toying with him. What does he want the Sirius Jade Annulus for? Lu Yin was puzzled. Elder Jioshen glanced at Lu Yin's feet. You don't know? Lu Yin was stunned, and then his expression changed. Are you saying? Elder Jioshen asked, did Elder Gong mention the secrets of the Sirius art to you? Lu Yin understood, Xiaji's goal was this diagram as well. Xiaji wanted to use this diagram to cultivate the Sirius art to the highest level, which would allow him to control the stars that Progenitor Chen had left behind. He would be able to control the boundless power that only Progenitor Chen had ever possessed, which would allow the Xia family to rule the fifth mainland or help him become a progenitor. No wonder Xiaji had spent so much effort to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus. The problem was that there was no diagram in the Sirius Jade Annulus, it was beneath his feet. This was awkward. Luin blinked. Xiaji had schemed so much, offending both Everlasting Sky Island and the Sirius sect, and then successfully obtaining the Sirius Jade Annulus. What would he think if he discovered that the diagram was beneath his feet instead of inside the Jade Annulus? He would probably vomit blood. Just thinking about it made him happy. Luin was inexplicably happy, truly happy. What did it mean to draw water with a sieve? Xiaji was the most obvious example. He had thought that his plan would succeed, but it had been ruined by himself. Fate had played a trick on him, his plan had still succeeded, but in the end, he had discovered that what he wanted was gone. This was a great tragedy, but no matter how sad it was, Luin still felt sorry for him. He really hoped that the old man would not be able to take it and die. No matter what, the 72 lives of Big Sis mercenaries were his. In the distance, Hizijwudi's expression was gloomy and ugly. Hizijshinwei asked softly, "How is master?" Hizijwudi replied, "Let's go back to Everlasting Sky Island. We must get our revenge." "I'll go as well," Hizijlian said. Hizijwudi glared at him. "You stay here. What can you do with your body?" "Stabilize the cosmic sea." He then left with Hizijshinwei. Elder Jioshin said, "I'm leaving as well." Luin asked, "Will the Sirius sect start a war with the Seven Courts?" "It's hard to say. This matter concerns the Sirius Jade Annulus, which is the greatest inheritance of our Sirius sect. Many disciples will not give up, so there's a high chance that a war will break out. However, the Hall of Honor might not be willing to see that happen." He then looked at Luin and whispered, "Don't expose the diagram. Xiaji has been plotting for so many years, and once he finds out that you have it, he won't give up and will kill you." Luin nodded. "What about Commander Ji? What should we do?" Hizijwudi had already left, so only Elder Jioshin could handle the situation. Elder Jioshin looked at Commander Ji, who was being suppressed on the surface of the sea. His gaze turned cold, and he swept past. After he left, Commander Ji's body slowly dissipated, he was just a clone. Elder Jioshin had acted decisively and ruthlessly, which represented the Sirius sect's current stance. When they found out that the Sirius Jade Annulus had been stolen by the Xia family, the Sirius sect's disciples had gone berserk. Countless disciples had clamored for it back, and some of the more radical ones had even headed south to wage war against the Seven Courts. Within the Seven Courts, the other families had not expected Xiaji to do such a thing. This was all part of Xiaji's plan, and it had nothing to do with the entire Seven Courts. The Seven Courts had only joined forces to protect progenitor Chen's tomb. Now, the Sirius sect and Everlasting Sky Island would definitely not give up. If they joined forces, even the Seven Courts might not be able to handle them. They could not blame the Xia family, as Xiaji was the only half-progenitor in the Seven Courts. It was because of his existence that the Seven Courts had been able to protect progenitor Chen's tomb. Otherwise, Elder Chan alone could have caused the Seven Courts to collapse. If the Sirius sect and Everlasting Sky Island really wanted to go to war with the Seven Courts, they could only accept the challenge. Accepting the challenge was one thing, but they still had to know the reason, otherwise, they would be too passive. The Seven Courts was just an alliance of interests, Xiaji did not have the final say. A few days later, on the Xiadao continent, the family heads of the Seven Courts had gathered. The Yu family head, Yu Kursin, the Ku family head, Ku Pu, the Su family head, Su Lao Yen, the Hui family head, Hui Ji, and the Shi family head, Xia Hua, were all sitting quietly in the Xia family's main hall. Xia Yi was sitting at the head of the table. Xia Yi's expression was calm. He had also been injured in the battle in Universe C, but one could not tell from his appearance. "Brother Xia, the Seven Courts have joined forces and shared interests. In this new universe, they have occupied a piece of land. It is not easy. Now, because of Senior Xiaji, we might become the public enemy of the new universe. Can Brother Xia give us an explanation?" Hui Kong asked. Within the Seven Courts, the Hui family was a representative. The others looked at Xia Yi. They did not dare to blame Xiaji, but they had to know the reason. Update at 3 p.m. This is the third consecutive day. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Xiaoyi took a sip of tea. As you all know, the Xia family is progenitor Chen's successor, and we have his bloodline. Progenitor Chen cultivated 9 clones, and one of them created the serious art, which led to the current serious sect. Everyone knows just how powerful the serious art is, and the Xia family's inheritance should belong to the serious jade annulus. Only progenitor Chen's successor can unleash the true power of the serious art. He used the serious art to create the serious sect that dominated the universe. The serious sect is simply a thief who stole the Xia family's inheritance. Kupu frowned. We all know this, but the serious sect has already established itself in the Neoverse. Now that Senior Xiaji has done this, the other families will also become enemies of the serious sect. There's also Long Sky Island, which is very disadvantageous for the 7 quartz successors. We just want to know if it's worth it for a piece of serious jade annulus. No one was stupid. If it was just for the sake of the serious art, Xiaji would not have done this. The serious art was not enough to make the 7 quartz, serious sect, and Long Sky Island become enemies. They guessed that Xiaji had a deeper goal, and they had come to test Xiaji's true motives. The 7 quartz shared the benefits and shared the consequences, so they also wanted to share the fruits of their labor. Xiaoyi did not directly answer Kupu's question. Instead, he said, "Everyone, please do not worry. The elders have already spoken with Elder Chan, and they will do their best to resolve this." Resolve? How? You stole someone else's inheritance and then returned it? Yu Kursen said disdainfully. So Lao stared at Xiaoyi. Let's get to the point. Why did the Xia family steal the serious jade annulus? What is in the serious jade annulus that is worth the Xia family going to war with serious sect and Long Sky Island? Since the 7 quartz are one body, we should know the reason. I really want to know. Xia Hua smiled charmingly and looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's eyes flashed. Actually, he did not know either. How could he explain Xiaoji's matter to him? At this moment, Xiaoji appeared. Huiji and the others hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, half-martial ancestor. Greetings, half-martial ancestor. Xiaoji calmly replied, the Xia clan has given the inheritance of 3 blade intents to the serious sect in exchange for settling this matter. You may all return. Everything will be as per normal. Huiji and the others were shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. The 3 forms of blade will was the Xia family's inherited blade technique. Its status was equivalent to that of serious gong. In the serious sect, it was an absolute inherited technique. Every strike of the Xia family was one of the most feared techniques. Now, he was actually willing to give the 3 forms of blade will to the serious sect in exchange for the serious jade annulus. What exactly did Xiaoji obtain from the jade annulus? Huiji and the others knew that the price Xiaoji had to pay was too high. This also meant that Xiaoji would be able to obtain even more. What could he gain from this? Even as a half-martial ancestor, Xiaoji did not have the right to give the 3 forms of blade will to the serious sect. This was related to the inheritance of the Xia family. The more they thought about it, the more they understood that this matter was more important to Xiaoji than anything else. What? Do you want to know more? Xiaoji looked at them. Huiji and the others looked at each other and left helplessly. They did not have the right to ask Xiaoji anything. If they had known, they would have asked the elders to come. After they left, Xiaoyi bowed deeply to Xiaoji. Elder, this. Xiaoji interrupted him. Come out. Xiao Meng walked out and looked at Xiaoji. Elder, is it worth it? Xiaoji smiled, a rare smile. He had never smiled since becoming a half-martial ancestor, and Xiaoyi had never seen him smile before. In Xiao Meng's memories, the last time Xiaoji had smiled was thousands of years ago. As a descendant of progenitor Chen, isn't it worth it to receive his inheritance? Xiaoji asked. Xiao Meng was calm, but her voice was low. It's not worth it just for the serious gong. Xiaoji smiled. What if it's for the possibility of becoming a half-martial ancestor? Xiao Meng and Xiaoyi were shocked and looked at Xiaoji. Xiaoji's expression was solemn. Xiaoyi, leave. Xiaoyi's face paled, and he bowed deeply before leaving. He was the head of the Xia family, but ever since the incident with Xia Jiuyo, Xia Ji had been very dissatisfied with him. Now, he was not even allowed to listen in. After Xia Yi left, Xia Ji said, "The Sirius Jade Disc contains the greatest inheritance of progenitor Chen's Sirius clone. Sirius Gong revolves the stars." "How do you know that some of the stars in the universe are not derived from Sirius Gong?" Xiao Meng's expression changed. "Derived from Sirius Gong? Real stars?" Xia Ji nodded. "When Sirius Gong is cultivated to its peak, it can produce stars and give birth to life. That's the difference between a half-martial ancestor and a half-martial ancestor. Progenitor Chen is invincible, and he can fight 1 against 9. Whether it's a giant clone, a Sirius clone, or an illusory clone, each of them can fight against a half-martial ancestor. Each of them can create life and turn something rotten into something miraculous. In the universe, there are stars created by progenitor Chen using Sirius Gong. Controlling a star is the same as controlling the civilization on the star. The Xia family can instantly control countless powers. More importantly," he looked seriously at Xiao Meng. "With progenitor Chen's Sirius Gong, he can overcome the progenitor's tribulation and become a half-martial ancestor." Xiao Meng's breathing quickened, and her eyes flashed with excitement. "Can we become a half-martial ancestor?" Xia Ji laughed. "Of course. How can progenitor Chen's power not be able to overcome the tribulation? Lingji Mavis died during her tribulation, which caused the remaining half-martial ancestors to panic. Elder Gong looks old and frail, but does he dare to attempt the tribulation? The sage celestial master has mastered the sourcebox array and has been preparing for countless years on Everlasting Island, but does he dare to attempt the tribulation? Even Elder Chan wouldn't dare, because becoming a half-martial ancestor is too difficult. This is my shortcut, and with progenitor Chen's power, I have a 90% chance of succeeding. Once I become a half-martial ancestor, I will have the final say in the 5th mainland." Xiao Meng finally understood. No wonder Xia Ji had schemed against a mere half-martial ancestor like Leon's armada. "Do you think it's worth it?" Xia Ji asked Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng bowed deeply. "Elder, you have great foresight. You will definitely be the next progenitor Chen." Xia Ji's eyes gleamed. "The next progenitor Chen?" "That's right, he would definitely be the next progenitor Chen." So what if Xia Ji had 3 blade intents? As long as he could become a half-martial ancestor, he would be willing to pay any price. After that, all he had to do was cultivate Sirius Gong and study the Sirius Jade Disc. Xiao Meng suddenly thought of something. "Elder, if there's such a method, why doesn't the Sirius sect use it? Elder Gong should have been able to control those stars a long time ago." Xia Ji shook his head. "How could it be that easy? Although I don't know the exact reason, it should be related to bloodlines. Those people in the Sirius sect are not progenitor Chen's descendants. With progenitor Chen's unparalleled power, how could his inheritance be obtained by those people? With progenitor Chen's bloodline, we will definitely succeed." Xiao Meng nodded. "I will give the order to seal off the Xia family. From now on, the Xia family will not receive any guests until Elder becomes a half-martial ancestor." Xia Ji nodded and gazed into the distance. Becoming a half-martial ancestor was every cultivator's dream, and he was about to achieve it. This was the will of the heavens. He had thought that Lu Yin's interference would cause his plan to fail, but he had still succeeded. This was the will of the heavens. The 5th mainland needed a powerful progenitor. There was one thing that Xia Ji did not mention, and neither did Xiao Meng. Although the 3 forms of blade intent were the Xia family's greatest inheritance, it was a blade technique that was not suitable for the Sirius sect. Compared to the mystical Sirius technique that could allow one to become a lockbreaker, the 3 forms of blade intent were much less valuable. The Sirius sect had only compromised because Elder Gong and Heavenly Master Xianxia had been injured, and also because Elder Chan had interfered. The 5th mainland's various powers were in a chaotic battle, and the Hall of Honor could ignore it. However, the 5th mainland's half-martial ancestors could not fight to the death. Half-martial ancestors were the foundation of the 5th mainland, not to mention those who had Genesis items. In the Cosmic Sea, Lu Yin accompanied Leon's armada for a few days. Heizage Leon was injured, and he could not leave immediately in case someone else tried to harm. him. He thought of leaving the army, but it had been very quiet over the past few days, and nothing had happened. Instead, he had been scolded by Big Sis. The home of the gods had all left Smog Mountain Range, but Luin regretted that Ember had escaped. He had fled so quickly that even Violet Deity had not been able to find him. Ember was a disaster, and Luin had to use all of his resources to find out where he was. However, there was one thing that gave Luin a headache: the giant had disappeared. Yesterday, the expeditionary army had arrived, and it was the same expeditionary army that had attacked the giant financial group. They had received orders to come to the Cosmic Sea, and they had finally arrived. However, Ku Wei and the others were nowhere to be found. The expeditionary army had been scared off by Chen Huang, and although they had arrived at the Cosmic Sea ahead of time, Luin should still be able to contact Ku Wei and the others. Even if they were far away in the outerverse, he should still be able to contact them. He waited for 2 more days, but he still could not contact Ku Wei. He felt that something was off, so he contacted the expeditionary army's commander, Shigu. "I don't know any giant," Shigu denied, refusing to admit that he had been to the giant financial group. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He moved in front of Shigu and reached out to grab him. Shigu had not expected Luin to suddenly attack, and he was furious. He was the commander of the expeditionary army. There was a thump as Luin and Shigu's palms collided. Shigu tried to use his innate ability to pierce through Lu Yin's palm, but Lu Yin's golden battle force made it so that even Shigu's attack was useless. Shigu's arm was bent, and he was forced back several steps. Nearby, 2 expeditionary army enlighters hurriedly attacked Luin, but they were suppressed by his domain and were unable to move. Even further away, the expeditionary army erupted with killing intent as they stared at Luin. However, in the next moment, Lu Yin's domain completely extended and enveloped the entire expeditionary army, making them feel as if they were in a swamp. The commotion attracted the attention of Leon's armada, and there was a loud sound as the tyrant blade struck the ground. The winds and clouds above the Cosmic Sea churned as a terrifying aura swept past the expeditionary army, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. All of this happened in an instant. Deqiu and the others were shocked, as they were afraid that Leon's armada would attack the expeditionary army. What was going on? Could it be that the expeditionary army wanted to carry out the board's decision and capture Heizage Leon? That would be too stupid. Beads of sweat dripped down Shigu's forehead as he stared at Luin in disbelief. This kid was just an enlighter, but he had actually been able to push him back with a single palm strike. His palm had been incomparably fierce, and his battle force had been so strong that even Shigu's innate gift hadn't been used. How could this kid's power be so terrifying? He had watched the Sovereign Tournament and hadn't underestimated Luin, but now, he realized that he had underestimated him. "I'll ask you one more time. Do you know where the giants went?" Luin barked, his eyes cold. He didn't care about Shigu. Shigu and Luin stared at each other for a while before replying, "I haven't seen them since I left the giant financial group, so I don't know." Luin narrowed his eyes and stared at Shigu for a long time before turning to leave. He believed Shigu's words, but where had Ku Wei and the other giants gone? In the innerverse, an enormous shadow was rapidly moving towards the outerverse, as if another space had been peeled away. The shadow was about half the size of a planet. Ordinary people couldn't tell what it was, and even enlighters couldn't tell what it was. However, those who had reached the level of an emissary could tell that the shadow was indeed an isolated void. Within the void were Chen Huang and the other giants, as well as Ku Wei. At the very front of the shadow was an alluring woman. Although she wasn't young, her face was absolutely beautiful, and anyone who saw her would be able to smell her fragrance. She was Madame Red. Madame Red had also gone to the Cosmic Sea when the war broke out. She had wanted to take action, but experts had appeared one after another. Night King Di Jiang, lonely. Old Man, and then Heizage Shenwei, Xiao Meng, and the others had made her apprehensive, so she hadn't shown herself. Once the war had ended, she knew that she had no chance, so she could only return. However, she had run into these giants along the way. The moment she saw the giant bloodline, she had been tempted. They were simply natural warriors. She didn't even think about it before capturing all of the giants and taking them away. These giants would become the Flying Horse Mountain Villa's warriors. On Chen Huang's shoulder, Kuwei wanted to contact Luyin, but he couldn't do so in this isolated void. He was speechless, as he had run into a crazy woman who had captured them without saying a word. Was she crazy? No one knew that Kuwei and the others had been captured by Madame Red. The only person who might have known was Song Yi. He was the one who had told Madame Red that there would be a war in Universe Ocean. At that moment, Song Yi was once again in charge of Chaos God Mountain. He already knew the outcome of the war in Universe Ocean. He also knew that Song Zhou and Song Song were both dead. Within Chaos God Mountain, he had a group of people who were loyal to him. Furthermore, Chaos God Mountain was a place where the strong ruled. It was filled with the blood of the dark forces. It was not difficult to take control. Since he couldn't get any more information from Shigu, he contacted Song Ying. Song Ying had changed the order without permission and sent the expeditionary army to the giant financial group instead of the cosmic ocean. She was convicted and stripped of her position as a director. This wasn't a simple mistake at all. It was a delay in the battle, which could easily lead to unpredictable consequences. More importantly, the board members couldn't bring their personal feelings into their decisions. Song Ying was obviously targeting the giant too much. Song Ying had been stripped of his position as a director, and his tone grew even more irritated. Alliance head Lu, you should be asking San Liang, not me. I'm no longer a director. Song Ying was stripped of her position as director and was immediately replaced by San Liang. Originally, San Liang was supposed to replace another director, but today, he was appointed ahead of time. Does the disappearance of the giant bloodline have anything to do with you? Lu Yin asked. Song Ying was shocked. The giant bloodline disappeared? What do you mean? Didn't Shigu fail? It has nothing to do with you? Lu Yin asked. Song Ying sneered. Destroying the giants is my long-cherished wish, and I wouldn't go so far as to hide it. I was the one who sent the expeditionary army, but it failed. I didn't even hide it when the board questioned me, so I definitely wouldn't lie to you. Lu Yin's gaze grew heavy. If this had been Song Ying's backup plan, then he would have relaxed. Since it had nothing to do with Song Ying, then what was the problem? Alliance head Lu, you're trying to hide the giant bloodline, aren't you? Song Ying suddenly asked. Lu Yin raised his brows. They're missing. Director Song Ying, is there anyone else in the Fifth Mainland who hates the giants besides you? Song Ying sternly replied, I don't hate them, I just have misgivings about them. There are too many branches of the giants, and it would be fine if they were just pure battle giants. However, they've evolved into technological giants, and the threat of intelligent giants far surpasses the brainless battle giants. My goal is to destroy the giants, and I have no personal grudges with them. Lu Yin ended the call and pondered for a moment. He contacted San Liang, the Sirius sect, and all the resources that he could use in the innerverse and outerverse. He also paid attention to the giants, as they had limitless potential. Furthermore, Kuwei was also there, and no matter what, Kuwei was still his disciple. If someone dared to touch his disciple, then he would not let them off. A few more days passed, and Lu Yin bid farewell to Leon's armada and left the Cosmic Sea. He was invited to visit the Wen family. This battle had shaken the Fifth Mainland, and it was hard to say who had won or lost. The Xiao family had used 3 forms of blade intent to defuse the Sirius sect's fury. Even though the Sirius sect would definitely not be willing to exchange Sirius art for 3 forms of blade intent, the truth had already been revealed, and they could not change it unless they really went to war with the Xiao family. The 7 courts were apprehensive of the Sirius sect and Everlasting Island, but how could the Sirius sect not care? The Hall of Honor had also intervened. As for what price the Xiao family had paid to Everlasting Island, Lu Yin had asked about it, and Xianxia Shenwei had said that it might have been a sourcebox array. In any case, the Elysian Heavenly Master did not pursue the matter. Lu Yin actually wanted to meet Xia Ji, especially when Xia Ji found out that the diagram within the Sirius Jade Disk was gone. He would definitely be infuriated. Elder Jioshan had also specially contacted Lu Yin and told him not to expose the diagram under any circumstances. Not only had Xia Ji been planning for many years, but he had also started a battle that had shaken the Fifth Mainland, causing the Cosmic Sea's 4 tyrants to become 2 of them. He had also lost an avatar and paid 3 forms of blade intent, among other things. If he found out that what he had obtained in exchange was useless, he would definitely lose his rationality. Luin definitely could not become the target of his anger. Luin also knew that Xiaji would keep the diagram a secret. The spacecraft headed towards the Innerverse erudite flow zone. Within the spacecraft, Luin thanked Lu Yi and Flying Flower solemnly. "Thank you for your assistance. I can't thank you enough." Sister Flying Flower rolled her eyes. Mr. Lu Yi replied, "We were just trying to save our own lives." Luin seriously replied, "Saving my own life is one thing, but I'm truly grateful for your help. Don't worry, you won't be restricted forever. After some time, I'll set you free." Sister Flying Flower's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luin. "When?" Luin solemnly replied, "Very soon." She was speechless. Mr. Lu Yi suddenly asked, "Can I ask you a question?" Luin replied, "Please go ahead." Mr. Lu Yi thought about it, and then his expression turned solemn. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Luin was confused. "What do you mean?" "You are Lu Xiaoxian, the only successor of the Lu clan in the starry sky of trees. Your appearance has caused a huge uproar in the starry sky of trees. In just a short period of time, the four-way scale's prestige has plummeted. Countless people have swarmed over, wanting to save you. Countless people want to use your name to rebel against the four-way scale. And yet, you are doing everything you can to obtain authority, status, and strength in this starry sky." Luin fell silent and did not answer. Instead, he turned around and looked out into space. Mr. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yin's back. "I know even if you don't tell me. The Lu family was exiled by the 4 cardinal scales, and you want to take revenge." Sister Flying Flower stared at Luin. Luin turned around and met Mr. Lu Yi's gaze. "Shouldn't I want revenge? This will throw the cosmic tree realm into complete chaos, and the 4 cardinal scales will collapse. The battlefield on the other side will also be affected. You should know that the commander and the Eye of the Formation are now members of the 4 cardinal scales. If anything happens to them, the infinite kinetic energy will be damaged, and the Eternals will be able to easily invade the cosmic tree realm." Luin shouted, "So I should just let the 4 cardinal scales slaughter me? Let the Lu family fend for itself? Or even commit suicide?" Mr. Lu Yi shook his head. "It would be cruel to you, but your revenge would be equally cruel to the cosmic tree realm and this realm. Did you just think of this?" Luin asked. Mr. Lu Yi replied, "I thought of it a long time ago." "If that's the case, why didn't you ask me earlier?" Mr. Lu Yi did not answer. "Why didn't you ask earlier?" "That's because you don't care whether or not I'm taking revenge. Or rather, you're also conflicted. With your flying willow flower strength, why haven't you joined the 4-way scales yet?" Sister Flying Flower snorted. "Not everyone wants to join them. There are many people like you in the cosmic tree realm, and even more of you have been taken to the Star Alliance. If something happens to one of you, will the other be taken to the Star Alliance?" Luin asked. Lu Yi and Flying Flower looked at each other, speechless. They could protect themselves if they worked together, but if something happened to one of them, the other would either have to join the 4 cardinal scales or be taken to the Star Alliance. We are the humble advisors. This is the path you have chosen. You can only choose to become a humble advisor to protect yourselves. As for me," Luin looked at Flying Flower seriously, "I can only choose revenge to protect myself. We are all the same." Not long after, Lu Yin's gadget rang. He glanced at it and accepted the call. "Alliance Master, your subordinate, Song Yi, has taken control of Chaos God Mountain," Song Yi said respectfully. Talking to Flying Flower put Luin in a bad mood. "Alright, got it. Alliance Master, your subordinate will definitely keep an eye on Chaos God Mountain for you and not let the Innerverse know," Song Yi continued, as he knew what Luin needed. Luin replied, "Then I'll leave it to you." He then ended the call. After this trip to the Wen family, he still needed to go to Chaos God Mountain. Someone like Song Yi had betrayed the 5th mainland and had no integrity. Luin did not believe that Chaos God Mountain needed another master. This was not Lu Yin's first time in the erudite flow zone. After the astral combat tournament, he had visited the erudite flow zone as well. However, he had gone to the border and participated in the border war, so he had not passed through the Wen family. The Wen family had invited him several times after that, but he had never come. This was his first time visiting the Wen family. The Wen family lived up to their name and had a scholarly aura. The entire flow zone gave off a scholarly aura. The spacecraft that one saw, the battle techniques that the cultivators practiced, and the trade that one saw in space were all related to the scholarly aura. It was different from any other flow zone that Luin had visited before. I've been updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. The 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse each had their own unique characteristics. The blazing mist flow zone was hot, and the cultivators there had fiery tempers. The chaos flow zone was filled with slaughter and darkness. The day-night flow zone was arrogant, the first flow zone was incomparably sharp, and the parasite flow zone was filled with poisonous insects. In comparison, the erudite flow zone was more comfortable. When Lu Yin and Lu Yefei arrived, everyone in the Wen family welcomed them, led by the family head, Wen Zizai. Welcome, Alliance Leader Lu, to the Wen family. The Wen family head, Wen Zizai, has come to welcome you. A loud voice rang out, and Lu Yin heard it the moment he stepped off the spacecraft. Wen Zizai was the head of the Wen family and a powerhouse of the older generation, so he gave Lu Yin a lot of face. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. I'm sorry for the intrusion, but it's my honor to be able to visit the Wen family. Wen Zizai smiled. Alliance Leader Lu, you're giving the Wen family a lot of face by coming here as a guest. He then looked at Lu Yefei and politely said, you too must be Lu Yefei. Welcome to the Wen family. Lu Yefei smiled. You're a cultured person. How admirable. Wen Zizai laughed. Alliance Leader Lu, please come in. Senior, please. Wen Zizai had brought everyone in the Wen family, regardless of whether they were seniors or juniors. Wen Xianxia was not far from Wen Zizai, and there were also Wen Qianer, Wen Tan, and the others whom Lu Yin had met before. There was also Wen Yao from the Wen family's older generation, as well as Lu Jing, who was a guest of the Wen family. Lu Yin also saw Wen Zhaocheng, the 5th mainland's trader who had appeared on the same list as Song Yi. Lu Yin only glanced at him and did not pay him much attention. With his current status, people like Wen Xianxia and Wen Zhaocheng were no longer qualified to speak to him on equal terms. There was no one in the 5th mainland who treated Lu Yin as a junior. The Wen family's people only welcomed Lu Yin out of courtesy. After Lu Yin and Wen Zizai entered the Wen family, the rest of the people dispersed, leaving only Wen Xianxia to accompany them. The Wen family's architecture was antique, and Lu Yin had seen many such buildings before, so he was not surprised. However, he was surprised that there was a broom at the entrance that had rune lines. In the Innerverse, Lu Yin had nothing to worry about, and he could use the rune lines to see everything. He had never expected to see rune lines on a broom. Although there weren't many, the fact that a broom could have rune lines made him curious, and he thought back to the broom that he had stolen from Nongzai. I've heard that Senior often sweeps the floor. May I know if you're here? Lu Yin asked. Wen Zizai said, that's right. How did you know, Alliance Master Lu? Lu Yin smiled. I guessed. The other places are spotless, and only this place has fallen leaves and dust. Wen Zizai nodded. That's right. Only this place isn't clean. It's just like the human heart. It's filled with greed and will never be clean. Senior, are you referring to this junior? Lu Yin asked slowly. Wen Zizai burst into laughter. Of course not. Alliance Leader Lu came to the Wen clan this time because it represented a fair trade. And this trade has already ended. Lu Yin paused in surprise. And? When? Wen Zizai's eyes flashed, and Wen Xianxia spoke up from behind him. During the war in the Cosmic Sea, my Wen family delayed the Sword Sect, and we were also willing to lend you the panorama of clarity that Alliance Master Lu needed. In return, Alliance Master Lu brought Wen Zizai to us. Doesn't that mean that the trade is over? Lu Yin looked at Wen Zizai and found it funny. Senior, that was just the beginning of the trade, not the end. Did the Wen family make a mistake? Brother Lu, my Wen family paid a huge price to delay the Sword Sect, and we also paid a huge price to obtain Huang Academy's panorama of clarity. Are these 2 prices not enough to exchange for Wen's eye? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back. Just by scaring the sword sect and borrowing the panorama of clarity, the Wen family was able to obtain a way to dominate the Innerverse. Isn't this price a little too low? Wen's eye calmly replied, let's go in first. Otherwise, if others see us, they'll think that my Wen family isn't treating our guests well. After Lu Ying entered with Wen's eye and the others, Huang Academy's President Han and several other mentors appeared in the distance, including Han Chang's younger brother, Han Kuei. That's Lu Ying. Ever since he appeared, his legend has never stopped. Everything he's done is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, Ying Tang praised. He was one of Huang Academy's mentors. In terms of age, he's even younger than Xianxia and Han Chong. I wonder what heights he's reached by now. It's said that he can battle envoys. This kid is indeed terrifying, but what's even more frightening is his ambition. Unifying the Outerverse isn't his goal, and all 8 of the Innerverse flow zones are wary of him. President Han watched Lu Ying enter the Wen family's residence and fell into deep thought. How did this kid know about the panorama of clarity? Everyone took their seats in the Wen family's guest hall. Wen's eye immediately spoke up. Alliance leader Lu, you should know how important Wen's eye is to my Wen family. Please speak frankly about your conditions. Lu Ying smiled. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, the Wen family did indeed delay the Sword Sect. I'm very grateful for that, and I'm here to show my sincerity. Wen's eyes lit up. What kind of sincerity? Lu Ying replied, I want to take a look at the panorama of clarity. As for Wen's eye, he can be alone with Xianxia for an incense stick's worth of time. After that, I'll take him away. As for keeping Wen's eye in the Wen family, I haven't thought of such a condition yet. What do you think, senior? Wen's eye frowned. Alliance leader Lu, Wen's eye is already a member of my Wen family. Not the 5th mainland's Wen family, Lu Ying replied. Wen's eye stared at Lu Ying. Even though this was the Wen family's residence, he wasn't confident that he could force Wen's eye to stay. The flying willow leaf flower alone was enough to render the Wen family helpless. Lu Ying, on the other hand, was most famous not for his ability to unify the Outerverse or his unrivaled strength during the Sovereign Tournament, but rather for his external possessions. This kid seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of external possessions, and those external possessions were extremely terrifying. The Wen family couldn't keep them here, and they couldn't take Wen's eye away either. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, this kid had implicated many major figures, and it was shocking. Alliance leader Lu, have you really not thought of any conditions to raise, or do you have other plans? Wen's eye asked. Even with his sunken manner, he couldn't take it anymore. There were many techniques in negotiations, and one of them was patience. However, Wen's eye realized that Lu Ying didn't seem to be competing in patience. Instead, it seemed more like Lu Ying really hadn't thought of any conditions. This was the most disgusting thing, and Wen's eye would rather Lu Ying have already thought of some conditions. That way, there would still be a possibility of reaching an agreement, rather than dragging this out indefinitely. Lu Ying was helpless. I really haven't thought of any conditions. He then looked at Xianxia. With Brother Wen's former ability as one of the 10 arbiters, you should be able to learn a lot by talking with Wen's eye for half an hour. Does the Wen family not want this opportunity? Wen's eye frowned. If he accepted it, then the price he had to pay would be 0. If he delayed the Sword Sect and allowed Lu Ying to view the panorama, then that would be the equivalent of half an hour. If he didn't accept it, then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. He hadn't expected Lu Ying to show such sincerity. Should he take a gamble and accumulate the price in exchange for Wen's eye, or should he talk for half an hour first? There was another point that he was even more apprehensive about, and that was whether Wen's eye would teach them how to use the literary prison during that time. If he didn't teach Wen's eye, then everything would be for naught. Wen's eye thought that Wen's eye shouldn't teach Wen's eye, and he was hoping that the literary prison would allow the Wen family to save him. If Wen's eye taught Wen's eye, then he would have no value, and it would be difficult for him to escape Lu Yin's control for the rest of his life. Wen's eye considered many things in an instant. Luin wasn't in a hurry, as the Wen family's tea tasted pretty good. Lu Yefei and Flying Flower exchanged glances. They had followed Luin for quite some time now, and they had fully experienced this brat's scheming nature. This brat's grasp of human nature was becoming more and more precise, and he controlled every step of the way. It was very troublesome to make an enemy out of him. People who calculated every step of the way were the hardest to deal with. In the end, Wen Zizai agreed. Half an hour was fine, they wouldn't lose anything if they delayed the sword sect, and the panorama belonged to the Han family, so the Wen family wouldn't lose anything either. Even though it would take a lot of effort, it was still good enough to exchange for half an hour of conversation. Luin took out Mount Supreme and stored Xianxia inside. He then raised his hand and burned a stick of incense in the air. It was a normal incense stick, neither too long nor too short, and it burned at a normal speed. Wen Zizai drank his tea and waited quietly, not in the mood to talk. Luin also waited quietly. The incense quickly burned out, and Luin waved for Xianxia to leave Mount Supreme. Wen Zizai stared at Xianxia, who nodded back at him. Wen Zizai relaxed, although it hadn't been long, he had definitely learned something. Luin saw it as well, as expected. Wen Zizai couldn't teach nothing, but he couldn't teach everything in half an hour either. Otherwise, the Astral Tree Literary Prison would have already spread. "Senior, where's the panorama?" Luin asked. Wen Zizai dismissed Xianxia and looked at Lu Yefei. Luin had Lu Yefei leave. Only the two of them were present. Wen Zizai took out a broken stone that was half a meter square. Yes, it was a stone. Luin looked at it in amazement. It clearly didn't have any rune lines, but it gave off a very ancient feeling. It was very ancient, just like the Day-Night Clan's teleportation stone. The stars of the universe had existed for countless years, far longer than the history of humanity. This stone gave off the same feeling as the stars, as if it would never change. Wen Zizai's expression was solemn. "I borrowed this stone from the Han family. The panorama is on it. Alliance Master Lu, take a look. I can't see anything from it anyway." Luin carefully took it, afraid that he would break it. It didn't seem very sturdy. The stone gave off an incomparably ancient aura, but it also felt very ordinary. There was a panorama on it, but it was only a corner. The stone had been cut, and the panorama was connected to the two sides of the stone. This stone was just one of the fragments. He couldn't see any rune lines, but there was nothing strange about it. Luin stared at the panorama, but he couldn't feel anything. He looked at it over and over again until his eyes were glued to the stone. Only then did he sense something unusual. This wasn't a normal panorama, it was more like a panorama that contained a universe of stars and even a civilization. It was like the Astral Tree realm, where many mountains and lakes contained a universe of stars and civilizations. Luin could vaguely see stars and planets in this panorama. I'll be updating at 3 p.m. for the 4th consecutive day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming. Web. Support Windborne. Thank you. After a full 2 hours, that was all Luin could make out. After that, he couldn't make out anything else. He looked at Wen Zizai suspiciously. "Senior, are you sure it's this?" Wen Zizai smiled bitterly. "I know that Alliance leader Lu might not believe me, but this is indeed the case. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage of Han Chong's battle. He used his star energy to draw a landscape painting that looks exactly like this one." Luin frowned, as he recalled Han Chong's battle. The panorama had defeated Xiaoyi as soon as it appeared, which meant that it was not simple. Han Chong might have discovered something from the painting, but he had only been a Lammeter back then. Now, Luin could fight an emissary alone, so how could he not have seen anything? Everyone had their own opportunities, and Luin could not force it. He had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, but he had been able to use his innate die to enter the time-stop space. That was the power of time, and even a half-ancestor might not be able to come into contact with it. Who could say for sure? Alliance leader Lu, this is indeed the case. The Han family has been guarding this stone for many years, and President Han is currently with the Wen family. You can ask him, Wen Zizai emphasized, afraid that Luin would not believe him. Luin replied, then I'll have to trouble Senior to invite President Han over. Wen's eye nodded. Not long after, an old man arrived and faced Lu Yin, nervously looking at the stone in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin recognized this old man. Although he had never met him before, he had seen images of him on the internet. He was the president of Yihuang Academy and a public figure. Junior Lu Yin greets President Han, Lu Yin said politely. President Han nodded and praised, Alliance Leader Lu, it's been a long time. Your name is like thunder in my ears. I can't compare to President Han's education. In front of him, I'm just a student who hasn't graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. President Han was astonished. You haven't graduated from the Astral Combat Academy? Lu Yin smiled. That's right. I'm always outside and haven't had the time to graduate. President Han laughed. With Alliance Leader Lu's abilities, you've long since surpassed the mentors. It doesn't make a difference whether you graduate or not. Right, how did you learn about this landscape painting? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If the Han family can keep the panorama of clarity, then it's only natural for others to know about it as well. There's no such thing as an eternal secret. It's fine if Alliance head Lu doesn't want to talk about it. He looked at the stone in Lu Yin's hand. This is indeed the panorama that Alliance head Lu needs. Back then, Chong'er was attracted to it by accident, and he begged me for a long time before I finally allowed him to take a look at it. Just a glance? Lu Yin raised his brows. President Han nodded. That's right. I was immediately attracted to it. I believed that Chong'er had some sort of fate with this painting. Perhaps the Han family had guarded this painting for so many years precisely for Chong'er. That's why I allowed him to look at it and use it to paint the world. Lu Yin looked at the stone in his hand again. Everyone else had seen the problem with a single glance, but he couldn't. This panorama was not fated with him. He had even memorized the Stonewall scriptures, but he still couldn't figure anything out. Helpless, he returned the stone to President Han. Dean Han took the stone and heaved a sigh of relief. After seeing the panorama of mountains and rivers, he also allowed Wen Sansi and Wen First Rank to be alone for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The transaction was considered complete. Even though Wen Zizai had desperately wanted Wen No. 1 to stay with the Wen family, he had still been taken away by Lu Yin. It was a strange feeling, as if he was tearing apart two lovers. When he left the Wen family, Lu Yin saw Wen Qian'er. Although they had only met a few times and hadn't spoken much, they could still be considered acquaintances. But now, it felt like a lifetime had passed. His 2 years in the cosmic tree had greatly changed Lu Yin's mentality. Wen Qian'er looked at Lu Yin, but there was no longer any challenge in her eyes. That was a level that she could never hope to reach. I never thought that you, Wen Zizai, would have a day like this. Someone else has taken away what you desire the most from the Wen family, but you can't do anything about it, President Han lamented as he watched Lu Yin's flying ship depart. Wen Zizai's tone was gloomy. He's not the first. Although my Wen family controls the erudite flow zone, that's only because the fifth mainland is too big. The Hall of Honor and the Neoverse can't handle everything. Otherwise, the Day-Night clan and the Sword sect wouldn't even have a say. What do you think he'll ask for? President Han asked, as he was very curious. The Wen family had already shown great sincerity, and they had even tried their best to fulfill any of Lu Yin's conditions. Even so, Lu Yin had not mentioned anything. Wen Zizai was in a bad mood, so he ignored President Han and returned to the Wen family. After leaving the Wen family, Lu Yin deliberately took a detour to Chaos Flow Zone. The reason for this detour was naturally because of the Corpse King. The Corpse King that had killed Han Chong had been eyeing Lost Radiance Academy, and it desired the panorama of clarity. Lu Yin wanted to eliminate this hidden danger. The panorama of clarity was useless to him, but that did not mean that it was useless to others, especially the Corpse King. Lost Radiance Academy was not very far from the Wen family, and with the spacecraft's speed, it only took half a day for them to see the planet. It was a very ordinary planet that was not suitable for human habitation. There was no civilization, and there were very few living creatures. The Corpse King had a power level of over 400,000, but it had not reached the level of an emissary. Thus, it had not ventured deep into Lost Radiance Academy and had instead stayed on the planet to keep an eye on it while waiting for orders from the Neo-Human Alliance. Luin was hesitating over whether or not he should eliminate the Corpse King. If he did, the Neo-Human Alliance might find out and implicate him in the matter of the Panorama of Clarity, which would bring him trouble. However, it would also bring him the key to unraveling the mystery. Even President Han did not know the use of the Panorama of Clarity, so the Neo-Human Alliance might know. The spacecraft stopped in outer space, and Luin stared at the barren planet in the distance. Even further away, there were colorful nebulae revolving around it. Mr. Luyi was puzzled. "We're not leaving?" Luin thought about it and then said, "Let's go." He then continued flying towards the Chaos Flow Zone. It would be easy to deal with the Corpse King, but once this one was dealt with, the Neo-Human Alliance would definitely send more. Luin wanted to keep this Corpse King, as it was one of the rare Corpse Kings that he could merge with. It might be of great use in the future. A few days later, Luin received a call from Star Sibyl. "I was unable to divine the name Undying Yushan. Are you sure that this name is correct?" Luin replied, "It should be correct. Undying Yushan, the master of the Frost Wave Weave's Great Yu Empire, but he died more than 10 years ago." "He's a dead man." Luin replied, "I saw him. He's not dead." "Perhaps, but I can't divine his identity unless you have his blood." Luin thought of Wendy Yushan. "I'll bring it to you." "Alright." Elsewhere in the Neoverse, Xiaji had been in Sirius's jade disk for some time, but he could not find anything strange. Sirius's jade disk contained stars that could be used to cultivate the Sirius art. However, according to the information that Xiaji had obtained from Progenitor Chen's tomb, there should be something in the jade disk that could be used by Progenitor Chen's descendants to sense the various Sirius stars that Progenitor Chen had left behind. Why isn't there anything? Do I have to cultivate the Sirius art too? Its peak? Xiaji muttered to himself. 9 stars revolved around his body, which meant that he could easily cultivate the Sirius art. If that's the case, then it'll take some effort. Xiaji took a deep breath and began to cultivate the Sirius art. The Sirius sect had also obtained the Xia family's 3 forms of blade intent, and the first batch to cultivate them were naturally the true disciples and elders. However, there were not many elders who cultivated the 3 forms of blade intent, as their cultivation had long since been fixed. Focusing on the 3 forms would not be of much help, as the Sirius sect's disciples were not proficient in blade techniques. Mu Ziying, on the other hand, was very excited. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation of the Sirius art, and aside from innate talent, the 3 forms of blade intent were another way to increase his strength. He also liked blade techniques. Although the appearance of the 3 forms of blade intent had temporarily quelled the anger of the Sirius sect, as time passed, more and more Sirius sect disciples were not proficient in the 3 forms of blade intent, and this anger would erupt again. Without the Sirius jade disk, the cultivation speed of the Sirius art would be greatly reduced, which was not a good thing for the Sirius sect. The current peace was only temporary. Luin returned to Chaos God Mountain and hid his tracks until he saw Tsang-yi. Tsang-yi hurriedly bowed when he saw Luin. "Greetings, Alliance leader." Luin nodded with a calm expression. "You acted quite quickly. The loss of Tsang Zhou and the other elites has greatly damaged Chaos God Mountain's strength. How do you plan on making up for it?" Tsang-yi carefully replied, "Chaos God Mountain does not lack disciples. As long as I'm here, the dark organizations can provide a large number of people to join at any time. However, with Tsang Zhou's death, we don't have any envoys, so it's easy for the 8 great flow zones to target us. I can only suppress the cultivators outside of the 8 great flow zones." The meaning behind his words was simple. The 8 great flow zones would be left to Luin to deal with, and Tsang-yi would be able to deal with the rest. However, without Tsang-yi, Luin would still have to deal with the rest, which would be very troublesome. "Are you saying that the dark organizations only recognize you?" Luin asked. Tsang-yi respectfully replied, "I've dealt with them for too long, and we're very familiar with each other." "Do you know Qianyan?" Luin suddenly asked. Tsang-yi was stunned. "Qianyan? I know him. He's an interstellar pirate who was originally in the Outerverse, but after the Great Eastern Alliance rose to prominence, he said that he could no longer survive, so he came to Chaos Flow Zone. I've met him a few times, and he's quite popular in Chaos Flow Zone." Alliance leader? Did he offend you? Luin looked at Song Yi and smiled. Can you deal with him? Song Yi's expression was solemn. It won't be difficult to deal with him. Although he's gotten to know many people in Chaos Flow Zone over the past few years, with a single word from me, none of them will help him. Even you've heard of him. It seems like Xianxia is doing quite well. If you let him replace you in dealing with the dark organizations, he'll be a good choice, Luin said. Song Yi was shocked, and his face paled. Alliance leader, what do you mean? Luin replied, Xianxia is one of my people, and his familiarity with the dark organizations in Chaos Flow Zone is probably not much worse than yours. Without you, he can still help Chaos God Mountain recruit a large number of cultivators. Isn't that great? He then looked at Song Yi with a cold gaze. Song Yi's heart trembled. Alliance leader, Xianxia is just a hunter. So what? Song Zhou had an envoy with a power level of more than 700,000, but he was still killed. Even if Xianxia can help you deal with the dark forces, what about Chaos God Mountain? He's not from Chaos God Mountain, so he doesn't have the ability to control the Chaos Flow Zone, Song Yi hurriedly explained. Luin looked outside and saw someone walking over. It was Elder Hu, the person who had helped hide Song Yi. He was just an ordinary deacon, and Song Yi hadn't paid much attention to him. But now, Song Yi was stunned. Elder Hu? Elder Hu bowed to Luin. This subordinate greets the Alliance leader. Luin nodded. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had destroyed the Blaze Realm, Wang Wen and Wei Rong had sent people to infiltrate the Innerverse. Elder Hu was one of the people who had been infiltrated, and he had secretly joined the Great Eastern Alliance for more than a year now. Elder Hu, are you a member of the Great Eastern Alliance? Song Yi found it hard to believe. Elder Hu looked at Song Yi and said indifferently, I've been working for the Alliance leader for more than a year. It's because of his orders that I'm helping you hide. Song Yi's body swayed and his eyes were bitter. He thought that everything was going according to his plan, but in the end, he realized that he had been tricked from the beginning. Even though Elder Hu doesn't have the ability to control Chaos God Mountain, we still have you, Song Yi, Luin said slowly as he stared at Song Yi. With you around, Chaos God Mountain won't dare to act rashly, regardless of whether you have a cultivation base or not. We have Xianxia on the outside and Elder Hu on the inside. That's enough to stabilize the situation. Most importantly, because of the deaths of Song Zhou, Song Song, and the others, Chaos God Mountain has to seal itself off from the outside world. Song Yi's mind turned quickly. Regardless of whether he had cultivation or not. This meant that Luin wanted to cripple him. No, absolutely not. He gritted his teeth and looked at Luin. Alliance Master, I've pledged my loyalty to you. Why do you want to cripple me? You betrayed the Fifth Mainland, and you lack integrity. Someone like you shouldn't even exist in the first place. After saying that, Luin did not plan on wasting any more words with Song Yi and was about to cripple him. Song Yi hurriedly shouted, Alliance Master Lu, I know where the giants are. Luin froze and stared at Song Yi. What did you say? Song Yi was terrified, as this was a moment of life and death. If Luin took action, then he would be reduced to Elder Hu's puppet for the rest of his life, and that would be a fate worse than death. I know where the giant bloodline is. Speak, he barked. Despite his fear, Azure Wing braced himself and said, If I tell you, will Alliance Master Lu let me go? You don't have the right to negotiate with me. I'm begging you. I, Song Yi, beg Alliance Head Lu to spare me. Song Yi knelt down, trembling. As long as it's true, I won't touch you. Song Yi gritted his teeth. Madam Red, it's very likely that the giant bloodline was taken away by Madam Red. Luin felt strange. Madam Red? How did she know about the giant bloodline? Why would she take them away? Isn't she in the Outerverse? Song Yi's body trembled. Yes, I was the one who told her. No, it was Madam Red who contacted me. She asked me about the situation at Chaos God Mountain and the war in Cosmic Sea. I had no choice but to tell her. She said she would go to Cosmic Sea. If she went, after the war in Cosmic Sea ended, there was a high chance she would run into the descendants of the giant race and be captured. Otherwise, with your influence, Alliance Leader Lu, it's impossible that you haven't found any traces of the giant's bloodline. Lu Ying really wanted to kill Xianxia. This person must have taken the initiative to contact Madame Red and tell her about Chaos God Mountain. Otherwise, Madame Red would not have contacted him so easily. With Madame Red's status, she would not have taken the initiative to contact him before the 6th mainland started plotting against the 5th mainland. Xianxia was practically lying on the ground as he waited in fear. He could not negotiate too many conditions with Lu Ying, so he could only pray that Lu Ying would keep his promise. Are you sure it was Madame Red who did it? Lu Ying asked. Xianxia gulped. No, I'm not sure, but I can ask. I can contact her. Ask her, but don't expose our existence. You should know that even the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors can't protect you, let alone Madame Red. Only I can protect you, Lu Ying threatened. I know, Xianxia hurriedly agreed. After making some preparations, Xianxia returned to normal, and he contacted Madame Red. Not long after, Madame Red's voice rang out. What is it? Xianxia carefully replied, Madam, the war in Cosmic Sea has ended. I'm here to report this to you. No need, I know. Madame Red sneered. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ying, whose back was facing him, and spoke up again. Madam, I have another matter that I'd like to ask you about. Your mission is to wait for orders. Since when is it your turn to ask me questions? Madame Red's tone was low and filled with a chill. Xianxia hurriedly replied, it involves many powers, and it even involves the Hall of Honor's board of directors, so. What is it? Xianxia asked, do you know about the giants? Madame Red was astonished. Why are you asking about that? Xianxia explained, there was a giant financial group in the Innerverse with the giant bloodline, but they have already sided with Lu Ying. During the war in Cosmic Sea, the giant bloodline supported Cosmic Sea, but they mysteriously disappeared. Lu Ying is currently using all of his influence to search for the giant bloodline. The Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance, the Innerverse Chaos God Mountain, the Wen family, the Cosmic Sea's Leon Legion, and the Neoverse Board of Directors are all searching for them. The disappearance of the giant bloodline has caused a commotion, and I'm wondering if I should use the news of the giant bloodline to cause chaos in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Lu Yin's current influence is very great, and once he's in chaos, the entire 5th mainland will be thrown into chaos. He has the ability to directly influence the board of directors. Madame Red fell silent, and Xianxia was nervous. His palms were sweaty, and he had no idea if the giant had been taken away by Madame Red. He could only guess. He was sure that Madame Red would go to Cosmic Sea, which meant that there was a high chance that she would capture or destroy the giant bloodline. He could only gamble on it, and since those words had been taught to him by Lu Ying, he could not just ask her directly. After a while, Madame Red asked, how do you plan on using the giant bloodline? Xianxia replied, I haven't thought about that yet. It's just an idea, which is why I contacted Madame Red. Madame Red asked in a low voice, this giant bloodline belongs to Lu Ying? Yes. What a coincidence. These giants are currently at my Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Tell Lu Ying that if he wants to take them away, he can come to my Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. I'll be waiting for him. Xianxia panicked. Madam, if I tell Lu Ying, my life you can come to my Flying Horse Manor first. Songzhou is dead, and Lu Ying won't let you control Chaos God Mountain. He'll only support his own people. Once Lu Ying returns to Chaos God Mountain, your life will truly be gone, the Red Madam said. Xianxia's heart sank, as Madame Red had been right. He looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying nodded. Xianxia nervously replied, yes, madam. I'll head to the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa right away. The call ended, and Xianxia respectfully stood up. Lu Yin's gaze turned gloomy, as Madame Red had really taken them away. This was going to be troublesome, as it was almost impossible to take the giant bloodline away from the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Madame Red was an absolute powerhouse whose power level exceeded 900,000, and she was not someone he could deal with. Even with Flying Willow, there was a qualitative difference. If he wanted to take the giant bloodline away, he would have to negotiate. He believed that since Madame Red wanted to negotiate with him, her conditions would not be low. He did not like to be passive, so there was only one other method, which was to forcefully take them away. If he wanted to succeed with this method, he would have to first contact Madame Red. Lu Ying contacted Wei Rong, and the two chatted for a while. Wei Rong was the best at this kind of thing. The next day, Lu Ying brought Song Yi and Flying Willow to the Outerverse Western Weaves. Chaos Flow Zone was located in the west of the Innerverse, and the Astral River Arc was very close to the Western Weaves. After Lu Ying set off, he was just about to contact someone when his gadget rang. It was Xianxia. Alliance Master, the Hall of Mo is in trouble. What's wrong? Xianxia replied, a giant is blocking the Hall of Mo, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. He's from the 6th Mainland's Arrow Sect, and his name is Brute Force. Lu Yin's expression changed. Xianxia sent out an image. In outer space, outside the Hall of Mo, there was a giant that was about 10 meters tall standing there. He carried a longbow on his back and had an arrogant look in his eyes. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw the giant's appearance. It was actually him. He recognized this giant, as he had battled with this giant when he had entered the Daosor Sect's Ruins 9 Cauldron space. This giant was very powerful, and even if Ancestor Arrow Mountain had been alive, he would not have been a match for this giant, let alone the current Hall of Mo. The giant has some misgivings, so he hasn't directly attacked the Hall of Mo. However, we believe that he won't be able to wait for long. Xianxia's tone was unpleasant, as the Great Eastern Alliance was being bullied. The Hall of Mo was a member of the Great Eastern Alliance, and if the Great Eastern Alliance did not handle this matter well, it would cause dissension and discord. Lu Yin could not allow such a thing to happen at a time like this, or else all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Got it, Lu Yin replied before ending the call. He pondered for a moment before activating his gadget. He wanted to contact Qing Tan. Soon, Qing Tan's voice sounded. Alliance Master Lu, I'm glad that you contacted me. Miss Qing Tan, there's something that I need your help with. In the Neoverse, atop Realm Mountain, Qing Tan's eyes lit up when she heard Lu Yin's request. Alliance Master Lu, please speak your mind. If I can help, Qing Tan will definitely not refuse. Lu Yin replied, I'd like to ask Miss Qing Tan to ask the 3 elders to intervene in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war at the Board of Governors and completely quell it. Also, give up the Blaze Realm's former territory to my Great Eastern Alliance. Qing Tan was puzzled. If I remember correctly, the Great Eastern Alliance withdrew from the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin felt bitter. I won't hide it from Miss Qing Tan. My original intention was to have the Sylvan Dragon tribe wage war with the Ross Empire so that I could sit back and reap the benefits. However, with the start of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war, many Innerverse powers have secretly participated, and the situation is no longer something that my Great Eastern Alliance can control. The Sword Sect, When Family, Divine Grade Hall, and other flow zones have all sent their forces into the fray, and these powers are all from the Innerverse. Once my Great Eastern Alliance interferes, it will incite public outrage. Not only will we not be able to obtain the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, but we might not even be able to protect Fennel Flow Zone. Qing Tan's lips curled up, as Lu Yin's words showed his sincerity. No one was stupid, and many had already guessed that the Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone in order to incite a war, not to quell it. However, the Great Eastern Alliance had been too well behaved for the past 2 years, and the Sylvan Dragon tribe and the Ross Empire had been too impatient. I'll be updating for 4 days straight. I'll take a break, but I'll continue to update after a while. Thank you for your support. It was just as Lu Yin had said. Many Innerverse powers had secretly joined the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and it would have been fine if the Great Eastern Alliance did not participate, but once it did, it would easily lead to a backlash from the entire Innerverse. Alliance Master Lu, you should know that the board cannot interfere in a power struggle. This is a difficult situation for me, Qing Tan said. Also, why does Alliance Master Lu insist on joining the Blazing Mist Flow Zone? Lu Yin lowered his voice. At this point, I don't want to hide anything from Miss Qing Tan. Actually, I've reached an agreement with some people from the 6th Mainland. We'll keep the 5 weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the 6th Mainland will not interfere. These 5 weaves are the closest to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and the Astral River Arc is also under the control of the Great Eastern Alliance. Qing Tan's eyes trembled. Alliance Master Lu actually has the ability to reach an agreement with the Sixth Mainland? Not many from the Sixth Mainland would dare to agree to such an agreement. Lu Ying smiled. Naturally. Dare I ask, Alliance Master Lu, who agreed to this agreement? Qing Tan asked. Lu Ying hesitated. Qing Tan said, since Alliance Master Lu doesn't want to say more, then just treat it as me asking too much. Lu Ying replied, Miss Qing Tan, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but... He hesitated again. If I tell you, can you keep it a secret? Definitely, Qing Tan said firmly. Lu Ying said, the Autumn Frost family, the Galloping Horse Villa, and the Arrow sect. Qing Tan memorized this information. Alliance Master Lu, how did you do it? I'm just curious. If Alliance Master Lu doesn't want to say more, then I won't ask any more questions. One of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones was a giant, and the giant's bloodline can help the Heavenly Overlord's bloodline evolve into the Heavenly Overlord's bloodline. This is an unparalleled bloodline, and the Autumn Frost family couldn't refuse it. As for Progenitor Chen's bloodline, I've already handed it over to the Autumn Frost family. Some time ago, the Autumn Frost family sent experts to Frostwave Weave. On the surface, they appeared to be taking Autumn Frost Qing and the others away, but in reality, they were taking away Progenitor Chen's bloodline. It was all just a show. Madame Red of the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa is even simpler. Progenitor Wushang's skin is an ancestor's item. Madame Red has been a world imprinter for a very long time, and she wants to break through to the cosmic imprinter level. She's tried everything, including Progenitor Wushang's skin. As for the Arrow sect, they desire the Hall of Mo so that they can obtain part of the legacy of the Sixth Mainland's Arrow progenitor. This is no secret, so I'll just give them the legacy of the Hall of Mo. Right now, there are people from the Arrow sect in the Hall of Mo. On the surface, they seem to be blocking the entrance, but in reality, they've reached an agreement with me to obtain the legacy of the Hall of Mo. The Autumn Frost clan, the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, and the Arrow sect are enough for the Great Eastern Alliance to obtain 5 territories. Qing Tan listened quietly as she recalled the friction between the Autumn Frost family and the Great Eastern Alliance. It had been said that the Autumn Frost family had arrived at Xenu Star, and she had expected a battle to break out, but it had ended peacefully. It seemed that things were not as they seemed, but rather a secret deal. As she thought about it, she contacted some people to investigate the Arrow sect's whereabouts, and she learned that the Arrow sect's brute force was currently blocking the entrance to Taiyamo Temple. The Arrow sect had already made preparations to fight with the Great Eastern Alliance, but this was the Arrow sect's matter. The others did not intend to interfere, nor did they want to. The Outerverse belonged to the Sixth Mainland, and they had long since wanted to chase away the Great Eastern Alliance. However, they had some misgivings, and the Arrow sect had fewer misgivings. Qing Tan sneered. Start a war? How could that be? The Arrow sect's group of giants had actually been enlightened, and they knew that they were hiding behind the scenes. No, it should be Lu Yin's idea. He had actually secretly reached an agreement with the Great Eastern Alliance. Qing Tan's gaze turned cold. The Sixth Mainland did not forbid any contact with the Fifth Mainland, but they could not involve the Outerverse. The Outerverse belonged to the Sixth Mainland, and this was something that could not be shaken. Now that the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect had rationally divided the 5 weaves to the Great Eastern Alliance, it was the same as dividing the Sixth Mainland's territory. The Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect had been destroyed by those monsters, but a portion of its powerhouses still remained. As long as the 3 progenitors were still around, the Daosor sect would not disperse, and these people would have to accept the Daosor sect's restrictions. Miss Qing Tan, what about the board of directors? Lu Ying asked. Qing Tan smiled. Alliance Master Lu, please rest assured. Qing Tan will do her best to handle this matter, and the outcome will depend on how Alliance Master Lu persuades the other directors. After all, the board of directors' decisions are decided through voting, and the 3 progenitors alone do not have the final say. Of course. Lu Ying expressed his gratitude and then ended the call. He then contacted the other directors. Qing Tan waited for half a day before contacting Director Xianxia to ask if Lu Ying had contacted her. She learned that Lu Ying had indeed contacted Xianxia and asked her to propose quelling the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war in order to preserve the Blaze Realm's territory. Qing Tan then contacted director Si Hong, who was similarly requested by Lu Yin. Qing Tan was then able to confirm Lu Yin's words. She was a cautious person, and even though Lu Yin had no reason to lie to her, there was no point in lying to her, as such matters could be confirmed after the Daosource sect's investigation. If he had lied to her, then he would not have harmed Elder Autumn Frost, Madame Red, or the savage archer god. Besides, it was impossible for Lu Yin to know that she was from the Sixth Mainland, so there was no reason for him to lie to her. After confirming everything, she then used a secret method to send the news to the Outerverse and into Old Man Sanqiong's hands. Old Man Sanqiong and the savage archer god were both heavenly imprinter powerhouses, but Old Man Sanqiong was one of the Daosource sect's 4 sovereigns, while the savage archer god was not. In the Sixth Mainland, Old Man Sanqiong's status was even higher than the savage archer god's. Old Man Sanqiong did not quite believe the report that Qing Tan had sent back. How could the Outerverse territory be so easily given to the Great Eastern Alliance? Even if those 3 powers agreed, the others would not, as he could chase away the Great Eastern Alliance with a single sentence. However, he still needed to investigate this matter, especially when he saw the words progenitor Wushang's hide in the report. Lu Yin actually had a progenitor item, and any progenitor item could not be underestimated. Madame Red did not have the qualifications to possess a progenitor item. In the Outerverse, the Flying Horse Mountain Villa was located in the west weave of the Saint Lesser Weave. This weave had originally been owned by the Moxord sect, but because the Sixth Mainland had entered the Outerverse, the entire sect had been moved to the East Weave. The current owner of this weave was the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. On a planet not too far away from the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, the giant bloodline had been abandoned. This planet was barren, and the creatures on it had no intelligence. They only knew how to hunt and kill. There was a thump as Qin Jian smashed a 1,000-meter-long python to death with a single punch. He then tore it apart and roasted it. To him, this 1,000-meter-long python was nothing more than a small snake. Ku Wei sat on Qin Jian's shoulder with a look of despair on his face. He looked up and wondered where he was. "Master, save me!" Ku Wei wailed. Outside the planet, Madame Red watched with interest. These giants were all natural warriors, and each of them had limitless potential. Once they were trained, the Flying Horse Mountain Villa's strength would increase significantly. After all, these giants had appeared during the war with the Fifth Mainland, and they were very powerful. Her gaze landed on Ku Wei. How could this guy be with those giants? How could he be with them? Just as she was about to drag Ku Wei out, Madame Red suddenly received a notice to head to the southern weave to meet Old Man Sanqiong. Madame Red was puzzled. Old Man Sanqiong? The progenitor of Blood Territory's celestial imprint. She was a cultivator from the progenitor of Martial Territory, so she would definitely be meeting him as one of the Daosource sect's 4 reverends. Why would he want to meet her? They had never interacted before. Although it was strange, she did not dare to refuse Old Man Sanqiong's summons. She glanced at the giants again. She would train them when she returned. That Lu Yin would soon know that these giants were with her. No matter what the conditions were, she could not hand them all over to Lu Yin. A day after confirming that Madame Red had left, Lu Yin, Lu Yefei, and Song Yi led the way to the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. Along the way, Song Yi was not obstructed at all. Madame Red had already opened up a path for him, and she was only waiting for him to reach the Flying Horse Mountain Villa before contacting Lu Yin. They looked at the towering mountain stream in front of them. This was the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, which had once been the headquarters of the Moxord sect. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa's specialty was the astral pagazi, but that was only in the Sixth Mainland. The Eternals had invaded, and the Sixth Mainland had collapsed. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa's former location had also suffered a devastating blow. The astral pagazi were nearly extinct, and they could not be brought back to the Outerverse. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa did not live up to its name. Madame Red was delighted to see the giants, and one of the reasons was that she wanted them to replace the astral pagazi. "You're Song Yi?" An extremely ugly woman stood in front of Lu Yin's group at the main entrance of the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, glaring at Song Yi with sinister eyes. Song Yi felt his hair stand on end from her stare, and he hurriedly bowed. "Yes, I am Song Yi. I've been ordered to come here. Madam will be leaving for now." Do as she says. The ugly woman then looked at Luyin and Lu Yefei. Because of the ore concealing stones, she could not see through their cultivation levels. However, Luyin could clearly see her cultivation level. She was an imprinter whose power level exceeded 500,000 but had yet to reach 600,000. Aside from Madame Red, this woman was the only other imprinter in the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. During the 6th Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse, another imprinter had died at the hands of Astral 3's Dean. Who are they? The ugly woman asked with a scrutinizing gaze. Xianxia respectfully replied, they are my followers from Chaos God Mountain. The ugly woman did not say much, as she did not care about Lu Yin's group. From her point of view, they were merely hunters. Let's go in. She then led the way. Xianxia looked at Luyin. Luyin nodded. He did not know where the giants were imprisoned, but he wanted to enter and control this ugly woman so that he could interrogate her about the giants' whereabouts. Madame Red would not be gone for too long, and Luyin did not want to waste any time. However, he also did not want to cause chaos. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa was not at the border with the Great Eastern Alliance, and it was also quite a distance away from the Astral River, Arkansas. If there was chaos, they would be easily intercepted. After entering the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, the ugly woman said, you can contact Luyin now. Tell him that the giants will all die if he doesn't come. At the same time, expose the fact that he secretly controlled Chaos God Mountain. He's coming. She then seriously added, ensure his safety. Lu Yin's original plan was to immediately control the ugly woman after entering the Flying Horse Mountain Villa and interrogate her about the giants' whereabouts. However, after hearing her words, he hurriedly stopped Lu Yefei and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia carefully asked, what if Luyin doesn't come? The ugly woman sneered. I heard that he has a good relationship with the 5th Mainland Sea King, and that the Sea King almost became his father-in-law. Tell him that the Sea King is here, and if he doesn't come, then this matter will be exposed. The Innerverse will be wary, and the Sea King will be furious. Who would dare to rely on him? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Galloping Horse Manor knew quite a bit about him, and it would take some time to find out. What was Madame Red trying to do? Tell Luyin to come. What are the conditions? Xianxia asked again. The ugly woman suddenly moved and grabbed Xianxia's neck. The veins on the back of her hand turned into small, sinister snakes that hissed. Xianxia was terrified, and Luyin felt a chill run down his spine. Even Fei Hua, who had a power level of over 700,000, subconsciously took a step back. This woman was too disgusting. Who knew how many poisonous snakes were hidden in her body? Is that something you should be asking? Contact Luyin and tell him to come to the Galloping Horse Manor. This is very important, the woman said coldly. Xianxia hurriedly nodded and watched in horror as the small snakes approached. They were sinister and disgusting. Luyin glanced at Mr. Lu Yi, who waved his hand. At the same time, Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he used the Aeon Evolution scripture to weaken the woman. The ugly woman suddenly felt her heart palpitate as a warning came from her mind. She was unable to react in time as a willow leaf wrapped around her, rendering her immobile. Lu Yin casually struck out with an empty palm. The woman was struck by the empty palm, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Some small snakes fell out from the blood, making the scene even more disgusting. Fei Hua frowned and scanned the woman's blood with her astral source. The woman stared at Luyin in disbelief, unable to make a sound. Luyin looked at her and returned to his original appearance. The woman's pupils shrank, and she looked at Xianxia, her gaze filled with killing intent and hatred. Xianxia was terrified and quickly retreated. Luyin spoke up. Let her speak. The moment he spoke, the woman regained her ability to speak. She shrieked, Xianxia, how dare you betray Madame and the Galloping Horse Manor? Madame will not let you off. You will die. Luyin barked, Madame Red wants to talk to me. What does she want to talk about? The ugly woman clenched her teeth and glared at Luyin. Her gaze was sinister, and there seemed to be little snakes slithering around her eyes. It was a sight that would give a normal person nightmares. Luyin rarely met such a disgusting cultivator. Where's the giant bloodline? The ugly woman snorted. No. Luyin frowned and flicked his finger, causing a wind to pierce through the ugly woman's body and injure her severely. Blood dripped down the willow leaves. "Where is the Sea King?" "No," the ugly woman growled. She then threatened, "This is the Galloping Horse Manor, Luine. Once Madame returns, you won't be able to escape." Luine laughed. "Didn't Madame Red want to guarantee my safety? I'm right here. You can talk to me on her behalf and see if I can accept her conditions." "Don't even think about it," the ugly woman shrieked. Lu Yin's goal in coming here was obviously to deal with those giants. Now that Madame Red was no longer around, it was very likely that the giants had been taken away. If he were to raise any conditions now, it would only cause future negotiations to fall into a passive state. This person is able to cultivate such a vicious battle skill. He's ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. Alliance Master Lu, there's no point in interrogating him. "It's better to find him ourselves," said Mr. Lu Yi. Luine frowned and looked at the ugly woman. "Are you really not going to tell me?" The ugly woman. She suddenly opened her mouth, and an imprint appeared behind her. It was Madame Red, and she spat out a giant python in an attempt to sneak past Lu Yi to attack Luine. However, she had underestimated Mr. Lu Yi, as the difference between the two was too great. The python was directly sliced apart, and the ugly woman's body turned into pus and blood due to the python's death. An unpleasant smell spread out, and Big Sister Flyflower could not help but evaporate the pus and blood. She said in disgust, "How can there be such a person?" Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed, and he looked outside. Someone was coming. Lu Yi and Flying Flower brought him and Song Yi into the astral source universe. Soon, two figures entered, one male and one female. The female was Hong Ying, Madame Red's disciple, and she had fought with Lu Yin several times. The last time had been during the Supreme Tournament, where she had been severely injured by Lu Yin's finger wind. Within the astral source universe, Lu Yin was shocked. It was actually Sun Jiong? Sun Jiong was from the Sun family of the Innerverse. Back then, the Sun family had tried to poison Lu Yin to death during the Supreme Tournament, but Lu Yin had eliminated them all. Sun Jiong was the only one who had survived, and he was determined to find his father's illegitimate son in the higher realm where the Sixth Mainland had established itself. He had not expected to see this person here after so many years. That's strange. Where is he? Hong Ying was puzzled, and she looked around. This was the main hall of the Flying Horse Manor that welcomed guests. It was very large, but cultivators could see everything in a single glance. Sun Jiong followed behind Hong Ying and lowered his head. He might have gone somewhere else. Hong Ying frowned. That shouldn't be the case. No one left after they came in, and it was only for a short while. Are you looking for me? Lu Yin's voice rang out, and Hong Ying was shocked. She turned around and saw a familiar face. She would never forget this face for the rest of her life. Lu Yin? She cried out in alarm, and she subconsciously took out her red-tasseled spear and stabbed it at Lu Yin while casting out an imprint behind her. The tip of the spear stopped a meter away from Lu Yin. Under his domain, Hong Ying was unable to move. She stared at Lu Yin in horror. Why are you here? Lu Yin calmly replied, I've already spared you a few times. This time, it's over. Hong Ying's face paled, and she retrieved something from her cosmic ring. However, the next moment, Lu Yin's domain suddenly shrank, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. All of her meridians had been severed, and a huge tremor rocked her mind. She lost all of her strength, and the red-tasseled spear fell from her hand to the ground with a thud. She collapsed to the ground, dead. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded the Innerverse, the Flying Horse Manor had caused too much bloodshed. Astral 3 had been destroyed by the Flying Horse Manor, and Hong Ying had massacred many people. She had even used Astral 3's students to lure the Innerverse cultivators to rescue her. Now, this debt had finally been repaid. Sun Jiong trembled as he looked at Hong Ying's corpse. He looked at Lu Yin in horror and slowly knelt down. Alliance leader Lu, I. Lu Yin calmly looked at him. Did you find someone from the Sun family? Your father's illegitimate son? Sun Jiong gulped and shook his head. No, I didn't find him. Then why are you at the Flying Horse Manor? Lu Yin asked. Sun Jiong panicked. The Sun family has always been in contact with the technocracy, and they have the Flying Horse Manor behind them. When the Sixth Mainland invaded the Innerverse, Madame Hong personally contacted my Sun family, which is why I came here to join them. Luin understood. This situation was similar to Song Yi's. Before the Sixth Mainland's invasion, these people had not known that Madame Hong was behind the technocracy. However, after the Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse had begun, Madame Hong had personally contacted them. This meant that when Zhaoqing and the others on the list all knew that Madame Hong was behind them. It was obviously impossible for the Flying Horse Manor to control the technocracy alone. Madame Hong also had another identity, which was that she was a protector of the Daosource sect. She also had someone above her. Luin thought of old man Songqiong. Qingtan had entered the board of governors, and she had been his disciple. However, that didn't seem right, as old man Songqiong was the progenitor of Blood Realm's celestial imprint, while Madame Hong was from the Grand Martial Realm. If one didn't consider the fact that they were separated by different realms, then it was possible based on their status within the Daosource sect. Luin looked at Sun Jiong, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling in fear. He was clearly afraid that Luin would kill him. Luin asked, "Where is the Sea King?" Sun Jiong's body trembled. On another planet. "Take me there," Luin said. Sun Jiong did not dare to refuse, and he looked at Han Ying's corpse again. At this point, there were no longer any powerhouses above the level of an emissary in the Flying Horse Manor, and Lu Yin's group could freely travel back and forth. Even if they had some defensive methods, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from the flying willow leaves. Sun Jiong brought Lu Yin's group to a planet not too far away from the Flying Horse Manor. Lu Yin saw a boundless amount of rune lines, which came from the giant. He was pleasantly surprised, as he had not expected that the giant would be imprisoned on the same planet as the Sea King. Madame Hong likes to collect powerhouses as slaves. Some of them do not submit, so they are imprisoned on this planet, Sun Jiong explained in a low voice. Lu Yin had the flying willow leaves rescue the giant while he went to the planet's core and saw the imprisoned Sea King. At the planet's core, there was a boundless sea of lava. Above them was a thick layer of underground rock, and a whistling wind blew from an unknown location, accompanied by strange insects flying about. Lu Yin walked to the planet's core and saw a chain extending towards the bottom of the lava. He released his domain and suppressed the lava, causing it to split in two. Following the chain, a miserable figure was revealed. At the end of the chain was an ugly bald man with scorched skin. He was lying at the bottom of the lava, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lu Yin landed beside the man and looked at him calmly. "You're still alive, right?" The man's eyes suddenly widened, and he grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand at the same time and collided with the man's palm. There was an explosion that distorted the void and created a crack that tore through the lava to the top of their heads, cutting through the thick layers of underground rock. The entire planet's core shook. "It's been 7 years, but the Sea King is still as elegant as ever," Lu Yin said, grabbing the Sea King's hand tightly without backing down. The Sea King was an existence that could fight Heizage Lian. If the Sea King had been at his peak, Lu Yin would not have dared to fight him. However, the Sea King was much weaker now, and his rune lines did not even reach a power level of 500,000. He could not harm Lu Yin. The Sea King stared at Lu Yin, and when he saw Lu Yin's face, he loosened his grip in disbelief. "You?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Long time no see, Senior Sea King." Above them, the layers of underground rock broke apart and crashed down. The entire planet's core was collapsing. The Sea King stared at Lu Yin and suddenly thought of something. His gaze turned sinister. "You betrayed the Fifth Mainland?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I lured Madame Red somewhere else and came here to save you." The Sea King's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. He did not believe that Madame Red could be lured away by this brat. Lu Yin casually severed the chains, and the Sea King's eyelids twitched. These chains could trap him and block an emissary's attack, but this brat had actually severed them? "Your strength?" The Sea King was astonished. Lu Yin helped the Sea King up. "Let's talk after we leave. Madame Red will be back at any time." He then took a step forward and brought the Sea King into the astral source universe, leaving the planet. The Sea King was in disbelief. How long had it been? This kid had actually broken into the astral source universe? How was this possible? In outer space, Flying Willow brought all of the giants out. We can go now. The commotion on this planet would quickly reach the Flying Horse Manor. Alliance Master Lu, what should I do? Sun Jiong asked anxiously. Song Yi spoke up at the same time. Alliance Master Lu, please take me with you. Lu Yin looked at Flying Willow, who grabbed Sun Jiong and Song Yi and broke into the astral source universe to send them back to the Flying Horse Manor. After he left, Song Yi became a corpse. As for Sun Jiong, he received Lu Yin's communication method. The giants had been rescued, and Madame Red could not find out about this. After all, she was a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 900,000, and Lu Yin did not want to be targeted by her. Song Yi had to die, and everyone who knew about this had to be dealt with. Only Sun Jiong could not die. If Hong Ying died, then no one would know that Sun Jiong had been involved. Lu Yin wanted to keep him here to keep an eye on the Flying Horse Manor. Lu Yin looked back at the planet and gathered star energy in his hand, forming a very ordinary star energy sword. The Sea King, Flying Willow, Ku Wei, and the other giants looked at Lu Yin in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he raised the sword and swung it down. Nothing happened, but a sword scar split the ground on a distant planet. The Sea King's expression changed, and he blurted out, "The 13 swords?" Ku Wei was stunned. The 13 swords? How could this be? Wasn't this the sword sect's ultimate technique that only the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu and Lu Xiaoqiu, knew? How could Master know it as well? Let's go, Lu Yin said. With Flying Willow leading the way, they headed towards the Innerverse. They wanted to take a detour to the Great Yu Empire. The Sea King was shocked that Lu Yin knew the 13 swords, but he was even more shocked by Flying Willow. Even though he was heavily injured, he still had his vision and senses. These two were not much weaker than him, and yet they had listened to Lu Yin. What had happened to this kid over the past few years? Lu Yin had learned the 13 swords? Master, Master. Little Wei thought that I would never see you again in this lifetime, Master. Ku Wei began to complain. He was going crazy, as he really thought that his life was over. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was very curious about Chen Huang. He had actually broken through to become an emissary, which meant that his power had taken a huge leap. The Great Eastern Alliance now had another emissary. Brat Lu, where are Chi-Chi and the others? The Sea King asked hurriedly. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but it couldn't hide his domineering aura. Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, Senior. They're doing well. The people from the Sea King's dome are all in the Outerverse Frostwave Weave." The Sea King frowned. The Outerverse should have been gifted to the 6th mainland. Lu Yin replied, "It seems like Senior isn't completely ignorant. Madam. Red would come looking for me every once in a while to make me submit. She also told me a few things." "Is there anything about me?" Lu Yin was curious. The Sea King shook his head. She only said that the Hall of Honor had agreed to divide the Outerverse to them, and she also mentioned that the 3 matriarchs had arrived. Lu Yin sneered. "You're lying to yourself. The 6th mainland has been destroyed, and too many experts have died. Of the 3 matriarchs, the martial ancestor did descend, but it was only for an instant. He didn't have the ability to come to my 5th mainland to show off his strength. Also, the Sea King knew some things, but he didn't know most of them. Madame Red couldn't have told him anything negative about the 6th mainland, so when Lu Yin told him these things, the Sea King's worldview had been turned upside down." "You're saying that the 6th mainland is finished?" The Sea King was in disbelief. "Even the Starfall Sea is gone? Is this Ancestor Hui's plan?" This was the first time that Lu Yefei had heard of these things, and she was similarly shocked. Lu Yin sighed. Ancestor Hui's plan lasted for many years, and he even deceived time. Those monsters were also deceived. When the 6th mainland attacked my 5th mainland and destroyed my 5th mainland's Daosor sect, Ancestor Hui took revenge. "Humph, it wasn't the 6th mainland that destroyed the Daosor sect," the Sea King suddenly shouted angrily. Those idiots from the sixth mainland were deceived. They were just pawns. If it wasn't for them, with my fifth mainland's 9 mountains and 8 seas strength, how could we have been defeated so easily? Luine was curious. Senior, do you know what happened back then? The Sea King sighed. I know a little. Apparently, there was a traitor in one of my fifth mainland's clans who deliberately provoked a war with the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland was also deceived and became the blade of those monsters. In the end, my fifth mainland suffered a crushing defeat, and the world changed. From then on, there were no more progenitors. What about the region after the 3 upper gates? Luine suddenly asked. The Sea King was shocked. You know about that as well? He looked deeply at Luine. The region after the 3 upper gates is also a group of traitors, but they didn't attack my fifth mainland. Instead, they abandoned the fifth mainland. Those people are the primeval surname clans that my fifth mainland spurned. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He knew about all of this. The primeval surnames had become public enemies in this region, but they were different from the Neo-Human Alliance. Some people hated the primeval surnames and wanted nothing more than to kill them, but there were also people who didn't care and believed that as long as it was legal, everything was fine. Rather than being public enemies, the primeval surnames were more like existences that everyone loved. Because the primeval surnames had abandoned the fifth mainland, the world had changed, and there were no more progenitors. But was that really the truth? The fifth mainland hadn't had a progenitor for so many years, and it had been impossible for it to resist the everlasting tribe. The only reason it hadn't been destroyed by the everlasting tribe was because of the astral storm, which had kept the everlasting tribe outside. The second reason was that the astral tree domain had blocked the 3 upper gates, which had prevented the fifth mainland from being invaded. This was why the fifth mainland had been like a hotbed for so many years. As for the truth, only those who had witnessed history would know. The primeval surnames had abandoned the fifth mainland, but they had also protected it. However, in their minds, the fifth mainland was an abandoned land that they looked down on. They shouldn't have protected a place that they looked down on, but they had still protected it. It was a very contradictory thought process. Senior, you used progenitor Chen's item to combine with pyrolite to break through the 3 upper gates. You wanted to use the region beyond the 3 upper gates to change the fifth mainland's world back to normal. Did you think that doing this would trigger a war with the sixth mainland? Do you think it's worth it? Luine asked a question that many wanted to know the answer to. The Sea King's gaze was complicated. Whether it's worth it or not, that will be left for future generations to judge. Many people hate me because I started the war and caused the deaths of those close to them. I don't care how others curse me, but I hope that the fifth mainland's world will no longer be deceived by the sixth mainland. Luine smiled. He didn't care what others thought of the Sea King. Just like what he was doing now, many people thought that he had started a civil war that had benefited the everlasting tribe. Was he really going to sacrifice himself? He wasn't that great. The Lu family had to return, and he had to rule over the world. The more the 4 cardinal scales didn't want the Lu family to return, the more he wanted them to return. In essence, he was the same type of person as the Sea King. Life was only exciting if they fought for it. Lu Yefei didn't care about the conflicts between the fifth and sixth mainlands. They were more amazed by progenitor Hui's plan. This plan had crossed the river of time and deceived history, but it had still succeeded in the end. This was the might of a progenitor. Not long after Lu Yin's group left, Hong Ying's corpse was discovered. Soon after, the planet that had imprisoned the Sea King and the giant was also discovered. The entire Galloping Horse Mountain Villa was in an uproar. Sun Jiong looked at the figures streaking across the sky. The Galloping Horse Mountain Villa was in chaos. Madam, come back soon. He found it strange that Luine would arrive at the same time as Madam. Was it such a coincidence? He looked at his gadget and decided to contact Luine before Madam returned. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to contact her once she returned. He turned on his gadget. In outer space, a group of people headed towards Chaos Flow Zone and boarded the Astral River. Arkansas Lu Yefei and Lu Yefei were traveling at full speed, afraid of being caught by Madame Hong. They were also afraid, as she was a powerhouse with a power level of over 900,000. She was considered an expert even in the cosmic tree realm. His gadget rang, and Luin answered. Alliance Master Lu, this is Sun Jiong. Luin replied, the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa is in chaos, right? Yes, Madam should be back soon. She won't be that fast. Sun Jiong was shocked. What did that mean? Could it be that Madam's departure was related to Luin? When he thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Luin was too powerful, to the point that he could even affect the Sixth Mainland? How was that possible? No matter how much Sun Jiong denied it, everything that Luin had done seemed to be based on the fact that Madame Hong definitely wouldn't return immediately. No one would dare to joke around with their own lives. It's your good fortune to be able to enter the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. But don't forget who gave you this opportunity. Sun Jiong's heart sank. Alliance Master Lu, it was you who spared my life. That's why I had the chance to survive. It's good that you know. You've done a great service today. You brought me to the Sea King and the Giant, and you even brought me into the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Alliance Master Lu, it was Xianxia who brought you in. It was you. Xianxia is already dead. Sun Jiong's face paled, and he helplessly replied, I understand. Does the Alliance Master have any instructions for me? Tell me everything you know about the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa and the Sixth Mainland. It's best if you can find out what Madame Hong wants to talk to me about. She seems to be very interested in discussing conditions with me. Sun Jiong bitterly replied, Alliance Master, it's impossible for you to tell me anything about Madame Hong. I've been following Hong Ying around the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa, and there's no way for me to come into contact with Madame Hong. Luin believed this, as Sun Jiong was just a minor character who was like an ant in Madame Hong's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the Sun family was a traitor and was on the list of traitors, the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa would never have accepted Sun Jiong. Someone like him wasn't even qualified to watch over the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Keep an eye on the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. I need useful information, and as long as you can do it, I'll let you change your appearance and live comfortably in the Innerverse. If you can't do it, you've seen what happened to Xianxia. Sun Jiong's heart trembled. Yes, I understand. He didn't expect Sun Jiong to give him any useful information, but having a spy in the Flying Horse Manor was better than nothing. If not for Sun Jiong, he wouldn't have been able to find the Sea King and the Giant so easily. Elder, who was also a spy that Wei Rong had buried in Chaos God Mountain. These spies seemed unremarkable, but they could sometimes play an incomparably important role. The Flying Horse Manor was in chaos, but they couldn't contact Madame Hong. Madame Red was currently being investigated by Xianxia Old Man, and she had no idea what ancestor Wushang's skin was. On the other side, the Board of Governors had come to a conclusion. They refused to quell the Blazing Mist Flowzone's war. The Hall of Honor's basic rule was to not interfere in the disputes between factions. Qing Tan persuaded the three elders to agree to the resolution, but in the end they failed because of the lack of votes. Luin had no intentions of letting the Blazing Mist Flowzone's war end. If the war ended there, then what else could Wang Wen do? After the meeting ended, Qing Tan received a call from Old Man Songqiong. Old Man Songqiong was unable to find anything wrong with Red Madam and the others. With Red Madam and the others' identities, it was impossible for them to be interrogated. Old Man Songqiong could only slowly investigate. However, if these people truly allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to retain 5 territories, it would prove that there was something wrong with them. Qing Tan was certain that Luin would not lie to her, as there was no reason for him to lie to her. There was no point in lying to her. Songqiong Old Man naturally believed her words, and he was certain that these people had reached an agreement with Luin. However, even if he was certain, he still needed proof. The proof was whether the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to retain the 5 territories. If they did, Old Man Songqiong would be able to make a move immediately. After all, what he wanted was progenitor Wushang's hide. On World Mountain, Qing Tan was extremely tired. The 3 elders looked into the distance in a daze. Their expressions were old and their eyes were numb. Qing Tan glanced at him, then ignored him. Not long after, someone came to visit. It was San Liang, the newcomer who had replaced Song Ying as the director. Qing Tan was still very concerned about San Liang. This person clearly didn't have any background, but he was able to obtain Director Si Hong's recognition. He walked step by step to reach his current position. It was very strange, and his rise was also relatively fast. San Liang was here to visit Third Elder. To outsiders, almost no one knew that Third Elder was controlled by Qing Tan. Qing Tan stood behind the Third Elder and welcomed the three elders. Director San Liang, what business do you have with this old man? The Third Elder asked with a polite tone. San Liang smiled and said, I've wanted to pay you a visit for a long time, but I never had the chance. This time, I noticed that you didn't seem to be in good health, so I came to pay my respects. The Third Elder smiled and said, You're too polite. I'm old now, and I'm not as strong as I would like to be. San Liang asked, Senior, this is your third time joining the Board of Governors, so you should be very clear about the Hall of Honor's principle of not interfering with power struggles. Why have you suddenly agreed to intervene in the Blazing Mist Flowzone's war? The Third Elder looked at Qing Tan. Qing Tan's eyes flashed. Director San Liang, this matter is rather complicated. Father's body isn't in good condition. Can you let him rest? San Liang said apologetically, Junior has been rude. Senior, please rest. Qing Tan, help me send Director San to him, Third Elder said. Qing Tan nodded and smiled at San Liang. Director, please. San Liang nodded and followed Qing Tan out. Gradually, the two of them left the sight of the three elders. San Liang suddenly stopped and looked at Qing Tan. By the way, I have a question. I'm not sure if Miss Qing Tan knows about it. Qing Tan was curious. What would this little girl know? Director, if you have any questions, you can ask my father in a few days. Senior might not know, but Miss Qing Tan definitely knows. Is Xianxia old man's body well? San Liang asked, and then under Qing Tan's shocked gaze, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck. San Liang was originally a cultivator who guarded the realm mountain, and his power level exceeded 400,000. Although Qing Tan was Xianxia old man's disciple, she was still somewhat weaker than a realmling, let alone a match for San Liang. She did not even have time to react to San Liang's sudden attack. San Liang gripped Qing Tan's neck tightly and grinned. The Alliance Master asked me to send his regards to Miss Qing Tan. Qing Tan's pupil shrank. There were too many people who were addressed as Alliance Master, but there was only one person who was qualified to be addressed as such by San Liang, Luyin. Luyin knew that she was from the Sixth Mainland, and he also knew that she was Xianxia old man's disciple. He knew everything. In that instant, Qing Tan realized that everything that Luyin had said to her before had been a lie. He had wanted to use her to tell Xianxia old man some things, but what was his goal? Could it be that he wanted to confirm her identity? Qing Tan regretted it. Luyin definitely had a spy in the Sixth Mainland, and he had been the first to know that Madame Hong and the others had been investigated. That was how he had confirmed her identity. When? Qing Tan's face flushed red, and she struggled to speak. Her body was suspended in the air by San Liang's grip, and it was difficult for her to breathe. San Liang activated his gadget and contacted Luyin. Luyin's voice soon came through. Done? Alliance Master, Miss Qing Tan is here, San Liang said respectfully as he handed the gadget to Qing Tan and put her down. Qing Tan panted heavily as she looked at her gadget. Miss Qing Tan, please introduce yourself, Luyin said calmly, his tone filled with confidence and an irrefutable domineeringness. Qing Tan rubbed her neck. I don't know what Alliance Master Lu is talking about. Miss Qing Tan, you were able to control Old Man 3 and almost annihilate his entire family. I believe that you have the power to protect yourself in the Realm Mountain, but can you leave? Can you return to the Outerverse alive while being pursued by the interstellar arbitration? Lu Yin's voice continued. Qing Tan sneered. Alliance Master Lu, you're too unbridled. San Liang is one of your people, and you already have the right to speak on the board. Now, you want to use this method to make my father your puppet? Stop dreaming. Even if I die, my father will never listen to you. It seems that Miss Qing Tan is certain that I have no evidence, Luyin teased. San Liang raised his gadget and displayed an image. It was the grandson of Old Man 3. Qing Tan's face paled when she saw the boy. Even if you're not from the Sixth Mainland, secretly controlling a board member is still a crime punishable by death. Besides, I've already confirmed that Miss Qing Tan is old man Xianxia's disciple. Do you think that the interstellar arbitration will not sentence you to death? Qing Tan's expression changed. She had not expected Luin to be able to find the boy. She had been looking for him all this time, but she had not been able to find him. What do you want, Alliance Master Lu? Qing Tan asked in a low voice. First, I want to know if Miss Qing Tan is afraid of death. San Liang, contact the interstellar arbitration and start a trial. Yes, Alliance Master, San Liang answered. He then contacted the interstellar arbitration under Qing Tan's gaze. Qing Tan's expression changed as she stared at San Liang's actions. She saw that he had contacted the interstellar arbitration, and it was not fake. It was the real interstellar arbitration because Qing Tan had seen San Liang contact De Qiu. De Qiu was a new emissary from the interstellar arbitration, and he was an expert who might become the fourth judge. Old Man 3. Just as San Liang said that, Qing Tan shouted, "What do you want?" San Liang stopped and calmly looked at Qing Tan. A voice came from the other end of the gadget. Director San Liang, what do you want to say? Qing Tan stared at San Liang, a deep fear in her eyes. San Liang saw it and read it through her body language. It's nothing. I was just chatting with Old Man 3 and Alliance Master Lu, and Alliance Master Lu mentioned you. Old Man 3 is very curious about you, so he contacted you. De Qiu politely replied, so Director San Liang is acquainted with Alliance Master Lu. It's all thanks to Alliance Master Lu that I was able to break through. To become an emissary. Please send my regards to Alliance Master Lu. I'll personally visit Old Man 3 another day. Okay. After saying that, he hung up and looked at Qing Tan. It seems like Miss Qing Tan isn't someone who doesn't care about death. In that case, we can talk about it, Luin said. I hope that Miss Qing Tan can contact Madame Red and tell her that you coincidentally overheard Director Lu Ran talking to the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect took advantage of Madame Red's absence to take away the Sea King and the Giant's bloodline. Their reason is that the Sea King has something they want. Qing Tan's mind flashed. You purposely told me that you had an agreement with Madame Red, Ancestor Autumnfrost, and the Wild Archer God so that Madame Red could leave the Galloping Horse Villa and take away the Sea King and Giant? Miss, you're very smart, but there's one thing you're wrong about. The one who took away the Sea King and Giant was the Sword Sect, not me, Luin said. Qing Tan gritted her teeth, as she had been tricked. Luin had known that she was Old Man Xianxia's disciple, and he had purposely told her that he had reached an agreement with Madame Red in order to distract her and steal away the Giant and the Sea King. So that was why he had lied to her. When did you find out about my identity? Qing Tan asked. Miss, please contact Madame Red and tell her what I just said. Luin did not answer her question. Qing Tan wanted to refuse, but she had no other choice. She wanted to live, and she had come to the Realm Mountain because even though she was Old Man Xianxia's disciple, she had never appeared in front of the people from the Fifth Mainland. Very few people even from the Sixth Mainland knew of her existence, and she had been able to hide her identity. Now that she had been discovered, she could only listen to Luin if she wanted to live. This was also why Luin had been testing her. If he had encountered someone who was not afraid of death, then he would not have dared to give her a chance to contact Madame Red. In the outerverse, in outer space, Madame Red's gaze was icy as she headed towards the Galloping Horse Villa. She had just received news that Hong Ying was dead, and her family's imprinter had gone missing. The Giant and the Sea King had also gone missing. Someone had actually dared to target the Galloping Horse Villa. When she returned to the Galloping Horse Villa, everyone there trembled and did not dare to look directly at her. Hong Ying's corpse was lying flat on the ground, and she had died from a domain suppression. Madame Red went to take a look at the planet where the Sea King and Giant were imprisoned. She found traces of the Sword Sect's 13 swords on the planet's surface. Her gadget beeped. The cultivators of the Sixth Mainland were already used to using it, as it was too convenient. Madame Red, it's me, Qing Tan. Madame Red frowned. You shouldn't have contacted me. I just received a piece of information related to you, madam. I wanted to tell you and see if it would be of any help to you. Qing Tan's voice was calm. Madame Red's eyes flashed. Please speak. One of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor is from the Sword Sect. His name is Lu Ran. Just now, I accidentally overheard Lu Ran talking to the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect sent people to the Flying Horse Mountain Villa to take away the Sea King and the Giant, Qing Tan said. Madame Hong's eyes widened, and a cold glint flickered in the depths of her eyes. She glanced at the sword scar on the planet's surface and asked, "Did you say that it was the Sword Faction?" Not bad. The reason? Madame Red wasn't stupid. She wouldn't believe whatever Qing Tan said. She understood the situation in the Fifth Mainland very well. The Sword Sect had no reason to snatch the Sea King and the Giant. Qing Tan replied in a low voice, "That's why I came to find you, madam. According to that person's conversation, the Sea King has something that the Sword Sect wants. Apparently, it's related to the opening of the 3 upper gates." Madame Red frowned. That's right, it was indeed the Sea King who had broken through the upper 3 gates, which had caused the Fifth Mainland's weather to change, which had led to the invasion of the Sixth Mainland. The Sea King knows a lot of things, and he also knows a few things. The Sword Sect has been keeping an eye on the Flying Horse matter for a long time. When Madame was out, they immediately took action and snatched the Sea King away. What about the Giant? I don't know about that. He probably took it along with him. Madam, I contacted you because I want to know what the Sea King has. You've captured the Sea King for so long, so you should know more or less. Madame Red felt helpless. The Sea King is a tough nut to crack. He dared to take the risk of the Fifth Mainland being destroyed in order to break through the upper 3 gates. His courage is greater than the heavens, so how could he possibly submit to me? However, I never thought that the Sword Sect would actually keep an eye on the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. She had originally thought that it was Luin who had done it, but now it seemed that it might not be the case. Qing Tan had no reason to lie to her. Since Madame doesn't know, then I won't ask any further. However, there's one thing that I must remind Madame, the Sword Sect is one of the 8 great flow zones of the Fifth Mainland's innerverse. Even if Madame wants to take revenge, you can't be too brazen. The Sixth Mainland does not wish to have any conflicts with the Fifth Mainland at this time. Master wants us to take things slowly, Qing Tan reminded her. Madame Red ended the call and snorted. She then looked towards the innerverse. The Sword Sect is courting death. The Sword Sect was a colossus to others, but Madame Red did not care about it at all. Her power was enough to reign supreme in the innerverse, and based on her understanding of the Sword Sect, there was no one in the Sword Sect who could be her opponent. She wouldn't let them off so easily. Since they dared to kill Hong Ying and steal the Flying Horse Matter's things, they had to pay the price. Neoverse, atop the Realm Mountain, Qing Tan put down her gadget and helplessly lowered her hand. Deceiving Madame Hong was tantamount to betraying the Sixth Mainland. Even though she had been forced to do so, she believed that such things would happen more and more often in the future. Miss Qing Tan, you've done very well. Thank you. Luin sighed in relief. He did not want to be targeted by Madame Red so quickly, and he had already planned to toss this matter to the Sword Sect. After all, there were people from the Sword Sect on the board of directors, and now, the Sword Sect's hands were reaching out more and more. Alliance Head Lu, if you want to keep controlling me, I'd rather die, said Qing Tan. Luin smiled. Of course not. Help me with a few more things, and then you can leave. Qing Tan taunted, if I leave, how will Alliance Master Lu control the 3 elders? Are you going to return the freedom of the 3rd elder? Of course, you don't have to worry about that, Miss Qing Tan. With that, he hung up. Up ahead, Lu Yin's group had already reached Chaos Flow Zone, but they did not stop there. Instead, they continued heading east. Along the way, the Sea King used his gadget to understand what had happened on the Fifth Mainland, and he was most surprised by Lu Yin's changes. Lu Yin had unified the Outerverse, overturned the Day-Night Flow Zone, won the Tournament of Sovereigns, exterminated the Blaze Realm, and so on. Everything that had happened shocked the Sea King. How long had it been? It had only been a few years, so how could so many things have happened? And how had Lu Yin accomplished all of this? The more the Sea King looked at Lu Yin, the more shocked and incredulous he became. Anyone who saw Lu Yin's legendary achievements would find it hard to believe. Although he was shocked, the Sea King did not speak with Lu Yin. Instead, he quietly waited for the moment when he would reunite with the people from the Sea King's dome. When they passed by the giant financial group, Lu Yin did not let go of the giants. Now that the giants' bloodline was about to be merged into the Great Eastern Alliance, he had to take them with him. Chen Huang had no objections, as he had fused with Ku Wei's bloodline and broken through to become an emissary. Just like the other giants, his attitude towards Ku Wei had undergone a fundamental change. Ku Wei was very pleased, as he had controlled an emissary, and not just any emissary at that. A few days later, with the help of the flying willow leaves, the group finally boarded the Astral River Arc and headed to the Outerverse. They were already very close to the Great Yu Empire. This Astral River Arc is also under your control, right? The Sea King asked as he looked at the flowing Astral River with a complicated expression. Lu Yin stood not too far from the Sea King. I only have a certain amount of control over it. The Sea King laughed. You're the Outerverse Master, and you can even topple the day-night flow zone. I heard that you just experienced a huge battle that changed the situation in the Cosmic Sea. The 4 hegemons have become the 2 hegemons. Lu Yin, you've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Now, you don't need the Sea King's dome's help at all. Lu Yin looked at the Sea King. Cooperation. I hope to cooperate with the Sea King's dome. The Sea King shook his head and sighed. The Sea King's dome no longer exists. After being captured for so many years, the Sea King would rather die than submit. However, his mentality had changed, and he had become much older. He no longer had his previous drive, and he had aged a lot. How's Heizij doing? The Sea King asked. Lu Yin replied, not bad. He's becoming more and more domineering. Is that so? The Sea King recalled his battle with Heizij in the Starfall Sea. Although only a few years had passed, it felt like a very long time had passed. The people from the Sea King's dome had never imagined that happiness would come so suddenly. When Elder He and the others saw the Sea King, they could not believe their eyes. Even Haichichi was stunned. The Sea King sighed. I'm back. The next moment, Haichichi's eyes turned red, and she leapt into the Sea King's embrace. Father. Everyone from the Sea King's dome bowed. Welcome back, Sea King. Welcome back, Sea King. This was a rare reunion, but Lu Yin left it to the Sea King's dome and did not appear. Ku Wei stood on Chen Huang's shoulder and pursed his lips. He thought of the Ku family, but then shook his head. He had no family. Lu Yin watched the Sea King and the others reunite, and he felt extremely conflicted. There would be a day when the Lu family would return as well, and when that time came, would it also be like this? He longed to be reunited and to see his true family. After 2 hours, Haichichi finally let go of the Sea King with tears streaming down her face. Hai Dashao stood in place, his expression unprecedentedly relaxed. The Sea King's dome had always guessed that the Sea King was still alive, and they had always wanted to find him. However, they knew that they did not have the ability to do so. As long as the Sea King did not return, the Sea King's dome would never be complete. Haichichi and the others were all very excited. The Sea King smiled when he saw their expressions. Alright, I'm back. Father, don't leave Chi-Chi again, okay? Haichichi sobbed. The Sea King's gaze was gentle, and he wiped away her tears. I know. I won't leave again. No matter how much he tried to convince himself that it had not been that long, the Sea King still felt guilty when he saw Haichichi. He felt guilty towards his daughter. Haichichi was not Hai Dashao, and she did not have enough experience. She was also not prepared to bear the pain of losing her father. She had been protected too well. The Sea King comforted Haichichi when he saw her aggrieved and emotional expression. He then spoke to Elder Tong and the others before finding Lu Yin. You were the one who pulled out the Sea King's trident, the Sea King said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had not expected the Sea King to bring up this matter again. It seemed to have happened a long time ago. You still remember? The Sea King looked at Lu Yin seriously. Answer me seriously. Are you willing to marry Chi-Chi? Lu Yin pursed his lips. Senior, I've already said that pulling out the Sea King's trident was not my wish. The Sea King frowned. Lu Yin had indeed not been willing to pull out the trident, but at that time, no one had cared. If the Sea King wanted Luin to be his son-in-law, then Luin had to be his son-in-law. He could not escape, and no one could stop him. Now, however, the Sea King could not do so. Lu Yin's trident was not even worth mentioning, and there were also those powerful figures backing him up. It seems like you really don't want to marry Qiqi. Since that's the case, we'll settle everything. My Sea King's dome helped you, and you saved me and Qiqi. My Sea King's dome and you don't owe each other anything. The Sea King said solemnly. As for Qiqi, I'll find someone suitable for her. Luin nodded. I'm sorry, Senior. I like Qiqi, but it's not that kind of love. I treat her like a sister or a friend. The Sea King looked into the distance. The universe is changing too quickly. Even my Sea King's dome needs the strength of your Great Eastern Alliance to survive. If there's anything you need us to do in the future, you can tell me, but I might not be able to help. Without the Starfall Sea, the people of the Sea King's dome did not know where to establish themselves. They could not go to Enlon planet either. The Sea King's dome was powerful enough to occupy a flow zone in the Innerverse, and it could even occupy one of the 8 great flow zones. However, just like the Great Eastern Alliance, they were all outsiders. If they went there, they would easily become public enemies. The Sea King was also tired. The moment he saw Hai Qiqi, he knew that he could not abandon them. He wanted to quietly accompany Hai Qiqi and the others. What he had done would be judged by future generations. Luin could see the exhaustion in the Sea King's eyes. Many people did not fear death, but after experiencing it, their mentality would change. Rather than calling the Sea King the master of the Sea King's dome, the Sea King was more like a father, an elder who wanted to protect his family. I hope that the Sea King remains missing and that no one can find him, Luin said. The Sea King was stunned, but then he nodded. All right, I'll have the Sea King's dome cooperate. I haven't returned yet. Thank you, Luin said gratefully. The Sea King's dome was truly grateful to Luin, and Hai Qiqi had also specially sought him out to express her gratitude. This was one of the few times that she did not have a venomous tongue, and Luin was not used to it. After leaving the people of the Sea King's dome, Lu Yefei led Luin and the giant bloodline towards Xinyu Star. Not long after Luin reached Xinyu Star, a piece of news spread from the outerverse to the innerverse. The Sea King was in the hands of the Sword Sect. This news had been released by Madame Red. She was very familiar with the situation in the Fifth Mainland, and she had investigated the important figures who could influence the Fifth Mainland. Luin was one of them. She had investigated the relationship between Luin and the Sea King's dome, as well as the relationship between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. She had deliberately revealed that the Sea King was in the Sword Sect so that Luin could cause trouble for the Sword Sect. If the Sea King was confirmed to be in the Sword Sect, the people from the Sea King's dome would not let him off the hook and would demand the Sword Sect back. As the former son-in-law of the Sea King's dome, Luin could not sit idly by. Madame Red had deliberately not revealed that Luin was in control of Chaos God Mountain. Instead, she had revealed this information so that Luin would clash with the Sword Sect. However, this also involved an even more important matter, which could only be carried out after Luin clashed with the Sword Sect. Outerverse, Frostwave Weave, Xinyu Star. Luin and Wang Wen faced each other, and there was a table between them that had 3 cards on it. Wang Wen had just given Luin a clear understanding of the current situation in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The war in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had started under Wei Rong's secret instigation. The Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which had set the fuse between the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire. Although the battle in the Cosmic Sea had attracted the attention of the entire Fifth Mainland, the war in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had not stopped. The Sword Sect and the Lingling clan support the Sylvan Dragons, while the Beast Tamers Flow Zone and the Wen family support the Ross Empire. With the interference of the smaller flow zones, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone is quite lively. Wang Wen smiled as he opened his star chart. Luin was puzzled. Why is the Wen family supporting the Ross Empire? It's simple. The Wen family's erudite flow zone intersects with the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, so the Sylvan Dragons will never join the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. Otherwise, they'll become mounts. The Wen family can only choose to support the Ross Empire. I remember that. The Sylvan dragons have quite a good relationship with the beast tamers flow zone. Luine was puzzled. It's just on the surface. The beast tamers flow zone has always wanted to rope in the Sylvan dragons, and their goal is to turn them into mounts. The Sylvan dragons aren't stupid, so why would they join the beast tamers flow zone? They betrayed the astral beast domain in order to escape their fate of becoming mounts. They're afraid of the beast tamers flow zone's techniques, so they'd rather die than join the divine grade hall. What about the sword sect? Why are you helping the Sylvan dragons? Of course they're mounts, but compared to the beast tamers flow zone, they're more willing to serve the sword sect. When we overthrew the day-night flow zone, the Sylvan dragons helped the day-night clan. It's not that these beasts can't become mounts, but rather that they've chosen to become someone's mount. Do you remember Long Yi? They want to become Night King Zhenwu's mount, and they want the entire Sylvan dragon clan to become the day-night royal clan's mount. In the end, they're just beasts. Luine looked at the star chart. It's very worrying. Wang Wen nodded. The Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon clan are at war, and each side has an emissary. Sects like the Sword Sect can't possibly send too many powerful people over, as they're afraid of drawing attention to themselves. They're all working behind the scenes, and while they haven't lost many of their elite disciples, they're constantly losing ordinary disciples. They've become a millstone, and now, when the ordinary disciples from the Sword Sect hear that they're going to the Blazing Mist flow zone, they're doing everything they can to refuse. Isn't that what you wanted? Luine asked. Wang Wen had once said that he wanted to turn the Blazing Mist flow zone into a black hole of war between the universe's great powers. Once they entered, they would never be able to leave. That's far from enough. With the current scale, they can withdraw at any time without paying too much of a price. Thus, it's time for us to take action. Wang Wen then gestured for Luine to open the first card. Your Highness, please open the first card. Luine had been curious about these 3 cards for a long time, and when he heard Wang Wen's words, he opened the first card one by one. There were more than 20 names on it. These people are important to the Sword Sect, Divine Grade Hall, Wen family, and Lingling clan. Most of them are even the descendants of powerful elders. Wei Rong's men from the various great powers are constantly working hard, and these people are gradually gathering in the Blazing Mist flow zone. What we need to do is eliminate them all and plant a seed of hatred, Wang Wen said. Luine raised his brows. Are these people so important that the great powers are willing to send them to the Blazing Mist flow zone? This is Wei Rong's mission, and I won't interfere. My goal is to confirm the list of names and plant a seed of hatred. Once a seed of hatred is planted, it won't be removed in a short period of time. This will prevent them from completely withdrawing from the battlefield, and it will also prevent them from joining forces. If I were to be killed by the Sword Sect, would you still work with them? Would you trust them unconditionally? Wang Wen smiled at Luine. Luine immediately replied, that's impossible, but the people behind these people might not be able to make the decision. The 8 great flow zones have controlled the Innerverse for so many years, and they aren't stupid. Your plan can't be flawless, and there's bound to be someone who understands. Open the second card, Wang Wen said. Luine casually opened it, and there was still a list of names. Even if there's someone who understands, these people must be eliminated, Wang Wen said. Luine shook his head. There's no point in eliminating them. If it really comes down to it, they'll have to join forces even if they don't want to. Then what if there's no such thing? Open the third card, Wang Wen said confidently. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he solemnly opened the third card. There were only 2 words written on it, external aid. He looked at Wang Wen curiously. Wang Wen's lips curled up. No matter what we do, once they're certain that they have enough external aid to suppress us, will they still join forces? Once someone has a trump card, they won't care about the ones on the surface. But what if this so-called external aid is fake? Luine slammed his hand on the table. I can find them external aid, and I can find the strongest external aid that gives them the most confidence. Then, Wang Wen said. Luine looked up. The Blazing Mist flow zone is officially recovered. I want it to be the true starting point for the Great Eastern Alliance to step into the Innerverse. Yes, Alliance leader. Wang Wen took a step back and bowed solemnly. The next moment, Wei Rong received a message. Begin. He stood up and looked out into the universe. It had finally begun, and he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since he had destroyed the Blaze Realm, he had been waiting for this day and had been preparing for it. It was time for the Great Eastern Alliance to officially enter the Innerverse. In the Innerverse, the blazing mist flow zone was no longer as peaceful as it had been before. Battles broke out in space from time to time, and the occasional violent roar of a Sylvan dragon could be heard. There were also the explosions of countless strange technological weapons. On a planet, billions of people looked up in fear. The sun that had been enveloping the planet had been torn apart by a Sylvan dragon, and it roared as it charged into space. What greeted it were countless beams of light. The people on that planet watched in despair as the sun cracked, collapsed, and then slowly exploded. They knew that what awaited them next was death. The effects of the sun's explosion were enough to destroy the planet and turn it into a black hole. Billions of people were helpless, as the planet's technology was insufficient to deal with such a disaster. A month ago, they had believed that there were no other civilizations in the universe. However, a Sylvan dragon had appeared and shattered everyone's worldview. They had seen the legendary Sylvan dragon, and now, they had seen the sun being destroyed. They did not know what to do. A beam of light suddenly swept past and completely erased the sun that had been on the verge of shattering. This was the remnant force of the Ross Empire's attack on the Sylvan dragon. The sun had been erased without any resistance, and even though it had a devastating effect on the planet and caused it to enter the Ice Age or an even more severe disaster, it was still better than being destroyed in one fell swoop. With the planet's technology, they still had a sliver of hope for survival, but just a sliver. In the distance, Sylvan dragons roared in the void as they continuously displayed their extreme speed. A Sylvan dragon that had reached the Explorer realm could create dozens of clones, and its extreme speed allowed it to continuously destroy the Ross Empire's warships. The Ross Empire's technology surpassed the Outerverse, and their warships' defenses and attacks were far superior to the Outerverse. Although there were no envoys among them, it was still a desperate situation for ordinary cultivators. As a warship exploded, all of the Ross Empire's cultivators inside were annihilated without any chance of survival. A Sylvan dragon charged towards a warship, but it was attacked by countless attacks and turned into a sieve. It wasn't just in outer space, many other planets were also embroiled in war. The entire blazing mist flow zone's former Blaze realm was now embroiled in war. Long Zay's eyes widened as he stared into the distance. The Ross Empire had sent another batch of weapons. These weapons were small and fragile, but they could unleash attacks with power levels close to 10,000. When combined, they could even threaten a cruiser. Long Zay roared and charged forward, flapping his wings to tear through the void and destroy a large batch of the Ross Empire's weapons. It wasn't just him, the surrounding Sylvan dragons and the cultivators who had been subdued by the dragons all charged forward. Across from them, the originally scattered warships suddenly regrouped to form a gigantic object that was 100 times larger than a normal warship. This terrifying warship shot out a beam of light that distorted the void before exploding. A Sylvan dragon was instantly blown to pieces, and the resulting explosion swept through the heavens. More than half of the cultivators who had been subdued by the dragons died, and they were lucky to even have their corpses intact. Dragon 9 and Dragon 8 had died under this attack. They had not yet become explorers, so they were unable to freely roam the void. They had been hiding in the spacecraft of the humans who had submitted to the Great Weaver Dragon clan, and they had all died under this attack. Far in the distance, Lu Tang, Lu Ling, and a group of Sword Sect disciples stood on a meteorite. Beside them was a Sylvan dragon that was watching the battle closely. When it saw the gigantic warship, the Sylvan dragon roared, "Despicable Ross Empire. They've long since developed such a huge warship, but they've been hiding it all this time. Despicable, despicable." Lu Tang glanced at it, but he did not care. He believed that the Ross Empire had even more terrifying technological weapons. 5 outer disciples and 2 inner disciples died in the previous attack, Lu Ling said solemnly. Lu Tang replied, "If you participate in a war, you must be prepared to die." Lu Tang's words made Lu Ling frown. They're not even explorers, so they can't roam the void. Their participation in this war is purely based on luck, and they can still fight in close combat. but now, they can't even fight. It's meaningless for them to be here. Lu Tang replied, most people participate in this war for no reason at all. I'm curious, why are you here? Lu Ling was Lu Xiaoqiu's cousin, and she had a high status in the sect. She could yell at the elders and meet sect master Lu Qianjue directly. She was not someone the disciples could compare to, and she should not have come to the battlefield to throw away her life. Although this place was far from the battlefield, it was actually very dangerous. Lu Ling frowned. There was an error in the mission. My name is already on the list, and it's not easy to change it with so many disciples watching. I'll be back in 2 days at most. Lu Tang nodded, as this made sense. Despicable Ross Empire. The Sylvan Dragon was still bellowing. This dragon had been sent to protect them, and it was a peak hunter. As long as it did not approach the battlefield, it would be fine. Besides, Lu Tang and Lu Ling were not weak themselves. However, accidents were bound to happen, and the giant warship suddenly started moving. It did not stay where it was and instead charged towards the Sylvan Dragon's camp. Even the Ross Empire's commander was shocked. Stop immediately. What's going on? Commander, there's an error in the ship's command system. Fix it immediately. Yes, sir. The Ross Empire's commander was Angelo, and he had once led the war against the Great Yu Empire. During that battle, the blind monk had destroyed 3 of the Ross Empire's fleets and killed 5 explorers and 3 cruisers. He had been put on trial after returning to the Ross Empire, and he had only recently been reinstated. When the Sixth Mainland had attacked the Innerverse, he had only exercised the authority of a marshal, but he did not have the status of one. This was his first real battle after becoming a marshal, and his opponent was the Sylvan Dragon clan. The giant warship was a fusion of 2 fleets, and whether it was in terms of defense or power, it surpassed the average hunter and could rival a peak hunter. A beam shot out and killed several more Sylvan Dragons. The Sylvan Dragon that was protecting Lu Tang, Lu Ling, and the others could no longer sit still. Wait here, I'll go destroy this thing. The Sylvan Dragon then charged out, and with its extreme speed, dozens of Sylvan Dragons appeared. The giant warship was unable to lock onto them, and the Sylvan Dragons crashed into the giant warship. Moments later, the giant warship went out of control and could no longer attack. The Peak Hunter Realm Sylvan Dragon laughed maniacally as it returned to the battlefield. Angelo's expression turned ugly. The Peak Hunter Realm Sylvan Dragon returned to the meteorite. Just as it was feeling pleased with itself, it discovered that Lu Ling had died, and Lu Tang was barely alive. The Sylvan Dragon was shocked, and it hurriedly brought the 2 away with a panicked expression. These 2 people are important figures in the Sword Sect. This is troublesome, big trouble. This was not the only battlefield in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, as there were even larger battlefields. Not only were there the Sylvan Dragon and the Ross Empire, but there were also cultivators from the surrounding flow zones of the Innerverse. Powers like the Sword Sect were also brazenly making their moves. Although the scale of the war was far smaller than the one in the Cosmic Sea, it still managed to drag in all the major powers of the Innerverse. At the edge of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, a giant astral beast flew into the distance. Sitting on its back was Little Mountain God. He was not supposed to have come to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's battlefield, but he had done so because of his sect. The location of the mission had changed, and he had come here. However, he did not need to participate in the war. After completing the mission, he would return. At this moment, he was on his way back. Little Mountain God was shocked when he saw the information on his gadget. Was the Sword Sect crazy? They actually dared to provoke the Sixth Mainland's Flying Horse Villa and even took the Sea King away from there. Did they think that the Innerverse was not chaotic enough? Just as he was thinking about this, the Astral Beast and Little Mountain God's bodies suddenly froze. Little Mountain God was stunned. Not good. Someone had ambushed him. Elder Iron walked out from behind Little Mountain God, and on the other side was Yi Crafty. He had used his innate gift, Void Freezing, to immobilize Little Mountain God. Not long after, the Astral Beast died. Little Mountain God had escaped death, but he had been severely injured. Elder Iron's expression turned ugly. He actually managed to escape. There's nothing we can do about it. He has a power vessel protecting him, and he's also an enlighter, so he won't die that easily. However, that's enough. His injuries are enough to drive the divine Great Hall crazy, Yi Crafty said. In the distance, little mountain god transformed into a rock and landed on a planet. He hid for a long time, but nobody chased after him. Only then did he contact the divine Great Hall. Fortunately, he had the power vessel that his master had bestowed upon him. Otherwise, he would have died. Who would dare to ambush him? This was a premeditated ambush. With his strength, he might not be able to dominate the inner verse, but he should not have encountered such a dangerous situation. Someone must have planned this beforehand. Who could it be? In the outer verse, on Xenu Star, Luin looked at the flower tea that Zhao Ran had brewed. Were there more and more living creatures in it? He was speechless, but he took a sip and found that the tea tasted surprisingly good. Half a month had passed since his last conversation with Wang Wen, and the plan had officially begun half a month ago. Names were crossed out one after another. These names represented the Innerverse Sword Sect, Wen Family, Lingling Clan, Divine Great Hall, and other important figures. Among them were elites like Ling Ke and Little Mountain God. Luin had not expected that Ling Ke would also come to the battlefield. Luin made the decision to cross out Ling Ke's name. Otherwise, he would have received news of Ling Ke's death by now. Names were crossed out one after another, indicating that they had died. With the deaths of these people, the nature of the war in the blazing mist flow zone changed. The Sword Sect, Wen Family, and other powers sent even more people to participate in the war. Luin did not know what they were doing behind the scenes, but he could guess that they were definitely blaming each other. The seed of hatred had been planted, and now, all that was left was to wait for it to sprout. Another 10 days passed, and with the Sword Sect and other powers' disciples joining the war, the main characters had changed from the Sylvan Dragons to the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. Wang Wen came looking for Luin. The time is right. The hatred between them will not be resolved for at least 100 years. Luin looked up at the 3 rings around the continent. Tell me, are we evil people? Wang Wen was stunned, as he had not expected Luin to suddenly think of this. He asked, is the Hall of Honor evil? Luin muttered to himself. The Hall of Honor controls the 5th mainland, but it was not them at the beginning, but the Daosaur sect. It was only after the Daosaur sect collapsed that the Hall of Honor took over. The Hall of Honor was not born, they fought for it, and they brought with them endless blood and fire. But now? The Hall of Honor's existence ensures the stability of the 5th mainland. Without the Hall of Honor, the 6th mainland would have attacked, and the Innerverse would not have been able to unite. Inexplicable self-doubt and sadness will only make you weaker, Wang Wen said as he stared at Luin. Luin looked up and smiled. 100 years from now, there will be such a passage in the historical records. Alliance leader Luin was kind and hesitated to declare war, but he was bewitched by his subordinate, Wang Wen, and caused a war that engulfed the 5th mainland. With that, Luin left with a hearty laugh. Wang Wen was stunned, and he stared blankly at Lu Yin's back. How could that be? Despicable. This bastard had just thrown the burden of his heart onto Wang Wen. Wang Wen could not find any reason to refute Lu Yin's words. The Ross Empire was a unique existence in the Innerverse. It was closer to the technocracy, but it had not reached the same level as the technocracy. Emperor Luo had a firm belief that what everyone saw today was only a simulation, a power created by a higher civilization to satisfy itself. He hoped to break through this self-satisfaction and see the true universe. He had wanted to use the Astral Combat Academy's 3 realms and 6 Daos as a breakthrough point a long time ago, but he had never succeeded. He was determined to win the battle against the Sylvan Dragons, not only because he had the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and the Wen family behind him, but also because of the Astral Beast domain. The Sylvan Dragons were traitors to the Astral Beast domain, and after the Astral Beast domain had declared war against them, experts from the Astral Beast domain had approached him, claiming that they could deal with the dragons. They had no other requests other than to completely wipe out this race and wash away the Astral Beast domain stain. Emperor Luo naturally welcomed them, as he wanted to obtain the entire Blazing Mist Flow Zone. As for the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and the Wen family, he was also hostile towards them. He knew why they supported him, and it was impossible for them to secretly divide up the blazing mist flow zone. He was more willing to trust the astral beast domain, even if they were mortal enemies with the human domain. As long as no one knew about it, it would be fine. The Ross Empire's capital was not on a planet, but rather a mech city that was as large as a planet. It was not fixed in place and could be moved around. It could also be used as a war fortress. This was a war fortress similar to the Aurora Fort, but it could not compare to the Aurora Fort. In fact, it could not even compare to Million City. At most, this war fortress had defenses that could rival an envoy's, but it could not display the power of an envoy's attacks. Warships and fleets departed from the Ross Empire's stronghold and headed towards the battlefield. Inside the ships were cultivators from the Ross Empire, including androids, and cultivators who had submitted to the Ross Empire. There were also cultivators from the Wind family, the Beast Tamer's flow zone, and the surrounding smaller flow zones. Emperor Luo stared at the sky. Half a month ago, with the deaths of a few people, the war had begun to spiral out of control. The Beast Tamer's flow zone's little mountain god had been heavily injured, and the Wen family's Wensa, who had once been in the top 100 rankings, had died. Many people from the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan had also died. It was very strange, as these important people seemed to have been targeted. He was not the only one to notice this, as many people had noticed this as well. However, these people had too many connections, and unless they could find the person behind the scenes, there was no way to explain this. After all, this was a battlefield. Emperor Luo looked towards a corner. It was time to ask the Astral Beast Domain's experts to make a move. As long as Lord Dragon was eliminated, the Sylvan Dragons would be leaderless, and no matter how much support the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan gave them, it would be useless. Furthermore, Emperor Luo was more willing to believe that the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan would divide up the Sylvan Dragons and use them as mounts. Emperor Luo stepped forward and arrived at a corner of the stronghold. He opened the door and walked in. Emperor Luo was on high alert in the darkness below. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past and he stood in place. "It's me." The black shadow paused and then scattered, turning into countless black shadows that spiraled like pythons. It was a terrifying sight. The Luo Emperor looked ahead and saw a pitch-black mass of seaweed. It was seaweed, and a pair of eyes peeked out from the seaweed. This was an elite from the Astral Beast domain called the Dark Beast. It called itself the Dark Beast. In fact, whether it was in official war records or records, there were no records of the Dark Beast in the human domain. Wondrous Library there were no records, which was why the Dark Beast had been sent to assist Emperor Luo. Otherwise, if it had been recognized, Emperor Luo would have been courting death. The Astral Beast domain, the Hall of Honor, and the Interstellar Arbitration Office would have already acted. The war is getting out of hand. I'm worried that the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan will send emissaries. We need to work together to deal with the Dragon Lord, Emperor Luo said. Sure. Killing the Dragon Clan is an order from the Empire, the Dark Beast said. Emperor Luo said, the Dragon Lord isn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Astral Beast domain. You and I dashed suddenly, his eyes turned red and flickered. Not good, something's happened. Above the Ross Empire's stronghold, there should have been an isolation barrier that blocked external attacks, but it had been pierced through by Lu Yin's hollow palm. The force of the palm had even shattered the Ross Empire's ground. Lu Yin, Lu Yifeiwa, and Lu Yin appeared in the sky and looked down. Emperor Luo rushed out from the ground and saw Lu Yin, his eyes still flickering red. Another person rushed out from the other side. Lu Yin looked over and saw that this person had over 400,000 rune lines. Was this a hidden expert from the Ross Empire? The Ross Empire paled in comparison to the Day-Night clan. Emperor Luo and this person were barely passable, and below them were only enlighters with power levels of over 200,000. You're Lu Yin? The cultivator with a power level of over 400,000 was shocked to see Lu Yin. Emperor Luo appeared, and the person looked at him. Your Majesty, this. Emperor Luo raised a hand to stop the person from speaking. He stared at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, why have you come to the Ross Empire? Lu Yin's lips curled up. My apologies, but the Great Eastern Alliance wants the Ross Empire. Emperor Luo suddenly raised his hand, and a red beam of light sliced through the void and swept towards Luin. Back at the Royal Frost Continent, this beam of light had sent Luin into a layer of ice. If not for his universal armor, he would have died. This was an envoy-level attack. However, Luin did not even move in the face of this attack. The beam of light landed on his body, but there was no reaction at all. The miniature battle armor prevented Luin from feeling even a trace of pain. Emperor Luo was shocked. Luin looked at him. "It's my turn." He raised his hand, but it was empty. An invisible palm imprint accompanied by golden battle force descended upon Luo Huang's body. Back when Luin had still been a hunter, a single Empyrean palm had been enough to force Luo Huang to retreat. Now, however, this Empyrean palm had sent Luo Huang crashing into the ground, and a small portion of his body had cracked open. Luo Huang was a cyborg, so his movements had been impeded by a single palm strike. On the other side, the cultivator with over 400,000 combat power was shocked. He wanted to attack, but now, he did not even dare to move. Luin looked at the Luo Huang underground, but suddenly, his gaze shifted to a corner. There was actually another being with a power level of over 500,000? He was surprised. "Mr. Lu Yi, please bring out the hidden emissary." As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of seaweed shot out from the ground and disappeared into the astral source universe. It then twisted towards Luin from a strange angle. At the same time, countless technological weapons in the Ross Empire's stronghold were aimed at Luin. Mr. Lu Yi made his move. With a light tap of his hand, the seaweed was torn apart. A willow leaf extended along the seaweed and dragged out a strange creature from underground. It was the Dark Beast. The Dark Beast looked at Mr. Lu Yi in fear. This was an absolute powerhouse, one that it had not even been able to resist. The Ross Empire's stronghold suddenly shook, and countless technological weapons were activated. Luin frowned and looked at that power level. There were more than 400,000 Ross Empire cultivators, and that cultivator hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Within the Ross Empire, countless people looked up at the sky and saw the Luo Huang being crushed. They saw Luin descend like a god, and they did not know what to do. However, those who were loyal to the Luo Huang did not stop. Countless attacks descended, intending to bury Luin. Lu Yin's domain suddenly erupted and swept out, obliterating many of the technological weapons. He looked at the Luo Huang, as he had originally wanted to appoint this person as a general, but the Luo Huang was too weak. With a mechanical body, it was hard to say how much power would be left after the appointment. Outside the Ross Empire's stronghold, fleet after fleet gathered. They had sensed the changes within the stronghold and wanted to rescue the Luo Huang, but in the distance, the heavens trembled as Lu Xianjun arrived. Those who had never faced Lu Xianjun before would never understand how shocking it was. More than 6,000 explorers were roaming the heavens. What did that mean? When the Ross Empire's fleet saw Lu Xianjun, they immediately suspected that they were dreaming. How many explorers were there in the entire Ross Empire? Even the expeditionary force formed by the Hall of Honor could not compare to Lu Xuanjuan's army. This was the embodiment of the entire Outerverse strength. Regardless of their peak power level, Lu Xuanjuan's army was enough to sweep through the entire blazing mist flow zone. The fleet immediately collapsed, as no one was willing to fight. With Lu Yin's current strength, dealing with the Ross Empire was too easy. In the blazing mist flow zone, on the battlefield between the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons, the originally tense situation suddenly changed. The Ross Empire's fleet completely retreated, which confused the dragons. A cultivator from the Beast Tamer's flow zone whose power level was over 300,000 hurriedly went to find Marshal Angelo. "What's the meaning of this? Why didn't you inform us of such a major military change?" Angelo's expression was heavy, and he looked at the Beast Tamer's flow zone's expert with a complicated expression. "I'm sorry, but we've lost this war." The Beast Tamer's flow zone's cultivator's eyes went wide. "When?" He pointed at the battlefield in the distance, at the pursuing Sylvan dragons. "When did we lose? Which eye of yours saw that we lost?" Angelo exhaled, looked up, and sorrowfully said, "Emperor Luo was captured by the Great Eastern Alliance." Luin did not hide the fact that he had attacked the Ross Empire. Lu Xian's army had made a great appearance, and the Great Eastern Alliance's army had also appeared on the battlefield. However, it was not the Great Eastern Alliance's army, but rather the giants. A month after the giants had been brought to the Great Yu Empire, they had arrived at the blazing mist flow zone, where they had started their first battle under Ku Wei's leadership. The Beast Tamer's flow zone's cultivators saw this and looked into the distance in shock. When they saw hundreds of giants walking through space, their scalps went numb. The leading giant was Chen Ling, who had a power level of over 400,000 and was over 10,000 meters tall. Even the warships were not much bigger than him. These giants were all over 5,000 meters tall, and they looked like savage beasts as they charged into the battlefield. Neither the dragons nor the warships could withstand a single blow. It wasn't just the Ross Empire, even the dragons were stunned. The Sword Sect and the other powers that had supported the dragons and the Ross Empire were equally shocked, as none of them had expected so many giants to appear. Ku Wei was in high spirits. "Attack Brother Wei. The Great Eastern Alliance is here. Brats, prepare to tremble." Chen Ji grabbed a giant sylvan dragon and punched it. The giant sylvan dragon swayed a few times before fainting. Not far away, more than 10 giant sylvan dragons roared and charged over. Chen Jian slapped them. No matter how many clones they had, he destroyed them all with one slap. Those giant sylvan dragons fell one by one. They were powerless to resist. The strongest of the dragons had an enlighter's power level of over 300,000, and they were so large that they could create over 100 clones that covered the heavens. Chen Ling roared at the sky and leaped up, waving his hand to grab one of the dragons. It was a very barbaric battle style, but it was very effective. The dragon hurriedly dodged, but Chen Ling was not slow either. He was very agile, and he managed to grab the dragon and stomp on it. The Sword Sect and the other disciples who had participated in the battle were stunned, as this was too barbaric. The Beast Tamer's flow zone's cultivator's expression changed. "It's the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance is actually attacking the blazing mist flow zone." He then hurriedly left. The appearance of the giants on the battlefield signaled the end of the war. Even if the Ross Empire and the Dragon Clan worked together, they were still not a match for these giants. This was especially true when Shen Huang appeared. With his 20,000-meter tall figure, he looked at the dragons as if they were insects. All of the dragons were terrified, and they did not even know where to run. Today was Ku Wei's glorious day, and he wanted nothing more than to lead these giants into the Ku family. Of course, this was just a thought, as the Ku family was not something that the blazing mist flow zone could compare to. In a corner, Ling Ke was stunned as he watched the giants play with the dragons as if they were insects. He was so frightened that he almost wet himself. What the hell? He hurriedly slipped away. Lu Yin did not make things difficult for the Sword Sect, Lingling, and the other cultivators who had participated in the blazing mist flow zone's war, and they were allowed to leave. Ku Wei felt that it was a pity, and he wanted to show off, but Lu Yin had already given the order, so he did not dare to disobey. The next step was to raid the Dragon Clan's lair and capture the Dragon Master. News of the Great Eastern Alliance's invasion of the blazing mist flow zone quickly spread throughout the Innerverse and Outerverse, and it quickly spread to the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse. When the Hall of Honor received the news, they quickly convened a council meeting, but it was pointless. The Hall of Honor did not interfere in the disputes between powers, but that was only on the surface. If it had been Leon's armada or the Neoverse that had invaded the blazing mist flow zone, they would definitely have intervened. However, when it came to Lu Yin, they all remained silent. Lu Ran, one of the 9 council members, and Knight King Jing, strongly hoped that the council would pass a resolution to send the Expeditionary Army and the Interstellar Court to intervene in the blazing mist flow zone's war and drive the Great Eastern Alliance out of the Innerverse. The blazing mist flow zone had long been viewed as a possession by the Sword Sect, and Knight King Jing only wanted to make things difficult for Lu Yin. Mr. Yu also agreed with the resolution, as he represented the Longevity's Grand Battle Group. Now that the group had been destroyed, he did not have many days left. Nan Yuan also supported the resolution, as he had long since disliked Lu Yin. Furthermore, he represented the Xia family, which was now Lu Yin's enemy. However, besides the 4 of them, Xianxiao, San Liang, Si Hong, and Bu Lao were all against the resolution, and the final resolution was invalid. Before the council meeting ended, Xianxia said, "So what if the resolution is passed? The expeditionary army has already been defeated once by the giant financial group. As for the interstellar court, Luyin has the umpire's warrant." This sentence caused Lu Ran and the others to turn pale. The only weapon they could borrow was the Hall of Honor, but Luyin was obviously the Hall of Honor's greatest heir. How could he possibly use the Hall of Honor's power to deal with them? The Hall of Honor, which represented the Fifth Mainland's highest authority and power, would not act against Luyin. Luyin only had to consider the powers that controlled the Universe's 8 great flow zones. With Emperor Luo heavily injured, Luyin and Mr. Luyi headed for the Dragon's Lair. The giants had destroyed the Ross Empire's fleet on the battlefield, and after capturing the dragons that had participated in the battle, they also headed for the Dragon's Lair. The Sylvan Dragon Realm was located in a corner of the Blazing Mist flow zone. This was the lair of the Sylvan Dragons. Spacecrafts could not be used to travel in the Sylvan Dragon Realm, as the place was filled with meteorites. Any spacecrafts that entered the realm would collide with the meteorites within a few seconds. This place was very suitable for the Sylvan Dragons to fly, as it had a natural barrier. It was because of this feature that the Sylvan Dragons were arranged to stay here when they betrayed the Astral Beast domain. In the deepest part of the Sylvan Dragon Realm, there was a piece of land where the leader of the Sylvan Dragons, the Dragon Lord, resided. As the news of the war spread, the many Sylvan Dragons in the Sylvan Dragon Realm roared in anger, wanting to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. Dragon Master's gaze was solemn. It had already been several years since the Blaze Realm had been destroyed, and the Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the Blazing Mist flow zone. Now, however, they had suddenly reappeared in such a high-profile manner. Dragon Master was no fool, and he knew what this meant. It meant that even if the Sword Sect and the other powers intervened, it would be useless. The Great Eastern Alliance would definitely occupy the Blazing Mist flow zone. The Luo Emperor should have fallen by now. Next, it would be his turn. One after another, Sylvan Dragons landed on the ground and requested the Dragon Master to fight. When Dragon Lord appeared, it was twice the size of the other Sylvan Dragons. It was an envoy, one of the top powerhouses in the universe. He let out a roar and summoned all the Sylvan Dragons. Currently, there were more than 5,000 Sylvan Dragons in the clan, and more than 300 of them were explorers who could freely roam the void. However, most of them had already left for the battlefield, leaving behind only a few hundred explorers, a dozen cruisers, and 5 hunters. "Are you all willing to become mounts?" Dragon Master spoke, his voice grand, shaking the starry skies, shattering countless meteors. As it spoke, the many Sylvan Dragons fell silent. On the other side, Luyin received a call from the mountain god. He had expected Lu Qianjue or Wen Zizai to contact him first. "Long time no see, Senior," Luyin answered the call. The mountain god lowered his voice. "The Great Eastern Alliance wants to take over the Blazing Mist flow zone?" "That's right." Luyin did not avoid the topic at all, which stunned the mountain god. He had thought that Luyin would try to quibble or even find some sort of excuse. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance had been keeping a low profile for the past few years. "Aren't you afraid that the Innerverse will join forces to chase you out?" the mountain god barked. "Have you forgotten about the portal plan?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "The Innerverse doesn't belong to you. As long as my Great Eastern Alliance doesn't encroach on your interests, we will destroy anyone who tries to chase us out." "What arrogance!" The mountain deity was furious. Luyin calmly replied, "Senior, you can try. My Great Eastern Alliance's allied army has tens of millions of cultivators, and we have more than 10,000 warships. We also have more hunters, enlighters, and even envoys than your divine Great Hall. I've also recently established the Luxian army, which has more than 6,000 explorers. Along with the giant bloodline, how can your beast tamer's flow zone resist us?" These were all things on the surface, and there was nothing to hide. "With Yin's Luyin laughed inwardly. The 8 great flow zones? The Blazing Mist flow zone had been taken over by Luyin, the Goof flow zone had not interfered, and the Chaos flow zone was under his control. Would the Erudite flow zone dare to make a move? The Day-Night flow zone had already been beaten into a corner. The only ones who could truly join forces were the first flow zone, the Beast Tamers flow zone, and the Spirit Seal flow zone. These three flow zones would lose even more members after Wang Wen's operation. Luyin was not afraid of fighting two flow zones alone. I will wait for Senior to say that the 8 flow zones will join forces, Luyin replied before ending the call. At the same time, he sent a message to Wang Wen to eliminate the person on the second card. Wen Zizai was the next to contact Luyin. Alliance Master Lu, does the Great Eastern Alliance really want the Blazing Mist flow zone? Luyin replied, of course. The Outerverse has already been gifted to the 6th mainland, and I have no place to stay. Does Senior want to stop this? Haha, that won't happen. Since Alliance Master Lu has taken a fancy to the Blazing Mist flow zone, then you can have it. I just hope that Alliance Master Lu won't cause too much trouble. After all, it's not easy to survive in this universe. Wen Zizai smiled before ending the call. Luyin snorted. This old fox had purposely called to test his attitude. Luyin was certain that even if the Wen family did not openly oppose him, they would still secretly support the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamers flow zone in waging war against him. However, it did not matter. The deaths of so many important people had caused the originally not-so-close cooperation to become fragmented. Luyin did not believe that these powers would join forces without holding anything back. Just as Luyin had guessed, the mountain god immediately gathered the experts of the Divine Great Hall, the First Great Hall, and the Second Great Hall after ending the call. He also contacted the Wen family, the Sword Sect, and the Lingling clan in an attempt to form an alliance. However, they were met with some difficulties. There were people within the Divine Great Hall who were opposed to forming an alliance with the Sword Sect. That elder's grandson had died during the war for the Blazing Mist flow zone, and it was rumored that he had been killed by a single sword strike. Sect Master, we need to be on guard against the Great Eastern Alliance and the Sword Sect. It's said that even the Yoke Court's little princess has been imprisoned by the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect has wild ambitions and is attempting to integrate the powers of our Innerverse into the Neoverse. Please reconsider. The mountain god was furious and immediately reprimanded the person. Following that, another person jumped out to oppose the alliance with the Lingling clan. It was not that they could not see the situation clearly, but rather that their hatred for the Sword Sect was too deep. However, these people were quickly suppressed, as the Beast Tamers flow zone had no lack of intelligent people. The deaths of some of our Beast Tamers flow zone's people might not be the doing of the Sword Sect or the Lingling clan. Sect Master, the Great Eastern Alliance is very suspicious. They're trying to divide our Innerverse, an old woman said with certainty. Her words caused the others to ponder. The elder who had opposed the alliance with the Sword Sect shouted, the way I see it, the Sword Sect is even more of a threat than the Great Eastern Alliance. The old woman looked at him. Do you want to find the real culprit behind your grandson's death, or do you want to be used by them? The elder was stumped, and he was speechless. The old woman continued, if the culprit is the Great Eastern Alliance, then you become a pawn of your grandson's murderer. Think carefully. The others looked at each other. The mountain god relaxed. Although he could force everyone to form an alliance with the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan, that would be too inefficient, and there would definitely be people who would drag them down. The mountain god was starting to regret his decision, as he should have carried out the plan from the very beginning. Regardless of what Luyin did, Luyin would still be the champion of the sovereign tournament. It was a pity that time could not be reversed. The same thing had happened to the Sword Sect, the Wen family, the Lingling clan, and the other small flow zones of the Innerverse. Some people opposed the alliance, while others supported it. There were more people who could see the situation clearly, and the alliance was unstoppable. In the Blazing Mist flow zone, Luyin was led by Mr. Lu Yi into the Sylvan Dragon realm. There, he saw thousands of Sylvan dragons on the mainland, as well as the largest Dragon Lord. When the Dragon Lord saw Luyin and Mr. Lu Yi arrive, its large eyes hid a deep hatred. Where's Luo Huang? Luyin stood high in the sky and looked down at the Dragon Lord. He's not dead yet. He's just a breath away. The Dragon Lord solemnly said, the Sylvan Dragon clan is willing to surrender to the Great Eastern Alliance. We only hope that this Sylvan Dragon realm can be preserved so that our children can live peacefully. Quiet life. Luyin scanned the dragons and saw the hatred in their eyes. His eyes flashed. That's not too much. The Dragon Lord sighed. However, I didn't work so hard to conquer the blazing mist flow zone just so that you can enjoy your old age in peace, Luyin said. Mr. Luyi looked on curiously, as these sylvan dragons were quite peculiar. They had the body of a snake. With antlers, the body of a snake, the ears of a rabbit, the ears of a cow, the abdomen of a snake, the scales of a carp, the claws of a tiger, the claws of a tiger, and the claws of a carp. There were 2 large thin wings on their heads that emitted a dark red glow, and there was also a large meatball at their tails. All of them had cruel gazes and were filled with ferocious auras. They appeared to be hibernating, but anyone could tell that these dragons would not hesitate to devour them if they had the chance. These were beasts, not humans, and they lacked some humanity. Alliance Master Lu, I can serve you, and I can even become your mount, the Dragon Lord said. His words caused the other dragons to be filled with grief and indignation, and they all glared at Luyin. Luyin smiled. Not just you, but all of the dragons that can explore the universe will have to join the Lu Xianjun army and become his mounts. The many sylvan dragons growled softly. Luyin glared at them, and his domain swept out, sweeping past all of the dragons and even the Dragon Lord. All of the dragons felt a chill run down their spines as they were suppressed by the domain. The Dragon Lord angrily shouted, Alliance Master Lu, is it not enough that I, the Dragon Lord, am loyal to you? Why must you implicate my descendants? Luyin disappeared and stepped into the astral source universe. All of the dragons were at a loss, as they did not know where Luyin had gone. The Dragon Lord stared straight ahead as Luyin slowly walked over. He knew that the Dragon Lord would be able to see him, and he wanted the Dragon Lord to see him. The Dragon Lord was shocked. Luyin was an enlighter, but he had actually broken into the astral source universe. The Dragon Lord could not imagine how he had done it, as such an innate genius really did exist in the universe. Luyin stepped out of the astral source universe and appeared above the Dragon Lord's head. He stomped down on the Dragon Lord's giant head and exerted a tremendous amount of strength. The Dragon Lord wanted to resist, but he was unable to do so, and his head was forcefully pressed down. The Dragon Lord's head smashed into the ground with a loud boom, causing the land to tremble. A strong gale swept out in all directions, and some of the dragons were even forced back. All of the dragons roared angrily, and one of them, an enlighter, even charged towards Luyin with over 100 clones that reached out to grab him. Luyin sneered, and his spiritual force swept out. The enlighter dragon's brain was shaken, and it fell straight to the ground. The rest of the dragons were horrified. The Dragon Lord shouted, Alliance Master Lu, what do you want? Luyin stepped on the Dragon Lord. He knew that the Dragon Lord could resist, but he did not dare to do so. However, that did not matter, as the Dragon Lord was not his opponent. I've said it before. All of the dragons that can explore the universe must join the Lu Xianjun army and become mounts. As for those that haven't, a portion of them will be sent to Xenu Star and become you Academy sparring partners. The Dragon Lord panted heavily as his giant head was pressed to the ground. At this moment, his dignity had been trampled upon to the extreme. Luyin did not care about the Dragon Lord's dignity at all. The Dragon Clan had betrayed the Astral Beast domain and joined the human domain. Everyone looked down on them, but they were proud of it. During Astral 10's entrance exam, the Dragon Clan had sent its members to make things difficult for the Astral 10 students in an attempt to prevent them from entering. When Luyin had overthrown the Day-Night Flow Zone, the Dragon Clan had even taken action to help the Day-Night Clan. Luyin had not forgotten all of these incidents. The only reason he hadn't exterminated this race was because they made excellent mounts. Even the Sword Sect wanted them, let alone Luyin. As long as Lu Xianjun could obtain a Sylvan Dragon as a mount, his power would increase once again. Although not everyone could get one, it could still be used as a reward system. With the addition of Baiyan and Flying Willow from the Smokescreen Mountain Range, Lu Xuanjuan's power would be enough to sweep through the Innerverse. Dragon Lord had submitted, and so had the other Sylvan Dragons. They did not dare to disobey. When Kuwei arrived with the giants, the Sylvan Dragons lowered their heads so much that they almost buried themselves in the ground. Creatures tended to grow stronger the bigger they were. The giants could toy with the Sylvan Dragons like they were bugs, but they were even more terrified and desperate when faced with the giants. Luin watched as the giants wrapped the sylvan dragons around their waists like belts and was speechless. These giants were too barbaric, and they needed to be taught a lesson. Congratulations, Master, for becoming unparalleled and becoming the master of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. From now on, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone will no longer have the Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, or the Sylvan Dragon Clan. There will only be Master's name and the Great Eastern Alliance. Kuwei's lapdog attitude could not be changed, but it had to be said that it was very pleasant to hear. Right, Kuwei was the captain of the 10th Imperial Squadron, and he was now in charge of the giants. The 10th Squadron's captain would have to change. When he thought of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, he thought of undying Yushan. What exactly was that old man planning? The Sylvan dragons had been subdued, and it would not be easy to make them obedient mounts. Thus, Luin left the giants in the Sylvan Dragon realm to intimidate the dragons while he took Dragon Lord to the Ross Empire's stronghold. Luin had almost forgotten that the Blazing Mist Flow Zone also had the Royal Frost Continent, but he did not plan on attacking the Royal Frost Continent. After all, the Royal Frost Continent was located in a remote corner of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and would not hinder him. However, Luin was concerned about the sourcebox array beneath the Royal Frost Continent, as it had been set up by progenitor Hui. Also, the Royal Frost Continent had the Humble Core, which had the same name as the Humble Core in the Astral Tree realm. The Humble Core had sealed 86 experts from Extreme Ice City and had an average power level of 200,000. If these people could join Lu Xuanjuan's forces, their power would soar once again. Just the thought of it made him yearn for it. Outside of the Royal Frost Continent, there was also the Tinder Alliance. After the Great Eastern Alliance occupied the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Page of the Tinder Alliance contacted Wang Wen in hopes of preserving a place to live in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The Tinder Alliance was made up of people who had been persecuted by the Blaze Realm in the past. After the Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, they had been scared off by the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon, and they had left the Blazing Mist Flow Zone as well. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had made a comeback and occupied the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, the Tinder Alliance hoped to gain some glory. Luin did not refuse, and he gave them a small place to live in. After all, this alliance had helped him in the past, and they posed no threat to him at all. They didn't even have an enlighter, and their strongest member was someone called Uncle Meng, but he was only a hunter. In the Great Yu Empire, he might not even be able to become a captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. To Luin, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone no longer had any secrets other than what was sealed within the Royal Frost Continent's sourcebox array. Stepping on Dragon Lord's back, Yang Ling flew quickly toward the Ross Empire's fortress. As he flew past the battlefield, he saw the corpses of the Sylvan dragons floating in space, as well as the fragments of the Rossi Empire's fleet. The Dragon Master was saddened. Their fight for the spoils had ended up benefiting others. However, this wasn't the end yet, and it believed that the Sword Sect and the other forces wouldn't allow the Great Eastern Alliance to enter so easily. Beep 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 beep. Luin looked at his gadget and smiled as he accepted the call. Hello, Senior Lu. Lu Qianjua's solemn voice rang out. Alliance Master Lu, are you trying to declare war on the entire Interverse? I don't quite understand what you're saying. The Great Eastern Alliance is an outerverse organization, and allowing you to peacefully stay in the Fennel Flow Zone is already the limit of what the Interverse can accept. Now that you've taken over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, the Interverse cannot accept it no matter what. Luin looked up. Since when can the Sword Sect represent the entire Interverse? Lu Qianjue fell silent for a moment. It seems like Alliance Master Lu is determined to take over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Of course not. Luin changed the topic. Lu Qianjue's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? If you give us the first flow zone, we can withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, but it'll depend on whether or not the Sword Sect is willing to make the exchange. Luin smiled. Lu Qianjue did not get angry, as there was no point in being angry at this point. I hope you don't regret this. Lu Qianjue had just ended the call when Ling Qiu contacted Luin. Alliance Master Lu, can the Great Eastern Alliance withstand the Interverse joint attack? Let's give it a try. Luin did not mind. Ling Qiu frowned. I understand you. Whether it's through the intelligence reports or through Wendy Yushan, I understand you. I know that you plan before you act, and since you've already taken over the blazing mist flow zone, you must be confident in defending it. I just want to ask you one thing, for the Innerverse, is it enough for you to just take over the blazing mist flow zone? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was a smart person, and she wanted to probe his intentions, just like Song Zhou had back then. Ling Qiu saw that Lu Yin did not reply, and her tone turned sour. Or are you saying that your goal is the entire Innerverse? Do you want to become the master of the Innerverse? Lu Yin pursed his lips. Sometimes, when a woman was smart, even most men would not be able to handle her. This woman wanted him to state his position, and she had definitely recorded it down. Once he made a move against the other flow zones, she would have sufficient evidence to back it up. Although evidence was sometimes meaningless in the face of war, if both sides were equally powerful, evidence could play a key role and give many people an excuse. As long as others don't provoke me, I, Lu Yin, will be very honest, Lu Yin replied. This was something he often said to Longxi. Ling Qiu frowned. Alliance Master Lu, I'm asking if your goal is the blazing mist flow zone or the entire Innerverse. Clan leader Ling Qiu, a bad ear is also an illness, and it needs to be treated. Right, how is Wendy doing in the Lingling clan? You guys aren't holding her hostage, are you? Ling Gong's character isn't very good. Alliance Master Lu, it looks like your goal is the entire Innerverse. Ling Qiu had just finished speaking when another voice sounded out. Lu Yin, whose character are you calling bad? It was Ling Gong. Lu Yin sneered. Back in the ruins of the Daosor sect, you forced me to strip you naked and treat you, but you refused to admit it afterward. Right, you still like Wendy. I'm warning you, don't do anything to her. Shut up, Lu Yin. I'll kill you. Ling Gong was furious. Ling Qiu reprimanded him. Shut up. Lu Yin immediately ended the call. The Lingling clan was not to be trifled with, and she had actually tried to trick him. If she confirmed that his goal was the entire Innerverse, then this woman would definitely take the recording and run around the Innerverse to seek an alliance. She might even draw out the Gu flow zone, which would be troublesome. Lu Yin understood most of the Innerverse, but he was very wary of the Gu flow zone. That Hellguard's poison was impossible to defend against, and there were also many poisonous insects. Just the Gu flow zone alone was enough to make it difficult for the Great Eastern Alliance to advance. He had to think of a solution. The Gu flow zone could not become a stumbling block in his path to unifying the Innerverse. Even the Sixth Mainland had not been able to remove the veil covering the Gu flow zone, which made it very troublesome. Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, Wen Zizai, and Xianxia had all spoken to Lu Yin, which represented their final stance. While Lu Yin rode the Dragon Lord to the Ross Empire's stronghold, the four powers had also formally decided to form an alliance. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone's Divine Grade Hall, the old woman returned to her residence, exhausted. Not long after she sat down, she opened her gadget and looked at the star chart. The Beast Tamer's flow zone had already begun to gather their disciples, and all of the Lemeters from the first and second grade halls had been mobilized. The Sword Sect and the Lingling clan were also making preparations. Only the Wen family had not sent anyone to participate, and no one knew what they were thinking. There were also some people who were still hostile towards the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan. This sort of enmity would not be resolved so easily unless they could confirm that the culprit was the Great Eastern Alliance. If they could not confirm it, the old woman's eyes flickered, and she could only fabricate evidence to pin the culprit on the Great Eastern Alliance. She did not care who it was that had killed those elite disciples. As long as they could form an alliance with the Sword Sect and the others to drive the Great Eastern Alliance away, she was willing to do anything. The bigger picture was more important. Just as she was thinking about how to fabricate evidence, her face suddenly flushed red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled as she collapsed to the ground, and she quickly died. The same scene occurred in the Sword Sect, the Lingling clan, the Wen family, and a few other smaller flow zones powers. These people were the people on Wang Wen's second card. They had the ability to see the bigger picture, and they also had status that could influence the leaders of these powers. If these people were not eliminated, then the first step would have been for nothing. Only if these people were eliminated would there be problems, no matter how these powers cooperated. Even if the motive was too obvious, there was nothing that could be done. The Great Eastern Alliance did not have the ability to eliminate the people on both cards at the same time. News of the old woman's death quickly reached the mountain god's ears, and he flew into a rage. Even an idiot would know that the Great Eastern Alliance was behind this. He was so angry that he immediately contacted Luin, but Luin calmly refused to admit that he had anything to do with the old woman's death. It was not just the mountain god, the sword sect, the Lingling clan, and the Wen family all had important people who had died. These people were the core of the alliance, and with their deaths, the alliance's situation immediately deteriorated. In particular, the Wen family did not dare to openly ally with the alliance, which left the sword sect helpless. Under these circumstances, one person contacted the Lingling clan's Ling Qiu, who was the Sirius sect's elder Yuan Shou. Luin, if this continues, then the Neoverse will be engulfed in the flames of war sooner or later. Clan leader Ling Qiu, my Sirius sect has already decided to take action against the Great Eastern Alliance, Elder Yuan Shou said in a low voice. Ling Qiu was delighted when she heard this, as the alliance with the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamers Flow Zone had reached a stalemate. The Gu Flow Zones and Chaos Flow Zones had not even said a word. She had been worried about what to do, but she had not expected that the Neoverse would receive external help. That was the Celestial Sect, after all. Any one of the true elders was a powerhouse at the level of an emissary. Elder Yuan Shou, who was talking to her, was not much weaker than her. Among them, there were powerhouses whose power levels exceeded 1,000,000. It would be best if she could cooperate with the Celestial Sect. Has the Sirius Sect really decided to take action against the Great Eastern Alliance? But Luin has a good relationship with Eternal Sky Island, and it's said that he once represented Eternal Sky Island in an exchange with your esteemed sect. Ling Qiu was puzzled. Elder Yuan Shou snorted. The bigger picture is more important. The sect leader has already secretly gathered 100,000 disciples, and he plans to use his army to head to the inner verse. However, Luin has a deep background in the Hall of Honor, so he cannot Zhongyang. Thus, clan leader Ling Qiu, I'll have to trouble you to provide support when the time comes and participate in the battle as the Lingling clan. I, Elder Yao Shan, and Elder Yuan Ku will all take action together. Ling Qiu was excited. Then, what about Luin? Elder Yuan Shou fell silent for a moment before saying, this kid has a strong background. If he attacks the Great Eastern Alliance, Everlasting Sky Island and the Hall of Honor won't say anything. However, we can't touch this kid. Let him be alone. Remember, you can't touch him. Got it. Then, I'll wait for the good news from the Sirius Sect, Ling Qiu said. Elder Yuan Shou's attitude towards Luin made her feel at ease. It would be strange if he directly said that he wanted to eliminate Luin. We will pass through the cosmic sea as soon as possible. Just wait patiently, Elder Yuan Shou. Elder Yuan Shou then ended the call. Ling Qiu took a deep breath and looked south. She had not expected that the Sirius Sect would not be able to stand idly by at this time. But then again, it made sense. The Great Eastern Alliance was too chaotic, and the behemoths in the Neoverse were already wary of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had defeated the 8 great flow zones, their next target would definitely be the Neoverse. The Cosmic Sea's Leon's Armada was Lu Yin's ally, and with the addition of Everlasting Island and the Hall of Honor, it would be strange if the Sirius Sect was not afraid. Ling Qiu had not expected that even the Sirius Sect would be afraid. She thought back to when she had first become an emissary and visited the Sirius Sect. She had seen many emissary-level elders, and she had even seen the unfathomable Elder Jioshan with a power level of over 1,000,000. If that Elder Jioshan had acted, then he alone would have been enough to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. Even Master Yuan's help would have been useless. With the Sirius Sect as external aid, she would no longer need to ally with the Sword Sect or the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. Not only would that be a waste of effort, but it would also not be beneficial. In the end, they might not even be able to deal with Luin. It would be better to wait for the Sirius Sect to act. The Lingling clan would only need to cover the tracks of the Sirius Sect disciples, and they would not even need to do anything. When she thought of this, she immediately gave the order to subtly reject any alliance with the Sword Sect or the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. Since it was difficult to form an alliance and Luin was afraid that they would join forces and would even assassinate him, then there was no need for an alliance. On the other end, Elder Yuan Shou ended the call with an ugly expression and looked at Sect Master Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong felt helpless. Sect Master, Lu Yin has gone too far. He actually wants us to cooperate with him to toy with the Lingling clan. If news of this spreads, our Heavenly Star sect will lose all face. Elder Yuan Shou gritted his teeth. I've spoiled this brat too much. Yuan Xiong couldn't do anything about it. Lu Yin's status in the Heavenly Star sect was too special. Although he was only the leader of the outer disciples, he had the greatest inheritance of the Heavenly Star sect under his feet. He was connected to the Supreme Sage Heavenly Master, Elder Gong, and other half-martial ancestors. He also knew that Xiaji had schemed against them, but had failed to obtain anything. The information and background he knew had nothing to do with age or cultivation. To put it bluntly, if the Heavenly Star sect had to choose between him and Lu Yin, he would have chosen to give up on himself, let alone play along. But Sect Master, will Lu Yin really set his sights on the Neoverse? Elder Yuan Shou suddenly asked as he looked at Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong's expression changed. Let him be. But those people in the Neoverse are not to be trifled with. Even if he really unifies the Innerverse, he'll only be able to gain a foothold in the Neoverse. He won't be able to realize his ambitions there. Elder Yuan Shou nodded. I'm just afraid that our serious sect will continue to be tied down by him. It's not like he can't do it. When he heard this, Yuan Xiong's expression turned ugly. Ling Qiu would never have thought that the Grand Cosmic Sect would play along with Lu Yin's act and give her fake external aid. Even the Star Sibyl sect would not have thought that something like this would happen, let alone her. It was laughable, but it had actually happened. Ling Qiu had believed that with the Sirius sect's powerful external aid, they would not have to ally with the Sword sect or the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. They would have to ally with each other, but Lu Xianjun and the Giant's bloodline in the Great Eastern Alliance were enough to sweep through the cultivators of those two sections. They would not even fear the absolute powerhouses, and this was under the assumption that they had truly allied with each other. Lu Yin put down his gadget and sighed. Wang Wen's third request for external aid had been fulfilled, and the blazing mist flow zone was now truly under his control. Who would be next? Of the Innerverse 8 great flow zones, Chaos Flow Zone and Blazing Mist Flow Zone belonged to him, and they were separated by a great distance. Erudite Flow Zone did not dare to act against him, while Day-Night Flow Zone and Chaos Flow Zone had sealed themselves. Only the first Flow Zone, Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and Beast Tamers Flow Zone remained. As he thought about this, he arrived at the Ross Empire's stronghold. Sister Fei Hua was there to oversee the stronghold, and the Luo Emperor and the Dark Beast were unable to escape. Lu Xianjun was suppressing the entire Ross Empire's stronghold, so no matter how many reinforcements came, it would be useless. Within the Ross Empire's territory, there were tens of millions of soldiers, but only 1 million cultivators were truly capable of reinforcing the Ross Empire's stronghold, as there were only so many warships and fleets. These people could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Xianjun. The Dragon Master descended upon the stronghold, and its enormous size shocked everyone present. Big Sister Fei Hua was surprised, but only by the Dragon Master's appearance. In the Cosmic Tree realm, there were mounts that surpassed the strength of an emissary. Long Kuei's Pyrolite far surpassed the Dragon Master's strength. The Dark Beast was trapped by Fei Hua, and Luo Huang was still lying on the ground, half dead. When he saw the Dragon Master appear, his eyes flashed with a red light, but they soon dimmed. The Dragon Master also saw the Luo Huang, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Back then, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had been split into 3, Scarlet Lord, Luo Huang, and the Dragon Master. These 3 parties had restrained each other, but they had also joined forces to resist the outside world and control one of the 8 great flow zones. Now, one had died, one had been captured, and one had submitted. All of this had been done by that young man. When the Dragon Master saw the Luo Huang's miserable state, he did not dare to resist, as he was afraid that he would end up like the Luo Huang. Aside from the Luo Huang, there were also many experts from the Ross Empire suppressed within the stronghold. Among them were Scholar Newmoon, Duke Blackhawk, who had returned from Iron Blood Weave, and the expert who was second only to the Luo Huang. He was known as Thunder Axe, which was a title that represented the respect that the Ross Empire had for him. At this moment, these people were all standing in front of Luin, silently waiting. Luin was watching the videos on the network. These videos were all related to the Luo Huang, and they were all recordings of his battles. Originally, Luin had not been interested in the Luo Huang, but when the Luo Huang had subconsciously attacked, he had felt that something was off. Normally, no matter who it was, in a moment of crisis, they would use their strongest attack, but the Luo Huang had used a beam of light from his mechanical arm. This was not right, as this meant that the Luo Huang possessed technological power that surpassed that of an emissary. Otherwise, how could his mechanical body display such power? However, before he had decided to deal with the Ross Empire, Lu Yin had investigated the Luo Huang, and he had learned that the Luo Huang was a cultivator. The Luo Huang was a cyborg, but he was also a cultivator. The reason why he could surpass an emissary was because of the strength that he had obtained through cultivation. As for his technological power, it was only a support. However, during his battle with the Ice Empress on the Royal Frost Continent, as well as the sneak attack on Lu Yin had also relied on technological power. Where had the Luo Huang gotten the technology to allow his cyborg body to display power that surpassed that of an emissary? When the giant's technology had reached that level, the Hall of Honor had been wary of it, and they had sent an expeditionary force to destroy it. The Luo Huang had been hiding his technological abilities all this time. Lu Yin had once heard a rumor that the Ross Empire's technology had originated from unlocking source boxes, which was an ancient technology. However, after experiencing so many things, Lu Yin knew that if the Ross Empire truly possessed such technology, the Hall of Honor would not ignore it. The Luo Huang himself had also been hiding his technological abilities. The video showed many of the Luo Huang's battles, and he had relied on his cultivation methods to fight. His technological abilities were indeed a support, and he had intentionally hidden them. Lu Yin turned off the video and looked at the Luo Huang, who was still lying on the ground. His cyborg body had been severely damaged, and it was difficult for him to even stand up. Scholar Newmoon, can you please tell me how powerful the Ross Empire's technology is? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the scholar. Scholar Newmoon panicked, as he had always been afraid of death. He had been scared by Wendy Yushan back in East San Dios, and now, he had no intention of hiding anything from Lu Yin. The most advanced technology can produce weapons with destructive power that surpasses that of an enlighter. However, due to limited materials, such weapons are difficult to put into practical use. They've only been used a few times in the previous battle with the Sylvan Dragons, where they were able to kill an enlighter. Behind Lu Yin, Dragon Master's eyes widened. An enlighter was one of the top powerhouses in the Sylvan Dragon clan. Lu Yin then looked at Thunder Axe. The Luo Huang had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, but this person did not even dare to attack. This meant that he was just as afraid of death as Scholar Newmoon. Tell me. Thunder Axe respectfully replied, Scholar Newmoon is right. That is the Ross Empire's most advanced technology. Then, why does the Luo Huang have destructive power that surpasses an emissary's? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the Luo Huang lying on the ground. Scholar Newmoon hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, the Luo Huang is a cultivator, and if we look at the destructive power of a technological weapon, then he's at most an enlighter. Lu Yin waved his hand and dismissed everyone. He then walked over to the Luo Huang's side. The Luo Huang's mechanical eyes stared at him, but Lu Yin did not know what the emperor could see. Tell me. I'm very curious. You've used more than one technological method in a crisis that surpasses an emissary's power level. This isn't something that the Innerverse should possess, Lu Yin said calmly. The Luo Huang's eyes flickered with a red light, and the frequency at which they flickered increased. Lu Yin frowned. If you don't tell me, then die. He then raised a hand, and overlaying stacks shook the void and tore apart space itself. The astral source universe was faintly visible, and at the same time, there were traces of golden battle force streaking past. The Luo Huang spoke up. I obtained it. Is that so? Lu Yin did not believe him. The Luo Huang continued, I obtained it in the technocracy. Lu Yin's brows rose. What do you mean? The red light in the Luo Huang's eyes flickered faster and faster, and Lu Yin remained vigilant. Finally, the red light converged to form a screen in the air that showed a person's perspective. What's this? The person in the screen was a woman with traces of mechanical stitches around her ears. She was clearly a female android. This is something that I just obtained from my lockbreaking. Take a look. It records an unprecedented technology that can unleash a destructive power that surpasses 500,000, the female android said excitedly as she held a palm-sized, square-shaped crystal in her hand. It was very beautiful. Really? Suddenly, a hand shot out from behind the female android and pierced through her body to grab the square-shaped crystal. The person in the screen grabbed the crystal at the same time. Let go. The person in the screen did not say anything. He simply raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out. Everything in the screen exploded, and the screen shut down. Is that your story? Luin asked. The Luo Emperor's eyes flickered with a faint red light. I stole the crystal and used the technology inside to raise my attack power to over 500,000. It took me too long. How did you get to the blazing mist flow zone from the technocracy? Luin was curious, as the distance was quite far. The technocracy is controlled by the mainframe, but it's split into two factions, the main city and the Genesis court. There's a passage between the two factions that leaves the technocracy. Although it's difficult, I was still able to escape with my power level of over 400,000. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he did not interrupt. The Luo Emperor continued, after escaping the technocracy, I came to the distant blazing mist flow zone to avoid being hunted down. I replaced the Ross Empire's ruler and became the Luo Emperor. I spent many years using the technology inside the crystal to raise the power of my weapons to over 500,000. I then split the blazing mist flow zone with the Blaze Realm and the Sylvan Dragon clan. Where's the crystal? Luin asked. The Luo Emperor's gaze landed on Luin. It's eroded. Luin narrowed his eyes and stared at the Luo Emperor. The Luo Emperor replied, I'm not lying. It's really eroded. However, I've already grasped the technology inside. Luin laughed. This sort of life-saving technique isn't new. Back then, giant technology also developed a destructive power that surpassed that of an emissary, but it was destroyed by the Hall of Honor. The Hall of Honor definitely has similar technology, so I think it's very simple. I didn't think of using this method to save my life. The only thing that could have saved my life was that route. Luin fell silent. Although technology can create destructive power that surpasses that of an emissary, the requirements for the materials are too high. Even with my power level of over 400,000 and the materials I took from the technocracy, I was only able to raise myself to this level after so many years. I can't even create an android that surpasses the emissary level. The technocracy is the same. They've long since developed technology that surpasses the emissary level, but they're limited by the materials. This method is too narrow, and you should know that. Otherwise, whether it's the technocracy or the Hall of Honor, emissary androids would be everywhere. Luin knew this, but the Hall of Honor wasn't stupid. After destroying giant technology, they would definitely take the technology with them. However, he hadn't heard of them creating an emissary-level android in all these years, which meant that the materials required were extremely rare. Luin believed that the Hall of Honor had definitely created some emissary-level androids, but there wouldn't be many of them. As for the technocracy, when they had joined forces with the Sixth Mainland to attack the Outerverse in the Endless Weave, the people who had fought against them had all been androids. Their absolute experts had surpassed the envoys, but their numbers had been limited. If even the technocracy was like this, there was no need to even mention the human domain. It was unrealistic to expect this kind of technology to mass-produce experts. Even if he had the dice, the possibility was not high. The Luo sovereign's life was saved. However, like the Dragon Master, he had become a part of the Great Eastern Alliance. He definitely did not trust these two experts, which was why he had split up all of the Ross Empire's cultivators and had them join the various allied armies of the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, he had allowed the Great Eastern Alliance's people to take over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. News of the Great Eastern Alliance occupying the Blazing Mist Flow Zone shook the entire Fifth Mainland. As the Great Eastern Alliance entered the Innerverse, countless people in the Innerverse felt as if they were witnessing the emergence of a colossus. Xianxia was most concerned about this. The Day-Night clan had been overthrown, and they had sealed themselves off from the rest of the Innerverse. The Sword Sect was the strongest, and no one could compete with them. However, the Great Eastern Alliance's entry made him feel as if there was a knife at his back. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and forced the Sylvan Dragon Clan and the Ross Empire to submit to them. The number of experts under their command had greatly increased, and without mentioning anything else, just the Dragon Master and the Luo Sovereign were enough to make the Sword Sect feel uneasy. These were 2 envoys, and there were also enlighters and hunters. The more Lu Qianxia thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had used his sect master's methods to forcefully suppress those who were unwilling to join forces with the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. The Mountain God had done the same, but the 2 of them suddenly realized that Ling Qiu had changed. She had no intention of joining forces with the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Qianxia and the Mountain God contacted Ling Qiu separately, but Ling Qiu was only delaying them, and she did not tell them the reason. Ling Qiu also had her own plans. She knew that the Sirius sect wanted to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, so she was no longer in a hurry. Instead, she began to make some calculations. She hoped that the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone would fight it out with the Great Eastern Alliance, and in the end, the Sirius sect would deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. The Lingling clan would then be able to suppress the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and become the strongest clan in the Innerverse. This was the desire of countless people in the Lingling clan. They had wanted to replace the Day-Night clan in the past, but they had been powerless to do so. Now, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. No matter how much the Mountain God cursed, Ling Qiu pretended not to hear him. She focused on waiting for the Sirius sect's reinforcements. Without the Lingling clan, even if the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone joined forces, they would not be a threat to Luyin. If they did not join forces, then they could only watch as Luyin grew stronger until he eventually became a threat to them. They were now stuck in a dilemma. Luyin no longer cared about them. Even if they joined forces, they would not take any action in the short term. However, they should be able to seal off the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's perimeter, and he could leave that to Wang Wen to deal with. At this moment, he received an unexpected call from Madame Red. Luyin had never imagined that Madame Red would actually contact him. On the screen, Madame Red was alluring and mature. Her style was completely different from Madame Nalin's. One was seductive yet domineering, while the other was graceful yet seductive. Luyin, Alliance Master Lu. Madame Red smiled at Luyin, and her gaze was overbearing and sharp. Luyin looked at her. "We've met before, Master of the Galloping Horse Villa." Madame Red smiled. "You're from the Starfall Sea. You joined forces with the Sea King to deal with me, but because of you, everyone fled. I have a deep impression of you. I have a deep impression of you as well, especially when you captured the giant's bloodline. They're my people." Luyin's tone was unpleasant. Madame Red coldly replied, "That's a misunderstanding. When I captured them, I didn't know that they were your people." Luyin sneered, but he did not say anything. "After I found out that the giant's bloodline was your people, I wanted to release them, but Alliance Master Lu acted too quickly. You took them away from the Galloping Horse Villa without saying anything. Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Madame Red retorted. Luyin raised a brow. "I don't know what you're talking about." Madame Red stared into Luyin's eyes. "How did the giant's bloodline return to Alliance Master Lu's side? Do I have an obligation to tell you?" "Alliance Master Lu, you don't have to tell me. However, it's not a good habit to become someone else's pawn." Luyin was astonished. "What do you mean?" Madame Red replied, "Did those people who took the giant's bloodline away from the Galloping Horse Villa not tell Alliance Master Lu that they also took away someone else, the Sea King?" Luyin frowned. "The Sea King? Alliance Master Lu, don't tell me that you don't know that the Sea King is in the Sword Sect's hands. News of this has already spread." Luyin's eyes flickered, and he remained silent. Madame Red's eyes flickered, as it seemed that the matter with the Galloping Horse Villa really had nothing to do with Luyin. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the giant's bloodline to appear, as he would not have been able to conceal it in time. The Sword Sect had a good method of throwing the giant's bloodline to Luyin and using it to divert attention so that the Galloping Horse Villa could cause trouble for the Great Eastern Alliance. If Qingtan had not coincidentally overheard the conversation between Lu Ran and the Sword Sect, then she would have fallen for the trap. The Great Eastern Alliance had always been stuck in the Outerverse, and as long as there was a chance, the Sixth Mainland would definitely chase these people away. The Sword Sect's move had given the Galloping Horse Villa a reason to attack the Great Eastern Alliance, but it had also dealt a blow to the Great Eastern Alliance. If not for Qingtan and if not for the fact that Madame Red wanted to make a deal with Luin, then she would have been fooled. The more the Sword Sect tried to be mysterious, the more it implied that the Galloping Horse Villa was behind this. What business does Madame have with me this time? Luin asked, no longer mentioning the giant's bloodline. His expression was sullen, as if he had been tricked by someone, but he could not describe the feeling. Madame Red was well aware of this, and she replied, "You're underestimating the Innerverse, and you're also underestimating the Sword Sect." Luin replied, "Madam, are you trying to educate me about the Fifth Mainland's common sense? Common sense does not represent the Innerverse, and what you see is only the surface. I can say with certainty that whether it's the Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan, or even the Wen family, they all have their own trump cards. You've already angered everyone, and you've just been tricked. It's not just the Innerverse that has their eyes on you, but also the Neoverse. You can't stay in the Innerverse any longer." Luin did not mind. "Madam, are you aware of my background in the Fifth Mainland? Of course, the biggest backer is the Hall of Honor. However, the Hall of Honor can't possibly go against the will of the entire Fifth Mainland. What your Great Eastern Alliance is doing right now has crossed some people's bottom line. They'll do everything they can to chase you out," the Red Madam said. Luin was curious. "Madam, can you give me an example?" Madame Red and Luin looked at each other. "I don't need an example, but I can tell you that someone has already contacted us in secret and asked us to immediately take over the entire Outerverse. Your Great Eastern Alliance's people won't be able to reach the Blazing Mist flow zone in time, and at least half of them will be trapped in the Outerverse and controlled by my Sixth Mainland. Under such circumstances, how will you deal with the Innerverse?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had considered such a situation before, which was why after the southern weave had been taken over by the Sixth Mainland, Master Yuan had remained at the border between the Sixth Mainland and the Great Eastern Alliance in order to prevent the Sixth Mainland from suddenly making a move. If the Sixth Mainland really wanted to immediately take over the entire Outerverse, then Luin would indeed be in trouble, but it would not be too big of a problem. The Fifth Mainland was in a civil war, and the Sixth Mainland was not peaceful either. Chaotic battles between the three progenitor regions were common, and even fierce battles between the Bloodburn Realm and the Black Blood Realm within the same progenitor region were common. Back then, the Sixth Mainland had joined forces to invade the Innerverse because of their own interests. Now, as long as Luin could get the Hall of Honor's full support and state that he would definitely lead the Outerverse, the Sixth Mainland would not risk war and immediately take over the Outerverse. This was just Madame Red's threat, and Luin also acted as if he had indeed been threatened. Madame Red saw that Lu Yin's gaze was heavy, and his expression was solemn. There was even a hint of lingering fear. She smiled charmingly. "Alliance Master Lu, is there anything you wish to say? What do you want?" Luin retorted, feigning anger as he glared at Madame Red. "Actually, I don't have any enmity with the Great Eastern Alliance, and I don't wish to become one in the future. That's why I want to discuss a deal with Alliance Leader Lu. Once the deal is done, both of us will benefit, and I can guarantee that Alliance Leader Lu will benefit more than me." "What kind of deal?" Luin asked. He recalled what that ugly old woman had said at the Galloping Horse Mountain Manor. Madame Red had seemed to want to discuss this with him, and it definitely wasn't because of the giant. He had guessed that it was for some other reason. Madame Red's expression changed. "Alliance Leader Lu must hate the Sword Sect." Luin was stunned. "What do you mean?" "I'm helping Alliance Leader Lu deal with the Sword Sect," Madame Red replied. Luin frowned. "Madam, please be more specific." Madame Red continued, "Ever since my Sixth Mainland took over the Outerverse, cultivators from the Sixth Mainland have continuously entered the Innerverse and even the Cosmic Sea to train. Some of them have hidden their identities, while others haven't. There are two of them that I hope that Alliance Leader Lu can help me capture. They are the Blue Heroes." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "The Blue Heroes?" They are disciples that esteemed blue hero of the fan realm values. On the surface, esteemed blue hero's disciple is Fan Shun, but in reality, esteemed blue hero prefers these two. As long as Alliance leader Lu can capture them and force esteemed blue hero to help you deal with the Sword Sect, then taking down the Sword Sect will not be difficult. Esteemed blue hero is a heavenly imprint powerhouse, Madame Red explained. Luine did not understand. Does Madame have a grudge with esteemed blue hero? No. Then why? This has nothing to do with Alliance leader Lu. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Madame Red frowned. Does Alliance leader Lu want to become enemies with my Galloping Horse Mountain Manor? Do you want my 6th mainland to immediately take over the Outerverse and deal with your Great Eastern Alliance? Luine pretended to be angry. Esteemed blue hero is a heavenly imprint powerhouse. Even if he helps me deal with the Sword Sect, how can I deal with him? If the blue transformation duo are released, then I'm done for. If they don't, then I'll be in even more trouble. Also, if news of this spreads, then my reputation will be ruined. I can't bear the crime of colluding with outsiders to deal with someone from the 5th mainland. Madame Red's lips curled up. So that's what Alliance Master Lu is worried about. It's simple. You can explain the situation to the Hall of Honor and let the Hall of Honor's head Inquisitor or even a half-martial ancestor powerhouse protect you. If Qinghua Shengren attacks you, you can deal with him without any hesitation. Of course, the premise is that this is a fair trade. You let the Qinghua duo go, but if Qinghua Shengren attacks you again, then he will have violated the agreement. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Madame Hong said solemnly, there's something we need to take care of, but Qinghua Shengren is too much of a hindrance. We just want Alliance Master Lu to draw him out. Not only will he be able to help us, make friends with him, and deal with the Sword Sect, so why not? Alliance Master Lu, what do you think? Luine muttered to himself. Madame Red was not in a hurry, as she was certain that Luine would not be able to refuse. This matter would not harm him in any way, and it would even allow him to eradicate the Sword Sect. As for the reason to deal with the Sword Sect, she had already prepared it for Luine, the Sea King. This was also the reason why she had spread the news that the Sea King was in the Sword Sect. At that moment, she had already thought of everything. Luine thought about it for a long time, and then he looked at Madame Red with a solemn expression. This involves the Celestial Imprint. It's too dangerous, and I don't want to take responsibility for it. Madame Red coldly replied, since that's the case, Alliance Master Lu, please request that the Great Eastern Alliance withdraw from the Outerverse within 3 days. Those who do not leave will be treated as those who are willing to pledge their allegiance to the 6th mainland. Hold on. Luine grew anxious. When he faced Madame Red's disdainful gaze, he said, I have a condition. If you agree to it, then I'll do as you say. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Madame Red rebuked. Luine stubbornly replied, then my Great Eastern Alliance will never back down. If worst comes to worst, we'll go to war. If I don't live, then don't think that you'll have an easy time either. The Hall of Honor will definitely help me. Madame Red's eyes flickered with a cold light, and she slowly asked, what condition? Luine raised a hand. 5 weaves. I want the Outerverse to retain 5 weaves as a place for the Great Eastern Alliance to survive. You said it yourself, and will be chased out sooner or later. Since that's the case, these 5 weaves will be the last place for the Great Eastern Alliance to survive. Madame Red thought about it. 2. I'm not bargaining with you, madam. 5 weaves is my bottom line. Don't forget that you've also captured the giant bloodline, and they're my people. I haven't even discussed this matter with you yet, and those giants still harbor resentment towards me. It'll be very difficult for me to suppress them. Madame Red thought about it. Alright, I agree. Luine glared at her. I want the Daosor sect's forest team to personally agree to this, especially Old Man Songqiong. He's not friendly to my Great Eastern Alliance. As long as he agrees to give us 5 weaves, then I'll do as you say. Madame Red's eyes narrowed. I'll communicate with Old Man Songqiong. She then hung up. Entering the blazing mist flow zone meant that the curtains had been raised. Luine had not expected that the first person to enter the stage would be Madame Red. After ending his call with Madame Red, he immediately contacted Qing Tan. Qing Tan was currently under Lu Yin's control, and if she did not want to die, she could only do as Lu Yin said. Madame Red, Ancestor Autumn Frost, and the Wild Archer God were investigated. Do they know why? Lu Yin asked. Qing Tan replied, they don't know. Master didn't tell them clearly. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Back then, he had asked Qing Tan to trick old man Sanqiong into giving Madame Red and the others 5 weaves as a price to reach an agreement with him. That had been a scam, but now, Madame Red had brought up the matter of 5 weaves to old man Sanqiong. No matter what the reason was, it had all been a scam. Lu Yin did not know what the consequences would be for Madame Red, but he had subconsciously asked her. What's Qinghua Shengren's strength? Lu Yin asked. Qing Tan was confused. Qinghua Shengren? She did not know why Lu Yin was suddenly asking about this person. I don't know much about Qinghua Shengren, but he's known as the successor to the Four Esteemed. Old man Sanqiong died in the Cosmic Sea, and the first person to succeed him is Qinghua Shengren. Who are the Four Esteemed? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Qing Tan replied, Old man Sanqiong, Mr. Guanqing, Medicine Immortal, and the deceased Old man Sanqiong. Old man Sanqiong from the Blood Homage Realm, Mr. Guanqing from the Martial Immortal Realm, Medicine Immortal from the Stone Realm, and Old man Sanqiong from the War Martial Realm. Lu Yin understood that the 6th mainland's current situation was even clearer than the 5th mainland's. The 3 progenitors had divided the 6th mainland among themselves, and they did not interfere with the 6th mainland's mundane affairs. Thus, the ones who could truly decide the 6th mainland's direction were the Daosor sect's 4 esteemed. In the past, 2 of the 4 esteemed had been from the progenitor of Martial Realm, and the progenitor of Martial Realm had held greater authority in the 6th mainland's Daosor sect. Now, with old man Sanqiong's death, the progenitor of Martial Realm would be replaced by Qinghua Shengren. Qinghua Shengren came from the Fan Realm and represented the progenitor of Secret Realm, which meant that the progenitor of Secret Realm would have greater authority. That was the reason. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that the 6th mainland's invasion of the 5th mainland had been a result of the 4 esteemed discussions. Back then, when the martial progenitor had personally made a move, the progenitor of combat's attitude towards the 5th mainland had been terrible. At that time, 2 of the 4 esteemed had come from the progenitor of combat's realm, and they had indeed been able to decide the direction of the 6th mainland. It was no wonder why Lu Yin was so certain that he had grasped the situation. Madame Red had definitely wanted him to capture the Qinghua duo to lure Qinghua Shengren over. Her reason might not have been because she wanted to do something, but rather because she wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with Qinghua Shengren. It was also no wonder that she had told him to contact the Hall of Honor and send an expert who could suppress Qinghua Shengren to protect him. If Lu Yin were in her shoes, he definitely would not have allowed the Qinghua duo to escape. Instead, he would have silenced them and lured Qinghua Shengren to act. That would give the Hall of Honor a reason to act and prevent Qinghua Shengren from becoming one of the 4 esteemed. Lu Yin tapped the air with his finger as he pondered. Qing Tan did not speak, as she did not know what Lu Yin was planning. Lu Yin thought for a long time before ending the call. He then opened the Innerverse star chart and scanned through the 8 flow zones. In the Outerverse Southern Weave, a scholarly middle-aged man arrived at old man Sanqiong's residence. The man's temperament was ethereal and almost illusory. He also seemed like an immortal that had been banished from the 9 heavens, and no one dared to look at him directly. He was Mr. Guanqing from the Martial Immortal Realm, one of the 6th mainland's Daosor sect's 4 esteemed. Old man Sanqiong looked up. Guanqing, what's the matter? Mr. Guanqing calmly replied, Qinghua Shengren cannot become one of the 4 esteemed. So, we need the 5th mainland's help. We've already reached an agreement with Lu Yin. We'll give him 5 weaves in the Outerverse near the Astral River Arc, and he'll help us deal with Qinghua Shengren. Old man Sanqiong's eyes widened. 5 weaves? You talked to him personally? That's not your style. Mr. Guanqing calmly replied, Madame Red was the one who talked to him. Once Qinghua Shengren is on the same level as you and me, the secret progenitor realm will have the authority to decide our path. With their temperament, the martial progenitor will not be able to handle it. Old man Sanqiong did not even listen to Mr. Guanqing's words. The only thing on his mind was Madame Red and those 5 weaves. As expected, this woman had reached an agreement with Luin. Dealing with Qinghua Shangren was just an excuse. She had long since reached an agreement with Luin, and Luin had given her progenitor Wushang's hide. Old man Songqiong grew excited when he thought about progenitor Wushang's hide. He had been stuck at the celestial imprint realm for too long, and he could not even become a half-progenitor. He desperately needed a progenitor's item. He had a progenitor's item, but it was useless to him. Progenitor Wushang's name had once resounded throughout the 6th mainland, and his progenitor's item far surpassed the progenitor's item that he possessed. How could a world imprinter possess progenitor Wushang's hide? Old man Songqiong's eyes flashed. Songqiong, your answer? Mr. Guanqing asked. Old man Songqiong. All right. Mr. Guanqing then left. Not long after, Madame Red contacted Luin once again and gave him old man Songqiong's answer. Why should I believe that? Why should old man Songqiong tell me personally? Luin asked. Madame Red's gaze turned cold. Who do you think you are? That you can make the celestial imprint talk to you? That you can make the celestial imprint lie to you? I've even met more than one half-progenitor, Luin retorted. Madame Red sneered. Your 5th mainland's half-progenitor is at most comparable to the celestial imprint. My 6th mainland's suppression might not even be a match for the celestial imprint. Whether you believe it or not, you have to. Otherwise, you won't just be offending my galloping horse manor, but also the entire progenitor of martial realm and progenitor of blood realm. Luin seemed to be afraid, and he coughed. All right, I'll believe you for now. Where are the blue heroes? They're in the blazing mist flow zone. I'll send you their exact location later, and I hope that you won't disappoint me. We've paid a heavy price to preserve 5 weaves for the Great Eastern Alliance, but I've already said that you'll gain even more, Madame Red said coldly before ending the call and sending Luin her location. The Great Eastern Alliance's main forces entered the blazing mist flow zone and began to station themselves there. The blue heroes were currently stationed in the area where the Great Eastern Alliance's first army was stationed. Ian had received orders to capture the blue heroes. The blazing mist flow zone was once an area ruled by the Ross Empire. It was a highly technological planet, but it was currently in chaos. Hovercraft after hovercraft sounded an alarm in the sky above the city. Everyone, please be on alert. Dangerous individuals have been detected robbing, threatening, and attempting to murder public figures. The situation has been determined to be extremely dangerous. Everyone, please be on alert. Hovercraft filled the sky above the city, and buildings towered above the clouds. It was night, but the entire city was illuminated by lights. Where there was light, there was also darkness. Even if the entire city was illuminated, there would still be places where the lights could not reach. In a small alley, 2 figures, one fat and one skinny, were squatting on the ground and feasting on food. Fatty bro, what's the commotion in the sky? I don't know. They say that they've discovered dangerous individuals. Brother Skinny, you have to be careful. Got it, fatty bro. This food is really delicious. Eat more. Are you fat? Again? Is that so? Ha 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 ha, brother Skinny, you've gotten skinnier as well. You're like a bamboo pole now. Is that so? Thank you, fatty bro, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, lights gathered above their heads and illuminated the dark alley. Dangerous individuals have been detected. Isolate the area and arrest them. You may kill them on the spot. As soon as the announcement was made, beams of light isolated the alley from the outside world. At the same time, lightning flashed and descended from the sky, viciously smashing into the duo. The duo was bewildered as they were bombarded by the lightning, but nothing happened. Fatty bro? What are they doing? Maybe they're performing. Eh? Then what are we doing? Are we blocking their performance? There was someone performing during the day as well, but brother Skinny, you pushed him away. Oh, then let's go. After saying that, the fat and skinny duo tore open the isolation beam and walked out of the room easily. The entire city was in chaos. No matter what kind of weapon they used, it was useless against the 2 of them. In the end, the army had no choice but to evacuate the ordinary people. After calculating the direction that the fat and thin duo would go, they prepared to release their super-powerful weapons. With a boom, the duo was bombarded. 1/10 of the city was flattened. When the dust settled, the duo became even more confused. "Brother Fatty, what are they doing?" "Brother Skinny, I think we're being attacked." "Really?" B. Ed edition. The skinny man raised his hand and directly grabbed the figure's fist. Then, under the figure's incredulous gaze, the skinny man threw him out. In the distance, the fatty stood up. "A hunter. There's a hunter on this planet?" At that moment, the two looked up as more figures descended. Including the person from before, there were now 5 of them surrounding the two. All 5 were hunters. Outside the planet, on a spacecraft, Ian watched calmly. The blazing mist flow zone was too large. Even though the entire Ross Empire had been taken over by the Great Eastern Alliance, not all planets had been affected. This planet did not know, but it did not matter if they knew or not, as it would not affect the overall situation. This planet's power was something that even Fatty Bro and Skinny could not deal with. In the Supreme Tournament, the Fatty had defeated Tian Ho with a single blow, which had shocked countless people. As for the Skinny Bro, he had fought his way into the top 20. Although luck had played a role, their strength was undeniable. Now, these two had broken through to the hunter realm, and their strength was extremely terrifying. They could deal with an ordinary enlighter in a duel, and when they worked together, their strength was even more formidable. On the planet, all 5 hunters were lying on the ground. They were not a match for Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro. "Fatty Bro, we have to go back," the Skinny Bro said. The Fatty nodded. They were not stupid. There were 5 hunters, and it was obvious that someone had set their sights on them. They had to go back. Regardless of whether it was this planet or the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army, there were no experts who could deal with Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro. Luin had expected this, which was why he had sent Thunder Axe. Thunder Axe was the second most powerful person in the Ross Empire, and he was very powerful. Furthermore, he was on a mission to help the Great Eastern Alliance successfully reclaim the Ross Empire, and he had just happened to pass by this planet. Just as Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro were about to leave the planet and head to the Outerverse, Thunder Axe arrived. Although Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro were very powerful, they could not fight against a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 400,000, and they were easily captured. Ian calmly said, "Report to the Alliance Master that the Blue Heroes have been successfully captured." A woman stood behind him, and she respectfully replied, "Yes." Ian looked out into space and muttered to himself, "Capturing the Blue Heroes and forcing esteemed Blue Hero to deal with the Sword Sect. The Alliance Master has played this well. It looks like the first flow zone will soon belong to my Great Eastern Alliance." Behind him, the woman was shocked, as she had just heard an incredible secret. After leaving the command room, she hurriedly activated her gadget and sent a message to someone. Within the command room, Ian looked out the door as if he could see the woman through the wall. The Blue Heroes had been sent to the Ross Empire's stronghold. They had not been beaten very badly, and it could be said that they had recovered very quickly. This was especially true for the Fatty, who no longer seemed to be injured. When they saw Luin, the Blue Heroes shouted, "Fat Bro, Fat Bro. It's him. That pervert Lou." Luin raised a brow. "Skinny Bro, it really is pervert Lou. We're in trouble. We couldn't beat him, so we wanted to escape." "Shoo, Fat Bro, don't say it out loud. He heard everything." Luin was only a few meters away from the duo, and he quietly watched as they comforted and flattered each other. His brows gradually furrowed, as these two deserved a beating. "Pervert Lou, why did you capture us?" the Fatty shouted with his head held high. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "If you call me that again, I'll peel off all your fat." The Fatty's heart trembled, and he lowered his head as he muttered, "So fierce." The skinny man raised his head and was about to speak when Luin said, "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll feed you until you're fat." The skinny man's mouth fell open, and he stared at Luin in horror. "You're too vicious." The Fatty's eyes lit up. "Feed me until I'm fat?" Luin looked at him. "Starve you for 100 days." The Fatty hurriedly lowered his head. Seeing that the two had quieted down, Lu Yin said, "Contact Xianxia Shangren. I want to talk to him." The fatty was astonished. "How did you know that we could contact the old man?" The skinny man hurriedly covered the fatty's mouth. "Fat bro, don't say it. Don't say it." The fatty hurriedly nodded, and the two lowered their heads without saying anything else. Lu Yin shook his head. These two truly deserved to be called the Blue Heroes. He grabbed the fatty's arm and took off his gadget, easily finding Xianxia Shangren's contact information. With these two's popularity, there should be no one else in their gadgets. Suddenly, Lu Yin saw Wang Yi's name. How were they related to Wang Yi? After the Sovereign's tournament, Wang Yi had been ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance and had fled back to the Astral Tree domain. Before that, he had represented the Technocracy's Genesis Court, which was hostile to the First City. The latter was controlled by the Sixth Mainland, but the Genesis Court wasn't. Logically speaking, Wang Yi shouldn't be related to the Blue Heroes. Even if Wang Yi was related to the Sixth Mainland, he shouldn't be related to the Blue Heroes. Lu Yin pointed at Wang Yi's name. "What's your relationship with this person?" The fat and skinny duo glanced at each other, then lowered their heads and pretended not to know anything. Lu Yin snorted, but he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he contacted Xianxia Shangren. "What's up?" a lazy voice asked. When Lu Yin heard this, Wang Wen's image popped up in his mind. He was sloppy, slovenly, and indifferent to everything. "Xianxia Shangren?" Lu Yin asked. There was a moment of silence. "Who are you? Where are those two idiots?" Lu Yin looked at the two and waved his gadget. The fatty wailed, "Old man, we've been captured. Save us. It's pervert Lu." There was a thump as Lu Yin slapped the fatty, causing his scalp to go numb. The thin man was about to call out, but when he saw the fatty's fate, he wisely chose not to speak. "Pervert Lu? Who?" Xianxia Shangren was confused, but his tone wasn't that heavy. When he heard the fatty's cries, he knew that the two were fine. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "I'm Lu Yin." "You're pervert Lu?" Xianxia Shangren was astonished. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why did this Xianxia Shangren seem so similar to the Blue Heroes? Why did you capture those two idiots? Xianxia Shangren was puzzled. Lu Yin indifferently replied, "I want to save their lives. Come to the blazing mist flow zone and find me there." Xianxia Shangren sneered. "Save them? It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want." Lu Yin replied, "Since I'm confident that I can use the Blue Heroes to force you here, then your words are meaningless. Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Xianxia Shangren's tone turned cold. Lu Yin smiled. "Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Ross Empire's stronghold. I'll be waiting for you, but you have to be there on the 21st day. Sooner or later, I'll deal with the Blue Heroes." "Who told you to do this?" Xianxia Shangren suddenly asked. Lu Yin ended the call and stopped talking to Xianxia Shangren. Xianxia Shangren's last sentence clearly indicated that he had guessed something. He had no enmity with Lu Yin, so there was no reason for Lu Yin to offend him. Someone must have ordered him to do this. On the surface, everything seemed to be directed at Xianxia Shangren, but this was still an internal struggle within the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin could only guess what was going on. What if this was all part of Madame Red's plan to deal with him? Just in case, it would be safer to have an absolute expert oversee the situation. Lu Yin's first thought was Master Yuan, but that did not make sense. Master Yuan's power level was over 1,000,000, but he definitely could not compare to a powerhouse with a heavenly imprint. Aside from Master Yuan, the only other candidates Lu Yin could think of were the head inquisitors or half-progenitors. Hold on, he had forgotten about Elder Joshin. Lu Yin smiled when he thought of this. The Innerverse was bustling with activity during this period. Not long after the battle in the Cosmic Sea, a huge battle had broken out in the blazing mist flow zone. The Great Eastern Alliance had forcefully taken control of the flow zone, but that was not all. Rumors were flying around in secret, such as the Sea King being imprisoned in the Sword Sect, or that something had happened to Chaos God Mountain, or that the sect master had died. Now, another rumor had surfaced that quickly attracted everyone's attention. The Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, Lu Yin, had teamed up with a heavenly imprint powerhouse from the Sixth Mainland to attack the Sword Sect. This rumor immediately caused a war of public opinion, as the Great Eastern Alliance would never admit to such a thing. The Sword Sect and the other powers spoke with certainty and even claimed that they had proof. Everyone in the Innerverse, Outerverse, and Neoverse knew about this. The Hall of Honor had urgently convened a board meeting to discuss this matter. The Sword Sect had proof, which was Ian's words and the image of the blue heroes being captured. Lu Ran bellowed. Lu Yin actually dared to join forces with the Sixth Mainland to deal with the Fifth Mainland Sword Sect. He's a traitor. San Liang retorted. You want to confirm that Lu Yin is a traitor based on just one person's words and the image of the blue heroes being captured? Director Lu Ran, you're from the Sword Sect, so this image cannot be trusted. Lu Ran angrily retorted. Director San Liang, haven't you heard the rumors outside? I know that you have a good relationship with Lu Yin, but that can't hide the fact that he's a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. There was a thump as San Liang slammed the table. Nonsense, Director Lu Ran, I think that you've gone mad. The Great Eastern Alliance has taken over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which has touched your Sword Sect's reverse scale. Lu Yin's betrayal of the Fifth Mainland is a fact. You can't hide it. The other directors listened quietly. Half of the board members opposed Lu Yin, while the other half supported him. It was impossible for them to reach a conclusion. The rumors in the outside world grew more and more exaggerated, saying that Lu Yin had already sided with the Sixth Mainland and had taken old man Xianxia as his master. Others said that Lu Yin had been taken in as a progenitor and had hopes of becoming a progenitor, which was why he had betrayed the Fifth Mainland. Most people thought that it was just a rumor, but the evidence provided by the Sword Sect had won the trust of quite a number of people. The Sword Sect was truly certain that Lu Yin was going to work with Xianxia to deal with them. Thus, they had become anxious and spared no expense in spreading rumors in an attempt to use the general situation to stop Lu Yin. Lu Qianjua's expression turned ugly. I underestimated this kid's ambition. I thought that he had a bottom line, but I never thought that he would be willing to ally with the Sixth Mainland. Elder Li's voice was filled with murderous intent. Sect Master, Lu Ran has already done her best to create momentum for the Hall of Honor, but the Council has no way of containing Lu Yin unless the Interstellar Arbitration Office takes action. However, the Interstellar Arbitration Office has also turned a blind eye to this. Lu Qianjue snorted. Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor is too deep, and it's impossible for him to rely on the Hall of Honor unless something happens. I told you to contact the Seven Courts. How is it going? Although the Neoverse information was tightly sealed, the Sword Sect had still been able to obtain some information. For example, the battle in the Cosmic Sea had revealed that the true masterminds behind the scenes were the Seven Courts Xia family and Eternal Sky Island. The Xia family was Lu Yin's enemy, and Lu Qianjue hoped to obtain their support. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop the Heavenly Imprint. Elder Li was helpless. It's very difficult for us to get close to the Seven Courts. Lu Ran mentioned this to Nan Yuan, but Nan Yuan ignored her. The Xiao family has other plans. Lu Qianjue's eyes narrowed. He knew that it would be very difficult to get any help. Unless a half-ancestor appeared, it would be very difficult for anyone to contend against the Heavenly Imprint. After all, this was the Sixth Mainland's Heavenly Imprint powerhouse, and even in the entire Fifth Mainland, they were the most powerful powerhouses. Most people were waiting to see the Sword Sect become a laughingstock. If Xianxia did not take action, then there would be no point in helping the Sword Sect. If they did, then it would be perfect. If the Sword Sect was destroyed by Xianxia, then they would have concrete evidence of Lu Yin's collusion with the Sixth Mainland. Only then would those who were hostile towards Lu Yin have an excuse to attack. They did not care about the Sword Sect's survival. Sect Master, will Lu Yin really collude with Xianxia to attack our Sword Sect? Elder Lianxin asked as she arrived. Lu Qianjue frowned. I don't know. Logically speaking, now that the matter had been exposed, Lu Yin would not be so foolish as to continue doing so. However, who could say for sure? That kid had become too arrogant. Pass down the order to seal the mountain. Lu Qianjue looked at Lianxin seriously. Take Lu Tianmu, Lu Xiaoqiu, Long Yun, Li Zimo, and the others away from the first flow zone. Elder Lianxin's heart sank, as this was the worst-case scenario. The sword sect controlled the first flow zone, and they had their own methods and resources. However, against a single heavenly imprint, all of their methods were useless. The only thing they could do now was force Luin to give up on allying with the Sixth Mainland. Otherwise, the sword sect would be in danger. Atop Sword Mountain, Lu Tianmu stood quietly and looked into the distance. Lu Xiaoqiu walked over. "What's the matter? Of the 13 swords, which sword have you comprehended?" Lu Tianmu asked calmly, still looking into the distance calmly. He looked at this familiar place where he had grown up. Lu Xiaoqiu answered, "The 8th sword." "Look carefully, this is the 9th sword." Lu Tianmu then raised her sword. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes went wide. "What do you mean? You want to teach me?" The 13 swords can only be comprehended by oneself. Lu Tianmu did not say anything else and continued to display the 9th sword, 10th sword, 11th sword, and 12th sword. Finally, she raised her sword and pointed it at Lu Xiaoqiu. "This is the 13th sword." An hour later, Lu Tianmu left. As for Lu Xiaoqiu, he remained in the same spot for a full 5 days, completely motionless. Only on the 6th day did he wake up. His understanding of the 13 swords had reached a new level. Suddenly, his expression changed. Not good. He vaguely remembered that when he had comprehended the 13 swords, Lu Tianmu had left and told him to live well. However, she had not said anything. 5 days ago, Elder Lianxin had informed them that she would be taking them away from the sword sect, but Lu Tianmu had left at this time. Lu Xiaoqiu had a bad premonition. "You're awake." A voice came from behind him. Lu Xiaoqiu looked over and saw Long Yun sitting on a rock with a flask of wine in his hand. He was calmly looking into the distance. "Why are you here?" Lu Xiaoqiu was puzzled. "Where is she?" "Eldest sister?" Long Yun asked. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Long Yun. Long Yun took a sip of wine and pointed at the ground. Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils constricted, and he leaped out, stepping through the void and heading in a certain direction. Long Yun put down the flask of wine and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Soon, Lu Xiaoqiu arrived at a corner of the sword sect. All the higher-ups of the sword sect had gathered here, including sect master Lu Qianjue. "Sect master." Lu Xiaoqiu hurried behind Lu Qianjue. "Did she go to get that sword?" Elderly growled, "Impudent. Back down." Lu Xiaoqiu stubbornly stared at Lu Qianjue. Elder Lianxin sighed. "Xiaoqiu, this is her choice. Why didn't you stop her? What is she trying to do?" Lu Xiaoqiu shouted. No one answered him. Not long after, the ground cracked open, and a strand of sword chi shot up from below, piercing the sky and tearing it apart. Everyone looked down and saw Lu Tianmu walk out step by step. Her clothes were stained with blood, and there were many sword wounds on her body. She held 2 swords in her hands. One was her white sword, which everyone had seen before, while the other was a black sword that was filled with a terrifying aura. As Lu Tianmu's blood dripped down, the black sword actually flashed with a dark red light. It looked demonic and evil. Lu Qianjue looked at the black sword with a serious expression. She actually took it out. Heaven and earth lifespan. Elder Lianxin was shocked. She cultivated the calm heart sword, and even her expression changed at this moment. Elder Lu Shen, and the others looked at the black sword and felt a chill run down their spines. They felt an unbearable fear, as if they had seen their archenemy. Lu Tianmu walked forward step by step, and the closer she got, the more serious her injuries were. Her entire back had been torn open, and blood was dripping down her arms and feet. Even the large spectacles that she always wore were stained with blood. She swept her gaze across everyone in the sword sect before finally looking at Lu Qianjue. "Sect master, please help me challenge Luin." Lu Qianjue's expression changed, and he looked deeply at Lu Tianmu. "No," Lu Xiaoqiu stopped her. He had always viewed Lu Tianmu as his rival. Although their relationship seemed ordinary, only they knew how much they cared about each other. This was his sister, and she was challenging someone she could not possibly defeat. So what if she had that sword? Luin took over the blazing mist flow zone and injured Emperor Luo with a single palm. You all know that. Emperor Luo is an emissary, so do you think that you can defeat him with that sword? Lu Xiaoqiu roared and glared at Lu Tianmu. You know Lu Yin's strength better than anyone else. Don't court death. Lu Tianmu remained calm. Sect Master, please challenge Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Lu Qianjue. Sect Master, you can't send her to her death. She's the most talented person in the history of the Sword Sect, and she's also the inheritor of the 13 swords. She can't die in vain. Lu Qianjue nodded. It looks like you've made your preparations. Since that's the case, I won't stop you. He then raised his gadget. Behind the group, Li Zima watched quietly, his gaze drawn to the black sword. In front of Lu Yin at the Ross Empire's stronghold, Dragon Lord's giant claws descended, but Lu Yin easily dodged them. Dragon Lord attacked again, splitting into over 100 clones that covered almost half of the stronghold. However, he was still unable to harm Lu Yin. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had allowed Dragon Lord to spar with him, not because he wanted to cultivate, but because he wanted to suppress Dragon Lord. He did not believe in the Sylvan Dragon's loyalty, as they had even betrayed the Astral Beast domain. There was no such thing as loyalty. Lu Yin wanted to completely subdue them so that he could prepare for his next plan. Dragon Lord panted heavily as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Back in the Sylvan Dragon realm, Dragon Lord's head had been crushed by Lu Yin, and that was when he had realized how terrifying this person was. However, he had never expected that he would not be able to harm Lu Yin even after using his full strength. Lu Yin was only an enlighter, so how did he do it? This is your extreme speed? Lu Yin was dissatisfied and disappointed. Dragon Lord answered, extreme speed allows me to create clones in the Astral Source universe, but it will easily attract the attention of the Astral Source universe. You don't have any treasures? Clones are clones of the Astral Source universe. However many clones there are, I have no treasures. Lu Yin had originally wanted to give Dragon Lord a treasure so that he could use his full strength, but after hearing Dragon Lord's words, he didn't say anything else. He only had 50 ore concealing stones, which weren't even enough for half of Dragon Lord's clones. He didn't waste any more words and continued fighting. Dragon Lord was trying to think of a way to defeat Lu Yin, but Lu Yin was thinking of other things. At that moment, Ku Wei arrived, but he didn't transform into a giant. Lu Yin stopped. Master, the Sword Sect has gone mad. Lu Yin frowned. What's wrong? Do you remember Lu Tianmu of the 10 Arbiters? She wants to challenge you in the name of the Sword Sect, Ku Wei cried out. Lu Yin raised a brow. Lu Tianmu wants to challenge me? Lu Yin's first thought was that the Sword Sect had gone mad, but Lu Tianmu was even crazier. She knew that he was strong enough to defeat an emissary, but she still dared to challenge him. There must be something wrong with her head. When Dragon Lord heard this, he also felt that the Sword Sect had gone mad. Even the Sword Sect's elder Lian Xian, an emissary, might not be able to defeat this person. Lu Yin turned on his gadget and saw that the internet was already flooded with news of Lu Tianmu's challenge. Lu Yin could decide the time and location of the battle. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. Lu Tianmu had either gone mad, or she had made preparations. But what could make her so confident that she could defeat him? An external object? A power vessel? No, this sort of battle didn't allow the use of power vessels or external objects, so what was she relying on? Or was she stalling for time? Master, this woman has gone mad. You don't need to do anything, Little Wei can deal with her. Ku Wei was eager to fight Lu Tianmu, as he felt that he could take on one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin waved for them to leave while he continued to look at the information on the internet. Not long after, Li Zimo contacted him. Lu Tianmu took a sword from beneath the Sword Sect. It's a black sword that came from Lu Guai. Lu Guai. Lu Yin was shocked. He had heard of this name before, it came from Buried Weep. Her innate gift was a book that allowed her to borrow the power of the dead, such as Shield 9 and Lu Guai. She had once borrowed Lu Guai's 13 swords, which had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Lu Guai was a very strange person in the history of the Sword Sect, but he could also be a very strange person. He could practice the 13 swords in less than 5 years. He was a genius, but he was stuck on the 13th sword for 20 years. nobody knew why. Even though he had experienced love and affection, he still couldn't understand the 13th sword. In the end, no one knows exactly how he comprehended the 13th sword, but his 13th sword is the same as Lu Tianmu's. It cannot be avoided, Li Zimo explained. It was a very ordinary experience. If that was all he had, then Lu Guai wouldn't have been able to enter the annals of the sword sect. At most, he would have been considered one of the successors of the 13 swords, and he wouldn't have been able to bear the title of strange and demonic. I asked Master why Lu Guai's sword was suppressed beneath the sword sect, and Master only said that Lu Guai's 13 swords were very strange and similar to his own feelings. Master didn't say anything else, but he did say that Lu Guai died at the hands of someone from the sword sect, Li Zimo said solemnly. Lu Yin's expression changed. Someone from the sword sect had died at the hands of someone from the sword sect? That was strange. The sword sect valued the 13 swords greatly, and a disciple who had grasped the 13 swords had died at the hands of his own people. If Lu Guai had died at the hands of the sword sect, then how had the people from Buried Wheat been able to borrow his power? Where's Lu Guai's body? I don't know. All I know is that he died at the hands of the sword sect. Master didn't say anything else. Right, Lu Guai's sword is called, Heaven and Earth Will Live Together. Li Zimo ended the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget and grinned. No wonder Lu Tianmu had dared to challenge him, it seemed that there was something wrong with Lu Guai's sword. However, he couldn't use external objects in a battle, so even if there was something wrong with Lu Guai's sword, would it be of any help to her? Would she be able to block his palm? Lu Yin was a cautious person, but Lu Tianmu was no fool. Since he had dared to challenge Lu Yin, then he had to have a certain level of confidence. The problem definitely lay with Lu Guai. Lu Yin contacted De Qiu and San Liang, intending to use the Hall of Honor's power to investigate Lu Guai. The Hall of Honor had once captured Lu Guai and taken him to Kuan Swamp, so no one knew the sword sect better than the Hall of Honor. Alliance Master Lu Guai is one of the many powerhouses who grasped the 13 swords. There's nothing special about him, De Qiu messaged Lu Yin. The Interstellar Court had no records of Lu Guai, so he could only look at San Liang's records. Not long after, San Liang contacted Lu Yin. The Board of Overseers only recorded one thing about Lu Guai, he's gone mad. Lu Yin was confused. Gone mad? Yes, but no one cares about the specifics because Lu Guai went mad and was purged by the sword sect. That year, it said that the sword sect sealed themselves off, and only they know the specifics, San Liang said. He had checked the Board of Overseers records. Regardless of whether it was the Interstellar Court, the Outerverse Army, or the Lockbreaker Society, the Board of Overseers had the authority to look into any information that was being investigated by the Hall of Honor's subordinate organizations. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. It seemed that this Lu Guai was quite famous, but if even the Hall of Honor could only find out this much, then only the Sword Sect and Burial Garden would know more about Lu Guai. Burial Garden was a mysterious place, and Lu Yin had no way of contacting them. Lu Yin was about to hang up when San Liang hesitated. Alliance Master, there's something that I'm not sure if I should say. What is it? Lu Yin asked. San Liang continued, the Great Eastern Alliance is joining forces with the Sixth Mainland to deal with the Sword Sect, and the Board of Overseers is debating it. Alliance Master Lu, you're not really joining forces with the Sixth Mainland, are you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What's your stance? San Liang was stunned. What? You're expressing your stance. Tell me, what's your stance? Lu Yin asked calmly. San Liang's face paled. Alliance Master Lu, I'm not expressing my stance, but... San Liang, do you still remember how you contacted Wang Wen? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. San Liang's heart sank. I remember, Alliance Master Lu. I was able to push you up to become a director of the Hall of Honor and reach the peak of the Fifth Mainland, but I can also push you down and consign you to eternal damnation. What I want to do is none of your business, and it's not up to you to express your stance, Lu Yin said coldly. San Liang's face paled. I understand, Alliance Master. I'm sorry, but I won't do it again. Lu Yin ended the call and stared at the sky. Once a person reached a high position, they would easily become arrogant, and San Liang was one of those people. He had once desperately wanted to become a director, and he had even wasted his cultivation time researching psychology. This showed just how great his desires were. Now that he had succeeded, he was no longer satisfied with being a puppet of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he wanted to express his stance. Fortunately, Lu Yin had discovered this in time. Otherwise, once San Liang's ambitions had swelled, Lu Yin would have had no choice but to replace him, which would have been too troublesome. San Liang was just one of the tens of thousands of people under Lu Yin's control, and the others might be the same. What about Wei Rong? Lu Yin still cared about Wei Rong the most, as that person was too intelligent. The more intelligent a person was, the less likely they would show it. Fortunately, Lu Yin had buried a chess piece by Wei Rong's side. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and turned it on. Since the sword sect wanted to challenge him, he could not refuse. No matter what strange methods this Lu Guai had, Lu Yin did not believe that he could make Lu Tianmu challenge him. He had always been the one challenging others. The battle was scheduled to take place in 7 days. Lu Yin thought about the location, and his lips curled up, the sword sect. The sword sect's former 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu, had formally challenged Lu Yin, which quickly caused an uproar. Countless gazes were drawn over, and everyone was discussing this matter. Although most people knew that it was unlikely for Lu Tianmu to win, as Lu Yin had left a deep impression on them during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, there were still some who supported Lu Tianmu. After all, the sword sect's 13 swords was too famous. Even though Lu Yin had faced the 13 swords head-on and remained unharmed, there were still some who supported the 13 swords. Lu Tianmu sat cross-legged atop Sword Mountain, one black and one white. 2 swords stood on either side of him as he waited for Lu Yin's reply. Lu Xiaoqia was apprehensive. Long Yun and the rest felt conflicted. The former 10 arbiters had now been reduced to challenging someone else. At this moment, even Lu Qianjue and the rest were waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Sect Master, Lu Yin has agreed to the battle in 7 days. The location. Elderly paused, and his expression darkened. The sword sect Sword Array Plaza. Lu Qianjue frowned. Lu Yin was actually in the sword sect? Was he too confident or too arrogant? The sword sect was now his enemy, not his friend, yet he still dared to challenge them? Many of the sword sect disciples were furious. The sword sect's Sword Mountain constantly emitted sword qi, which was both a tempering effect for the sword sect disciples and also more suitable for them to fight. Lu Yin was too arrogant, and he had actually set the location of the battle at the sword sect's Sword Array Plaza, where he had once destroyed a sword array. Accept his challenge. I'll wait for him at the Sword Array Plaza in 7 days, Lu Tianmu said. Lu Qianjue nodded and raised his head. Sword sect disciples, open the gates and prepare to welcome our esteemed guest. The next day, cultivators arrived at the first flow zone one after another, all of them wanting to enter the sword sect to watch the battle between Lu Tianmu and Lu Yin. Most of them were youths, as the 10 arbiters had only recently retired due to their age. In many people's eyes, the 10 arbiters were still in control of the younger generation. Not many people from the older generation came to watch, especially the great powers. They all knew that Lu Yin had the ability to fight against an emissary, and even though they were curious as to why Lu Tianmu had challenged him, the result was obvious. They were more willing to believe that the sword sect was just stalling for time. Lu Yin had teamed up with the 6th Mainland's venerable Qinghua to deal with the sword sect, which meant that the sword sect was playing tricks. In many people's eyes, this battle was nothing more than a farce. In the Neoverse, in the serious sect, Sect Master Yuanqiong arrived at Elder Jioshan's cultivation area with an ugly expression. Elder, Lu Yin is in trouble. Elder Jioshan opened his eyes, which were filled with dissatisfaction, helplessness, and anger. What's wrong with him now? Yuanqiong was bitter, as he had not wanted to come, but Lu Yin had been unable to contact Elder Jioshan, so Elder Jioshan had contacted him instead. Yuanqiong had no choice but to come. He wants Elder to protect him for a few days. Elder Jioshan was furious. Impudent. He wants me to protect him? What gives him the right to do that? Yuanqiong was helpless. He says that without Elder's protection, he won't live long. Elder Jioshan gritted his teeth. Doesn't he have the flying willow flower by his side? He says that the enemy might be a powerhouse from the sixth mainland with a power level of over 1,000,000. Elder Jioshan's eyes trembled. What's going on? Yuan Xiong told Elder Jioshan about everything that had happened recently, especially when he mentioned how the Sirius sect had helped Luyin trick the Lingling clan. Yuan Xiong was very displeased. Elder, this Luyin is becoming more and more outrageous. He's relying on the treasure beneath his feet to make unreasonable demands. Not only is he asking the Sirius sect to help him with his schemes, but he's even asking you to protect him. He's becoming more and more presumptuous. Elder Jioshan frowned. Are you saying that there are rumors that he's going to join forces with the sixth mainland's venerable Qinghua to deal with the sword sect? Yuan Xiong nodded. We didn't take it seriously at first, but now that Luyin wants you to protect him, it seems like there really is something going on between him and Qinghua. Elder Jioshan's expression grew solemn. This matter involved the sixth mainland's celestial imprint, which was no ordinary powerhouse. The sixth mainland already suppressed the fifth mainland, and with the sixth mainland's imprint and various other methods, even Elder Jioshan wasn't confident that he could deal with Qinghua. How could Luyin be related to such a person? Right, Elder, Luyin wants you to go to the sword sect, Yuan Xiong said. Elder Jioshan's face twitched. He wants me to help him deal with the sword sect? That's not it. A disciple from the sword sect challenged Luyin, and Luyin set the location of the battle at the sword sect, Yuan Xiong said. Elder Jioshan's first thought was that this bastard was too much of a troublemaker. He had actually set the location of the battle at someone else's home. Wasn't this a provocation? He couldn't help but want to find Elder Gong and forcefully take back the treasure. He couldn't be led by the nose by this bastard, but after some thought, he decided against it. If he could take it back, he would have done so long ago. Ever since Elder Yaoshan had been sullen, the entire upper echelon of the Sirius sect had become increasingly sullen. Elder Jioshan was the one who felt it the most, but he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, if Luyin died, the Sirius sect's treasure would be lost. 5 days had passed, and there were only 2 days left until the battle between Lu Tianmu and Luyin. On this day, when Xianxia arrived and was invited to enter the sword sect. At this moment, many distinguished guests had already arrived, including Little Mountain God, Ling Gong, Ling Kai, Xing Kai, and the others. These people had heard that Lu Tianmu had challenged Luyin, so they had immediately rushed over. Wendy Yushan had also come with the Spirit Palace and was waiting outside the Sword Matrix Square. Some of the stronger rogue cultivators were also invited to enter. On the 6th day, Starsabil arrived at the Sword Sect and saw a large group of familiar faces. Outside the Sword Array Square, there were more than 1,000,000 spectators. Even though these cultivators were far away, they could still see the battle. Lu Tianmu sat in the Sword Array Plaza and waited quietly. Her white sword had been stored away in her cosmic ring, leaving only the black longsword in her hand. It was Lu Guai's longsword. Many people were curious about that black longsword. They had never seen Lu Tianmu use it before. When Sansi and the others had asked the sword sect disciple, but the sword sect disciple did not say anything. At most, they could only find out Lu Guai's name, but nothing more. Starsabil, what do you think of this battle? Can you perform a divination? When Sansi asked. He was not too far away from Starsabil and was surrounded by Xing Kai and some people from the Spirit Palace. These people received a lot of attention, as they were all former members of the 10 Arbiters. Now, the Universe Youth Council had similarly replaced them, but it was no longer one of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters belonged to them alone, and in their generation, they were undeniably the strongest of their generation. However, Luyin was still one of the 10 Arbiters. The only difference was that he did not interact with the other 9, and they did not dare to contact him either. They felt like they were not from the same generation, even though Luyin was about the same age as them. Starsabil looked at Lu Tianmu sitting there calmly and said, "There's no need to perform a divination." Lu Tianmu has no chance of winning? When Sansi asked. Starsabil smiled. You know that very well. What if we were included? Ling Gong suddenly spoke up, giving Ling Kai a fright. No way. You want to go as well? Wendy Yushan looked at Ling Gong. Ling Gong clenched her fists. She would never forget Lu Yin's provocation when he had first returned. He had actually said that he wanted to challenge one of the 10 arbiters. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him, but they would at least beat him to a pulp. That's interesting, but there's still no need to perform a divination. The difference between you two is too great, Starsabel said. Ling Ke grinned, as he had thought that Lu Yin was no match for him back when he had been called a 10 arbiters candidate. But now, he could not even defeat the 10 arbiters combined. That guy was truly a beast. He had no idea where Mu Rong had gone to. On the 7th day, Lu Yin arrived with the flying willow leaves and appeared outside of Sword Mountain. Everyone watched as Lu Yin stepped into the Sword Formation Plaza and sat down 100 meters away from Lu Tianmu. No one spoke, and they simply watched in silence. Lu Tianmu opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. You should know how strong I am. Did that sword give you the confidence to challenge me? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the black sword with interest. It was Lu Gui's sword. Lu Tianmu calmly replied, tomorrow is the day of the duel. I thought that you would only arrive tomorrow. Lu Yin looked around. I came earlier so that I can take a good look at the sword sect. I was in a hurry the last time, so I didn't take a good look at the Sword Formation Plaza and the pond where Senior Lu fishes. Soon, this place will be mine. Lu Tianmu shivered. Lu Yin's voice was not loud, but it was not soft either. He did not hide anything, and his words caused an uproar among the spectators as well as the sword sect's disciples. Elderly wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. Lu Qianjue's face fell. Lu Yin was too unbridled, and he truly did not care about the sword sect. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword's hilt tightly. During the astral combat tournament, they had been evenly matched, but now, there was an invisible gap between them. Ling Ke was speechless. This guy has become more and more arrogant since I last saw him. I almost died at the hands of the Great Eastern Alliance back in the blazing mist flow zone. Ling Ke stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had changed from before, and even his temperament was different. He must have experienced something while he had been missing, and he did not even care about the sword sect. Your goal is the Innerverse, Lu Tianmu said. Lu Yin was astonished. It's rare that you're interested in that. Lu Tianmu placed a hand on her black sword. I'll do my best in tomorrow's battle, and I hope that you won't hold back either. With the current gap between her and Lu Yin, Lu Tianmu's words sounded more like a death wish. Qinghua Shangren had put too much pressure on the sword sect, or else Lu Tianmu would not have taken the risk to challenge him. Lu Yin looked around and saw many familiar faces. He saw Wendy Yushan and immediately thought of undying Yushan. This thorn in his heart was growing deeper and deeper, and he could not remove it no matter what. When he felt the provocative gazes, he looked at Ling Ke, who was next to Wendy Yushan, with a disdainful look. Ling Ke raised his brows and clenched his fists. His white armor creaked as he stepped forward, wanting to fight Lu Yin first. Ling Ke quickly pulled Ling Ke back. Calm down, calm down. Ling Ke snorted and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Stargazer. When it was Starsabel's turn, she saw Xing Kai and then Lu Qianjue. The sword sect master looked at Lu Yin in a completely different light. In the past, he had looked at Lu Yin as if he were a junior. At that time, Lu Yin had indeed not been a match for him. Now, however, his gaze was filled with fear and an almost undetectable killing intent. Lu Yin believed that if possible, the sword sect master would rather be cursed by countless people than kill Lu Yin on Sword Mountain. Unfortunately, he could not do so. Aside from these people, there were also people from the various major flow zones of the Innerverse who had come to watch the battle. Lu Yin did not know how many of them were from the 6th mainland. However, there should not be many, as this battle was like child's play to many people. The next day quickly arrived, and as the sun shone down, the sword chi beneath Lu Yin's feet rose up like a rain of swords. This day, the sword chi seemed to be much sharper. Lu Tianmu opened her eyes and stood up. She sheathed her black sword and used her star energy to form a sword that resembled the white sword that she always wore. Lu Yin stood across from her and raised a hand. Just one palm, and you're finished. Lu Tianmu gripped her sword tightly and did not speak. However, I'll give you a chance to attack. That should be within your expectations. Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianmu. I'm very curious as to what kind of power you have to defeat me. Even if Lu Guai comes back to life, it's unlikely that he'll be able to defeat me. But you, with that sword of yours, you'll be able to do it in just a few days. I'm very curious. Lu Tianmu's tone was calm. I'll let you see. Lu Yin smiled and raised his hand. Then, under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, his star energy transformed into a sword. The sword's appearance caused Lu Qianjue's expression to change. It was a green longsword with a hilt that was half the length of the blade. The hilt and blade were intertwined in a pattern that resembled a strange beast, but it also resembled water droplets intersecting to form the shape of a trident. The entire sword was smooth and natural, and the moment it appeared, anyone who saw it would feel as if they were standing in the middle of an ocean. Lu Qianjue's mind went blank as he stared fixedly at the sword. How is this possible? Impossible. How does he know about that sword? Behind Lu Qianjue, elder Lianqing frowned. It was a familiar sword, as if she had seen it somewhere before. In the entire sword sect, they were the only ones who cared about the sword's appearance. Everyone else was surprised that Lu Yin was actually using a sword. Up until now, Lu Yin had rarely used a weapon in battle. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, he had used the Go Lian to defeat all the experts of his generation. Everyone's impression of him was that Go Lian. Now, he was actually using a sword to fight against a disciple of the sword sect. This showed that he was looking down on the sword sect. Ling Kei's mouth fell open. That's too much of a slap in the face. Ling Gong's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. He had really changed, and he was actually humiliating the sword sect like this. Wendy Yushan was puzzled, as Lu Yin did not seem like such a person. Was he intentionally humiliating Lu Tianmu? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw Lu Yin's star energy transform into a sword. Many people cursed Lu Yin under their breaths, as they all knew that his strength far surpassed Lu Tianmu's. Was there a need to humiliate him like this? Defeating Lu Tianmu with a sword technique that he was not proficient in would be a great humiliation to Lu Tianmu and the entire sword sect. Star Sibyl did not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. Lu Tianmu looked at the sword that Lu Yin had transformed into and slowly unsheathed it. You want to defeat me with sword techniques? Lu Yin smiled and glanced at Lu Qianjue. When he saw the change in Lu Qianjue's expression, he knew that Lu Qianjue had recognized the sword that Lu Yin had transformed into. This sword belonged to Emperor Lu, and it had gone missing after Emperor Lu had been captured by the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin wanted Lu Qianjue to recognize the sword. The entire sword sect was resisting Lu Yin because he was an outsider. If it had been someone from the sword sect who had unified the inner verse, they would not have been so resistant. But now, the sword sect had formed a will under external pressure, and they would rather die than live in disgrace. Lu Qianjue was the controller of this will, and now that the Lu Emperor's sword had appeared, Lu Qianjue would definitely be shaken, and so would this will. However, this was only the first step. Lu Yin had set the location of the battle in the sword sect in order to completely destroy the sword sect's will to resist. Absolute power was not enough, and even someone with a power level in the millions would not be able to do so. The sword sect had vowed to resist to the death, and this was what cultivators were like. There was only one thing that could destroy their will: swordsmanship. The sword sect was most proud of their swordsmanship, and it was also what united them. They considered themselves the emperors of the sword, and the only thing that could obtain their recognition and destroy their will was swordsmanship as well. Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianmu seriously. The sword sect's 13 swords is famous throughout the universe. I'm not talented enough, but I would like to experience it with my swordsmanship. Lu Tianmu's eyes went wide, as everyone could hear the provocation in Lu Yin's words. The sword sect disciples were even more furious. Lu Tianmu did not hesitate and slashed out with the first sword of the 13 swords. Lu Yin also attacked with the exact same posture. He raised his sword and slashed down with the first sword of the 13 swords. The swords collided in the void with a loud bang, and the entire space was sliced in two. Sword chi collided with sword chi, creating a sharp aura that swept through the entire plaza. The spectators hurriedly retreated and looked over in shock. Many rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Had Lu Yin just used the 13 swords? The sword sect disciples were all speechless, unable to believe their eyes. 13 swords? Lu Qianjue took a step forward and stared at Luyin. That's right, it was the 13 swords. This kid actually knew the 13 swords? How could this be? Only one person in the entire sword sect had ever received the inheritance of the 13 swords, and there were two of the most outstanding people in this generation. But how did this kid know it? Had he received the inheritance of the 13 swords? Impossible, the 13 swords did not exist in the outside world. Lu Qianqiu's eyes narrowed. The 13 swords. It's fake, right? Seeing your apprentice brother, that's not the 13 swords, right? The sword sect disciple's voice was hoarse. Of course it's fake. How could an outsider possibly know the 13 swords? This Luyin is despicable. He's using his absolute power to forcefully imitate the 13 swords. His power level surpasses eldest senior sisters, and he's using that to make up for his lack of sword techniques. Despicable. Luyin is despicable, he imitated the 13 swords. Despicable. 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 Luyin withdrew his hand and looked around. Despicable? He smiled. The more they shouted, the more it proved that they cared about the 13 swords and were unwilling to admit that he had used the 13 swords. The 13 swords was the sword sect's most invincible sword technique, but it was also the sword sect's greatest flaw. Lu Tianmu stared at Luyin in shock. There was a wound on her arm, but it wasn't deep. It couldn't even be considered a light injury. However, she had been defeated in the first strike. Lu Tianmu attacked again. His second sword was a domain sword. Many people had domains, and the invisible domain had completely surpassed Lu Tianmu's. However, the strength of a domain did not mean that it could be used in conjunction with a sword technique. The second sword was a domain sword technique unique to the sword sect's 13 swords. Luyin attacked at the same time as Lu Tianmu, using a domain sword. Another wound appeared on Lu Tianmu's arm. She had been defeated again. She had been defeated by the domain sword. 10 more. The third sword caused the disciples of the sword sect to shout even louder. Despicable. Despicable. The third sword, the fourth sword, and the fifth sword all combined man and sword and domain, man and sword as one. As Lu Tianmu slashed out, Luyin raised his hand at the same time and slashed out with the same fifth sword. He didn't heavily injure Lu Tianmu, and each strike only left a slight mark on Lu Tianmu's body. His goal was to force Lu Tianmu to unleash sword after sword. He had fused with Lu Huang, and he had seen and experienced the 13 swords. If he had used it alone, he might not have been able to use it so smoothly. However, it was different with Lu Tianmu as a template. Luyin was confident that he could use the 13 swords in its entirety and completely destroy the sword sect's will. Lu Qianjue's face paled. He had thought of this, but he couldn't stop it. He had never imagined that Luyin would know the 13 swords. It was no wonder why he had set the location of the battle at the sword sect. He wanted to completely destroy the sword sect. Tianmu, don't compare the 13 swords with him, Lu Qianjue transmitted to Lu Tianmu. But how could Lu Tianmu give up? She was also a disciple of the sword sect, and she didn't want to believe that Luyin had truly comprehended the 13 swords. This was a challenge to her faith, and she couldn't back down. The 7th sword, 8th sword, 9th sword, and 10th sword. Luyin slashed out with severing stars, and it was exactly the same as Lu Tianmu's. Even the power was the same. The space around the sword formation plaza was cut apart. Lu Tianmu directly used the 11th sword, Sword Splitter. Luyin raised his hand, Sword Splitter. The disciples of the sword sect were no longer shouting. Even an idiot could see that Luyin had truly used the 13 swords, the complete 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu's face paled, and he felt like the world was collapsing around him. He could accept losing to Luyin, and he could accept being left far behind by Luyin. He could even accept that he would never be able to catch up to Luyin in this lifetime. However, he absolutely could not accept that Luyin had learned the 13 swords. Moreover, it was the complete 13 swords. He had completely surpassed him. Many of the sword sect's disciples looked at Luyin with complicated expressions. Every time Luyin used a sword, their despair increased. Li Zimo also had a complicated expression. Even though he had been sent to the sword sect by Lu Ying, it was impossible for him to be emotionless after being in the sword sect for so long. He had also been influenced by the 13 swords and felt that they were similar to the disciples of the sword sect. He didn't believe that an outsider could learn it. But now, Lu Ying had actually used it, which was a huge blow to him, let alone the other disciples. When Lu Ying used the 12th sword, one of the sword sect's disciples loosened his grip, and his sword fell to the ground with a soft thump. It was a very soft sound, but it was like a thunderclap. Lu Qianjue knew that Lu Ying had destroyed the will of all the sword sect's disciples. The sword sect was powerless against Lu Ying. At that moment, Lu Qianjue seemed to have aged greatly. Lu Tianmu closed her eyes. There were 12 wounds on her body, which meant that she had lost 12 swords. That person had really used the 13 swords. Was he a monster? Lu Ying exhaled. He had successfully used the 13 swords. Fortunately, there was still one last sword left. Lu Tianmu suddenly opened her eyes, raised her sword, and slashed horizontally. This was the 13th sword. Lu Ying was just about to use it when a strange feeling spread from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, everything around him changed. The spectators were no longer from the fifth mainland, but rather the rulers of the astral tree's four-way scale. Lu family bastard, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Lu family bastard, your Lu family should be exiled. Lu family bastard. If you don't want to cause a civil war, then kill yourself. Lu family bastard. Lu family bastard. Lu Ying stood in place. He finally understood why Lu Tianmu had dared to challenge him, and why Lu Guai had gone crazy. Lu Guai's 13th sword was different from the others. The 13th sword was known as the sword of emotions. Emotions could be transformed into a sword, whether it was family, love, or friendship. Humans could not be emotionless, and even emotionless emotions were emotions. Thus, the 13th sword could not be avoided. Lu Guai's 13th sword had deviated. His 13th sword was not a slash, but rather a lure. It drew out the most hateful emotions in a person's heart. It was no wonder that Lu Guai had gone crazy. He had been driven crazy by his own 13th sword. Unfortunately, even though the 13th sword could draw out the deepest hatred in Lu Yin's heart, it could not cause him to fall into a trance. He had even learned the Day-Knight's tribute, and that trance was similar to Lu Guai's 13th sword. For many years, the Day-Knight clan and the sword sect had been fighting for first place in the Innerverse, which was quite interesting. The Day-Knight clan had the Day-Knight's tribute, but no one had learned it. The sword sect had Lu Guai's 13th sword, but no one had learned it either. Hold on, Lu Ying suddenly thought of something. If Lu Guai's 13th sword was really like this, then why did others think that he had learned it? He must have really learned the 13th sword, but this sword. No, this sword. Could it be the 14th sword? Lu Guai had failed to cultivate the 14th sword in seclusion, but he had succeeded in cultivating it in Earth's swamp. Lu Guai had also comprehended the 14th sword, but he had managed to cultivate this move, which had driven him crazy. It had also caused the sword sect to seal itself, which had resulted in heavy losses. This was the 14th sword, Lu Guai's 14th sword. Lu Ying raised his head to look at Lu Tianmu, and their eyes met. Lu Tianmu seemed to be in a daze, and her body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. She only had the strength for one sword, and when she had challenged Lu Ying, she had already decided that Lu Ying would not make the first move. Furthermore, Lu Ying had once ignored the 13th sword, so she wanted to use the sword technique of Lu Guai's. No matter how strong a person was, their most basic emotions were difficult to control. She had gambled on this, hoping to use Lu Guai's sword technique to draw out the deepest hatred in Lu Yin's heart and cause him to go crazy like Lu Guai had in the past. If Lu Guai went crazy, he would be destroyed by the sword sect. If Lu Ying went crazy, the sword sect and the others would all act, and no one would be able to say anything even if they destroyed him. Outside the Sword Array Plaza, everyone was silent, as they could not understand this sword technique. Lu Qianjue and a few others knew, and they all stared at Lu Ying. Go crazy, go crazy, go crazy. Unfortunately, they had all failed. The sword in Lu Yin's hand disappeared, and he turned to look at Lu Qianjue with a slight smile. Lu Qianjue's heart sank, and he closed his eyes. Had he failed? Lu Xiaoqiu leapt into the sword array plaza and picked up Lu Tianmu to examine her. Don't worry, she won't be able to comprehend that sword technique in just a few days. She's only used it, so she hasn't gone crazy yet. Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Luyin in disbelief. How did you learn the 13 swords? Luyin smiled. I learned it from watching you guys use it often. Actually, I'm very talented with the sword, and I like it very much. Lu Xiaoqiu was speechless for a moment, as there seemed to be no other reason besides this. Everyone who heard Lu Yin's words were speechless. Just because he saw it, he could learn it? Just because he saw it, he could learn it? Then what about all the disciples of the sword sect and the countless people who had died at the hands of the 13 swords over the years? Were they all idiots? The sword sect's disciples looked at Luyin numbly, not knowing how to face him. After all, he had grasped the sword sect's greatest secret. Those from Spirit Palace who had been planning to intervene did not move, as they had all been dealt a huge blow. Luyin had not even displayed a single bit of his strength, and from the start to the end, the 13 swords had not only left the sword sect's disciples breathless, but everyone else as well. Sect Master Lu, although this battle was short, everyone here is a guest from afar. I'm sure you don't mind staying for a cup of tea before you leave. Luyin smiled at Lu Qianjue. Lu Qianjue looked deeply at Luyin before looking around. Thank you for visiting the sword sect. Please stay for a cup of tea before you leave. The sword sect is honored. He then asked Elderly to entertain the guests while he invited Luyin to chat alone. Lu Yin's battle with Lu Tianmu had shocked countless people. Everyone knew that Luyin had surpassed Lu Tianmu by a large margin, but they had been curious as to why Lu Tianmu had felt that he could challenge Luyin. He must have had a trump card, but no one had expected to see the 13 swords against the 13 swords in the end. Lu Yin's extraordinary innate gift had shocked too many people. Was the 13 swords so easy to learn? However, he had actually managed to do so. This was an unfathomable innate gift. It was still the same fish pond, but Lu Qianjue was no longer in the mood to fish. Alliance Master Lu, where did you learn the 13 swords? Lu Qianjue asked as he stared at Luyin. Luyin shrugged. I learned it while watching. Lu Qianjue shook his head. If the 13 swords were so easy to learn, my sword sect would have been invincible a long time ago, and Lu Qiuyu would not have gone to Ironblood Weave. I remember the first time I met Senior here. You caught a fish from the Gone planet, and this pond is connected to all of the mountains and rivers in the first flow zone. Senior's spirit was so great that it scared this junior. Luyin nodded and said, Senior, this is where I first met you. Lu Qianjue looked at Luyin. Alliance Master Lu, you've also asked me how to build a fish pond like this, and I can help. How large would you like this pond to cover? Luyin touched the cold water. There's no need to build it. This pond is already quite good. Lu Qianjue's gaze turned cold. Alliance Master Lu, are you determined to take this pond? That's right. Lu Qianjue frowned. His fingers twitched as he prepared to attack. The arranged battle had been instigated by the sword sect. If he killed Luyin within the sword sect, then it would be a huge stain on the sword sect's reputation. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded, he would still be attacked by the forces behind Luyin. With his back to Lu Qianjue, Luyin calmly looked at the fish pond. Lu Qianjue stared at Lu Yin's back. At this moment, Lu Feihua wasn't around, so he had a 90% chance of success. Should he attack or not? Lu Qianjue's eyes flickered. Luyin remained calm. After a while, Lu Qianjue sighed and walked over to Lu Yin's side, where he sat down and looked at the pond. He had hoped that Lu Qianjue would take action. Lu Qianjue hadn't been able to kill him this time, not only because of the armor, but also because of Elder Jioshan, who had arrived at the sword sect ahead of time. Elder Jioshan was invited to deal with Qinghua Shengren, but he also had the intention of using him to deal with the sword sect. Just now, once Lu Qianjue attacked, his position as the sect master would be over. It was a pity. I really can't imagine how a genius like you could be born in this universe, Alliance Master Lu, Lu Qianjue sighed, his tone full of helplessness. Luyin smiled. Actually, my 13 swords came from the sword steel. Lu Qianjue was confused at first, but then he seemed to recall something and blurted out, "The Lu family sword steal?" Lu Ying nodded and met Lu Qianjue's gaze. "Senior should know where I went when I went missing. The Lu family sword steal is in that region of space, and I met Lu Tianmu there." "You inherited the 13 swords from the sword steal?" "The 13 swords are quite famous in that region of space, so it's not surprising that I managed to learn them." Lu Qianjue knew that Lu Ying had gone to that region of space because Lu Tianmu had been honest with him. He knew that Lu Ying had received the sword steal's inheritance, but he hadn't expected it to be the 13 swords. At the time, Lu Tianmu hadn't known what Lu Yin's inheritance was either. The sourcebox arrays that Lu Ying had shown to the outside world were all from the 5th mainland, not the sword steal. "I should have known." "How can you learn the 13 swords just by looking at them?" "You received the sword steal's inheritance, so the 13 swords should have come from there." Lu Ying learning the 13 swords was a huge blow to everyone in the sword sect. Lu Ying listened to Lu Qianjue's bitter words and quietly watched the water flow. "Then, what about the sword?" Lu Qianjue asked. Lu Ying was confused. "What sword?" Lu Qianjue raised a hand, and his star energy transformed into a sword that looked exactly like the one Lu Ying had transformed into. Lu Ying was astonished. "Sect Master, are you interested in this sword style?" "I just thought of it by accident." Lu Qianjue lowered his voice. "Alliance Master Lu, let's not beat around the bush. You've seen this sword before." "Where is it?" Lu Ying shook his head. "I really don't know what Senior is talking about. It was just a flash of inspiration that led me to think of this sword style." Lu Qianjue frowned. "What will it take for Alliance Master Lu to tell me?" Lu Ying was helpless. "It really was a flash of inspiration. If Senior doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. However, there's something I'd like to ask Senior." He looked at Lu Qianjue. "Why did the sword sect interfere in the battle in the Cosmic Sea back then?" Lu Qianjue answered honestly, "Without Leon's armada, the Great Eastern Alliance is nothing to worry about." "I also have a question, Alliance Master Lu, are you really going to join forces with Guru Qinghua to deal with my sword sect?" Lu Ying replied, "I'm definitely going to deal with the sword sect. As for whether or not it's Guru Qinghua, take a guess." Lu Qianjue frowned. "Why didn't you act earlier? And why did Alliance Master Lu turn his back to me?" The two looked at each other before looking away. Lu Ying stood up. "Chatting with Senior is always beneficial. This is my second visit to the sword sect, and the next time I come, everything might be different." Lu Qianjue calmly looked at the pond. "That depends on whether you have the ability to enter. I hope that when that time comes, Senior will still be as elegant as ever," Lu Ying said before turning to leave. He bumped into Elder Lianxin, and his eyes lit up. "Elder Lianxin, I've heard a lot about you." Elder Lianxin looked at Lu Ying indifferently. "I've heard a lot about you, Alliance Master Lu. I've also heard about Elder Lianxin's calm heart sword. Your disciple's battle with Wang Yi during the Sovereign Tournament was very exciting," Lu Ying praised. Elder Lianxin shook her head. "I can't compare to Alliance Master Lu." "Why? Is Alliance Master Lu interested in my calm heart sword? Do you want to display it once and see if Alliance Master Lu can learn it?" "There's no need. I'm too impatient to learn the calm heart sword." Lu Ying shrugged. Elder Lianxin replied, "Only impatient people need to learn it. With a calm heart, you can let go of many things, and you can also see many things clearly." She then continued walking forward. "Thank you for your teachings, Elder," Lu Ying said before leaving. After Lu Ying left, Elder Lianxin looked at Lu Qianjue. "The sword that he just transformed into belonged to Emperor Lu." "I know," Lu Qianjue replied. "What's his relationship with Emperor Lu?" "Emperor Lu died in seclusion, so there shouldn't have been any descendants outside." "That sword was also buried with him?" Elder Lianxin asked curiously. Lu Qianjue's gaze deepened. "Do you really think that Emperor Lu died in seclusion?" "What do you mean?" Elder Lianxin was shocked. Lu Qianjue shook his head. "I don't know. Emperor Lu did die in seclusion, and everyone in the sword sect saw it with their own eyes. Even the Hall of Honor sent people to offer their condolences, but the matter was too strange." I was still young at the time, and before Master died, he said that there might be another reason for Emperor Lu's death, but the sword sect was destined to never know. Could Lu Yin be related to Emperor Lu's death? He can't be, he's too young. Elder Lianxin did not understand. Lu Qianjue did not understand either. I asked him, but he wouldn't say anything. However, one thing is certain, he wants to deal with the sword sect. Elder Lian Xian fell silent. Everyone was able to discern that Lu Yin had already brazenly declared war against the sword sect. What's the situation with Chaos God Mountain? You still can't find out anything? Lu Qianjue asked. Elder Lianxin shook her head. The mountain is sealed, and no one can enter or leave. No one knows what happened there, but I'm guessing that Song Zhou was severely injured or even killed in the battle at the Cosmic Sea. He also lost a lot of elite disciples, so... Lu Qianjue suddenly interrupted. Is that all? Elder Lianxin did not understand. The Lingling clan mysteriously retreated. With just the sword sect and the beast tamer flow zone, we might not be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Qianjue muttered to himself. He did not mention Chaos God Mountain again because he knew that Song Zhou had already lost contact with them. They had ways to contact each other, but ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had taken control of the Blazing Mist flow zone, he had tried to contact them many times, but to no avail. Chaos God Mountain was most likely no longer under Song Zhou's control, and the worst-case scenario was that it was under Lu Yin's control. When he thought of this, Lu Qianjue's gaze hardened. If that's the case, then we can only prepare for the worst. Hurry up and take Tianmu and the others away so that we can preserve the sword sect's seed. Elder Lianxin sighed and lowered her head, a cold glint in her eyes. Even though the sword sect had tried to persuade them to stay, most of them had still left Sword Mountain after the battle. Similarly, there was also a group that stayed behind. When Xianxia and the others had stayed behind, as had Ling Gong. Star Sibyl had originally planned to leave, but Lu Yin had sent her a message asking her to stay behind. After Lu Yin finished his conversation with Lu Qianjue, he went to find Wendy Yushan. Under her puzzled gaze, he asked for a drop of her blood. What's the use of my blood? Wendy Yushan was puzzled. Lu Yin casually found an excuse to brush her off and then went to find Star Sibyl. Help me divine Undying Yushan. Back when he had divined Xia Ji, he had asked Star Sibyl to help him divine Undying Yushan, but she had not been able to do so. Now that he had found a drop of blood with the same origin, Lu Yin would never forget Undying Yushan. Star Sibyl accepted the blood and avoided Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin waited quietly. At that moment, Elder Lianxin suddenly found Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, I hope that you can learn the Calm Heart Sword. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why? With a calm heart, you won't have any worries and trouble, Elder Lianxin explained. Lu Yin shrugged. I appreciate Elder Lianxin's kind intentions, but it's a pity that I was born to be a troublemaker, and I can't learn the Calm Heart Sword. The profoundness of the heart-calming sword aims to return the heart to the sword. The ups and downs of the world, the things you see, hear, and think of, everything can be revealed in this sword. This sword has been sublimated to the peak, enough to represent a person's entire life. I've always believed that the 13 swords are just sword techniques, while the heart-calming sword is a concept, said Elder Lianxin. Lu Yin was moved. Everything could be attributed to the sword? Everything one saw, heard, and even thought of was the same? Wasn't this similar to the emptiness palms overlaying stacks? Lu Yin's heart was moved. If Elder Lianxin is willing to teach me, then I'm naturally willing to learn. What conditions do you have? Lu Yin asked with interest. Elder Lianxin looked deeply at him. There are no conditions. Consider it my thanks for not killing Tianmu. A long sword appeared in her hand, and she unsheathed it. In an instant, her entire body seemed to vanish. She didn't truly vanish, she was clearly standing there, but Lu Yin couldn't sense her at all. Only her sword remained between heaven and earth. Lu Yin was stunned. Elder Lianxin's entire being was focused on the sword. It wasn't just what she saw or heard, even she herself was devoted to the sword. No wonder she said that the Serenity Sword wasn't a sword technique, but a concept. During the Sovereign Tournament, Li Zimo had fully displayed the Serenity Sword's unique characteristics. Those who understood would sigh in amazement, while those who didn't would only curse. Suddenly, that sword disappeared from Lu Yin's memory as well. The tip of the sword swept past, and a sword came from the west. Lu Yin's mind went on alert. Not good, this woman wants to kill me. The Serenity Sword didn't just represent a sword technique's concept, it was also a peerless sword technique for sneak attacks and assassinations. Lu Yin didn't even have time to react before the tip of the sword pierced his neck. At the same time, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He almost moved away, but there was no need for that. Elder Lianxin's eyes narrowed. This was her strongest attack to date, but it still hadn't managed to injure him? Although Lu Yin hadn't been injured, he was still shocked. The sword had come too suddenly, and even with his reflexes, he had only been able to dodge after it had pierced him. If he hadn't had his armor, the sword might not have been able to kill him, but it would have severely injured his neck. Lu Yin opened his right hand and struck out with the empty palm. Elder Lianxin was struck head-on by the emptiness palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even her longsword fell to the side. Her face was deathly pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She helplessly looked at the tip of her sword. She had failed. Lu Yin rubbed his neck. Since he had come to the sword sect, he had naturally come prepared. Even if he had Lu Yefei's protection and Elder Jioshan's secret protection, he still had to put on his miniature armor after the battle. After all, this was the sword sect, one of the top powers in the Innerverse. He had not expected that Lu Qianjue would give up on attacking, but Elder Lianxin would. She had almost severely injured him with one strike. She was indeed worthy of being an emissary of the sword sect, an expert who had created a sword art of conception. A dignified elder of the sword sect, a powerhouse second only to the sect master, sneakily attacking a junior like me. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Yin growled. Elder Lianxin stood up. Although the emptiness palm had injured her, it was not enough to defeat her. After all, she was a powerhouse whose power level was infinitely close to 600,000. If I can resolve the sword sect's crisis, then what are reputation and my life worth? Unfortunately, you're too cautious. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Even if I don't have any external defensive items, you still can't do anything to me. You said that the 13 swords were a sword technique and the Tranquil Heart Sword was a sword of conception. Then, I'll let you experience the sword of conception within the 13 swords. He then opened his hand, and his star energy transformed into a sword that slashed out. The 13th sword, the sword of emotion. He had wanted to use this technique during his battle with Lu Tianmu, but unfortunately, Lu Tianmu had used Lu Gui's 13th sword and collapsed to the ground, preventing Lu Yin from using this technique. Now, he was using this technique to slash at Elder Lianxin. The 13th sword was formless, and as long as there was emotion, it could be transformed into a sword. Regardless of whether this sword was aimed at an enlighter like Lu Tianmu or an emissary like Elder Lianxin, it would all be the same. The 13th sword did not require the astral source universe, as this was the unavoidable 13th sword. Elder Lianxin stood in place and did not attempt to dodge. She had failed to assassinate Lu Yin, so she had to seek death. Otherwise, the sword sect would have to pay the price for her actions, and Lu Yin might very well use this technique to deal with the sword sect. Since she could not kill Lu Yin, she could only die. Blood spread out from her abdomen. This sword had severely injured her. She lowered her head and looked down. Intense pain spread throughout her body, followed by numbness and the darkness of death. She could not bear the weight of her body, and she slowly squatted down. Lu Yin was about to continue attacking when Li Zimo rushed over from afar. Alliance Master Lu, stop. Elder Lianxin was half-squatting on the ground, coughing up blood. When she heard Li Zimo's voice, she quickly turned around and anxiously said, "Don't come over." "Go, go." Li Zimo leaped over to Elder Lianxin's side and stared at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. "Alliance Master Lu, please spare my master. I beg you." Elder Lianxin sternly shouted, "Zimo, go. Go far away and never come back. Go." Li Zimo only stared at Lu Yin with an anxious expression. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment, and then the sword in his hand dissipated. He looked at Elder Lianxin. "You have a good disciple, so I'll spare your life today." Elder Lianxin closed her eyes. This will become an excuse for you to deal with the sword sect. Alliance Master Lu, you have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Don't implicate the sword sect. Lu Yin sneered. I don't need such an excuse to deal with the sword sect. Isn't the Sea King in the sword sect? Elder Lianqin's eyes suddenly opened. The Sea King isn't in the sword sect. Lu Yin shook his head. He's in the sword sect, so there's no point in quibbling. Alright, leave before I change my mind. Elder Lianqin anxiously said, Alliance Master Lu, someone is spreading rumors that the Sea King isn't in the sword sect. Lu Yin did not listen to her and simply vanished. Master, let's go back. Li Zimo supported Elder Lianqin. Elder Lianqin still wanted to look for Lu Yin, but he would not appear. She knew that the news about the Sea King and the sword sect had been a foreshadowing for Lu Yin to deal with the sword sect. That news had come from the 6th mainland, and Lu Yin was indeed working with someone from the 6th mainland. No, she had to inform the sect master. After the two left, Lu Yin finally appeared. If not for Li Zimo's appearance, he would have really killed Elder Lianqin. Whatever, it didn't matter. He would just let her live for a while longer. Not long after, Lu Yin suddenly turned around and sensed a rune line attack him. It was not very powerful, but when he turned around, he did not see the attack. He only saw Starsabil's rune lines. At the same time, Starsabil's rune lines extended into the sky and shot out in all directions. Lu Yin was at a loss when he saw this. Starsabil walked out with a solemn expression. Lu Yin looked at her. What was that just now? Do you remember when you were investigating Xiaji? Starsabil asked. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked up again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 16, and more. Don't tell me that Undying Yushan also has clones, and that there are so many of them? Starsabil shook her head, as she was at a loss. I don't know. In any case, I use the same blood to divine Undying Yushan's aura. Every direction represents one. Undying Yushan. Impossible. How can there be so many clones? Lu Yin immediately denied it. Starsabil replied, I know. Aside from clones, there's also the possibility that there are auras of the same blood. He can sense these auras, and even. Starsabil suddenly stopped talking. Lu Yin stared at her. She lowered her voice and said, the auras that I can divine are all extremely powerful. Even Wendy Yushan is not within my range. What are you trying to say? Every aura is closer to Undying Yushan than Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin did not understand. Closer? What did that mean? Could it be that he was related to Undying Yushan by blood? Alliance Master Lu, please don't misunderstand. Even if Undying Yushan's son was alive, he would not be within my range. These auras are close to Undying Yushan's, and they could even be Undying Yushan's. I'm not sure about the specifics since I've never encountered them before. Perhaps my master knows. What about me? Why do I have the auras that you've divined? Lu Yin was puzzled. Starsabil looked deeply at Lu Yin. I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he recalled all of his interactions with Undying Yushan. What was going on? Undying Yushan was definitely not dead, but why were there so many auras that were almost the same as his? Even Wendy Yushan was not within the range of the divination. Back then, Xiaji had only had 3, and that had already been very troublesome. What had Undying Yushan done? Lu Yin felt more and more that Undying Yushan was plotting something big. This thorn was growing deeper and deeper. There was one thing that Lu Yin was certain of, and that was that Undying Yushan was far from Xiaji's level. Back then, Undying Yushan had only been a hunter. Even if he had hidden his strength, it should not be impossible for him to have reached the level of a half-ancestor, right? This was just too shocking. If you want more, you can only find my master, Starsabil said. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Let's go to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone. The Starsabil sect was not far from the Sword sect. There were still 7 days until the appointed time with Qinghua Shengren, so they had enough time to return. That day, Lu Yin left the Sword sect without mentioning that Elder Lianqin had tried to assassinate him. Wendy Yushan wanted to return to Xinyu Star, so she did not travel with Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin stepped out of the Sword sect, news spread from the distant western weaves of the outerverse that Xianxia Shangren had appeared and was heading towards the innerverse. This news shocked countless people, and the sword sect acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone wanted to keep an eye on Xianxia Shangren. However, even Master Yuan could not keep track of Xianxia Shangren's whereabouts, let alone others. Countless people guessed that Luyin might really be working with the Sixth Mainland. With Xianxia Shangren's speed, he reached the blazing mist flow zone quickly, but the appointed time with Luyin was not up yet. Thus, he had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. The sword sect panicked the most, as they could not keep an eye on Xianxia Shangren. They could only keep an eye on Luyin, and they discovered that Luyin had actually gone to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone Starsabel sect. It was also the first flow zone, but the Yoke Court existed under the dusky sky. The master of the Yoke Court, Madame Yu, stared at the star chart with a nervous yet excited expression. She raised her gadget several times, unsure whether or not to contact Luyin. She was hesitating over whether or not to contact Luyin. If Luyin really was working with Xianxia Shangren, then they could indeed eradicate the sword sect. However, the Yoke Court could not join them, as they would become the enemy of the entire Fifth Mainland. Luyin could not be that stupid, right? Even if he wanted to deal with the sword sect, he could not ally with an external enemy. This was where she was at a loss. Up until now, the only person who could deal with the sword sect and wanted to do so was Luyin. She hoped that Luyin could defeat the sword sect and release Zhou Yi'er, which would allow her Yoke Court to join the Great Eastern Alliance. However, this would not work if an external enemy like the Sixth Mainland was involved. Furthermore, Luyin had never bothered with her, which gave her the greatest headache. Madame Yu was not the only one with a headache. Many people who were related to Luyin, including the Great Eastern Alliance's internal members. They wanted to know what was going to happen, but most did not have the right to ask. After Xianxia left, the first person to contact Luyin and force him to explain himself appeared, Master Yuan. Luyin had already reached the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone, and Starsabel brought Wendy Yushan's blood to Senior Zhu. Luyin then received a call from Master Yuan. Master Yuan rarely called, but this time, he was truly anxious. Xianxia leaving has nothing to do with you? Master Yuan asked. Luyin was silent for a moment. Don't worry, Senior. This junior knows what to do and what not to do. Master Yuan replied, that's good. He then ended the call. Luyin looked up at the sky. The time to deal with the sword sect was approaching. Senior Zhu spent an entire day divining. Finally, Luyin saw that the rune lines had spread out in all directions, exactly as Starsabel had predicted. His heart sank. Alliance Master Lu, please come in, Starsabel said. Luyin followed her into the place where he had first met Senior Zhu, and Starsabel withdrew. Sorry to trouble you, Senior, Luyin said politely. Across from him, Senior Zhu had a serious expression. Alliance Master Lu, this undying Yushan is rather troublesome. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How is he compared to Xia Ji? Even more troublesome, Senior Zhu answered without hesitation. Luyin did not understand. Senior, undying Yushan is definitely not as strong as Xia Ji. Senior Zhu shook her head. It has nothing to do with strength. His involvement is too terrifying and far too ancient. Through my divinations, I actually sensed the aura of an ancient netherworld progenitor. Netherworld progenitor? Luyin cried out in surprise. He'd heard of this name before, but not much. He only knew that it was an ancient ancestor realm expert that had been obliterated in the river of time a long time ago, and his age far surpassed that of Ancestor Chen and the Talisman Ancestor. Senior Pearl recalled, the Netherworld's ancestor was the strongest progenitor of the second continent that had yet to shatter. Because it was so long ago, there's no way to verify it. What we can confirm is that the Netherworld's ancestor truly did exist. The Yu family is his descendant, and the Yu character was created by him. If you want to make a comparison, then perhaps the Netherworld ancestor's time in existence might have crossed paths with the legendary Grim Reaper and Wu Tian, who have yet to be proven to have existed. During that era, the Six Mainlands had yet to shatter, and the Daosor sect had dominated the universe. That era was too long ago. Luyin frowned. Undying Yushan is related to the Netherworld ancestor? He's not from the Yu family. Senior Zhu shook her head. I don't know who he is, but when I tried to divine him, I did indeed sense the Netherworld ancestor's aura. That ancient and cryptic aura can't be wrong. How does Progenitor Chen compare to the Netherworld's ancestor? Lu Ying asked. Senior Zhu replied, I don't know, as they aren't from the same era. Progenitor Chen is practically invincible among those at the same level, and he can even beat progenitors into silence. The simple progenitor created a civilization that history doesn't dare to acknowledge. However, they're both relatively recent. Even though it's been a long time since the Netherworld's ancestor existed, it's still quite a distance away. Alliance Master Lu, this undying Yushan is rather troublesome, and you're involved with him. His aura is on you, but I can't find out what it is. If possible, it's best if you go to the Yu family and investigate. The Yu family is the Netherworld's ancestor's descendant, so you might be able to find something. Lu Yin's heart was heavy as he left the Starsibel sect with Lu Yefei. The Netherworld's ancestor was actually related to such an ancient existence, and it had crossed paths with the Grim Reaper's era. That was too long ago, and even the Sixth Mainland's 3 ancestors felt that such an era was ancient. How could Undying Yushan have crossed paths with such an ancient existence? It seemed that he really needed to have a chat with Madame Yu. Right, the Yo secret symbol seemed to contain the power of time, and Yo Year had concealed it. Lu Ying had not paid much attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it, it was incomparably terrifying. The battle technique that Yo Year had used during the Sovereign Tournament was also extremely strange. The Yo court had intentionally split from the Yu family and sought his protection. At that time, Lu Ying had already guessed that the Yu family was hiding some sort of secret, and now, it seemed that he had to investigate this secret. Perhaps it was related to Undying Yushan. Lu Ying remained silent on the way back to the blazing mist flow zone. Lu Yefei did not ask any questions either. The more she followed Lu Ying, the more she understood the Fifth Mainland's situation. Before this, they would never have imagined that an enlighter could affect the entire Fifth Mainland. Now, it seemed that Lu Yin's influence would only grow as they followed him. There was no better way to understand the Fifth Mainland than by following Lu Ying. There was still one day before the appointed time with Guru Qinghua. Yesterday, someone had seen Guru Qinghua appear near the blazing mist flow zone, and the sword sect had immediately sealed off the mountain. Lu Ying believed that Elder Lianqin had definitely left with a group of disciples. There was no need to stop them. Once he took control of the sword sect, those disciples would have to return even if they didn't want to. Otherwise, no matter how vast the universe was, there would be no place for them to stay. Li Zimo had not contacted Lu Ying. As Elder Lianqin's disciple, he must have been taken away as well. If Lu Qianjue found out about this, Lu Ying wondered what kind of expression he would have. He had clearly wanted to hide a group of disciples, but there had been people from the Great Eastern Alliance among them. He would probably be angered to death. Senior Jiu Shen, are you there? Lu Ying raised his head and shouted. No one answered. Lu Ying shouted once more. What's the matter? Elder Jiu Shen's impatient voice rang out. Lu Ying smiled politely. Guru Qinghua didn't appear, right? Elder Jiu Shen snorted. If you're so afraid of him, why did you still recruit him? I'm not afraid. With Senior Jiu Shen here, how could I be afraid of an outsider? Lu Ying hurriedly replied. Elder Jiu Shen did not speak, as he could not be bothered with Lu Yin's nonsense. He was a powerful powerhouse, but he had been reduced to a bodyguard. This was especially so since the Sirius sect's supreme treasure had been stepped on by this brat. Lu Ying was currently on a barren planet not too far from the Ross Empire's stronghold. Aside from himself, there were only the hidden Elder Jiu Shen and the Blue Heroes. Lu Yefei and the Flying Willow Flowers were not present, as their presence made no difference to Guru Qinghua's celestial imprint. Lu Ying had been afraid that they would be casually killed by Guru Qinghua, which would leave him without a bodyguard. Of course, the two of them also relaxed. Master is coming. Did you hear that, fatty? He's coming. We're saved, the skinny one said. The fatty replied, calm down, brother Thin. That wretched Lu Ying is despicable, and he'll definitely plot against Master. That's right, fatty. We have to calm down. How about we plot against him later and help Master? He'll definitely be proud of us and reward us when we get back. He'll definitely reward us. What do you think he'll reward us with? He'll drink? His gourd? No, I want. Luin was speechless as he watched the Qinghua duo discuss the reward. He pursed his lips, as they truly deserved to be called the Qinghua duo by Susan. They had almost died without even realizing it. Madame Red's goal had not been to lure Guru Qinghua out, but rather to use him to severely injure him or even eliminate him. She wanted to prevent the secret progenitor realm from controlling the Daosource sect. The only reason that could cause Guru Qinghua to start a war with the person behind Luin was because of the Qinghua duo. When Luin had captured these two, their bodies had already been poisoned. Fortunately, Luin had thought things through and managed to neutralize the poison in time. Otherwise, once Guru Qinghua had arrived, these two would have died, and Luin would have been in trouble as well. A battle would have been unavoidable. To think that they had been so careless. Fatty bro, you'll definitely get fatter after we get that reward. Brother Finn, you'll get skinnier as well. We definitely won't abandon you. I won't give up. Fatty bro, it's so good to have you around. Brother Finn. Shut up. Luin barked, startling the two, and they quickly shut up. The conversation between these two idiots was giving him a headache. Several hours passed, and more than 10 satellites could be seen orbiting on this desolate planet. As the satellites connected, it was time for Luin to meet Guru Qinghua. Luin raised his head and looked into the distance. Boundless and terrifying rune lines swept towards him, bringing with them an extreme pressure. This pressure made him feel as if he was facing a half-ancestor's attack. He had experienced the same feeling of despair back in the cosmic tree realm. He was not sure if the sixth mainland's all-heaven imprint could resist a half-ancestor, as it should be slightly weaker. However, the sixth mainland had a suppressive effect on the fifth mainland's cultivators, and with the imprint and the three progenitor regions' methods, Luin was uncertain. As for Elder Jiao Shen, he had yet to reach the half-ancestor level, so his chances of defeating Guru Qinghua were too low. However, he should have no problem protecting Luin. Suddenly, the rune lines rapidly shrank until they finally disappeared. Then, countless stars appeared, and Elder Jiao Shen walked out and stood beside Luin with a solemn expression. 100 meters in front of him, a sloppy old man in a long green robe walked out with a wooden stick. There was a gourd tied to the stick, and when he appeared in front of Luin, he picked up the gourd and drank from it. He burped and swayed a few times, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. Old man, you're here. Fatty bro, look, the old man is here. Shoo, call me master. Master, you're here. Guru Qinghua burped again and looked at the Qinghua duo before shaking his head helplessly. He then looked at Luin. You're a pervert, right? Luin narrowed his eyes. I'm Luin. Guru Qinghua sneered and looked at Elder Jiao Shen. Do you think you can protect him? Do you think you can stop me? Elder Jiao Shen was apprehensive, but he quickly replied, you'll know once you try. Guru Qinghua pursed his lips, not bad, inviting such an expert. He then took a sip from the gourd. Tell me, why did you ask me to come? Are you really here to deal with the sword sect? Luin calmly replied, I've already cured the poison in the Qinghua duo's bodies. Otherwise, the moment you appeared would have been the moment they died. Guru Qinghua put down the gourd, and his eyes flashed coldly. Who? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you, Brother Ai Xing, for your tips. Thank you. Madame Red, Luin answered without hesitation. Madame Red had used him to deal with Qinghua Shengren, so he naturally would not be polite. He had never expected the sixth mainland to be kind enough to leave 5 weaves for the Great Eastern Alliance, that was just to appease Madame Red. Since the sixth mainland had internal strife, it should continue. A united sixth mainland was not something that Luin could deal with. A mere girl wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Maybe it's Guanxing, but I don't want to go against them, Qinghua Shengren said helplessly. He then looked at Luin. So, what do you want now? You lured me here just to say this? Or do you want something from me? Luin raised 2 fingers. 2 conditions. First, please leave in half a month. Second, please bring back the experts from the Arrow sect who are blocking the entrance to Taima Palace. Qinghua Shangren raised his brows. That's it? Elder Jioshan also looked at Luyin in astonishment. He had been prepared to force Luyin, as he was in existence second only to Elder Gong in Sirius. No matter what the reason was, he could not allow Luyin to use him to battle against an absolute expert. If Lu Yin's conditions were too excessive, Elder Jioshan would have stopped him even before Qinghua Shangren had spoken. However, he had not expected the conditions to be so simple. Qinghua Shangren was amused. Alright, I'll stay here for half a month and then leave. As for brute force, right? That idiot savage archer god was also a weirdo for being able to cultivate the celestial imprint. Thank you, senior. The Sixth Mainland's matters have nothing to do with this junior, but to prevent any retaliation, I hope that senior will not reveal that this junior was the one who told you about this. This junior will be extremely grateful, Lu Yin said solemnly. He then casually tossed the Qinghua duo to Qinghua Shangren. Qinghua Shangren did not move at all. He allowed the Qinghua duo to fall to the ground and let out miserable shrieks. Lu Yin looked at Elder Jioshan. Senior, are you satisfied with this junior's methods? Lu Yin had never thought that Elder Jioshan would be manipulated by him, he was not a flying willow leaf. Elder Jioshan snorted. At least you're not stupid. Then, can I trouble senior to send this junior somewhere? Lu Yin asked. Elder Jioshan rolled his eyes. No, I'm returning to the Sirius sect. Who do you think I am? A flying willow leaf? Have I always been protecting you? Of course not. This junior's destination just happens to be in the same direction as senior's. I'll have to trouble senior to send this junior to the day-night flow zone. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had overthrown the day-night flow zone and Lu Yin's battle with Night King Jinwu, the day-night clan had sealed themselves off. With Night King Planet as the starting point, no one was allowed to enter or leave the day-night flow zone. All of the day-night clan members, especially those from the Night King clan, had disappeared from the universe and were rarely seen again. In the past, the day-night clan had been incomparably powerful, and they had even had several envoy-level experts. Now, however, only Night King Dijiang remained. Beneath the stone tablet in the day-night clan's ancestral grounds, many day-night clan members sat cross-legged as they accepted the inheritance. They seemed calm, but after being trapped within the clan for so long, the once arrogant day-night clan members were bound to become restless. How's the sword sect? A day-night clan disciple asked in a low voice. Beside him was a pretty girl from the day-night clan. She secretly glanced at her gadget and replied, nothing's happened yet. Didn't they say that Lu Yin invited the Sixth Mainland's heavenly imprint to deal with the sword sect? Why hasn't anything happened yet? A day-night clan man asked in a low voice. I heard that the sword sect sent away Lu Tianmu, Lu Xiaoqiu, Li Zimo, and the other elite disciples. No one knows where they went. The sword sect is just unlucky. They jumped out after our day-night clan sealed themselves off. Did they really think that they could control the Interverse? What a fool. But this Lu Yin is really arrogant. He actually dared to ally with the Sixth Mainland. Humph, he's already been blinded by power. Just wait. The day that he and the Sixth Mainland's heavenly imprint join forces to defeat the sword sect will be the day that his reputation will be ruined. When that time comes, everyone will gather together to attack, and our day-night clan will be able to escape. Our day-night clan sealed ourselves off not because we're afraid of Lu Yin. Don't spout nonsense, Night King Gu growled from nearby, his eyes cold. The few people who had been discussing immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. In a corner, Night Queen Yanqing's expression was cold as she stared at the stone tablet in the ancestral grounds. She looked at the name at the very top. How much longer would it take? How long would it take for her to catch up to this person? There was no hope at all. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, this person had been nothing much, but now, even the sword sect had to avoid him. Far away on Night King Planet, Night King Yuanjing was constantly looking at a star chart. This star chart belonged to the Astral Beast domain. Ever since Lu Yin had said that the third Night King was trapped in the Great Void Realm, the Day-Night clan had sent out countless people to search for him in hopes of rescuing him. Once the third Night King was rescued, the Day-Night clan's situation would change drastically. Lu Yin? He would no longer be a threat. However, even now, Night King Yuanjing still did not know how to save the third Night King. When he thought about Luin, Night King Yuanjing gritted his teeth. If he had known that things would turn out this way, he would have killed that brat long ago. Now that he thought about it, Lu Yin's life seemed to be in Night King Yuanjing's hands, but in reality, Night King Yuanjing had been leading him by the nose. Night Queen Xiuyu had long since returned from Iron Blood Weave and stayed on Night King planet. All she could do now was cultivate. The entire Day-Night clan was very peaceful, as no one knew that Night King Dijiang had gone to the Cosmic Sea to fight. The Day-Night clan had never been so peaceful before, and this peace had lasted for many years. Some people had gotten used to it, but others had not. Luin was one of those people who had not gotten used to it. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, the name Day-Night had never disappeared. In the Astral Combat Academy, the Starfall Sea, Planet Pyrolite, the Cosmic Sea, and so on, his entanglement with the Day-Night clan had always existed. It was time to put an end to it all. In space between Night King Planet and the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Luin stood tall and raised a hand to press down. Destroy the Day-Night clan. As he spoke, space shattered, and Lu Xianjun and the giant's bloodline walked out. Chen Huang roared at the sky, raised his right fist, and punched out. Accompanied by 9-lined battle force, he viciously punched towards the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds. It was as if a war drum had exploded, and a war song for the destruction of the Day-Night clan rang out. Beneath the stone tablet in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Night King Dijiang's eyes suddenly widened, and his expression changed. The rest of the Day-Night clan members all looked up and saw 9-lined battle force wrapped around an enormous force descending. Doomsday had arrived. How dare you? Night King Dijiang casually waved his hand to disperse Chen Huang's attack. He then took a step forward and descended into outer space. He immediately saw Luin, the terrifying giant, and the 6,000 Lu Xianjun soldiers behind him. Lu Xianjun and the giant were all explorers. Even during the Day-Night clan's peak, they did not have so many explorers. Night King Dijiang's expression changed. What are you doing, Luin? Luin raised his head and faced Night King Dijiang. You took action during the battle in the Cosmic Sea. This means that the Night King bloodline will no longer exist in this region of space. Then, the willow leaves and flowers walked out and attacked Night King Dijiang. Night King Dijiang was enraged. How arrogant! Do you think that you can destroy my Night King bloodline? You're too naive. Luin, take your people and get out of here. Luin raised a hand and summoned a general appointment platform on the 5th mainland. In my name, I summon a general. As he spoke, Song Zhou's shriveled figure appeared. However, this time, it was different from the previous summons. Black chains wrapped around Song Zhou's body, and that was Death Qi. Song Zhou was an emissary, and he was not an ordinary emissary. The only way to summon a general was to use a star source. Luin only had star energy, so he could not summon Song Zhou. However, his death energy had replaced the star source and became the key to summoning Song Zhou. Luin himself had not expected this. He had only tried it out, but his star energy did not move. Instead, the death energy in his body poured into the general appointment platform and summoned Song Zhou. When Night King Dijiang saw this, he could not believe his eyes. The Lu family's general appointment platform? Luin looked up, he actually knew about it. The willow leaves and flowers were equally shocked. This was the power of the Lu family's general appointment platform. The monarch descent tree's heavens had suppressed the 4 cardinal scales to the point that they could only stay in the middle realm. Chen Huang and the rest did not care, as they did not understand what a general appointment platform was. This was their first time seeing it, so they could not feel its power. You're from the Lu family? Night King Dijiang looked at Luin in shock, his tone full of disbelief. Senior willow leaves and flowers, I'll have to trouble you, Luin said. Song Zhou was the first to charge at Night King Dijiang. At the same time, willow leaves and flowers joined forces to attack Night King Dijiang. Willow leaves and flowers combined were enough to withstand the attacks of a powerhouse with a power level of more than 900,000. Night King Dijiang was a powerhouse with a power level of more than 800,000, but because his spiritual force was too powerful, willow leaves and flowers found it difficult to deal with him. However, with Song Zhou, things were different. Song Zhou did not fear spiritual force, as he was not a living person. He had been summoned, so he did not care about spiritual force. Attacks. The three powerhouses with power levels of more than 700,000 fought against Night King Dijiang, and they completely blocked off the Day-Night clan's strongest powerhouse. The death energy in Lu Yin's body was rapidly depleting. He waved a hand, and Lu Xianjun and the giant bloodline charged towards the Night King planet and the Day-Night clan's ancestral land stone tablet. To the Day-Night clan, this was the end of the world. Chen Huang punched out again. Night King Dijiang wanted to stop him, but he was unable to do so. Nine-lined battle force wrapped around the fist's force slammed into the Day-Night clan's ancestral land and pierced through it. The giant stone tablet shook and then collapsed. Night Queen Yanqing and the rest paled as they watched on in despair. Stop. Night King Wei and Yu Day Night, the two enlighters who were guarding the ancestral land stone tablet, simultaneously attacked Chen Huang. Chen Huang raised a hand and slammed down with a palm. The giant's palm caused the sky to collapse. Pfft. The two Day-Night clan experts spat out blood and crashed to the ground, losing all signs of life. Night King Gu and the rest of the Day-Night clan members soared into the sky and charged towards Chen Huang. Stop. This is my Day-Night clan's ancestral land. What did my Day-Night clan do wrong? Why do we have to bear the consequences? Stop. The stone tablet cannot fall. My Day-Night clan will not be defeated. Ku Wei leapt out from Chen Huang's shoulder. Let Brother Wei teach you how to behave. He then tapped out with a finger, causing countless finger images to descend. Finger tap. Ku Wei had once been on the same level as Night King Gu, or perhaps even weaker. However, the current Ku Wei was strong enough to challenge someone at Lu Tianmu's level. Night King Gu and the rest were too weak. Night King Gu had no desire to retaliate against finger tap, and his shoulder was pierced through, causing his body to fall to the ground. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes turned purple as she tried to petrify Ku Wei. However, Ku Wei's finger descended, causing her to be unable to use her innate gift of purple eyes. She was immediately dispelled, and a single finger also knocked her down. This single finger strike forced the rest of the Day-Night clan members to lower their heads. On Night King Planet, Night Queen Ling, Night Queen Siluo, and Night Queen Qiuyu all made their moves. They faced off against Lu Xianjun, as well as Duan Day Night and the others whom Lu Yin had specially brought over from Xinyu Star to witness the destruction of the Night King bloodline. Duan Day Night and the others blocked Night Queen Ling and the other experts while Lu Xianjun swept through the entire planet. The Night King clan's guards were powerful, but they were powerless against Lu Xuanjuan's terrifying strength. Xue Day Night had also arrived. She walked past the ruins of the Vigil Pavilion and arrived at the Evernight drill grounds. Here, she had knelt before Night King Jinwu. Here, Lu Yin had been poisoned and then retaliated. Here, she had learned about the deaths of her parents and clansmen. Here, she had despaired, but she had also gained hope. This was the beginning of everything, and it was also the end. She looked into the distance, where Ellen Gale had died. The Blazing Feather clan had also died. The despair that Night King Jinwu had brought upon her had not completely dissipated. Above her head, Lu Xianjun slashed out with a sharp blade, causing the Day-Night clan cultivators to fall one by one. This place had once brought her great pain, but today, it would finally end. In outer space, Night King Dijiang dodged the attacks of the flying willow leaves and Song Zhou. Suddenly, he used a Yin wind finger to attack Lu Yin. As long as he dealt with Lu Yin, not only would he be able to make Song Zhou disappear, but he would also be able to end this war. Lu Yin had never planned to use the 6th Mainland's experts to deal with the Sword Sect. That was just a pretense. Lu Yin's true target was the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin raised a hand and took out the head Inquisitor's warrant. He then waved it. Before the Yin wind finger could be used, Night King Dijiang and everyone else in the Day-Night flow zone could feel the terrifying pressure from the head Inquisitor. Everyone froze, including Lu Yin himself. No one could withstand the head Inquisitor's pressure. To a certain extent, this pressure had even reached the level of a half-progenitor. With the head Inquisitor's warrant combined with the flying willow leaves and Song Zhou, Night King Dijiang was completely trapped. He could only watch as the ancestral land and Night King planet crumbled. However, it was impossible for Lu Yin to deal with Night King Dijiang, as the flying willow leaves did not have the power to defeat him. Lu Yin, if you really want to become a mortal enemy of my Night King clan, then my Night King clan will be destroyed today. I, Night King Dijiang, swear that I will forever hide in the shadows to destroy you. Night King Dijiang roared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Even if I don't destroy the Night King clan, if possible, you will. You took action during the battle at the Cosmic Sea, and once I deal with the Sword Sect, you will take action as well. Rather than being on guard all the time, it's better to deal with this as soon as possible. I swear that I'll completely seal off the Day-Night clan and not leave for 1,000 years. Stop. Night King Dijiang bellowed. Lu Yin did not move. The Day-Night clan's ancestral land had been turned upside down by the giant stomp, and a huge ravine had appeared on Night King planet. Night King Dijiang forced Liu Yafei and Song Zhou back with a single palm strike. He then raised his head and sighed. The younger generation is incompetent and unable to protect my race. He then clenched his fist and raised it upwards. Lu Yin was all too familiar with this action. It was the Night King heaven-splitting technique. This Night King heaven-splitting technique was not aimed at Lu Yin, nor was it aimed at the flying willow leaves. Instead, it was aimed at the ancestral land stone tablet. Night King Dijiang raised his hand and pressed down. A terrifying spiritual force formed a storm that swept through the heavens, causing them to curl up. It then tore through the universe and tore open a crack in the dark sky. The next moment, the crack suddenly expanded, and star energy gushed out in waves that could be seen with the naked eye. Lu Yin was shocked. He could see that the crack was producing an endless amount of rune lines, but they were not the rune lines of battle power. Instead, they were star energy. The endless amount of star energy was almost liquefied, and it was almost exactly the same as the star essence that he had refined with his heaven flame stones. The only difference was that this crack was so large that it far exceeded the star energy produced by refining star essence with his heaven flame stones. It was simply incomparable. Through this crack, one could vaguely see mountains and rivers. It's a void crack that's intersecting with a parallel space, Fei Hua blurted out. Mr. Liu Yafei said, no, it's a hidden void. Lu Yin stared at the crack, and his mind flashed back to the centipede's body that had emerged from the void crack in the Northline flow zone, as well as the hidden Qi sect on planet Aegis. This was the same. There were living creatures within the crack. They were astral beasts. One after another, giant astral beasts charged out of the crack. Some charged into the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, some into outer space, and some onto Night King planet. There were even some on the surrounding planets. Countless astral beasts charged out, some strong and some weak. It was as if one world was connected to another. Night King Dijiang's gaze swept across the ancestral grounds and Night King planet before he gritted his teeth and charged into the crack as well. At the same time, far away on planet Sybil, Star Sibyl looked in the direction of the Day-Night flow zone and frowned. There was a hint of joy in her eyes. Was this, that aura? In the Outerverse, in the future weave, on a highly developed planet, many people surrounded a vulgar-looking old man dressed in simple clothes. The old man's eyes were half-closed, giving him an unfathomable appearance. There was a wooden flag beside him with the words Star Sibyl's Grandpa Gio engraved on the front and fortune teller, believe it or not. This person was Xianxia. On this planet, Xianxia's attire could be considered to have traveled back in time by thousands of years. This, expert. A man deliberated over his choice of words before shouting, do you really know the legendary divination? Xianxia stroked his beard. I saw the black gas enter your forehead. Did you run into some misfortune recently? The man blinked and tried to recall. Actually, I wanted to divine my love. Xianxia's eyes widened. Fool. Without a career, how can there be love? You ran into misfortune, and you need to get rid of it in order for your career to improve. Well, I just closed a big deal, and I'm about to become a billionaire. The man hesitated. Xianxia shouted, fool. That's fake. It was a lie. You've been deceived. The man's face twitched. My dad gave me the deal. The company I started is cooperating with my dad's company. Xianxia gulped. Your dad? Is he your biological father? The man was stunned, and the people around him looked at Xianxia strangely. Xianxia was trying to forcefully create misfortune for someone else. Suddenly, Xianxia looked in the direction of the day-night flow zone, and his expression changed. How can this be? Why are there so many auras? Where did they come from? With that, his body disappeared. He didn't even want the wooden flag anymore. Everyone was shocked. It's gone? An expert, someone exclaimed and immediately knelt down. The people around him also knelt down and paid their respects to the wooden flag. As for the man, words kept popping up in his mind. Is he my biological father? Is he my biological father? Is he my biological father? He recalled all the beatings and scoldings he had received when he was young, and there were even rumors that he had been picked up from a trash can. So that was how it was. Those rumors had all been true, and the expert was absolutely right. It was all fake. The man ran away like a madman, and the people around him sympathized with him. The crack in the day-night flow zone grew larger and larger, and more beasts ran out. Fortunately, these beasts did not surpass the level of an emissary and were, at most, enlighters. Lu Xianjun and the giant bloodline were more than enough to deal with them. Right now, the person they cared about the most was Night King Dijiang, and they could not let him escape. He quickly ordered the willow leaves to chase after him. Big Sis Fei Hua snorted. We won't go in. We usually help you out, but this person isn't running away. Instead, he's rushing in. It's obvious that he has a backup plan, and we don't want to throw our lives away. Mr. Luyi looked at Luyin. Don't make things difficult for us. No one wants to throw their lives away. Luyin put away his battle platform. His face was pale, and he had used up a lot of his death aura. With your strength, even if you can't defeat him, you won't be throwing your lives away. Big Sis Fei Hua coldly replied, there's no need to say anything else. We won't go in. Luyin frowned, as he could not force the two. Otherwise, even if they entered, they could just find a random corner and wait there. Even if they saw Night King Dijiang, they would not act, and he would not know. Mr. Lu, take a good look at what's inside. That place isn't something that you can just enter, Mr. Luyi said as he pointed into the crack. Luyin looked in the direction he was pointing, and he saw mountains and rivers within the crack. At the bottom of the mountains was a symbol, clouds. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Frigid Immortal Sect? Mr. Luyi answered, that's right, the Frigid Immortal Sect. That's where the Frigid Immortal Sect once resided on the Fifth Mainland. Forget about us, even a powerhouse with a power level in the millions would fall if they were unlucky. You should know how terrifying the Frigid Immortal Sect is. They not only have half-progenitors, but they also have progenitors. Now that he knew that the Frigid Immortal Sect was in the ruins, Luyin could not let Night King Dijiang off. Who knew what Night King Dijiang could obtain or what kind of power he could borrow from there? Of course, Luyin was certain that Night King Dijiang would not be able to obtain much help from the Frigid Immortal Sect's ruins. Otherwise, the Day-Night clan would have already invaded the Neoverse. However, just dealing with Luyin alone was enough to deal with Night King Dijiang. If Night King Dijiang managed to obtain something else as well, that would be even more troublesome. No, he had to get rid of Night King Dijiang. Otherwise, he would not have a good time in the future. With that in mind, Luyin looked at Mr. Luyi. Help me get rid of Night King Dijiang, and I'll return your freedom. Mr. Luyi and Fei Hua looked at each other, and then they both looked at Luyin. Are you sure? Luyin answered, I'm sure. As long as you help me get rid of Night King Dijiang, I'll talk to Elder Chan and return your freedom. You've all seen what kind of person I am during this time that you've been following me. I won't go back on my word. He hesitated for a moment before retrieving a small blood-red bell from his cosmic ring and tossing it to Mr. Luyi. With this, you should be able to protect yourselves. Mr. Luyi caught the bell. He knew what it was. It was the head referee's order, and it was enough to cause a sixth tribulation cultivator to lose their mind. It should be enough to protect themselves, but this was the Frigid Immortal Sect. Fei Hua hesitated as well. Luyin growled, if I don't get rid of Night King Dijiang, then you won't feel at ease following me in the future. Are you sure that you can guard against his assassination attempts at all times? Mr. Lu Yi frowned. Alright, it's a deal. We'll get rid of Night King Dijiang, and you'll return our freedom. It's a deal. Lu Yin shouted. Fei Hua felt uneasy, but this was the only thing they could do. Mr. Lu Yi led her into the crack and chased after Night King Dijiang. It would be difficult for the two of them to defeat Night King Dijiang with their current strength, let alone kill him. Even with the head referee's order, their chances of success were still slim. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Elder Jioshan, I know that you haven't left. Please show yourself. Not far away, Elder Jioshan walked out. Lu Yin had asked him to bring him to the day-night flow zone on the way, but once they had arrived, he had disappeared. Logically speaking, he should have returned to the Sirius sect, but how could he possibly leave at a time like this? Lu Yin was certain that he had been watching the show all this time. Elder Jioshan sighed in admiration. Brat, you've played beautifully. On the surface, you seem to be dealing with the Sword sect, causing them to be on guard and even sending some of their disciples away. But in reality, you're dealing with the Day-Night clan, and you've caught them off guard. Lu Yin replied, Senior, now is not the time to discuss this. Can you help me? As long as Night King Dijiang doesn't die, then this junior's safety will never be guaranteed. You want me to kill Night King Dijiang? Elder Jioshan sneered. That's impossible. The moment I make a move, I'll break the Fifth Mainland's hidden balance. Why do you think those old fellows from the Neoverse haven't made a move against the Innerverse? Both of us have a tacit understanding, and whoever breaks it will have to pay the price. Lu Yin pursed his lips. No one knows that you're the one who did it. Elder Jioshan calmly replied, Don't deceive yourself. Those old fellows have plenty of ways to find out. If that's the case, then I'll have to go in as well. Elder Jioshan frowned. Why are you going in? I'm looking for an opportunity, and I'm also looking for Night King Dijiang while I'm at it. Brat, do you want to die? This place is the ruins of the ancient Frigid Immortal sect. Once someone who isn't a disciple of the Frigid Immortal sect enters, they'll most likely die. Even I don't want to go in. Don't even think about finding opportunities here. That's impossible. Where do you think the Frigid Immortal sect is? Of course, Lu Yin knew what kind of place the Frigid Immortal sect was. It was one of the 4 scales in the starry sky of the trees, and it was the leader of the rebellion against the Lu family. It had a progenitor and more than one half-ancestor. Once the Frigid Immortal sect came to the Fifth Mainland, they could easily suppress the entire Fifth Mainland. The ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect were filled with danger, and those who didn't know much about the Frigid Immortal sect would definitely rush in to find opportunities. However, Lu Yin knew how dangerous it was, and if he was alone, he wouldn't necessarily go in. He glanced at Elder Jioshan. Elder Jioshan saw the look in Lu Yin's eyes and raised an eyebrow. He immediately grew angry. Brat, you're trying to use me. Lu Yin's expression was sincere. Senior, what are you saying? How could this junior, no, this disciple, dare to make use of an elder? Elder Jioshan gritted his teeth. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Stop dreaming, I won't go in. Senior, do you know who is in charge of that starry sky? The Frigid Immortal sect is the Frigid Immortal sect. Elder Jioshan's eyes narrowed, as he knew what Lu Yin was referring to. The Frigid Immortal sect has a progenitor, and they have more than one half-progenitor. Lu Yin shouted as he pointed at the Frigid Immortal sect's ruins. Indeed, this place is very dangerous, but it also contains an opportunity for Senior to break through to the half-progenitor realm. When the Frigid Immortal sect left the Fifth Mainland in a hurry, no one knows what they left behind. This means that there's an opportunity here that will allow the Day-Night clan to survive. Elder Jioshan's eyes flickered as he looked at the ruins of the Cold Immortal sect. Senior, if you don't want to go in, then I won't force you. However, I still want to try. Perhaps I can break through to the emissary realm there and come into contact with the inner world that only half-progenitors possess. Lu Yin shouted as he charged towards the Frigid Immortal sect's ruins. Elder Jioshan's heart skipped a beat. Inner world, inner world. His eyes lit up, and he silently cursed himself for growing more and more cowardly as he cultivated. Indeed, that place was very, very dangerous, But if there really was an opportunity for him to break through to the half-progenitor realm and become one of the top experts in the human domain, why not take the risk? Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, how many life and death situations had he experienced? The older he got, the more cowardly he became. Elder Jioshan stepped forward and arrived at Lu Yin's side. "Brat, you have the Sirius sect's greatest treasure, so nothing can happen to you. I'll go with you, but it's best if you don't die." Lu Yin relaxed. "Thank you, senior." He had strictly ordered the giant bloodline and Lu Xianjun not to enter the frigid immortal sect's ruins while he and Elder Jioshan rushed in. Meanwhile, in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Night Queen Yanqing had uploaded the scene to the network right after Night King Di Jiang had rushed into the frigid immortal sect's ruins. She had deliberately leaked the news of the frigid immortal sect's ruins appearing, as well as some information about the frigid immortal sect. This was the only way to attract more people. She believed that there were many more people in the universe who viewed the Great Eastern Alliance as an enemy than acknowledged it, especially the Sword Sect. When the Day-Night clan leaked the news of the frigid immortal sect's ruins appearing, the entire universe boiled over. The words frigid immortal sect suddenly appeared, along with the words frigid immortal flow zone. Legend had it that the Day-Night flow zone's predecessor was the frigid immortal flow zone. The frigid immortal flow zone was the ruler of a region, and the Day-Night clan was merely a vassal of the frigid immortal sect. In the Sword Sect, Lu Qianjue was shocked as he watched the video. The frigid immortal sect. It's actually the frigid immortal sect's ruins. The Day-Night clan really hid this well. Elder Lianqing was confused. "Sect Master, is the Day-Night flow zone's predecessor really the frigid immortal flow zone?" She was much younger than Lu Qianjue, so she knew very little about the Fifth Mainland's past and did not know much about the frigid immortal sect. It wasn't just her, as there were only a few people in the entire Fifth Mainland who knew much about the frigid immortal sect. Lu Qianjue solemnly replied, "Back when the Sixth Mainland and our Fifth Mainland went to war, the Daosaur sect collapsed, and the frigid immortal sect left. Before that, the frigid immortal sect controlled the current Day-Night flow zone, and it was one of the Fifth Mainland's top powers. There were progenitors and half-progenitors within it. At that time, the Day-Night clan was indeed a vassal of the frigid immortal sect, and they weren't very famous. If the frigid immortal sect is so powerful, then why is it in the Innerverse?" Elder Lianqing was puzzled. Lu Qianjue replied, "I'm not sure either. The appearance of the frigid immortal sect's ruins will definitely attract many people." Elder Li arrived. "Sect Master, should we call those disciples back?" Lu Qianjue nodded. "Let them return." Elder Li's tone was cold. "Lu Yin is really cunning. On the surface, he's colluding with the Sixth Mainland's experts to deal with our Sword Sect, but in reality, he's acting against the Day-Night clan." Lu Qianjue had a complicated look in his eyes, as everyone had been fooled by Lu Yin. He was not stupid enough to collude with the Sixth Mainland, and it was no wonder why he had provoked the Sword Sect during his battle with Skyclans. Everything had been intentional. This kid's schemes were too terrifying. "Sect Master, now that the frigid immortal sect's ruins have appeared, can our Sword Sect disciples head there to search for opportunities?" Elder Li suddenly asked. Lu Qianjue replied, "Opportunities are destined by the heavens. If you want to go, then go." "Yes," Elder Li replied. It wasn't just the disciples who wanted to search for opportunities, they wanted to search for opportunities as well. This was the frigid immortal sect, a terrifying sect that had once been treated as a vassal by the Day-Night clan. If they could find some opportunities, it would be enough for them to break through their current bottlenecks. The Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Divine Grade Hall was also discussing the frigid immortal sect, as well as Lu Yin's attack on the Day-Night clan. Their final decision was the same as the Sword Sect's. They did not stop their disciples from heading to the frigid immortal sect's ruins to search for opportunities, but they did not encourage them either. They knew that the frigid immortal sect's ruins was extremely dangerous, or Night King Di Jiang would not have deliberately leaked the information. Lu Qianjue was confident that he could use the frigid immortal sect's ruins to force the Great Eastern Alliance to retreat, but no one knew exactly how he would do it. On an ordinary planet in the Day-Night flow zone, Bai Shui was excitedly watching a video on the network. The frigid immortal sect's ruins had appeared, and her ancestors had finally found it after searching for so many years. Her daughter, Bai Xiaodai, was already 10 years old and was quite mature. Are we going there? Bai Xiaodai asked timidly. Bai Shui closed the video and stroked her daughter's hair. She dotingly said, Mommy wants to go there. You don't have to go. Bai Xiaodai pursed her lips. Xiaodai wants to go there too. There are bad people there. Bai Shui smiled. That's Mommy's hometown. There are no bad people there. There are bad people. Bai Xiaodai was stubborn. She was usually very obedient, but she was determined not to let Bai Shui leave. Bai Shui thought about it and then raised her hand to open her gadget. She found Lu Yin's image. Xiaodai, do you still remember this big brother? Bai Xiaodai blinked and looked at Lu Yin's image. It took her a while to remember who he was, and she excitedly said, I do. It's been a long time. Bai Shui smiled gently. This big brother is also there. He saved Mommy and Xiaodai, so don't worry. This big brother will protect Mommy. Bai Xiaodai lowered her head and tugged at Bai Shui's clothes. Not long after, Bai Shui left the planet. She looked back with reluctance, but then she resolutely looked in the direction of the Day-Night clan. No matter if we live or die, we still have to try. Xiaodai, don't blame Mommy. She then took a step forward and headed in the direction of the Day-Night clan. News of the frigid immortal sect's ruins had shaken the entire universe, and it had also attracted a group of people to search for opportunities. Even the disciples of the Sword sect and the Divine Great Hall wanted to go, much less the wandering cultivators. The Day-Night clan had been completely suppressed by the Great Eastern Alliance, and more than half of the Night King clan had been killed or injured. The rest of the Day-Night clan had been imprisoned, including Night Queen Yanqing and Night King Gu. Night Queen Yanqing had been severely injured, and there was a giant behind her. If they made any sudden movements, the giant would not hesitate to trample them to death. She looked up at the ruins of the frigid immortal sect with a trace of hope. Although she did not know why the clan leader had gone there, as long as he was still alive, there was still hope. Night King Yuanjing had been injured by Lu Xianjun and was now lying on the ground. The Day-Night clan could only place their hopes on Night King Dijiang. The first thing Lu Yin felt when he entered the ruins of the frigid immortal sect was the surging star energy. Cultivating here was much faster than cultivating in the innerverse and outerverse, and even the neoverse. When he looked up, he saw the sky, the ground, and everything else. Most of all, there were endless mountains and giant beasts that roared from time to time. Even further away, he could faintly make out a building, which was where the frigid immortal sect was located. A shadow loomed over his head as a giant beast appeared and swiped at Lu Yin with its claws. Elder Jioshan did not even move. He merely glanced at the beast, and the Enlighter Realm beast was tossed away. The beasts that fell out of the frigid immortal sect were crushed to death by the giant. Senior, this place isn't bad. Lu Yin stretched and breathed in the fresh air. The surging star energy made him want to cultivate, but it would quickly dissipate outside. Elder Jioshan frowned and looked into the distance. Something's not right. What's wrong? Lu Yin asked. Elder Jioshan replied, I can't explain it, but I have a bad premonition. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling. His face grew solemn. It's best if we leave. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Elder Jioshan had clearly entered and was looking forward to the opportunity to break through to the half-ancestor realm, but he still wanted to leave. It was clear that he wasn't afraid of death, but rather that he had truly sensed something. Lu Yin was about to speak when his heart trembled. Death energy? No, he was stunned. It was his Fate-san. The Fate-san was trembling, and then, a pulling force pulled Lu Yin in a certain direction. To be precise, it was not pulling him, but rather the Fate-san within his body. There was something here that was causing the Fate-san to react to it, and it was such a strong feeling that even Lu Yin was being pulled in a certain direction. Elder Jioshan hurriedly followed. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a gray shadow rushed towards them. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was there someone here? Then why couldn't he see any rune lines? He was about to attack when Elder Jioshan pressed down on his shoulder. It's a remnant spiritual force. Remnant spiritual force? Lu Yin suddenly remembered. Is it something from the mountain and sea realm? Elder Jioshan nodded. The mountain and sea realm had been the place where the Star Tower battle had taken place. There was a strange gray shadow that originated from ancient spiritual force, and it would always repeat the same thing over and over again. It would change every once in a while, as if it was reliving what had happened in the past. Why was there one here? The gray shadow acted as if it didn't see Lu Yin and Elder Jiao Shen, and it charged past them before vanishing. This was how spiritual force worked. As long as one didn't make a sound or disturb it, it wouldn't be able to discover anyone. Once it was disturbed, the spiritual force would attack and wipe out everything that wasn't it, just like a ghost. Lu Yin's experience in the mountain and sea realm had left a deep impression on him, and now he was facing it again. The two of them looked at each other and walked up the mountain. Soon after, they saw two gray figures walking down the mountain together. These gray figures were wearing the same style of clothing. There was a cloud symbol on one of them. These gray figures were cultivators of the frigid celestial sect. The further they went up the mountain, the more gray shadows there were. They were everywhere, as if something big had happened. Lu Yin and Elder Jiao Shen avoided the gray shadows and arrived at the top of the mountain, where they saw dozens of arenas with gray shadows battling on them. Martial arts competition. These gray shadows are all disciples of the frigid immortal sect, and they're currently having a martial arts competition, Lu Yin said. Elder Jiao Shen calmly replied, these disciples are all leaders, and there are the occasional explorer, but they haven't made a move yet. This should be a competition between the outer sect disciples to determine who will enter the inner sect. Lu Yin's gaze was drawn to a row of gray figures standing in the distance. These figures should be the deacons or elders who were in charge of overseeing the competition. Lu Yin did not know what their cultivations were, but they should not be weak. Those who could become deacons or elders in the cold immortal sect were all at least enlighters. Lu Yin and Elder Jiao Shen were only at a corner of the mountain, and there was a peak further away. The two of them stepped into the air and saw explorers competing, as well as cruisers competing. It was a competition between Hunter Realm cultivators. This mountain peak was called Xiaoyu Peak. At the Hunter's Arena, the two of them saw the Xiaoyu Peak master with the rest of the people behind him. Although they could not determine this person's cultivation level due to the remnants of his spiritual force, based on his status in the frigid immortal sect, this person definitely surpassed an emissary, though Lu Yin did not know exactly how strong he was. After leaving Xiaoyu Peak, the two of them went to the closest peak, Grand Harmony Peak. Lu Yin could feel that the fates and within his body was still behind Grand Harmony Peak, so he did not know how far away it was. There were not many people on Grand Harmony Peak, and when the two of them reached the peak, they saw a gray figure cultivating a battle technique. Split the heavens battle technique? Lu Yin was surprised. Elder Jiao Shen was surprised. You know him? Lu Yin nodded. Yes. The two of them watched as the gray figure pointed at the void, and the 2 points formed a line before vanishing. He had failed, but he continued. Split the heavens battle technique is one of the frigid immortal sect's top battle techniques. I've only seen the frigid immortal sect's junior ancestor use it in that region of space. This person is qualified to cultivate it, so he must be a top disciple of the frigid immortal sect, Lu Yin said. The two of them communicated telepathically, not daring to speak for fear of attracting attention. Neither of them was in a hurry to leave, and they quietly watched as the gray figure cultivated. Half a day later, the gray figure finally released Split the Heavens, and its ability to tear through the void caused Elder Jiao Shen to gasp in amazement. This battle technique is invincible against someone in the same realm. I've fought against it before, Lu Yin continued, and when he met Elder Jiao Shen's gaze, he could not help but feel proud. I broke through. Elder Jiao Shen's brows rose, but when he recalled Lu Yin's performance in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, he snorted and did not say anything else. After leaving Grand Harmony Peak, the two of them walked along a small path, not daring to be too obvious. After all, this was a reenactment of the past, and who knew if the gray figure would suddenly appear and alert the entire frigid immortal sect. Lu Yin suddenly asked, what if the Flying Willows find Night King Dijiang and start fighting? What if the entire frigid immortal sect is alerted? Do you think we'll be able to escape? Elder Jiao Shen grumbled, don't jinx it. Lu Yin fell silent. There's actually someone in such a secluded place. Elder Jiao Shen looked towards the valley. In a corner of the valley, in an extremely secluded place, there was a gray figure cultivating. This gray figure was cultivating his mental energy. Lu Yin and Elder Jioshan arrived in front of the gray figure, standing only a few meters away as they quietly observed. The gray figure specialized in spiritual force, and he cultivated spiritual force battle techniques such as finger techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, and even sword techniques. The more Lu Yin looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This is a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. It's a battle technique from the Frigid Immortal sect, Elder Jioshan reminded him. Lu Yin stared at the gray figure as he cultivated, and he suddenly thought of something. Senior, can the Day-Night clan enter the Frigid Immortal sect as they please? Of course. If they can, then wouldn't the Day-Night clan be able to learn these battle techniques? Elder Jioshan was stunned. Are you saying that many of the Day-Night clan's battle techniques originated from this place? Lu Yin nodded. That's possible. This place was originally the Frigid Immortal flow zone, and the Day-Night clan was only a vassal. After the Frigid Immortal sect left, the Day-Night clan rose to power and produced many spiritual force battle techniques that bear the Day-Night clan's imprint. The first Night King was indeed extremely talented, and I believe that he could have created a battle technique like the Night King heaven-splitting technique, but he wouldn't have done it out of thin air. Perhaps many of his battle techniques originated from this person. Elder Jioshan stared at the gray figure. It was not impossible. If the Day-Night clan could obtain the Frigid Immortal sect's ruins, then it wouldn't be strange for them to obtain these battle techniques, Elder Jioshan said. Lu Yin understood. Rumor has it that the Day-Night clan has thousands of battle techniques. I was wondering who could have created so many, but most of them originated from this place. He stared at the gray figure. Perhaps this guy is the Day-Night clan's ancestor. Elder Jioshan was taken aback. That makes sense. After looking around for a while longer, the two of them left the call and headed for another mountain. This mountain was much darker than the others, and it was not made of stone. Instead, it was made of a type of metal that was extremely hard, and the ground was stained with blood. This should be the place of punishment. It's the place that disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect fear the most, Elder Jioshan said. The two of them climbed to the top of the mountain, but there was no one around. Just as they were about to leave along the mountain path, the world suddenly changed. The entire mountain seemed to have been separated from the Frigid Immortal sect and the universe. It was an indescribable scene, and tiny vortexes surrounded Lu Yin and Elder Jioshan. When the tiny vortexes appeared, Elder Jioshan had wanted to take Lu Yin away, but his entire body seemed to be frozen in place as an unimaginable pressure descended upon him. This pressure surpassed any cultivator that Lu Yin had ever faced. Even the Wang family's crone, a half-step ancestor, had not exerted such pressure when she wanted to kill him. This was no longer pressure, it was more like heavenly might. It was unfathomable, and they were like two ants that had been dragged into a vortex. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only experienced this kind of heavenly might once before. It had been during the final stages of the Sovereign Tournament, when the Sixth Mainland's martial ancestor had descended and interfered in the battle between the Prime Clear and the progenitors. This was the power of a progenitor. Under the power of a progenitor, there was no difference between Lu Yin and Elder Jioshan. An ant was an ant, and Elder Jioshan was just a slightly larger ant. An instant felt like 10,000 years. The next moment, a long blade appeared in the sky and shattered the vortex, releasing Xianxia from the world that he had been separated from. This was another progenitor's power. The blade and the vortex were a clash between two progenitors. To Lu Yin and Elder Jioshan, this was the moment of greatest despair. That blade had slashed towards them, and they were right under the blade's edge. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, and his scalp felt like it was going to explode. His body no longer belonged to him, and he would definitely die under this blade. Elder Jioshan was the same. The blade descended, but suddenly, an illusory palm swept past from the right, taking away the blade and the vortex. That palm was still progenitor's power. The three progenitors clashed, but the illusory palm was still the strongest. It completely destroyed the blade and the vortex, and the remaining shockwaves affected Lu Yin and Elder Jioshan. Elder Jioshan used all of his strength, condensing Sirius's swordsmanship with hundreds of thousands of stars. With a single slash, the stars shattered, and he grabbed Luin with one hand as the two fell off Xianxia. Luin hadn't been able to make a move from start to finish, and he didn't even have a single thought. He could only watch, his thoughts frozen. Pfft. Elder Jioshan spat out a mouthful of blood as his right arm shattered. His entire body crashed to the foot of the mountain, and so did Luin. The two collapsed at the foot of Xianxia, and it was only then that Luin reacted. He had just experienced life and death, and that was what a progenitor had brought to him. Cough cough. Elder Jioshan coughed up blood. Luin hurriedly took out a pill that had been upgraded and fed it to Elder Jioshan, but it was useless. Elder Jioshan took out a pill with great difficulty and swallowed it before speaking in a hoarse voice, "Don't leave. Every peak replays ancient events differently, and this peak contains the power of a progenitor. Don't move recklessly and wait for me to recover." "I understand, Elder," Luin replied. He had been saved by Elder Jioshan, and if it weren't for him, he would have had to bear the brunt of that palm strike. Even Elder Jioshan's cosmic sword technique, which was at its peak, could not block it. Luin had been completely helpless, and even his miniature armor had been useless. Luin had never thought that Xing Mountain would be so dangerous. Xiaoyu Peak and Grand Harmony Peak were clearly peaceful, and Elder Jioshan was right. Every peak replayed events differently, which meant that there had been a battle between progenitors in the Frigid Immortal sect, which was why Xing Mountain was replaying the power of a progenitor. How could such an ancient event be replayed? If even a progenitor's power could be replayed, then wouldn't it mean that one could release an unlimited amount of progenitor's power? It was unimaginable. This had only happened twice so far. The first time had been in the Mountain and Sea Realm's Inner Steel Realm, and the second time had happened here. There had to be a connection between the two. This was still Xing Mountain, and Luin did not want to take the risk of leaving. Even if he was at the foot of the mountain, who knew when that vortex would appear? Without Elder Jioshan, he was not confident that he would be able to leave. Half a month passed as he waited for Elder Jioshan to recover. In space above the Day-Night clan's ancestral land, strange spacecraft arrived one after another. Aboard were cultivators from various interverse flow zones. Some came from large organizations, while others were just independent cultivators. One of the spacecraft carried someone from the Phoenix family. Sarati Phoenix was among them, and the leader of the group was an elder of the Phoenix family named Lyman Phoenix. He was an elder of the Phoenix family who was second only to the family head. His cultivation level was over 400,000, and he was one of the top figures in the Interverse. Lyman Phoenix sighed as he looked at the ruins of the Day-Night clan's ancestral land and the gradually cracking Night King planet. This is the once prosperous Day-Night clan, but now it's being destroyed. Sarati, if you meet Luin in the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect, don't offend him. Sarati Phoenix's gaze was heavy. Elder, do you think the Phoenix family will be fine if we don't offend him? Lyman Phoenix frowned, but he did not say anything. Since Luin had made a move against the Day-Night clan, and given his imposing manner, anyone who crossed his borders would be killed and forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Phoenix family was no exception. The Phineas clan, which had escaped from the Phoenix clan, had also been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that it was their turn, they were no exception. In the current Interverse, unless the 8 great flow zones joined forces, no one would be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance or Luin. This was the case for the Day-Night clan, the Sword sect, and the Phoenix family. It wasn't just the Phoenix family, the rest of the people on the spacecraft all fell silent when they saw the Day-Night clan's miserable state. In many people's minds, the Day-Night clan was still a powerful clan. However, in just a few years, they had declined to such an extent, and the Day-Night clan members who had been suppressed by the giant were in miserable states. No one dared to provoke the Great Eastern Alliance, but many people were curious as to why the Great Eastern Alliance's experts had not entered the Frigid Immortal sect's ruins. One of the cultivators mustered the courage to speak to the giant. It was a beautiful woman who had used her looks to make a smooth journey in the Interverse. "May I ask why none of you have entered the Frigid Immortal sect's ruins? I'm a wandering cultivator and don't have any elders to protect me. I want to know more about this so that I can protect myself." She put on a pitiful expression as she spoke. A few of the giants looked over and then ignored her. In their eyes, no matter how beautiful this woman was, it had nothing to do with them. If she wasn't strong, then she was ugly, and they could kill her with a single slap. Ku Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the beauty, and he stood on Chen Huang's shoulder and waved at her. Come over to Brother Wei. Brother Wei will tell you. The woman was delighted and looked at Ku Wei. At that moment, Chen Huang turned around and looked at her. The terrifying pressure of an emissary caused the woman's face to turn pale. Her entire body trembled, and she almost wet herself. As a wandering cultivator, she had never seen an emissary before, let alone one as extraordinary as Chen Huang. Chen Huang had defeated the expeditionary army head-on, and because he had just become an emissary, he could not restrain his aura. The woman fainted from fright and fell straight to the ground. Ku Wei was furious, and he slapped Chen Huang's head. Can't you not turn around? Do you know that you can scare people to death? Even Brother Wei was scared by you. Chen Huang blinked. Little guy, I'm not strong enough. I'm not suitable for you. Ku Wei raised his brows and was about to speak when Chen Huang spoke up again. De Hua is suitable for you. Ku Wei's face twitched, and he looked at the sky, speechless. The De Hua that Chen Huang was talking about was called Chen De Hua. She was a very strong woman from the giant bloodline. She was like a mountain, and the most important thing was that her arms were covered with thick hair. She was very strong. Chen Huang had always wanted to matchmake Ku Wei and De Hua. In his opinion, the combination of these two people would give birth to the strongest giant. Forget about it. Brother Wei will never be with De Hua, Ku Wei said through gritted teeth. Chen Huang felt that it was a pity. De Hua likes you a lot. She's a good girl. Ku Wei roared, I don't want De Hua. On the other side, outside of Night King Planet, someone was also asking Lu Xianjun why he had not entered the frigid immortal sect's ruins. Up until now, Lu Xianjun had only been under Lu Yin's command, and he had not actually been given a second command. Before the war against the Day-Night clan had begun, Lu Yin had temporarily given the position of Lu Xuanjuan's second commander to Zhou Day-Night. She was strong enough to take up the position, and no one in Lu Xuanjuan's army was a match for her. Night's end, daybreak was enough to make anyone fall, and even enlighters were no exception. The person who asked the question was a refined and courteous man from a small flow zone. He could be considered the young master of a small flow zone's power. Lu Xianjun was ignored, and Zhou Day-Night glanced at him but also ignored him. The young master was embarrassed, but he did not dare to get angry. Anyone here could easily kill him. In outer space, a sword light streaked through the sky as more sword sect disciples entered. Soon after, people from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone and Spirit Seal Flow Zone entered as well. The other independent cultivators did not ask any more questions, as they knew that they would not be able to get any answers. They gritted their teeth and entered as well. Among them was Whitewater, who had also just arrived. Many giant beasts had emerged from the ruins of the frigid immortal sect, but they had all been dealt with by the giant and Lu Xianjun. However, there were also giant beasts roaming around the ruins. Not long after Whitewater rushed in, she encountered a cruiser realm beast, and there were even two of them. With her strength as an explorer, no matter how powerful she was, she could barely deal with one. At the critical moment, a rock crushed both beasts to the ground. It was the little mountain god, who had also entered the ruins. As she watched the little mountain god carefully examine the giant beasts, Whitewater was grateful. Thank you for saving me. The little mountain god completely ignored Whitewater. He was from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, so he had an innate interest in giant beasts like these. Saving people was just a side benefit. Inside Xiaoyu Peak, several elderly cultivators had entered. They had never seen any remnant essence, energy, and spirit before. When they saw the gray figure, one of them subconsciously shouted, and then the entire Xiaoyu Peak was startled. Lu Yin had guessed that the gray shadow would affect the entire ruins of the frigid immortal sect. However, the images on Xing Mountain had shown them that every peak and every region had a different past. These people had only alerted the remnant spiritual force of Xiaoyu Peak. One of the cultivators was alerted, and all of the remaining spiritual force in the surroundings attacked. The rest of the cultivators were shocked, and they hurriedly blocked the attack. Those who could reach the ruins of the frigid immortal sect were not weak, even if they were wandering cultivators. Most of the cultivators on Xiaoyu Peak were below the space exploring realm. And even those from the frigid immortal sect would find it difficult to challenge an explorer. A few of the wandering cultivators attacked, and they easily dispersed the remnant spiritual force in the surroundings. Suddenly, a gray shadow appeared behind one of the wandering cultivators and slashed out. If Luin had been here, he would have recognized that this was the frigid immortal sect's wind god battle technique, wind god speed and wind god slash. The gray shadow was only a limeter, but under the wind god slash, the explorer was split in two, and fresh blood splattered onto the ground. The rest of the wandering cultivators were shocked. One of them raised his blade and slashed out, but the gray shadow waved his hand and used wind god's defense to completely isolate the attacker's blade technique. The attacker's body then quickly disappeared. The other two cultivators looked at each other and tried to find the gray shadow. Suddenly, a finger descended from above and crushed the three into a puddle of blood. This was the frigid immortal sect's battle technique, Immortal Guides the Way. The gray shadow who had attacked was also an explorer, but he was able to instantly kill the three wandering cultivators who were at the same cultivation level. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. It wasn't just them, there were no less than 10 cultivators on Xiaoyu Peak. When the remnant spiritual force on Xiaoyu Peak was disturbed, the rest of the people were also affected, and more than half of them were killed or injured. When Xianxia and the tearful girl were the unluckiest of them all. They were aware of the remnant spiritual force, so they were the first to arrive at the peak to watch the tournament. They had been engrossed in watching the tournament when the entire Xiaoyu Peak was disturbed. The two of them were surrounded, and all of the gray shadows around them attacked them. Fortunately, they were at the lowest level of the tournament on Xiaoyu Peak, and the gray shadows around them were all below the space exploring realm. Only two of them were explorers, and one of them was an enlighter. The gray shadows were destroyed one by one, and when Xianxia raised his hand and used a literary prison to trap the only enlighter gray shadow, the tearful girl released her energy and swept through the area, destroying most of the gray shadows. There was a crack as the literary prison broke apart. When Xianxia was shocked that the literary prison had been broken apart. That enlighter gray shadow's cultivation was very high, and his power level should be no lower than 300,000. He raised his hand again, and a second literary prison appeared, trapping that enlighter gray shadow once more. The tearful girl was astonished. Double literary prison? Aside from them, there were other cultivators here as well, especially an elder whose power level exceeded 400,000. They worked together to clear out the entire peak, and all of the gray shadows were scattered. Suddenly, in the distance, a black shadow tore through the void and swept over. When Xianxia and the tearful girl hurriedly dropped to the ground while the elder with a power level of 400,000 was sliced in half at the waist. This was Split the Heavens battle technique. A single Split the Heavens had killed everyone aside from when Xianxia and the tearful girl. The two looked at each other and hurriedly tried to escape from Xiaoyu Peak. However, they sensed the aura of an emissary, which meant that there was an emissary on Xiaoyu Peak. When Xianxia and the tearful girl both took out their power vessels and rushed out. By the time they left Xiaoyu Peak, their power vessels had shattered, and aside from them, everyone else on Xiaoyu Peak had died. No one could leave alive. Many people don't know what this is, so we have to tell them. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous. When Xianxia panted heavily as he looked at the shattered power vessel in his hand. This was a power vessel that could withstand an emissary's attack, and there were only a few of them in the Wind family. Now, one of them had been destroyed. The tearful lady raised her hand and used her star energy to write in the void about the remnant spiritual force. Anyone who entered Xiaoyu Peak would be able to see it. On the other side of Grand Harmony Peak, a total of 7 people surrounded the gray figure who was cultivating Split the Heavens. They stared at him, unable to understand what he was cultivating. Lu Xiaoqiu and elderly from the sword sect were among the 7, but none of them dared to make a sound. Suddenly, a wandering cultivator arrived and saw the gray figure cultivating. He exclaimed, "That battle technique looks familiar." When he spoke, elderly and the others' expressions changed, and they all looked at him with murderous eyes. Damn it! The gray figure who was cultivating Split the Heavens was alarmed, and he slashed horizontally at the wandering cultivator who had spoken. The wandering cultivator didn't even have time to react before his head fell off and he died. Elderly immediately attacked the gray figure. He was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000, and this gray figure was at most an enlighter, so he wasn't afraid of him. Lu Xiaoqiu and the others didn't care, especially Ling Gong. She wasn't even afraid of a one-on-one fight. Even if this person was someone from ancient times, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the same generation. Gray Shadow was extremely powerful. Even with Elder Li's combat power of over 400,000, he could not suppress him, especially with the Split the Heavens combat skill. The black line almost severed Elder Li's arm. Elder Li's killing sword technique was useless against Gray Shadow. Even the blood-red longsword shattered. He suddenly felt like he was facing Luin. When Luin had first visited the sword sect, they had briefly clashed, and the feeling of being challenged by someone who was a realmbreaker was not good. The gray figure raised a hand and pressed down with a single palm. Cloud fall. Elder Li was frozen and couldn't move. The gray figure raised his hand again and used Split the Heavens again. Ling Gong suddenly intervened and rescued Elder Li. Let's retreat first, or we won't be able to see him cultivate. Elder Li thought about it and retreated from Grand Harmony Peak with Lu Xiaoqiu and the others. There was no one left on Grand Harmony Peak, so the gray figure continued the same process. And the others could go there again. The Spirit Palace was quite interested in the heaven-splitting combat technique. In the valley, there were also people watching the Gray Shadow cultivate his spiritual force. Out of all the spiritual force remaining in the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect, the Gray Shadow here was the most valuable. He had created thousands of battle techniques for the Day-Night clan, and this had attracted many people's interest. Unfortunately, there were still people who had alarmed the Gray Shadow, and many independent cultivators had been killed by his spiritual force. The place with the most deaths was Xing Mountain. No matter who it was, as long as they stepped into Xing Mountain, they would never be able to leave. The battle on Xing Mountain involved the clash between two ancestors, and there were 3 of them. Even Elder Jioshan was severely injured. The ruins of the Cold Immortal sect were huge, but not all of it was there. Part of it had been brought into the starry sky of trees. There was a great hall in the distance, which used to be the meeting hall of the Frigid Immortal sect. The atmosphere in the hall was strange. A few gray shadows sat on the chairs calmly. One of them had his hands behind his back and was talking about something. The rest of the gray shadows nodded from time to time. It was obvious that they were discussing something. Lu Yefei and Night King Dijiang were seated below these gray shadows. The 3 of them didn't dare to say a single word, and they didn't even dare to move. They just sat there stiffly as they waited for the gray shadows to begin their discussion. This was the Frigid Immortal sect's meeting hall, and those who could come here to discuss matters were all members of the Frigid Immortal sect. They were definitely the upper echelons, and they weren't stupid. Lu Yefei, in particular, was well aware of the Frigid Immortal sect's terrifying strength. Those who were qualified to discuss matters in such a place definitely had a power level of over 1 million, and there might even be a half-ancestor among them. They were afraid that they would be discovered if they moved. Night King Dijiang also understood that even if the 3 of them had a grudge against each other, they could only sit there calmly. At the foot of Xing Mountain, a blood-stained cloth floated down. Luin saw it, and he looked up at the peak. Another person had died, and he didn't know how many had died. Anyone who came to Xing Mountain would die without a doubt. This person was lucky, as he still had a piece of cloth left behind, but the others probably didn't even have a corpse. This was probably where the blood-stained ground at the peak of Xing Mountain had come from. This place was simply hell. A few more days passed, and on this day, Luin actually saw a cultivator. They were at the foot of Xing Mountain, and their backs were facing the peak. Anyone who entered the Frigid Immortal sect's ruins from the outside world would usually go to the peak before coming to this place. However, this cultivator had done the exact opposite and had circled around Xing Mountain before turning back. This was how he had managed to avoid the terrifying aftershocks of the clash between progenitors and survived to see Luin. The cultivator's expression changed the moment he saw Luin, and he tried to run away, but Luin caught him and dragged him back. "Brother, why are you running?" "I don't eat people," Luin laughed. The cultivator looked at Luin timidly and stuttered, "Lu Alliance Master Lu, I don't mean to steal your opportunity. I'm just passing by." "Passing by? Passing by the Day-Night clan?" "You're quite brave," Luin teased. The cultivator's mouth twitched. Alliance Master Lu, can you let me go? Luin asked, how did you get in? I walked in. Nonsense. I'm asking if there were any abnormalities on Xing Mountain from where you came in to where I am. No. Luin understood. It seemed that the clash between progenitors had only occurred at the peak, and nothing had happened at the foot of the mountain. This meant that he could leave without waiting for Elder Jiuxian. What's the situation outside? How many people have come in? How did you find out about this place? Luin asked. The cultivator told Luin about the Frigid Immortal Sect's ruins on the internet. Many people have already come in. I saw quite a few disciples from the Sword Sect, and there are also people from the Cosmic Sea. I heard that even the Hall of Honor has sent people, and I saw the Crying Lady. The Crying Lady had come as well, which meant that the Hall of Honor had set their sights on this place. Most people wouldn't know about the Frigid Immortal Sect, so it had to have been posted by someone with ulterior motives. Could it have been someone from the Day-Night clan? Did they want to save themselves? How naive. Alright, you can leave now, but you have to be tied up, Luin said, wrapping a rope around the cultivator's wrist. The cultivator was confused. Alliance Master Lu, what's the meaning of this? Luin replied, nothing. You can leave now. The cultivator was terrified. He felt like he had been used, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. He wanted to leave, but when he looked at the rope, he felt that something was wrong. Could he leave now? He carefully looked at Luin and saw that he was staring at him. The cultivator's heart trembled, but he decided to just leave. He leapt up and left Xing Mountain as quickly as he could. Luin held onto the rope and sensed the cultivator's speed. He wanted to confirm that there was no danger in leaving, and he could tell that the cultivator was safe. If there was any danger, he could leave, but if there was, he could only wait for Elder Jiuxian. The cultivator quickly left Xing Mountain. He was smart and didn't untie the rope himself, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to. After he left Xing Mountain, the rope came off, and the cultivator sighed in relief. He felt like he had just survived a disaster, and he quickly fled. He didn't want to have anything to do with Luin for the rest of his life. You want to leave? Elder Jiuxian asked. Luin replied, Elder, it's safe to leave from here. I want to go somewhere else. Elder Jiuxian's eyes widened. There are many places similar to Xing Mountain. If you encounter another progenitor, how will you protect yourself? Luin was helpless. I can't be that unlucky. The Frigid Immortal Sect was like the Day-Night clan back then, and they ruled over the entire flow zone. Their methods weren't any weaker than the Day-Night clans, and since they left behind these well-preserved ruins, they wouldn't have allowed others to easily obtain any opportunities. It's even possible that these ruins were left behind for the Day-Night clan to protect themselves. Night King Dijiang must have his own reasons for rushing in here, and it's impossible for you to surpass him or even kill him here, Elder Jiuxian explained. Luin understood what Elder Jiuxian was saying. His experience on Xing Mountain had been etched into his heart, and he had no intention of chasing after Night King Dijiang. At worst, he could just send someone to keep an eye on the ruins, but it would be too difficult to chase after him here. What he wanted to do was go to the place that had attracted the Fates End, and he had a feeling that the Fates End was not as simple as it seemed. Xiaoxia had once said that gathering the Fates End would trigger destiny. Destiny was from the same era as the Death God, and it was an ancestor powerhouse that shouldn't have existed. If this was true, then what could attract the Fates and be related to destiny? Destiny was one of the most ancient progenitors, and there were almost no records of it. Luin had experienced the Death God's strength, which was invincible. Then, what about destiny? He did not want to give up on such an opportunity. There's a place that this junior needs to go, and I have to go, Luin said with certainty. Elder Jiuxian was helpless. Then let's go. I'll go with you. Even though Elder Jiuxian wanted to protect the diagram beneath his feet, Luin was still moved. Thank you, Elder. Elder Jiuxian shook his head. A powerful expert from Sirius had been reduced to a mere bodyguard. Things were truly unpredictable. Even with Elder Jiuxian's protection, they still left Xing Mountain as quickly as they could. In the face of a progenitor's strength, a half-ancestor was no different from a normal person. After leaving Xing Mountain, Luyin followed the direction that the diagram had led him to. Along the way, he bumped into some cultivators, and they all ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Luyin had unified the outerverse, taken over the blazing mist flow zone, destroyed the Day-Night clan, and almost occupied the entire Day-Night flow zone. To these cultivators, he was indeed an extremely important figure. The frigid immortal sect's ruins had been forced out by the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had come here to look for opportunities that belonged to Luyin. Luyin also felt the same way, and he gritted his teeth. The entire frigid immortal sect's ruins belonged to him. They passed by quite a few mountain peaks, and there should be some remnant spiritual force left behind. Luyin and Elder Jioshan did not go up, as their experiences in Xing Mountain had left a shadow in their hearts. After circling around the mountain peaks, the two did not move very quickly, but they still managed to leave the rest of the group behind. Finally, they arrived at a desolate area that had clearly undergone a great battle. Even after so many years, not a single blade of grass grew. This is at least the strength of a half-ancestor, Elder Jioshan muttered as he looked at the desolate area. As far as the eye could see, all they could see was desolate land. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Elder Jioshan raised a hand and tapped out, causing a ripple in the void that extended into the distance. There's no danger. Let's go. The two stepped onto the wasteland, and the pulling force of the Fatezen in Lu Yin's chest grew stronger and stronger. He knew that he was very close to his destination. A few hours later, Elder Jioshan was surprised. There's someone here. Luyin looked over and saw a white figure walking further away. It was a woman. Luyin stared at her back. Why did she seem so familiar? Up ahead, Bai Shui was excited to see the frigid immortal pond. The ancestors' records had been right, they had finally found it. Suddenly, she stopped and slowly turned around, only to see two figures in the distance. She was stunned. How could this be? How could there be people here? Were there people like her who hadn't explored the mountains or looked for opportunities, and had instead come straight for the frigid immortal pond? Bai Shui's eyes narrowed when she saw Luyin. It was him? Luyin and Elder Jioshan approached Bai Shui and stopped not too far away. It's you? Bai Shui bowed slowly. Alliance Master Lu, long time no see. She glanced at Elder Jioshan but didn't pay him much attention. Elder Jioshan had a youthful appearance, and if one didn't know him well, it would be easy to overlook him. Even with Bai Shui's strength, she couldn't sense his strength. You're called Bai Shui? Luyin hesitated. Bai Shui smiled. It's my honor that Alliance Master Lu remembers me. Thank you for saving me when the Day-Night clan tried to kill me. Luyin looked at Bai Shui. Why are you here? Bai Shui's eyes flashed, and she hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm looking for the frigid immortal pond. Luyin was taken aback. The frigid immortal pond? He knew that the frigid immortal sect had a battle technique called Immortal Shows the Way, which required one to cultivate with the frigid immortal pond. In the astral tree realm, Immortal Shows the Way was very famous. Bai Shui was from the Bai family, which was the main family of the frigid immortal sect. If Luyin wasn't wrong, she was a descendant of the Bai family, so it wasn't surprising that she knew about the frigid immortal pond. You know Immortal Shows the Way? Luyin asked. Bai Shui was surprised. You know about Immortal Shows the Way? Luyin smiled. I know as much as you do. Bai Shui's eyes flickered, and the way she looked at Luyin changed. There was now more caution and apprehension in her eyes, but she hid it well. Since we've met, let's go together, Luyin said. Bai Shui nodded and followed behind Elder Jioshan and Luyin. The frigid immortal pond was not far from them. They could vaguely see it from Bai Shui's position. Soon, the three of them arrived at the frigid immortal pond. Lu Yin's impression of the frigid celestial pond was that it had an ethereal aura, and one could tell at a glance that it was something out of this world. However, the one in front of him left him dumbfounded. This is the frigid celestial pond? Bai Shuiyan snorted. In front of him was an icy pond with a radius of dozens of meters. The water was muddy, as if it was filled with mud. Not to mention the icy celestial pond, even a normal hot spring or a fish pond would look better than this. The only thing that was related to the icy celestial pond was that the water was bone-chilling, and not just any ordinary bone-chilling cold. Bai Shui squatted down and dipped his hand into the water, then pulled it back as if he had been electrocuted. That's right, this is the frigid immortal pond. Lu Yin and Elder Jioshan looked at each other, then squatted down and reached their hands into the water. With his physical strength, even the coldest water in the frigid immortal pond wouldn't affect him. He couldn't figure out how this pond could be the frigid immortal sect's most valuable treasure. Bai Xiaohong had visualized the frigid immortal pond back then. How much do you know about the frigid immortal pond? Lu Yin asked. Bai Shui's eyes flashed, but he didn't hesitate. The frigid immortal pond is a must-have item for immortal shows the way. Regardless of whether it's recorded in ancient texts or passed down by our ancestors, the frigid immortal pond's greatest use is to cultivate immortal shows the way. Lu Yin looked at Bai Shui with a deep gaze. Bai Shui panicked under Lu Yin's gaze and looked at the frigid immortal pond again. However, only a few people know that the frigid immortal pond's true use is to freeze life force. Freeze life force? Lu Yin was surprised. That didn't seem like a very powerful ability. Many cultivators in the universe could freeze life force to slow down the passage of time. The one that left the deepest impression on him was the Royal Frost Continent, where a humble soldier had been frozen. Freezing life force is very common, but Alliance Master Lu, have you heard that it can be cultivated? Bai Shui asked. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Freezing life force can be cultivated? Elder Jioshan looked at Bai Shui in surprise. I'm curious as well. If life force is frozen, how can it be cultivated? Bai Shui glanced at Elder Jioshan and whispered, the frigid immortal pond has such an effect. As long as you stay in the pond or soak in its water, your life force can be frozen and you can cultivate without any hindrance. However, freezing life force slows down the passage of time. If a person can live for thousands of years with their life force frozen, then they can only live for a few dozen years in the frigid immortal pond. Under normal circumstances, a normal person wouldn't be able to live for more than a few hundred years, but they can live 10 times longer under normal circumstances. And this 10 times longer time can be cultivated. Lu Yin was surprised and raised his hand, gathering some of the pond's water. So it can be used like that. Not only that, Bai Shui continued without hiding anything. Aside from freezing life force, the frigid immortal pond water can also freeze astral sources that leak out when cultivating battle techniques. As long as it's not intentionally leaked, it can be frozen to prevent the astral source universe from sensing it. You know about the astral source universe? Elder Jioshan asked, frozen astral sources? That's impossible. There's no way to store astral sources. Lu Yin stared at Bai Shui. There was a way to store astral sources, and that was through the mother tree. The mother tree took root in the universe and absorbed astral sources, turning them into astral liquid that was then stolen by the 4 cardinal scales. However, there was no way to collect astral liquid in the 5th mainland. Bai Shui replied, it's not stored, it's just frozen and then naturally dissipated. It won't attract the attention of the astral source universe. Elder Jioshan relaxed. That's more like it. If the frigid immortal sect could store astral sources in ice, then they would have created too many emissaries. They wouldn't have been defeated by the 6th mainland, and they wouldn't have escaped. Lu Yin looked at the frigid immortal pond water and felt its bone-chilling coldness. He suddenly thought of something and asked, you said that soaking in the frigid immortal pond water can freeze life force to cultivate, right? Bai Shui nodded. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That means we can take the frigid immortal pond water away. Elder Jioshan straightened his back and stared at Bai Shui with a burning gaze. Bai Shui's heart sank under their stares. Yes, we can. Lu Yin and Elder Jioshan looked at each other and then searched their cosmic rings. There was no reason for them to risk their lives in the frigid immortal sect's ruins and return empty-handed. Elder Jioshan wasn't a pedantic person, but he wasn't as smart as Lu Yin. When Lu Yin mentioned this, he moved even faster than Lu Yin and took out a bottle made of some unknown material. He poured out the liquid and began to fill it with the frigid immortal pond water. Lu Yin felt awkward, as he didn't have any bottles. Bai Shui blinked. If you want to collect the frigid immortal pond water, you have to use a special bottle from the frigid immortal sect. Otherwise, it'll turn into ordinary water. Elder Jioshan was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? He didn't stop and continued to fill the bottle. Whatever, there definitely wasn't a special bottle, and he didn't want to look for one. He'd just take some back and try it out. After cultivating for so many years, he deeply understood that everything had its own destiny and couldn't be forced. Another principle was that what was in one's grasp was one's own. Lu Yin and Bai Shui quietly watched Elder Jioshan fill the pond with water. Elder Jioshan looked up at Lu Yin and frowned. Something wasn't right. Based on his understanding of this kid, there was no way he wouldn't take advantage of the situation. "What are you thinking, kid?" he asked. Bai Shui also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin smiled. "Is it done, Elder?" Elder Jioshan raised a brow and subconsciously put the bottle back into his cosmic ring. "I won't give you the bottle. Think of something yourself." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "The girl already said that it's useless." "Still, I won't give you the bottle. Think of something yourself." Elder Jioshan rolled his eyes. Lu Yin coughed. "Actually, I wasn't planning on storing the pond water." Bai Shui and Elder Jioshan didn't believe him. Lu Yin coughed again and felt a little embarrassed. "Actually, the environment of Mount Supreme isn't very good, and it's missing a spring." Elder Jioshan was stunned, and Bai Shui's mouth fell open. "You want to take it all?" Lu Yin also felt a little embarrassed. The three of them had discovered the pond, and Bai Shui had even told him how to use it. It wasn't very nice of him to take it all. "Actually, you could have told me if you wanted to use it, and I could have shared it with you." "Kid, you're too shameless. You want to take the entire frozen celestial pond?" Elder Jioshan cried out. Lu Yin was helpless. "There's no other way. There's no bottle. What else can we do? If we stay here, we'll be discovered by others. I reckon that there are quite a few peerless experts here. If he takes some and you take some, there won't be enough water to go around. Most importantly, I'm taking it away to benefit my own people, such as my fellow disciples from the celestial sect." "Only an idiot would believe you," Elder Jioshan thought to himself. However, he did not stop Lu Yin from leaving, as it was a good thing that Lu Yin had taken him away. Even though the Great Eastern Alliance had defeated the Day-Night clan and seemed to have taken over the Frigid Immortal Sect's ruins, in reality, it was impossible for Lu Yin to monopolize the Frigid Immortal Sect's ruins. If Lu Yin wanted to take the frozen immortal pond, he would have to share some with the Sirius sect. It was better than nothing. Bai Shui's expression turned ugly, as Lu Yin wanted to take it all away. "The frozen immortal pond can't be used here," Bai Shui tried to stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved a hand. "We'll see if it can be used. It's better than leaving it here. It's only this big, and it's enough for a few people to soak in. If a fight breaks out later, it won't be good if someone dies. I'll take it with me. Even if I can't use it, it'll be nice to leave it on Mount Supreme as a decoration." He then took out Mount Supreme, intending to take the entire pond away. Bai Shui looked at the pond helplessly, but he couldn't stop Lu Yin. Suddenly, her expression turned sluggish as a pair of eyes opened at the bottom of the frigid celestial pond. They met each other's gaze, and white water fell to the ground. Elder Jioshan was the first to notice, and he subconsciously looked at the bottom of the frigid celestial pond. He saw the same pair of eyes, and in the next moment, his mind trembled as balls of spiritual force materialized around his body and exploded. 10 balls of spiritual energy erupted at the same time, and they instantly reached a level of rune lines that neared Master Yuan's power level of 1,000,000. However, that was not all, as the rune lines rapidly overlapped each other. This was not a battle technique, but rather a sourcebox array. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he was weakened. Elder Jioshan was bombarded by the sourcebox array, and his body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already been heavily injured at Xianxia, and he almost lost his footing. At the critical moment, hundreds of thousands of stars appeared around him, and he grabbed Lu Yin and retreated. A figure walked out from the frigid celestial pond. It was a man with a resolute expression and cold eyes. He was extremely handsome, and his hair was black and white with a hint of gray in the middle. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the Night King clan. Elder Jioshan suddenly threw Lu Yin behind him. "Kid, run!" Lu Yin was flung away by a huge force, and the Night King man's figure quickly disappeared. Lu Yin's mind was in chaos. Who was this person? He definitely couldn't have entered the frigid celestial sect after Elder Jiu-Shen. From the looks of it, Elder Jiu-Shen had been in the frigid celestial pond for a very long time. It was no wonder why Night King Dijiang had escaped to the frigid celestial sect. He hadn't wanted to use the ruins to protect himself, but rather to lure this person out. This person was the source of Night King Dijiang's confidence, and he had been able to injure Elder Jiu-Shen with a sourcebox array. Even if it had been a sneak attack, this person's cultivation was probably not lower than Elder Jiu-Shen's. Who was this person? Outside the frigid celestial pond, Elder Jiu-Shen's mouth was bleeding as hundreds of thousands of stars gathered around him and transformed into serious sword technique that slashed towards the man. The man was astonished. Serious sex, serious sword technique. If I'm not mistaken, you're Elder Jiu-Shen. Long time no see. Elder Jiu-Shen's sword stopped and looked at the man in shock. You know me? The man's lips curled up, and he suddenly disappeared. Elder Jiu-Shen knew that something was wrong, and he turned around to look. All he saw was a crack in the void as the man chased after Lu Yin. It took a lot of effort for him to regain control of his body. He had just crossed Xing Mountain, and he wasn't too far away from the entrance. All he had to do was charge forward, but what happened to Elder Jiu-Shen? Are you worried about Elder Jiu-Shen? A voice came from behind. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he slowly turned around to see the Night King with long hair that reached his ankles. His hands clenched into fists, and he was just about to retrieve the chief referee's token when he suddenly remembered that he had given it to Lu Yefei. Who are you? Below them, many people saw Lu Yin and the man in the sky. When Xianxia and the rest also saw them, and they all looked up. Although they didn't want to admit it, they all believed that Lu Yin was the master of the frigid immortal sect. At that moment, Lu Yin felt an intense sense of danger. Facing this man reminded him of the time when he had been trying to escape from the astral trees. Elder Jiu-Shen stepped out of Astral Source Universe and appeared beside Lu Yin. He stared at the man. I remember now. You're the second Night King. Lu Yin was shocked. The second Night King? The Night King smiled and looked at Elder Jiu-Shen. Back then, we were in the new universe. I don't know how long it's been since we parted. That battle is still fresh in my memory. Elder Jiu-Shen's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned serious. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The second Night King smiled. I'm lucky. He looked at Lu Yin and then at Elder Jiu-Shen. Who is he to protect this child? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The second Night King didn't know what had happened. Just as Elder Jiu-Shen was about to speak, the second Night King's face darkened, and he looked outside the ruins. Lu Yin hurriedly shouted, Elder, attack. He's discovered the Day-Night clan. The second Night King's voice turned cold. Who dares to attack my Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds? Elder Jiu-Shen raised a hand, and Sirius slashed out with its sword towards the second Night King. The second Night King turned around with a cold gaze. Back then, Neoverse powerhouses forced the first Night King to his death and prevented my Day-Night clan from entering the Neoverse. Are you going to completely destroy my Day-Night clan now? He then tapped out with a finger. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the Night King's immortal finger. In the distance, within the frigid immortal sect's meeting hall, Night King Dijiang looked up excitedly at the second Night King. The second Night King was still alive. This was great. The Day-Night clan could be saved. High up in the sky, the finger touched the edge of Sirius's sword. There was no earth-shattering collision, as they didn't dare to cause too much of a commotion in the frigid immortal sect's ruins. Stars revolved around the Sirius's sword, but in the next moment, a frigid chi wreaked havoc and froze Sirius's sword. Elder Jiu-Shen was shocked. Frigid immortal pond's water? Lu Yin knew that things weren't looking good. The Day-Night clan's Night King's immortal finger was an imitation of the frigid immortal sect's immortal guides the way. The second Night King had been cultivating at the bottom of the frigid immortal pond for a very long time, and this finger was infinitely close to immortal guides the way. It could even borrow the pond's water to freeze all things. Elder Jiu-Shen was already heavily injured, so he couldn't block it. With a thump, Sirius's sword was frozen and shattered. Nine-lined battle force suddenly appeared at the second Night King's fingertips, and under Elder Jiu-Shen's incredulous gaze, the finger pierced right through him and froze half of his body. Back then, I was far from being your match. Even the first Night King was no match for you, Elder Jiuxin. However, I've been cultivating at the bottom of the frigid immortal pond for so many years without slacking off. You're also heavily injured, so how could you possibly be my match? Elder Jiuxin, today, you'll pay for the first Night King's life with your life. Elder Jiuxin gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly vanished. A man appeared in his place, looking down in shock as his body was rapidly frozen and fell to the ground. Sirius Sect's secret technique, stellar transposition. The second Night King snorted and looked down at Elder Jiuxin, who was half squatting on the ground and coughing up blood. He sneered disdainfully and suddenly looked at Luin. Brat, you're from the Sirius Sect, aren't you? You can only blame yourself for following the wrong person and trying to take away the frigid immortal pond. You're courting death. Luin was shocked when he heard the murderous intent in the second Night King's words. He hurriedly replied, I'm from your clan. The second Night King's gaze turned cold, and he sneered, nonsense. He then unleashed a spiritual force attack. With the second Night King's spiritual force cultivation, Luin definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand by activating his defensive array and reciting the Stonewall scriptures. As the second Night King's spiritual force swept past, Lu Yin's miniature armor immediately cracked, and his defensive array was completely useless. Lu Yin's brain felt as if it had cracked open, and he lost control of his body and fell to the ground. The second Night King was astonished. You actually survived, even if it's just a casual attack. Although it's an attack of will, if you're not an emissary and don't specialize in spiritual force, you won't be able to survive. With that thought in mind, the second Night King unleashed another attack that was even stronger than the previous one. Luin was on the verge of fainting, so there was no way he could block this attack. At the critical moment, Elder Jiuxin dragged Luin down and barely escaped with his life. The second Night King landed on the ground and locked eyes with Elder Jiuxin. He raised his hand again and pointed. Die. Second Night King, do you really want to destroy the Day-Night clan? Elder Jiuxin barked as he stared at the second Night King. The second Night King's finger stopped, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You know that my Sirius Sect has Elder Gong. No matter how long you've cultivated or how you created your sourcebox array, it's useless. Elder Gong is a half-step ancestor, and he can easily kill you. There's also the Elysian Master and Elder Chan on Everlasting Island. They don't want a powerful Day-Night clan to enter the Neoverse. Do you want to be hunted down by the entire Fifth Mainland? The second Night King narrowed his eyes and lowered his hand. Elder Jiuxin relaxed. Suddenly, the second Night King's gaze turned cold as his spiritual force materialized and surrounded Elder Jiuxin and Luin. This was the same sourcebox array that he had used to ambush Elder Jiuxin at the frozen immortal pond. Elder Jiuxin hadn't expected the second Night King to suddenly attack, and he was heavily injured. He couldn't react in time and was surrounded by the spiritual force. If I come out, will the Hall of Honor and Sirius Sect let me off? Back then, the first Night King was forced to his death, and I suffered the same fate. I have no intention of forgetting that grudge. As for the Day-Night clan, at worst, we'll just start over somewhere else. The technocracy or the astral beast domain is fine, but it's still better than waiting to die, the second Night King said. As for you, just treat it as interest. I want to see if Elder Gong can chase me to the edge of the universe. I can die, but this brat is from your Day-Night clan. Are you going to let him die just like that? Elder Jiuxin hurriedly asked. The second Night King sneered. The dignified Elder Jiuxin is so afraid of death that he's spouting nonsense. How pathetic. Elder Jiuxin was helpless. He could die, but Luin couldn't. This brat had Sirius's supreme treasure beneath his feet, and he couldn't die. This brat could only blame himself for claiming that he was from the Day-Night clan. Elder Jiuxin could only follow suit and lie. It all depended on whether or not this brat could cover up his own lies. He should be able to. I know you don't believe me, but you can just ask. Why are you afraid of wasting so much time? Elder Jiuxin asked as he continued to treat Luin. The second Night King sneered. There's no need to waste time. Die. At that moment, Luin finally regained consciousness. When he saw the second Night King, he subconsciously used the Day-Knight's tribute. This was the Day-Knight clan's most powerful spiritual force battle technique, and it far surpassed the Night King's immortal finger. When the Day-Knight's tribute appeared, the second Night King's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped. He stared at Luine. "Brat, how do you know the Day-Knight's tribute?" Luine was panting heavily, and his head felt like it was about to split open. He still hadn't figured out what was going on, and his memory was still stuck at the moment when he had blocked the second Night King's attack. At that time, he had wanted to block the second Night King's attack and immediately use the Day-Knight's tribute, but he hadn't expected to be beaten into a daze. "Brat, speak," Elder Jioshin said. Only then did Luine see the situation clearly. There were a total of 10 spiritual force spheres surrounding him, and his face paled. This scene was not unfamiliar to him. Next to the frozen immortal pond, 10 spiritual force spheres had formed a sourcebox array that had severely injured Elder Jioshin. That was why Elder Jioshin had been unable to resist the second Night King. "Kid, speak. How did you learn the Day-Knight's tribute?" the second Night King shouted as he glared at Luine. Luine looked at him and then at Elder Jioshin. He let out a long sigh. "Of course I learned it in the ancestral grounds." "Impudent. How can an outsider like you learn it in the Day-Knight clan's ancestral grounds?" the second Night King barked. Luine bitterly replied, "Actually, I fell in love with a girl from the Night King clan and went through many hardships to reach this place. I obtained the clan leader's permission to enter the inheritance corridor under the stone tablet and reach the deepest part of the ancestral grounds, where I learned the clan's top battle technique, the Day-Knight's tribute." The second Night King stared at Luine, unable to tell if he was lying or not. This kid was too good at disguising himself, but the Day-Knight clan did not marry outsiders. This was a rule that had been established since ancient times, so how could this kid go against it? "Our Day-Knight clan does not marry outsiders," the second Night King said coldly. Luine raised his head excitedly. "Night Queen Yanqing and I are truly in love, and no one can stop us." "Night Queen Yanqing?" The second Night King looked outside the ruins and saw the broken ancestral grounds. He saw the giants and the Day-Knight clan member suppressed by the giants, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. At that moment, Elder Jioshin and Luine disappeared at the same time. "Sourcebox array, greater transfer array." The second Night King suddenly turned around and waved his hand. "You dare lie to me? 10 Hell's killing array." The balls of spiritual force once again surrounded the two. Elder Jioshin retreated with Luine in an attempt to avoid the 10 Hell's killing array, but with the second Night King's current strength, it was difficult for them to do so. Lu Yin's gaze hardened as he released his domain and spread it out in all directions. The ruins of the frigid immortal sect were huge, but it was not too exaggerated. It was far from the size of Dragon Mountain in the Cosmic Tree, which meant that a considerable portion of it had been brought there. Lu Yin's domain swept out towards western Zhou, affecting Xiaoyu Peak, Grand Harmony Peak, and even the surrounding peaks. It stirred up the remaining spiritual force that had been affected. In an instant, the entire frigid immortal sect seemed to have been set ablaze. The spiritual force that had been silently repeating the events of the past was awakened and attacked the cultivators who had entered the ruins. The atmosphere of the frigid immortal sect changed. The second Night King immediately sensed this, and he was furious. "Brat, you deserve to die." It wasn't just the second Night King, countless other people were cursing at the same time. This wasn't just Xiaoyu Peak or Grand Harmony Peak, but rather the entire frigid immortal sect. It was as if all of the cultivators in the frigid immortal sect had woken up and were attacking everyone who had entered the sect. It was as if they had broken into an ancient sect, the frigid celestial sect. The first unlucky ones were Night King Dijiang and Lu Yefei, as the meeting hall that they were in was filled with the top experts of the frozen immortal sect. When these remnants of spiritual force were awakened, a terrifying power appeared and attacked Night King Dijiang and Lu Yefei. In just an instant, the three of them were injured. Those were the top masters of the cold immortal sect. Not only did they all have a battle prowess of more than 1,000,000, but more than half of them had a battle prowess of more than 1,000,000. The three of them couldn't even resist. Mr. Lu Yi reacted quickly. He immediately took out the chief judge's token and shook it. The crisp sound of a bell rang through the ruins of the cold immortal sect. In an instant, everyone seemed to see a huge hand crushing down, covering the sky. That was the head inquisitor. Even in this ancient sect, the strength of a head inquisitor was extremely terrifying. In the instant that Luin was stunned by this power, he was stunned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The only thing he could think of was to hope that the progenitor's power above Xing Mountain would not be drawn out. Otherwise, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Mr. Lu Yi had used the chief judge's token to intimidate everyone and the remnants of spiritual force. Even he himself had been intimidated. However, because he had used the token, he was the first to awaken. After awakening, he immediately grabbed Big Sis Fei Hua and fled. Night King Di Jiang was not so lucky, as he had awakened at the same time as the remnants of spiritual force. The expert from the frigid celestial sect, who was sitting at the head of the table, pointed a finger at Night King Di Jiang's forehead. Night King Di Jiang did not even have time to react before his entire body froze and then exploded. The dignified Day-Night clan patriarch, who had experienced the era of the first Night King, had fallen into a deep slumber using the Eternal Night technique and had cultivated to a power level of more than 800,000. He had been a top expert of the inner verse, but now, he had died. Even in death, he did not know that this was all because of him. If he had not lured out the frigid celestial sect's ruins in an attempt to borrow the second Night King's power to protect the Day-Night clan, the second Night King would not have chased after Luin. Luin would not have alerted the entire frigid celestial sect and brought death upon himself. However, Luin did not have it easy either. One by one, the remnants of the frigid celestial sect's spiritual force appeared and surrounded them. When Xianxia, Obscurity, and the others were also surrounded, and many of them cursed Luin for being shameless. Luin had no other choice, as he did not even know if he would be able to leave the frigid celestial sect's ruins alive. This was the frigid celestial sect, and even if a half-ancestor did not appear, the powerhouses with power levels in the millions were more than enough to obliterate them. Furthermore, these spiritual force remnants did not have any self-awareness, which was the most terrifying part. Luin could not even open his mouth to speak. The second Night King was being targeted by a spiritual force remnant, and even with his current power level, he could not escape. This spiritual force remnant definitely had the strength to rival Elder Jioshen's. Elder Jioshen and Luin were similarly surrounded by several spiritual force remnants, and they could not escape at all. Left with no other choice, Elder Jioshen grabbed onto Luin tightly. "Kid, whether you can survive or not is up to you." His face then turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hundreds of thousands of stars rapidly converged, but they did not form serious sword technique. Instead, they formed a serious palm that pushed against Lu Yin's back. With the protection of the stars, it pushed Luin out of the ruins. Luin had not expected Elder Jioshen to be so selfless. He was willing to be injured again and reduce his chances of escaping, which touched him greatly. However, his emotions did not last long, as Elder Jioshen disappeared and was replaced by a Day-Night clan member who was instantly pulverized. It was stellar transposition. Luin did not have time to think. His body rushed out of the ruins under the protection of the stars. Behind him, a spiritual force remnant raised its hand and used secret technique, Cloud Fall. The stars around Luin were all frozen in place. He gritted his teeth and activated the star chessboard beneath his feet. Fortunately, the surrounding stars slowed him down, allowing him enough time to activate the secret art of plan. Luin instantly arrived at the entrance of the ruins, but the surrounding stars were still pushing him out. He looked back, hoping to catch a glimpse of the second Night King, but in that instant, his vision shifted from near to far away. Perhaps it was because the secret art of plan had stirred up space, but he saw Bai Shui jump into the distant frigid immortal pond. With a whoosh, Luin was pushed out of the ruins by the stars, smashing apart small planets around Night King's planet along the way. Finally, he crashed into an enormous spacecraft. Cough cough. Luin clutched his chest and moved his body. It hurt so much. Where was Elder Jioshen? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Just as he was about to leave the spacecraft, he heard a voice that caused him to turn around. "Captain, long time no see." Luin turned around and saw the hateful smiley fox's face not too far away. It had a strange smile that sent chills down one's spine as it swung its butterfly. The butterfly knife approached step by step. Silver? Lu Yin's voice was low and filled with shock. Silver beamed at Lu Yin as he slowly approached. As expected of the captain, you're not even injured. I admire you. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived in front of Silver. He raised a hand and grabbed the man's neck, exerting a bit of force. Silver was unable to resist at all, or rather, he had no intention of resisting. He allowed Lu Yin to lift him up with a pale face. Captain, there's no need to be so enthusiastic, Silver said, still beaming. Even though he was only a step away from death, there was still a third transformation ghoul behind him. However, that ghoul was no threat to Lu Yin and could be destroyed with a single slap. Lu Yin lifted Silver up, but he did not say anything. Instead, he suddenly flung him out, using overlaying stacks to push Silver to the ground. Silver spat out a mouthful of blood and was in a sorry state. Lu Yin glanced at him and then looked towards the ruins of the frigid immortal sect with a solemn expression. He only relaxed when he saw that the remnants of spiritual force had not come out. He did not know whether it was because they could not or for some other reason. Outside the spacecraft, Chen Huang arrived with Ku Wei on his shoulder. Master, are you all right? I'm fine. Go back, Lu Yin said. Ku Wei still wanted to enter, but Lu Yin said, keep an eye on the Day-Night clan members. Don't let them run around. Ku Wei was helpless. Yes, master. Only then did Lu Yin turn his attention back to Silver. Silver was sprawled on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Lu Yin with the same chilling smile, but there were still traces of blood on his face, making him look even more miserable. It's been a long time since we last met. Your smile is still as annoying as ever, Lu Yin said as he looked down at Silver. Silver wiped the blood from his mouth and struggled to get up with a pained expression. It hurts, Captain. It's been a while, but you've gotten even stronger. You're far stronger than you were during the Sovereign Tournament. Now, you can easily deal with powerhouses with a power level of over 500,000. Amazing. Lu Yin looked at him. Since you know that, why are you still standing in front of me? Silver shrugged. I can't help it. I have to show my loyalty. Lu Yin frowned, but he did not say anything. He just continued to look at Silver. Silver smiled. Captain, you used the Death God's power in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. From then on, you became the master of death energy. Have you ever thought about leading the Spectre clan back to glory? In the entire universe, only the Spectre clan has the same power as you, Captain. Lu Yin understood what Silver was saying. The Spectre clan was the same as the Ghost Abyss of the Astral Tree. They were both death energy users, and the two might have come from the same lineage. Back in the Astral Tree, someone from Ghost Abyss had died to save Lu Yin, claiming that he was the master of Ghost Abyss. Prince Guiqian had also said that anyone who used death energy was a descendant of the Death God. Lu Yin was the Death God's successor and the master of all death energy. Silver's words were exactly the same as Prince Guiqian's. But would Lu Yin believe him? Only an idiot would believe that. No one would accept a random person as their master, let alone people like Silver and Prince Guiqian. The Spectre clan and the Shi family had both suffered heavy losses, and in order to protect themselves, they had not hesitated to join the Neo-Human Alliance. This clan had no bottom line, just like the Sylvan Dragons. Lu Yin did not believe that they would randomly pledge their loyalty to him. End of chapter. What are you trying to say? Silver opened his eyes, and his gaze was as sharp as a sickle. Captain, you are the future king of the Spectre race. We must pledge our loyalty to you. Lu Yin met Silver's eyes, and he suddenly laughed. Pledge your loyalty to me? All right, tell me the location of the Eternal Kingdom. Once I deal with the 7 sky gods, I'll allow you to pledge your loyalty. Silver smiled and said, Captain, you don't believe me? It seems like Captain doesn't understand the Death God's power at all. He raised his hand and drew a star chart in the air. Captain, there's something you need here. Take a look when you have time. Lu Yin looked at the star chart. This unfamiliar place was actually the Astral Wilderness. The flying willow leaves escaped from the ruins. If not for the head referee's order, then their fates would not have been any better than Night King Dijiang's. Within the spacecraft, Lu Yin memorized the coordinates on the star chart. That's all you want to say? Silver shrugged. Of course not. Actually, I didn't come here alone. My target this time wasn't you, Captain. It's just that you just happened to fall into my spaceship. It's fate. Who is your target? Lu Yin asked. Silver turned to look at the ruins, and so did Lu Yin. It just so happened that the second Night King had rushed out of the ruins in a sorry state. As expected, the remnant essence energy was unable to leave the ruins. When the second Night King rushed out, they immediately turned back. When he saw the second Night King emerge, Lu Yin's expression changed. Captain, don't worry. Someone will help you deal with the second Night King. Silver knew what Lu Yin was worried about and smiled. At the entrance of the frigid immortal sex ruins, the second Night King was panting heavily. The gaping wound on his back was rapidly healing, and a clear scar could be seen on his right shoulder. He had also been injured. Even with his strength, rushing out of the frigid immortal sect would not have been easy. There were simply too many experts there. The second Night King's gaze turned cold as he scanned his surroundings. He then looked at the ancestral land stone tablet and slowly said, anyone who dares to be impudent in my Day-Night clan's territory must die. With that, a terrifying aura swept through the surrounding space and spread throughout the entire Day-Night flow zone. In an instant, everyone felt as if the world was collapsing as they looked at the second Night King in despair and fear. In the distance, Lu Xianxia and the others had also arrived. The ruins of the frigid immortal sect were an important matter, so how could they not come? The second Night King's appearance caused Lu Qianjue, Mountain God, and Ling Qiu's expressions to change. They could not believe what they were seeing, as they had no way of resisting this power. It was too terrifying. How could the Day-Night clan have such a powerhouse? If such an expert existed, they would have brought the Day-Night clan into the Neoverse a long time ago. Countless stars in the Day-Night flow zone exploded as celestial bodies collapsed. The Phoenix family, the Frost Moon sect, and the other powerful organizations were all terrified when they felt the second Night King's unstoppable power. That power made them unable to even think of resisting, as it was like the might of the heavens. In outer space, Elder Jioshan felt helpless. If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat the second Night King, but now, it was impossible. On Night King Planet, beneath the stone tablet in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Night Queen Yanqing and the rest were excited. Someone exclaimed, "It's the second Night King. The second Night King. The second Night King. It really is the second Night King's ancestor. It's the second Night King." The giants looked at the second Night King's tiny body with fear in their eyes. Even though they were naturally fond of fighting, they were not brainless. The second Night King was simply too terrifying. Chen Huang clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice. "Once he attacks, run as fast as you can," he said to Ku Wei. Some of the giants had come, while others were still in the blazing mist flow zone. They could die, but Ku Wei could not, as he was the source of their bloodline. Ku Wei's expression turned ugly, and his lips were dry. How could there be such a terrifying old monster? This kind of old fart should be in the Neoverse. The second Night King's appearance was enough to decide everything. Even in the Neoverse, he was definitely a top-tier powerhouse that was second only to a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. There was no one around him who could deal with the second Night King, but since Silver had appeared, then the Neo-Human Alliance would also appear. The second Night King's power caused the heavens to tremble, but because he had been immersed in the frigid immortal pond for so long, his astral source contained the frozen properties of the pond's water, making it difficult for the astral source universe to detect. This allowed him to act without restraint. The entire region of space submitted to his gaze. At this moment, the second Night King was invincible. The Day-Night clan members were all excited. They were saved. They were saved. Ha 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 ha, Great Eastern Alliance, you're all dead. No one can save you. Ancestor Second Night King, please kill Lu Yin and avenge our Day-Night clan members. Ancestor, please kill Lu Yin. Ancestor, please take action. The second Night King heard the Day-Night clan members' cheers. Who is Lu Yin? A deafening voice reverberated through the heavens, causing many distant planets to explode. No one dared to move. On Night King Planet, Night King Yuanjing raised his head and shouted, "Ancestor, Luin is the enemy who destroyed our Day-Night clan. He's our archenemy. He overturned the Day-Night flow zone, destroyed the first Night King statue, ascended to the Vigil Pavilion, killed the most talented descendant of our Night King clan, stole the Inheritance Stone, released the Day King bloodline, destroyed the Ancestral Land Stone Tablet, and now, he wants to enslave our Day-Night clan. Luin is an enemy that our Day-Night clan must kill." The second Night King's eyes trembled. Who is Luin? On the spacecraft, Lu Yin's expression did not change. Silver looked at him. "Captain, aren't you afraid?" Luin smiled. "Who's from the Neo-Human Alliance? Which one of the 7 sky gods?" Silver smiled. "During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, the Witchling God personally sent out experts to deal with everyone, but in the end, they helped you. If I'm not wrong, you're playing with fire." Luin did not respond. On Night King Planet, Night King Yuanjing raised a hand and drew in the void. He drew an image of Luin and pushed it out with his palm. The image gradually enlarged until finally, a young man's image appeared in outer space. It was extremely lifelike, and it was Luin. Night King Yuanjing had drawn the tyrannical look in Lu Yin's eyes. When the second Night King saw Lu Yin's image, his face turned ashen. "He's Luin?" "Yes, he's Luin, our Day-Night clan's archenemy. Ancestor, please kill him." Night King Yuanjing shouted. The other Day-Night clan members also shouted, but the giant and Lu Xianjun who were suppressing them did not dare to move. Under the second Night King's pressure, no one dared to move. The fury in the second Night King's heart was enough to burn the heavens. Luin had indeed lied to him. This brat had said that he was in love with Night Queen Yanqing, that he had received the Night King clan's approval, and that he had even been allowed to learn the Day-Night's tribute. Everything had been a lie. What a bastard. Lying to him was one thing, but this brat was actually the culprit who had nearly destroyed the Day-Night clan, and he had escaped right under his nose. This was unforgivable. The second Night King suddenly looked at Luin, who was still inside the spacecraft. The void exploded as the entire spacecraft shattered, revealing Luin and Silver inside. Silver was pushed back by the second Night King's aura, and his face turned even paler. Luin stood there quietly. In the distance, Elder Jioshan had a bad feeling. "I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive, but I won't kill you. I'll hang you in my Day-Night clan's ancestral land for 10,000 years as a warning to others," the second Night King said coldly as he slowly raised his hand under the fervent gazes of the Day-Night clan members. Night Queen Yanqing, Night King Gu, Night King Yuanjing, and the others all looked on with fervent gazes. On Night King Planet, Zhua Day-Night's face was pale, but her eyes were filled with stubbornness and determination. She immediately used Night's End, Daybreak in an attempt to stop the second Night King, even if it was just for a second. The second Night King was astonished, and he looked at Night King Planet and saw Zhua Day-Night. "Night's End, Daybreak? That's the Day King's battle technique. You're a descendant of the Day King." Night King Yuanjing shouted, "Ancestor, the Day King's descendant has betrayed our Night King bloodline and colluded with Luin to destroy the Day-Night clan and completely destroy our Night King clan." The second Night King's eyes narrowed. "How dare you betray your own clan? You deserve to die. Kneel." His voice shook Night King Planet. Zhua Day-Night looked as if she had suffered a heavy blow, and she spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to one knee. Luin leaped out from outer space. "Second Night King, I'm the one who wants to destroy the Night King clan. You're blind and have the wrong target." The second Night King sneered and reached out to grab Luin. He didn't even bother to speak. At that moment, a voice rang out from another direction, accompanied by a terrifying number of rune lines. In Lu Yin's eyes, this rune line count was no less than the second Night King's. Another top-tier expert had arrived. "Second Night King, congratulations on leaving seclusion." The voice was gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. The second Night King paused and turned around to see a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. At first glance, there was nothing special about him. "Who are you?" The man smiled. "You can call me Mr. Feng. I'm from the Eternal Kingdom." The second Night King's expression changed. The Neo-Human Alliance? Mr. Feng clasped his hands behind his back. That's right. Would you be interested in joining my Neo-Human Alliance, Second Night King? The Second Night King's eyes narrowed. According to the rules of the universe, anyone who encounters the Neo-Human Alliance must be killed. He then pointed out a finger, causing the void to freeze. It was the Night King's immortal finger. Mr. Feng remained calm in the face of the Night King's immortal finger, and he had no intention of dodging. Must be killed? Then, what about the first Night King? The second Night King paused and stared at Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng's lips curled up. Have you forgotten how the first Night King died? Why was the Day-Night clan forced to stay in the universe? When the Day-Night clan was at its peak, the first Night King, second Night King, White King, and third Night King had many experts. Why couldn't they enter the Neoverse? One by one, the experts withered away. The White King died, the first Night King died, and the third Night King went missing. Have you forgotten all of that? Since you know the inside story, do you think the Neoverse will let you go? What's the difference between you and the Neo-Human Alliance? The second Night King's eyes flickered. The others could not hear the conversation between Mr. Feng and the second Night King, and they could only see the two of them facing each other in outer space. However, Elder Jioshan could hear them, and he grew anxious. The second Night King was an enemy, and so was the Neo-Human Alliance. If both sides worked together, no one present would be able to survive unless a half-ancestor appeared. But how could a half-ancestor appear at any time? Besides, the Neo-Human Alliance had the power to contend with the entire human domain. With the second Night King's strength, the Neo-Human Alliance would be like a tiger with wings if it joined. You still want to be loyal to the human domain? Haven't you always wanted to rebel against the human domain? Mr. Feng asked slowly. The second Night King frowned. Behind them, Luin suddenly spoke up. How interesting. An idiot trying to trick another idiot. Both Mr. Feng and the second Night King's faces sank when they heard Luin. The second Night King had not expected Luin to be so bold. Kid, you're courting death. Luin disdainfully replied, do you think you're still human after joining those monsters? I've been to the Eternal Kingdom, and everyone there has been hollowed out by those monsters. You'll be the same if you go there. Your strength is not bad, but it's still far from the 7 sky gods. Idiot. How dare you? The second Night King reached out to grab Luin. Mr. Feng's expression turned ugly. He had wanted to kill Luin for a long time, especially after the Sovereign's battle. This kid's innate talent and strength were too monstrous. If possible, Mr. Feng would rather watch the second Night King destroy this kid. But that was not possible. The witchcraft spirit god and even the most mysterious Bai Wuxian had given orders to protect Luin at all costs. Mr. Feng was well aware of the 7 sky gods' methods, and if he allowed the second Night King to kill this kid, Luin would die as well. The second Night King reached out to grab Luin, but he did not want to kill him. Just as she had said, he wanted to skin Luin alive and make him suffer as a warning to others. Just as he was about to grab Luin, Mr. Feng made a move. The second Night King suddenly pulled back and looked at Mr. Feng fearfully. Mr. Feng, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Feng replied, this kid's innate talent is extremely great, and the 7 sky gods have specially chosen him to be transformed into a corpse king. He cannot die. No, he has caused too much damage to the Day-Night clan. He must die, the second Night King shouted. Mr. Feng's expression darkened. I said that he cannot die. Do you want to become the Neo-Human Alliance's enemy? The second Night King sneered. What a joke. Am I not as important as this kid? I can't compare, Master Feng said directly. The second Night King's eyes went wide, and Mr. Feng raised his head. This kid has the power of the Grim Reaper. He must be captured. The second Night King was shocked. What did you say? The power of the Grim Reaper? He suddenly looked at Luin, his eyes filled with disbelief and fanaticism. Luin frowned. There was no suspicion in the second Night King's gaze, but it was as if he had seen a peerless treasure and was trying to obtain it. What did this mean? He believed it? Does he believe in the existence of death? Are you sure you have the power of the Grim Reaper? why would he believe it? Most people would not believe in the existence of the Grim Reaper. Even the majority of the people in the Hall of Honor did not believe in it. You really have the power of the Grim Reaper? The second Night King was excited. Show it to me. If it really is the Death God's power, then I won't pursue the past. Luine raised a brow. Who do you think you are to use it just because you say so? The second Night King roared, I'll let you use it. As he spoke, a boundless astral source pressed down on Luine. Mr. Feng was also unhappy. He actually wanted to protect that brat. The most despicable thing was that the brat even scolded him. Jingle jingle, the crisp sound of the bell rang once more, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Even the second Night King, Mr. Feng, and Elder Jioshan felt the same way. However, this time, no one felt the giant hand crushing the sky. The bell was just a bell. Luine immediately looked at Mr. Luyi. How dare he interfere? The chief judge's warrant was in his hands, and only he could make such a sound. However, as far as he could see, Mr. Willow did not move. Mr. Feng and the second Night King both looked into the distance, where darkness covered the starry sky. The starry sky was originally dark, but in front of this darkness, everything was covered. Light, sensation, and nothing else existed. There was only a figure that was even darker than the darkness. Luine looked over and was ecstatic. It was the chief judge's senior brother. Everyone looked into the distance in shock as they watched the black figure slowly approach. It felt like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. There was no heavenly might that could suppress everything, and there was no boundless imposing figure. There was only a figure that was even darker than the darkness. However, at this moment, this figure was imprinted into everyone's minds and planted a seed of fear in them. This was the Interstellar Arbitration's chief judge, a terrifying figure that even Elder Jioshan, a powerhouse who was second only to a half-ancestor, was extremely wary of. To say that he was a half-ancestor was an understatement, but to say that he was not was unfathomable. In this region of space, perhaps only the 7 half-ancestors could see the chief judge clearly. Mr. Feng's face grew solemn. In the entire Fifth Mainland's human domain, aside from the 7 half-ancestors, he was most wary of this chief judge. This was because even he did not know the chief judge's strength. He was confident that he could deal with someone like Elder Jioshan, such as Sirius X Elder Jioshan, Eversky Island's Xingwudi, and the various powerhouses of the 7 courts. The 7 sky gods had even warned him to retreat if he encountered the chief judge. The second Night King stared at the black figure that was slowly approaching, and his spiritual force subconsciously touched it before vanishing. This darkness represented the terrifying devouring power of the ultimate abyss, and it felt like it could swallow him whole. Ironically, this darkness came from the Hall of Honor, which represented light. Where there was light, there would be darkness. Everyone believed that the Hall of Honor represented light, while the Neo-Human Alliance represented darkness. However, compared to the chief judge, the Neo-Human Alliance's darkness was not as pure. This was what the second Night King felt right now. As soon as the head judge appeared, everyone became silent. Everyone was watching and waiting. Amidst this silent atmosphere, the black figure came closer and closer until it gradually enveloped the surroundings. The Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Night King Planet, and even the ruins of the frigid immortal sect were all enveloped. It was as if all sound had disappeared. So it's the Interstellar Arbitration's chief judge. It's been a long time, Mr. Feng said. His expression was normal, but there was an incomparable sense of caution and dread in the depths of his eyes. There was no light in the darkness, but at this moment, Mr. Feng could feel the chief judge's gaze on him. It made him shiver, and he felt an uncontrollable fear and even despair. How was this possible? Aside from the 7 sky gods, no one else had ever made him feel this way. Just what level of cultivation was this chief judge at? Eternal Kingdom, Mr. Feng, accept your trial. An emotionless voice rang out from the darkness. Then, everyone saw a balance scale extend from the darkness and extend to Mr. Feng's feet. Mr. Feng was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but it was useless. Even if he disappeared into the astral source universe, the balance scale would still chase after him and eventually fix him on the balance scale. Trial, rules, cultivation. Those who win shall live, and those who lose shall die, the chief judge said slowly. Then, the balance scale tilted, and Mr. Feng continued to rise. In the darkness, the balance scale continued to sink. The higher it rose, the uglier Mr. Feng's expression became. The balance scale rose by 1 meter, and blood flowed from the corner of Mr. Feng's mouth. It rose by 2 meters, and Mr. Feng's limbs cracked. His expression was savage as he said, "You want me to die? Impossible. Chief Judge, we'll meet again someday." He then took out a spirit doll from his cosmic ring and let out a strange, eerie laugh. The entire region of space rippled, and everyone's 5 senses were thrown into chaos. The power of a half-progenitor had descended and replaced this region of space. When everyone recovered, they saw that Mr. Feng had disappeared from the other side of the balance scale, and in his place was a shattered spirit doll. Mr. Feng had used the spirit doll to die in his place, allowing him to avoid being killed. Luin was shocked, as this was the innate gift of the chief judge's senior brother. It was too strange. Mr. Feng was an absolute powerhouse, and he should be second only to a half-progenitor. He was on the same level as Elder Jiao Shen and the second Night King, but he hadn't even been able to retaliate. He had only been able to escape with the help of a half-progenitor's power vessel, and even if he had managed to escape, his injuries had definitely not been light. From start to finish, the chief judge's senior brother hadn't even shown his face. The difference was too great. Even if a half-progenitor had made a move, would there have been such a huge difference? Luin wasn't sure. He suddenly thought of Mr. Mu's standards for accepting a disciple, and he was astonished. Luin knew that he had encountered countless opportunities, but he had barely met Mr. Mu's standards for accepting a disciple. The chief judge was also Mr. Mu's disciple, and he had joined the sect even earlier than Luin. The chief judge's innate gift might not be any less than Lu Yin's. Luin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he thought about how much of a difference there was between himself and enlighters like Xianxia. If the chief judge was compared to Mr. Feng, Elder Jiao Shen, and the others who were on the same level as him, then that would be terrifying. Luin couldn't even begin to guess how strong the chief judge was. Was he really weaker than the 7 half-progenitors? Mr. Feng's miserable state made the second Night King's hair stand on end, and he stared at the chief judge in disbelief. The first Night King had met this chief judge when he was still alive, and he knew that this person was incomparably powerful. However, he had never imagined that he would be this terrifying. The second Night King had cultivated in the frigid immortal sect's ruins for a long time, and he had even used the frigid immortal pond's water to bridge the gap between him and Elder Jiao Shen. However, he still couldn't see the extent of this chief judge's strength. He still felt the same as he had when he had faced the chief judge back then. He was terrified. "Second Night King, accept your trial." The cold, emotionless voice rang out once more. When the second Night King heard this, his scalp went numb, and he hurriedly said, "Wait, Chief Judge, why are you trying me? I'm not guilty." The scales extended from the darkness and appeared beneath the second Night King's feet. He didn't dodge, as he knew that he couldn't, so he could only stare at the darkness. "I'm not guilty. I've been in the frigid immortal sect's ruins all this time and haven't done anything. Back then, I even attacked the astral beast domain with the first and third Night Kings. I've contributed greatly to humanity, so why are you trying me?" Many of the Day-Night clan members looked on in fear, but no one dared to speak. "The trial is based on the rules, betrayal. You spoke to Mr. Feng with the intention of joining the Eternal Kingdom, which is tantamount to betraying humanity." The second Night King roared, "I refuse to accept this. I didn't agree to join the Neo-Human Alliance, so why are you trying me? I refuse to accept this." The chief judge didn't reply. Within the darkness, the scales began to tilt as the second Night King's head rose. Everyone had just witnessed this scene, and they were still shocked when they saw it again. There was a strange, inviolable beauty to the rules. The second Night King roared and pointed a finger at the darkness, unleashing the Night King Immortal Finger. The second Night King was very strong, but his finger quickly dissipated. On the scale, he could not do anything. Be it spiritual force, battle techniques, or battle force, he could not do anything. Countless people gulped. They had just experienced the second Night King's invincible might, but now, he was as powerless as a child. That was how powerless he was in front of the head Inquisitor. Even Luin was shocked, which further confirmed his suspicions. The difference between the head judge and Elder Jioshan, who were at the same level as him, was huge. It was so huge that Mr. Mu had acknowledged Lu Yin as his disciple. It was so huge that these people were doubting their own lives. Puff, the second Night King, spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. Astral source visible to the naked eye began to evaporate from the surface of his body, which then attracted the attention of the astral source universe and was forcibly extracted. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen someone's astral source being forcefully extracted by the astral source universe. No, he had seen it happen to people who had failed to face their tribulations, but this was the first time that someone's astral source had been forcefully extracted in battle. The Day-Night clan members despaired, while Night King Yuanjing's face was ashen. Why had things turned out this way? Why was the head arbiter helping Lu Yin? Why? Was the Day-Night clan's hope to rise up gone just like that? Many of the Day-Night clan members watched in despair as they silently cried out. The astral source within the second Night King's body was forcefully extracted, and Lu Yin watched as the number of rune lines rapidly decreased. By the time the astral source within the second Night King's body had been completely extracted, the number of rune lines in the second Night King's body was only close to 700,000, which was not weak at all. However, compared to his previous power level of over 1 million, this was a significant decrease. The second Night King was panting heavily, and he looked much older than before. He lay sprawled on the scales like a stray dog. The trial is over. The verdict is that Kuan-Zhe will be imprisoned for 100,000 years, the head judge said. His voice was cold and emotionless, cutting into the second Night King's heart like a sharp blade. His eyes were filled with despair. 100,000 years was not cultivation, but a sentence. 100,000 years was enough to wipe out an entire race. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. No one dared to speak up for him. Under the pressure of the head inquisitor, no one had the right to speak. Even if the 3 head inquisitors were present, it was the same. No one dared to defy the head inquisitor's decision. In the distance, Lu Yefei and Flower felt their scalps go numb. Even in the starry sky of the trees, they had never seen such a powerhouse before. Only an inner world was capable of such a feat, and an inner world was the hallmark of a demi-ancestor. This head inquisitor did not even use his inner world, and it was truly an innate talent suppression that completely crushed the second Night King and Mr. Feng. It was truly inconceivable. Even in the starry sky of trees, this person was definitely the strongest expert below the half-martial ancestor realm. This abandoned land actually gave birth to such a character. Lu Qianjue, Shan Shen, Ling Qiu, and the others bowed respectfully, not daring to utter a word. Everyone else saluted the head judge and waited for his next sentence, the trial. The ruins of the frigid immortal sect, an ancient sect, are treasures of the human domain. Anyone can explore them. With that, it was decided that the frigid immortal sect would belong to the entire human domain. Lu Yin opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He wanted to retort, as the ruins of the frigid immortal sect belonged to the Day-Night clan, and he was the one who had conquered the Day-Night clan. The ruins of the frigid immortal sect should belong to him, so why should it be given to someone else? However, when he thought back to the scene of the head inquisitor's trial, Lu Yin felt that it would be better if he did not say anything. He could not stand being tipped by the scales. Although Lu Yin was a senior, he was also the head inquisitor. Lu Yin had not forgotten when he had asked the head inquisitor if the trial had been intentional. The head inquisitor had said that if Lu Yin had been successfully modified by the Neo-Human Alliance, then the head inquisitor would not have hesitated to eliminate him. In this senior brother's eyes, the trial was definitely more important than the relationship between fellow disciples. Merely to say that, the head inquisitor disappeared, most likely heading to the ruins of the frigid immortal sect. Not long after the head inquisitor disappeared, the rest of the group entered the ruins of the frigid immortal sect one after another. Now that the ruins of the frigid immortal sect had been restored, and they had obtained the head inquisitor's permission, they naturally wanted to go in and search for opportunities. Now that everyone knew what a remnant of spiritual force was, it would be difficult for anything to go wrong. Lu Yin ordered for all of the Day-Night clan members to be imprisoned and brought to the blazing mist flow zone. The second Night King should have been suppressed in the void by the head inquisitor and would only be taken away when Lu Yin left. What awaited him was a sentence of 100,000 years, which was unbearable. This fellow was unlucky, as he had not even had the chance to show off before being imprisoned. All he had done was exchange a few words with Mr. Feng. He could only blame himself, as he had fully expressed his dissatisfaction with the various powers of the Neoverse, especially the Hall of Honor. It was already good enough that the head inquisitor had not sentenced him to death. "You're lucky that you weren't sentenced," Luin said calmly. He was speaking to Silver. Silver rubbed his chest and stood up. "I'm just a small fry, so how could the head inquisitor notice me?" "Captain, if the head inquisitor finds out about you one day, what do you think will happen to you? Death? Or Kuenzei?" Luin looked at him. "I didn't do anything, and I've never betrayed humanity. Why would I be sentenced?" Silver smiled. "Captain, you should think about how to explain Mr. Feng's actions." He then waved his hand. "Remember to take a look, Captain. The Spectre clan will always support you." With that, he left. Lu Yin's face sank. Mr. Feng had protected him twice in order to obtain the Death God's inheritance, but would the head inquisitor believe him? Lu Yefei found Lu Yin and returned the head inquisitor's token. They did not want to enter the ruins of the frigid immortal sect again, as they had all been injured and needed to recuperate. Lu Yin found Elder Jioshen and thanked him repeatedly for saving his life. Elder Jioshen replied, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the Sirius sect. Remember your oath, you will always be a disciple of the Sirius sect." Lu Yin solemnly replied, "This disciple understands." Elder Jioshen nodded. His injuries had been too severe, and it would be difficult for him to recover without 100 years of recuperation. It was all this brat's fault. The more he looked at Lu Yin, the more annoyed he felt. Lu Yin stared at Elder Jioshen. Although this elder looked young and had saved Lu Yin's life, he was actually quite crafty. Before entering the ruins of the frigid immortal sect, he had used a secret technique to mark a member of the Day-Night clan. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape with stellar transposition. Lu Yin also entered the ruins of the frigid immortal sect. He had not forgotten the scene of Bai Shui jumping into the frigid immortal pond. That woman was a descendant of the Bai family, so she definitely knew something. Lu Yin entered the ruins of the frigid immortal sect again, but aside from the destruction of the mountains and the remnants of the battle, there were no other differences. Lu Yin's attention was immediately drawn to the head inquisitor, who was standing outside of Execution Mountain. The sky was dark, and it was obvious that he was planning to enter. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped him and transmitted his voice into the darkness, afraid that the head inquisitor would be struck by a progenitor's power. No matter how strong the head inquisitor was, he was just a slightly larger ant compared to a progenitor. Even a half-ancestor was an ant, this was the difference between their levels. As Lu Yin transmitted his voice into the darkness, the sky suddenly cleared up and the darkness disappeared. Everyone looked up and heaved a sigh of relief. The head inquisitor had left. Lu Yin looked at Execution Mountain. He left? He didn't even say goodbye. Wait, could he have entered Execution Mountain? You've been inside? A cold voice came from behind him, startling Lu Yin. He turned around and saw a ball of darkness, but it was not that big. It was just a humanoid figure. "Senior, please make some noise before you speak next time." Lu Yin was speechless. He had been truly frightened, as the head inquisitor had not revealed his rune lines at all. It was not difficult for top experts like Elder Jioshen and Mr. Feng to conceal their rune lines. "You've entered Execution Mountain?" the head inquisitor asked. Lu Yin nodded. "I've climbed it before. There were shockwaves from a battle between progenitors, and I almost died. Fortunately, Elder Jioshen saved me. He was also heavily injured, or else he would not have lost to the second Night King." The head inquisitor was always a ball of darkness, and it was impossible to tell where he was facing or where he was looking. "Senior, can you not always be a ball of darkness?" Lu Yin probed. "Call me head inquisitor," the head inquisitor replied. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "Head inquisitor, can you reveal your true appearance? I'm your junior after all. You can't be like this when you see Master, right?" "Yes," the head inquisitor replied. Lu Yin was shocked. "You're like this when you see Master?" The head inquisitor moved past Lu Yin and headed into the distance. "Did I not answer clearly enough?" Lu Yin hurriedly chased after him. Head Inquisitor, why are you here? Weren't you in seclusion? I came out. Then why are you here? Do I need to explain to you? Head Inquisitor, are you going to explore the ruins of the frigid immortal sect? The head Inquisitor suddenly stopped. Sometimes, benefits need to be shared, not monopolized. Luine blinked. I don't want to monopolize it. Where are you going? The head Inquisitor asked. The frigid immortal pond. Together. Luine was puzzled. You're interested in the frigid immortal pond? By the way, have you been to the astral tree before? The head Inquisitor didn't answer and quietly headed in the direction of the frigid immortal pond. Luine had no choice but to face the head Inquisitor as if he was facing a wall. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about his safety. Even if the remnant essence of the frigid immortal sect was disturbed again, the head Inquisitor would ensure his safety. Moreover, the head Inquisitor wouldn't fight with Luine for anything good. Luine sped up towards the frigid immortal pond. Otherwise, all the good stuff would be taken away by Bai Shui. That woman was smart enough to directly jump into the frigid immortal pond if her remnant essence was disturbed. Soon, the two arrived at the frigid immortal pond. Looking at the small pond, Luine remembered that the second Night King was hiding below. He hadn't noticed him when he first arrived. No, he hadn't noticed him. Elder Jioshan should have noticed as well. This pond wasn't as simple as it seemed. Head Inquisitor, let's jump in, Luine said. The head Inquisitor didn't move. Luine didn't hesitate and jumped in. The pond was icy cold. With Bai Shui's ability, she should have been frozen the moment she entered. With that in mind, he headed towards the bottom of the pond. The frigid immortal pond had the ability to freeze astral sources, so it was impossible to tell how deep it was from the outside. After diving for a while, Luine remembered that he had wanted to dig the entire pond into Mount Supreme. If he had tried, he wouldn't have been able to do it. The further down he went, the colder it became. Luine saw that there was no white water in the pool, so he had to be at the bottom. Not long after, there was a splash as Luine burst out of the frigid immortal pond and landed in an empty space. He almost crashed to the ground, but when he looked up, he saw the pond floating in the void. The bottom of the pond was not water, but rather another world. He looked around, and the first thing that attracted his attention was a broken tree root, and Bai Shui, who was sitting cross-legged beside the tree root, emitting a cold aura all over her body. The frigid immortal fruit tree, the head judge said as he appeared beside Luine. Luine was surprised. The frigid immortal fruit tree? It's broken? The head judge appeared beside the tree. It's been broken for a long time. No wonder the frigid immortal pond was left behind. The pond's greatest value, aside from the water itself, is the frigid immortal fruit tree. The frigid immortal sect took away most of the pond and only left this behind. They also sawed off the frigid immortal fruit tree and didn't leave it behind on the fifth mainland. Luine looked around and saw that everything was dark. He wasn't in an empty space, but rather something like a large hall. Perhaps because it had been empty for a long time, the hall had long since been covered in dust. Only Bai Shui's area was clean. This was probably where the second Night King cultivated. The Fates in front of his chest shook violently, as if being pulled in by something. Luine looked deeper into the hall, where the pulling force was coming from. At that moment, Bai Shui opened her eyes and saw Luine and the head judge. She jumped in fright, and her face paled as she looked at Luine in shock. She hadn't expected him to appear here. Luine looked at her. You're lucky to have survived. As expected of a descendant of the Bai family. Bai Shui stood up, her body still emitting a cold aura. After jumping into the frigid immortal pond, she had used a power vessel to protect herself and her family's inherited technique to safely reach the bottom of the pond. Even so, her cultivation was still too low, and she had been eroded by the cold aura until now. She had thought that she was the only one here, but when she opened her eyes, Luine had arrived. In her memory, she had jumped into the pond, reached the bottom, and did nothing else. Then Luine had appeared. This person was truly inexplicable, she couldn't get rid of him. What was even stranger was that there was a different person beside her. It was no longer the youth, but a black shadow. Alliance leader Lu, why are you here? Bai Shui asked. Luyin smiled. And why did you come down? Bai Shui's eyes flickered as he thought about how to answer. Luyin did not make things difficult for her. This is your Bai family's territory, and there are some things that only your family knows about. I won't make things difficult for you, and you can say whatever you want. However, if I hadn't dealt with the Day-Night clan, you wouldn't have been able to find this place even if you died. Shouldn't you repay me in some way? Back then, I also saved your life. Bai Shui hesitated for a moment, then said, this is the location of the Frigid Immortal Sect's hidden treasure. The Frigid Immortal Sect's treasure trove? The head judge did not react at all. He was a black shadow. No matter how surprised he was, no one would be able to tell. Correct. The Frigid Immortal Sect's secret storehouse is at the bottom of the Frigid Immortal Pond. I came here to find what my ancestor left behind for his descendants, said Bai Shui. It looks like your Bai family's ancestor didn't think things through. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to obtain the so-called inheritance for your descendants in this lifetime. Bai Shui bowed deeply. Thank you, Alliance Leader Liu. In return, Bai Shui is willing to share the inheritance with you. If Alliance Leader Liu needs anything, Bai Shui will not refuse. Luyin did not mind. Even if she refused, it would be useless. She had only said this to force a favor. If there really was something that the Bai family's ancestors had left behind for their descendants, then Luyin was confident that he could take it with a clear conscience. This was how the world of cultivation worked, where nothing could absolutely belong to anyone. Luyin was well aware of the Bai family's conduct in the Starry Sky Tree Cold Immortal sect. If possible, Luyin hoped to loot the entire Starry Sky Tree Cold Immortal sect, and not just take the so-called things left behind for their descendants. Bai Shui had no choice, as she had no choice in front of Luyin. Where is it? Luyin asked. Bai Shui replied, the secret storehouse is still inside. Please follow me, Alliance Leader Liu. She then bowed and headed deeper into the hall. The head judge did not speak the entire time. He seemed very mysterious, and Bai Shui was very concerned. Have you ever considered that if we were killed by the second Night King and he returned, you wouldn't have been able to escape either? Luyin suddenly asked as they walked through the dust-covered hall. Bai Shui froze, and then she replied, as long as there's a chance, I won't give up. Only by obtaining the inheritance will my Bai family have a chance to rise up in this universe. Luyin's eyes narrowed, and he did not say anything else. He quietly followed Bai Shui, and he realized that she was walking in the direction that the Fatesan had been drawn to. Clearly, the thing that had attracted the Fatesan was in the Frigid Immortal Sect's secret storehouse. The hall was dark and serene, and the three of them did not walk very quickly. They had some misgivings, mainly because they were worried about the remnants of spiritual force in this place. Fortunately, they did not see any spiritual force even after reaching the end of the hall, which allowed Luyin to relax. This place was one of the most important places in the Frigid Immortal sect. If there was any spiritual force left, then it would definitely be very terrifying. It would be at least on the same level as the head judge, and it might even be a half-ancestor. We're here, Bai Shui said excitedly as she looked at the giant bronze door in front of her. This was where the Frigid Immortal sect's secret storehouse was located. Luyin saw that the bronze door was 1,000 meters tall, and there were all sorts of carvings on it. He did not care about these things, but what surprised him was that he saw 9 grains of Fatesan embedded on the door. There was a very strong pulling force in front of his chest, which should have come from these 9 grains of Fatesan. Why had the Fatesan been embedded on the door by the Frigid Immortal sect? No, this method of embedding did not seem to have been there from the beginning. It seemed more like it had been added later. The head judge slowly approached the door and quietly observed it. Bai Shui asked Luyin in a low voice, "Who is this?" Luyin calmly replied, "The head judge of the Interstellar Court." Bai Shui was shocked. "The head judge?" Luyin nodded. He had told the truth so that Bai Shui would not play any tricks. This woman looked delicate and weak, and she seemed to be someone who would repay any kindness, but that was only because she had no other choice. When Luyin and Elder Jiao had been chased by the second Night King, this woman had jumped into the Frigid Immortal Pond without hesitation. She had clearly been confident, and she had even said that even if the second Night King found out, she would still obtain the ancestors' inheritance. Luin felt that this was even more nonsense. The ancestor was already dead, so what use was there for the ancestor's inheritance? It would only benefit the second Night King. She definitely had a way to deal with the second Night King, who might return. This secret lay behind the bronze door. Bai Shui looked at the black figure in shock. The head judge of the Interstellar Court was a title that had resounded for far too long. It was as if this person had existed since the beginning of history, until now. She would never have dreamed that Luin would be with the head judge. Let me ask you, does the frigid immortal sect have a habit of collecting Fatesan? Luin suddenly asked, looking at the 9 grains of Fatesan above the door. Bai Shui shook her head. I don't know. There are very few records left behind by the ancestors, and there are no records of Fatesan. Luin walked past Bai Shui and arrived before the bronze door. He placed a hand on it, and it felt as cold as the water of the frigid immortal pond. However, it also had a trace of warmth and an indescribable hardness. He reached out and used his star energy to wrap around the 9 grains of Fatesan and try to remove them. To his surprise, he found that it was very easy. The grains were easily removed and placed in his hand. However, the pulling force in front of his chest did not disappear. There was still something behind the door that was attracting the Fatesan within his body. You're collecting Fatesan? The head judge asked in a cold voice that caused Bai Shui to tremble. Luin replied, it's just a coincidence. I didn't go out of my way to collect it. The head judge fell silent. Luin put away the Fatesan and tried to push the door, but it did not budge. How do I open this door? The things inside couldn't have been taken away by the second Night King, right? Bai Shui stepped forward. That shouldn't be the case. Only the Bai family's bloodline can open this door. The second Night King can't open it. She then cut her finger, causing a drop of blood to float up and slowly approach the door before fusing into it. Suddenly, the entire door lit up, and traces of red blood flowed through it like veins. Bai Shui was excited, and she walked up to the door and raised her hand to push it open. Luin stared at Bai Shui, ready to follow her in at any moment. However, the moment Bai Shui's hand touched the bronze door, he disappeared. Luin was stunned and immediately tried to push the door, but it did not budge. He was still in his original spot, and the glowing door gradually returned to its original state. He blinked, realizing that he had been tricked. He hurriedly turned to look at the head judge, but the head judge didn't move. Using one's bloodline to guard a secret location is a common tactic used by ancient sections. We can't enter, he said indifferently. No wonder she's not afraid of the second Night King coming back. The second Night King can't open this door. This woman already knows that we've been played, Luin said with an ugly expression. The head judge calmly replied, we haven't been played. Let's wait for a while. She'll find a way to open the door and let us in. Luin knew that Bai Shui would definitely open the door and let them in. Otherwise, she would think that she could deal with the head judge just because she had obtained the ancestor's inheritance. Even if a progenitor from the frigid immortal sect was inside, it would still be useless. However, she would have already obtained what she wanted by then. Since this woman was confident that she was not afraid of the second Night King, it meant that the item inside was no small matter. It was the type that no one could snatch away once they obtained it. Even if they entered and saw Bai Shui, they would not be able to force her to hand it over. However, this was only for Luin and the head judge. If it was the second Night King, they could just kill him if they could not obtain it. Since Bai Shui had staked everything on this, it meant that there was either something inside that could deal with the second Night King, or there was another way out. She was not stupid. Luin was very curious as to what exactly it was, but he was currently blocked outside the door. To Luin, entering a treasure trove and returning empty-handed was simply unthinkable. Back in the Astral Tree Dominator's realm, he had spent a lot of money to prevent Longxi from escaping from Mount Supreme. In the end, he had even taken Wen Yisan and the others away to make up for his losses. He would never make a bad deal. Head judge, is there really no way to open the door? Luin asked anxiously. End of chapter 1669. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.